Dragon God Supreme Chapter 3674 to Chapter 3757. The three of them were indifferent. Their faces were filled with mockery and disdain. The three of them did not care about a mere green-titled ancient god. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He sneered and said, "I have a bad temper. Don't provoke me. Unfortunately, we also have bad tempers. We also have a good lover who likes to snatch the treasures of the weak." The man in the lead sneered. His expression of disdain became even more intense. "I'm different from them. I'm not as greedy as them. I only like beauties." Another man laughed wretchedly. His gaze wandered back and forth between Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's eyes turned cold. A ferocious murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This person had already touched Feng Wuchen's bottom line. The divine power of time suddenly erupted. The overbearing power was breathtaking. A green-titled ancient god. The three of them changed their expressions. They were extremely frightened. This was because they felt a strong sense of oppression and danger. However, it was too late for regrets. The three of them wanted to escape, but they realized that their bodies were moving very slowly. Swish, a golden flash flashed past. 3 streams of blood spurted out. The three of them were instantly killed by a sword. They died on the spot. "I told you not to provoke me," Feng Wuchen said coldly and continued walking forward. "They asked for it." Lu Qingyang shrugged his shoulders. "He's here to give us treasures." Yanhu immediately went forward to retrieve the storage ring. He was smiling happily. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. She held Miao Qingqing and quickly followed. The moment the divine power of time erupted, the cultivators who were staring at Feng Wuchen in the celestial mountain were all trembling in fear. Killing 3 Xian-titled ancient gods in an instant scared them out of their wits. They were secretly glad that they did not make a move. Otherwise, they would be the ones killed instantly. This boy's power is very special. The moment it erupted, it disappeared. Moreover, the movements of the three of them slowed down by dozens of times. It was as if they were unable to move. Why did I feel that space became slow? Was it an illusion? Not simple. I'm afraid this brat has a great background. I've never seen such a mysterious force before. If we can obtain this miraculous power, it might be able to greatly increase our cultivation. Even the blue and purple titled ancient gods in the mountain were shocked. At the same time, a few powerful titled ancient gods became greedy for such a powerful divine power. Great Lord's move is impressive. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Qiu Tian laughed softly. He could no longer sense anyone staring at them. Soon, Feng Wuchen followed the soul consciousness fluctuations and found the titled ancient god realm artificer. No alchemy, no artifact forging, no guidance. Old man is busy looking for medicinal ingredients. You guys can leave. Before Feng Wuchen and the others could even get close, the black-robed old man had already ordered them to leave without even looking at them. The reason why the black-robed old man said he wouldn't give any pointers was because he sensed Zhang Junlin's soul force. An ancient emperor realm alchemist. As a Xian-titled ancient god artificer, there were far too many people who sought his guidance. Hence, the black-robed old man thought that they were here for his guidance. "Are you sure you want me to leave?" Feng Wuchen asked with a slight smile. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the black-robed old man was stunned. He turned his head abruptly. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. "Teacher." The black-robed old man was overjoyed. He ran over excitedly. A disciple teaching. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang smiled. Hearing how the artificer addressed Feng Wuchen, they immediately guessed who it was. The black-robed old man knelt down without hesitation. He said respectfully, "This disciple didn't know that teacher was here. Please forgive this disciple for offending you." Seeing this, the titled ancient gods in the celestial mountain all widened their eyes in shock. They were petrified on the spot. The Xian-titled ancient god artificer actually knelt down in front of Feng Wuchen. Who was Feng Wuchen? "It's fine. Get up." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. After all, one who didn't know was innocent. "If I remember correctly, your name is Yu Guan?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. This disciple is Yu Guan. Yu Guan became even more excited. Teacher actually remembered him. To be remembered by Feng Wuchen was a great honor for Yu Guan. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. This disciple's current artificer realm has greatly improved. I've become more proficient in refining elixirs and weapons. Not long ago, I refined a Xian titled Ancient God elixir. Within 10 years, I will definitely become a blue titled Ancient God artificer. Yu Guan thanked Feng Wuchen excitedly and bowed deeply. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Very good. Teacher, did you come to the holy domain to cultivate or to look for herbs? Yu Guan asked respectfully. To look for herbs and also to look for treasures. Feng Wuchen smiled. Do you know where the lake in the holy domain is? Teacher, are you talking about the holy lake? It's in the east. Just fly east and you'll see it. The holy lake emits dense spiritual energy. Many titled ancient gods cultivate there. Yu Guan replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked again, do you know where to find the Pangu Immortal Stone? To be honest, I've been looking for herbs in the holy domain for many years but I've never seen the Pangu Immortal Stone. This treasure is too rare. It's even rarer than the ancient Pangu technique. I don't know where to find it. Yu Guan replied. Is there any way to obtain the Pangu Immortal Stone? Feng Wuchen asked. Yu Guan frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, Teacher, a few days ago, a great emperor artificer in the holy domain said that he had the Pangu Immortal Stone but he needed the Pangusaur Stone in exchange. He should still be in the holy domain but the Pangusaur Stone is very rare. Pangusaur Stone in exchange for the Pangu Immortal Stone? Feng Wuchen was delighted. This was good news. Feng Wuchen did not have the Pangu Immortal Stone but Feng Wuchen had quite a few Pangusaur Stones. Do you know where he is? Feng Wuchen quickly asked. Yu Guan quickly said, I saw him go deeper. He must be looking for the Pangusaur Stone. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Teacher, please wait. Yu Guan quickly said, it's said that the Pangu Immortal Stone is usually found near the Pangusaur Stone. There's also a saying that finding the Pangu Golden Lotus is equivalent to finding the Pangu Immortal Stone. I don't know if it's true or not. The Pangu Immortal Stone was near the Pangusaur Stone. Didn't that mean that the Pangu Immortal Stone was very likely to be near the Holy Lake? Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Whether it was true or not, he would know once he found it. Pangu Golden Lotus? I got it. I'll go to the ancient Pale Sacred Palace when I have time. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He then left with Xianxia and the others. The Pangu Golden Lotus was an extremely rare and precious herb. Feng Wuchen also knew about the existence of the Pangu Golden Lotus from Emperor Peerless Inheritance. Master, where shall we go first? Yanhu asked. Let's go deeper and look for the great Emperor Artificer. If he really has the Pangu Immortal Stone, we'll exchange it with him. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen did not want to miss out on even if there was only one Pangu Immortal Stone. End of chapter. The Pangu Immortal Stone could only be found by chance. If the Pangu Immortal Stone really had powerful effects, it would definitely be a great supplement for Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Feng Wuchen could not wait to get the Pangu Immortal Stone so that he could break through to the blue-titled Ancient God realm. The situation in the Pangu world was very unstable. No one knew when Demon Soul Prime would return. Feng Wuchen only hoped that he could improve his cultivation as quickly as possible before Demon Soul Prime returned. Husband, the Pangu Origin Stone is as rare as the Pangu Immortal Stone. That great Emperor Realm alchemist definitely did not exchange it, Xianxia said with a smile. She could see that Feng Wuchen really wanted the Pangu Immortal Stone. I hope so, Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, I hope he has many. It's good enough that he has one. Many? Do you think they are flowers? They are all over the ground. Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes. Lu Qingyang smiled awkwardly and said, isn't that just hope? Who doesn't want more? I hope the more, the better. By then, all of you and the 3 primogenitors will be able to improve greatly, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He really did think so. The Pangu Immortal Stone's effects were almost comparable to the Divine Pearl. Who wouldn't want more of such a precious treasure? Husband, killing people to steal treasures is a common thing in the Holy Land. You must be careful, Ling Xiaoxiao reminded. I know, Feng Wuchen nodded. After all, the other party was a great emperor realm expert. If the other party was greedy, it would be dangerous. As they flew deeper, they asked about the whereabouts of the great emperor realm alchemist. What made Feng Wuchen and the others happy was that many people had heard that a great emperor realm alchemist had exchanged the Pengu Immortal Stone for the Pengu Origin Stone. They asked around and searched. Finally, after more than 2 hours, Feng Wuchen sensed the soul power of the great emperor realm alchemist. My lord, the deeper we go, the denser the spiritual energy is. There are many red and gold titled ancient gods nearby. Qiu Tian frowned as if he was worried about being targeted. Along the way, they encountered several groups of people trying to snatch the treasures. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were not high. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen and the others would not have been able to reach the depths so smoothly. Roar. At that instant, a deafening roar of a beast could be heard all of a sudden. An extremely berserk and bloodthirsty aura swept over with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing a storm to wreak havoc. Is this roar from an ancient beast? What a terrifying aura. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were also shocked. There are mutated beasts in the Saint Realm. Qiu Tian and Yanhu were shocked. It's just an ordinary mutated beast. It's only at the Emperor Realm, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He was a little surprised. Feng Wuchen did not know that there were strange beasts in the Pengu Sacred Realm. Since there were strange beasts, there must be quite a number of them. Perhaps there really were ancient beasts. We're relieved that there are powerful mutated beasts. If there's any danger, we'll summon the mutated beasts to help, Yanhu said with a smile. Qiu Tian and Yanhu's bloodline was already very powerful. They could completely suppress mutated beasts and even ancient beasts. It was easy to ask for help from mutated beasts. Soon, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at another celestial mountain. There was only one person on this celestial mountain. It was the Emperor Realm Alchemist. Although the Pengu Sacred Realm was suitable for titled ancient gods to cultivate, there were still some Emperor Realm experts who came here to search for treasures. Lad, are you here for an exchange? Sensing that someone had arrived, an old and dignified voice came from the celestial mountain. The old man did not release his aura as he sensed Zhang Junlin's soul ripple. Perhaps he was here for an exchange. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao descended into the celestial mountain. An old man in a grey robe appeared. The old man sized up Feng Wuchen and the others and asked indifferently, "Do you have Pengu origin stones? How do you want to exchange?" Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. 1 Pengu Immortal Stone for 3 Pengu Origin Stones, the old man in a grey robe said with a smile. His eyes were filled with joy. The old man in a grey robe had been here for a long time. He had searched the entire sacred realm but could not find any Pengu Origin Stones. Unfortunately, there was news of exchanging Pengu Immortal Stones for Pengu Origin Stones a few days ago. After waiting for a few days, he finally found someone to exchange for it. How could he not be happy? 1 Pengu Immortal Stone for 3 Pengu Origin Stones? Lu Qingyang was stunned. He stared at the old man in a grey robe with his eyes wide open. How could he say such shameless words? The old man in a grey robe blushed. Obviously, he knew that he had asked for too much. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and said softly, "Husband, 1 for 3. They were both rare treasures. However, the old man in a grey robe was asking for too much. 1 for 3, if 1 for 2, Feng Wuchen might agree to it. However, even Feng Wuchen was unwilling to exchange for 3. 1 for 3? Impossible. Moreover, I don't have that many. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "Pengu Immortal Stones are as rare as Pengu Origin Stones. You need Pengu Origin Stones to stabilize your cultivation as a great Emperor Alchemist. 1 for 3? I'm afraid no one will be willing to exchange for it even if you wait for 100,000 years. How many do you have?" asked the old man in a grey robe. 1, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Are you exchanging for 1? If not, we're leaving, Miao Qingqing urged. No. The old man in a grey robe answered without hesitation. Although both treasures were rare, the demand for Pangu Immortal Stones was higher. They were more valuable than Pangu Origin Stones. 1 for 3. Although it was too much, he was determined not to exchange for one. Senior, it must be difficult to become a great emperor alchemist, right? It's not easy to stabilize one's cultivation base. Pangu Origin Stones are extremely rare. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a long time. Senior, please think about it, Xianxia said with a polite smile. The old man in a grey robe fell into deep thought. Xianxia was right. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know how long he would have to wait. If he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. Old senior, don't regret this, Xianxia said with a grin. Humph. The old man in a grey robe glared at Xianxia. The old man in a grey robe was in a dilemma. Should he exchange or not? Should he exchange or not? Should he exchange or not? I'm not leaving, am I? Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He turned around and left decisively. The moment he turned around, Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. I'll count to 3. You'll definitely exchange, Feng Wuchen said with a confident smile. 1. Feng Wuchen started counting. Wait. The old man in a grey robe suddenly said. This was unexpected. Do you want to exchange? Feng Wuchen turned around and asked with a smile. Yes. The old man in a grey robe said in a dark voice, count yourself lucky, kid. As he spoke, the old man in a grey robe took out a Pangu Immortal Stone and tossed it to Feng Wuchen. It was a straightforward deal. After receiving the Pangu Immortal Stone, Feng Wuchen sensed it and knew it was real. Then, he tossed out a Pangu Origin Stone. End of chapter. The Pangu Origin Stone. It's the Pangu Origin Stone. I've finally got it. The grey-robed old man's face was filled with excitement. He had the urge to roar at the sky. He had finally obtained the Pangu Origin Stone after entering the Pangu sacred land for a few months. It was terrifyingly rare. This is the Pangu Origin Stone. It's extremely pure. I'll definitely be able to strengthen my alchemist's realm. The grey-robed old man exclaimed excitedly. He did not realize that he had lost his composure. Husband, how is it? Is it the Pangu Immortal Stone? Xianxia hastily asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and kept it in his storage ring. Boy, do you have more? The grey-robed old man asked excitedly. Do you have more Pangu Immortal Stones? Feng Wuchen asked in return. He was filled with anticipation. The grey-robed old man said helplessly, to be honest, this Pangu Immortal Stone was given to me by begging someone else. I don't have more. If you have more Pangu Origin Stones, I can exchange them with other treasures. The grey-robed old man sighed and said, sigh, forget it. I don't think I can take out anything more precious than the Pangu Origin Stone. I'm going to cultivate. You guys can leave. Senior, have you never thought of killing us for our treasures? With your strength, killing us is as easy as flipping your hand, Xianxia asked in astonishment. Humph. I won't stoop so low as to do such a shameless thing. It'll damage my reputation. The grey-robed old man said disdainfully. Killing others for their treasures was indeed common in the sacred land. However, not all of them were shameless villains. There were still many good people in the world. Thank you, Feng Wuchen thanked him and left with Xianxia and the others. The Pangu Immortal Stone is definitely there. That boy must have more Pangu Origin Stones. I've been in the Pangu sacred land for half a year. I've finally met someone with a Pangu Immortal Stone. They're only green-titled ancient gods. I can't let them take the Pangu Immortal Stone away. I'll report this to the young master immediately. Secretly, a few titled ancient gods had their eyes on Feng Wuchen's Pangu Immortal Stone. It was obvious that they had been waiting for the person who would trade with the grey-robed old man. But what they didn't know was that there were already people watching Feng Wuchen and the others in the dark. They had followed them all the way here and left. Qiu Tian and the others did not notice that the person in the dark had a stronger cultivation. Only Feng Wuchen could sense that someone was secretly following them. It was just that he didn't make a sound. As long as they didn't make a move, Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered with them. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily and said, "Husband, our luck is not bad. We have just arrived at the Sage Realm and we have already exchanged for a Pengu Immortal Stone. Big brother Feng can break through to become a blue-titled ancient god now." Miao Qingqing said happily. Although the Pengu Immortal Stone was not like the heaven-defying Divine Pearl, which could instantly increase one's cultivation base, it was still very powerful. However, with the help of a five-fold space ring, he wouldn't waste much time. Feng Wuchen smiled expectantly and said, "I hope the effect won't disappoint me. Let's leave the depths first and find a good place to try it out. There should be precious natural treasures and precious herbs in the depths. You can also absorb the spiritual energy of the Thousand Spirits pool to cultivate." Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to try out the effect of the Pengu Immortal Stone. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at an immortal mountain. After finding a deserted place, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the space of the Divine Ring to cultivate. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing also entered the space of the five-fold space ring to cultivate. Qiu Tian and Yan Hu guarded the area while Zhang Junlan went to look for herbs nearby. Worth it Chinese network. They didn't realize that danger was approaching at all. Within the Divine Ring, Feng Wuchen looked at the Pengu Immortal Stone excitedly. "Our luck is not bad. We have just arrived at the Sage Realm and we have already obtained a Pengu Immortal Stone." The Mystic Light Emperor smiled happily. "This Pengu Immortal Stone is not bad. It is enough to help you break through to the blue-titled ancient god realm. Hurry up and try it." The Dark Shadow Emperor appeared. After hearing this, Feng Wuchen was even more ecstatic. The Pengu Immortal Stone was indeed extremely powerful. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged and circulated the primeval heaven-defying technique. He dragged the Pengu Immortal Stone in front of him and began to cultivate. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars also helped him cultivate. The Pengu Immortal Stone suddenly exploded with a huge amount of pure energy. A bright white light enveloped the space of the Divine Ring. This energy is actually so huge and pure. As expected of a rare treasure. The Pengu Immortal Stone is really a supreme treasure. Feng Wuchen widened his eyes in shock. He didn't know if he didn't try, but he was shocked when he tried. The speed of cultivation was extremely shocking. To be precise, it was the speed of refining and absorbing. As the energy of the Pengu Immortal Stone was extremely pure, refining and absorbing it wasn't difficult. As soon as he entered the cultivation state, Feng Wuchen clearly felt that his cultivation had soared by a lot. Suppressing the shock and ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen began to cultivate again. A domineering aura spread out, and the surface of Feng Wuchen's body began to glow with a golden light. His cultivation rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's really not simple. What a shocking cultivation speed. The Dark Shadow Emperor and the other two were shocked. As the first batch of 10 great emperors, they had never seen such a terrifying cultivation speed. This wasn't the heaven-defying Divine Pearl. If it were other geniuses, they definitely wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. The Pengu Immortal Stone is indeed powerful. My cultivation speed is too fast. If I have to compare it with the heaven-defying Divine Pearl, I can only say that the Pengu Immortal Stone can continuously absorb energy to increase my cultivation. The heaven-defying Divine Pearl needs to stop for a while to not affect my foundation. Feng Wuchen was extremely happy. He already felt that his cultivation speed had increased by a lot. If he could obtain a large amount of Pengu Immortal Stone, his cultivation speed would be very fast. Of course, it was almost impossible to obtain a large amount of Pengu Immortal Stone. That was because it was too rare. The Pengu Sacred Realm had existed for so many years. Even if there was one, it would have been taken by someone else. This Pengu Immortal Stone is enough for me to break through to the blue-titled ancient god realm. Feng Wuchen exclaimed excitedly. Based on his current cultivation speed, Feng Wuchen could definitely break through to the blue-titled ancient god realm within 5 days. After all, he had dozens of primordial spirit clones and 5 times the space ring to help him. "Young master, we found the Pengu Immortal Stone." In a mountain, a blue-titled ancient god reported respectfully. In a natural cave in the mountain, a blue-robed man appeared and quickly asked, "Where is it?" "It's on a green-titled ancient god." This person exchanged it with the great emperor alchemist. "We've confirmed their location." The titled ancient god replied respectfully. That's great. With the Pengu Immortal Stone, I can break through to the purple-titled Ancient God realm within half a year or even 3 months. Bring this young master to him immediately. I must get this Pengu Immortal Stone back. The blue-robed man was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. The herbs here are obviously not as good as those in the deeper regions, Zhang Junlan said with a bitter smile. The herbs he picked along the way were much more valuable than those here. The herbs he picked in the deeper regions could be used to refine elixirs for ancient gods and titled ancient gods. But there are more herbs here. It took me 4 hours to pick a few hundred herbs, Zhang Junlan said to himself with a smile. He was quite satisfied. As soon as he said that, Zhang Junlan suddenly sensed something. He stood up with a grave expression. Who is it? Come out. Zhang Junlan shouted coldly. Swish. Bam. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Zhang Junlan. Before Zhang Junlan could react, he knocked Zhang Junlan out with a karate chop. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared with the unconscious Zhang Junlan. Qiu Tian and Yanhu did not sense anything. On the other side, a group of people was rushing toward the celestial mountain where Feng Wuchen was. Young master, we're almost there, the blue-colored titled ancient god said excitedly. This place is close to the deeper regions of the Holy Land. Don't make a scene, lest we attract other experts, the blue-clothed man reminded. 4 hours later, the two of them arrived at a majestic celestial mountain. Young master, they're still in the celestial mountain, a titled ancient god reported respectfully. Does anyone else know? The blue-clothed man asked. No one knows, the titled ancient god replied respectfully. Very good. No matter who they are, kill them. Do it quickly and don't alert the other experts in the mountain, the blue-clothed young master said coldly. Yes, young master, the 3 blue-colored titled ancient gods replied respectfully and entered the celestial mountain. In the celestial mountain, Qiu Tian and Yanhu opened their eyes at the same time when they sensed experts approaching. Yanhu said solemnly, Big brother Qiu Tian, it's a blue-colored titled ancient god. They don't have good intentions. Qiu Tian frowned. Big brother Qiu Tian, Zhang Junlan's aura has disappeared. Yanhu's expression changed. Qiu Tian could not sense it either. Something had happened to Zhang Junlan. Yanhu gritted his teeth and said angrily, damn it. I was too careless. Swish. Swish. 3 figures appeared in a flash, but when they were about to attack, they realized that there were only 2 people. What's going on? Where are the other 4? The leader asked in surprise. Looks like you've been eyeing us for a long time. You're the one who captured our people, aren't you? Qiu Tian said coldly as his domineering bloodline power erupted. Even if he couldn't defeat a blue-colored titled ancient god, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. What kind of bloodline power is this? Why do I feel such a strong sense of danger? The leader was shocked, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Qiu Tian was only a green-titled ancient god. Where are the others? A blue-colored titled ancient god asked angrily, his terrifying aura forcefully suppressing the others. Yanhu clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I was going to ask you the same thing. If anything happens to my friend, I won't forgive you. Young master, the other 4 people are missing. There are only 2 of them, and they said that we captured their people. The leader immediately reported to the blue young master. What? The excited blue-clothed young master's smile instantly disappeared. Who has the Pengu Immortal Stone? The blue-clothed young master asked with a gloomy expression. The blue-clothed young master had a bad premonition. He felt that he had missed the Pengu Immortal Stone. It was someone else, not the 2 of them, a titled ancient god said respectfully. Damn it. The blue-clothed young master was furious and immediately dove down. With a flash, he appeared in front of Qiu Tian and grabbed him by the collar. He asked angrily, who has the Pengu Immortal Stone? Where is he? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. The blue-clothed young master's speed was terrifying. Qiu Tian didn't have time to react at all. The terrifying power suppressed Qiu Tian until he couldn't move. Yanhu's throat was also grabbed by another titled ancient god, and he couldn't break free. Qiu Tian didn't panic at all. He said coldly, so it's for the Pengu Immortal Stone. You've been eyeing it for a long time. Cut the crap. Answer whatever the young master asks. A titled ancient god shouted angrily. Xiao Tian said coldly, I don't know. You're courting death. The blue-clothed young master was furious. Terrifying power erupted as he wanted to kill Xiao Tian with a palm strike. At this moment, a golden flash suddenly appeared. The blue-clothed young master and the three titled ancient gods' expressions changed drastically. How's this possible? The blue-clothed young master widened his eyes in disbelief. Xiao Tian and Yanhu had disappeared instantly. They couldn't react in time. What kind of terrifying speed was that? The person who did it was none other than Feng Wuchen. My lord, they're here for the Pengu Immortal Stone. Xiao Tian said with a frown. The Pengu Immortal Stone? Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. The Pengu Immortal Stone was gone. Feng Wuchen had already completely refined and absorbed the Pengu Immortal Stone. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the rank of a blue-titled ancient god. My lord, Zhang Junlin's aura has disappeared. They must have captured him, Yanhu continued. His expression was extremely fierce. Don't worry, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Zhang Junlan also had an immortal body. Even if something happened to Zhang Junlan, there was no need to worry about him being killed. Who are you people? Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice came from behind them. The blue-clothed young master and the other three turned around in shock. Their shocked gazes fell on Feng Wuchen. How could the speed of a blue-colored titled ancient god be so fast? Young master, the Pengu Immortal Stone is with him. One of the titled ancient gods pointed at Feng Wuchen. The blue-clothed young master quickly regained his senses. His expression was extremely cold as he glared at Feng Wuchen. He shouted angrily, Brat, where's the Pengu Immortal Stone? Hand it over. You captured my men and want the Pengu Immortal Stone? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He suddenly said, No, you didn't capture my men. Otherwise, you would have used them to threaten me. What? Xiao Tian and Yanhu's expressions changed drastically. There were actually other experts who had their eyes on them. Cut the crap. Hand over the Pengu Immortal Stone quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The blue-clothed young master shouted angrily. He had to snatch the Pengu Immortal Stone as soon as possible to prevent alerting the other experts in the mountain. At that time, it would be impossible for them to take the Pengu Immortal Stone away. Try me if you can. Feng Wuchen sneered and even provoked him. Attack. Kill him. Yang Hu. Go and capture the two of them. The blue-clothed young master shouted angrily. He couldn't wait any longer. Bullying with numbers, and you still want to capture my men to threaten me? You're indeed ruthless. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. A vicious killing intent flashed across his eyes. The three blue-titled ancient gods attacked at the same time. They charged toward Feng Wuchen like lightning. Yang Hu flashed in front of Yanhu and Xiao Tian. However, before Yang Hu could make a move, a sword suddenly pierced through his chest. How is this possible? Yang Hu looked at the sword that pierced through his chest in horror. His face was full of disbelief. Yang Hu did not expect that the three of them would not be able to stop Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen could not even save himself, but he still chose to save others. Yang Hu did not notice when Feng Wuchen appeared. He was a blue-titled ancient god. How could he not sense any dangerous aura? It could only be said that Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. Yang Hu! The blue-clothed young master and the other two cried out in fear. Feng Wuchen pulled out the dragon god sword and sneered. You have to pay the price for touching my people. Yang Hu fell, his eyes filled with despair. His life force was quickly disappearing. Yang Hu did not expect that he would die at the hands of Feng Wuchen. Kill them. The young master in blue gritted his teeth and roared. His killing intent was monstrous. The young master in blue was furious. He originally thought that he could successfully snatch the Pengu Immortal Stone, but he did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so powerful. In front of the three blue-titled ancient gods, he could still kill Yang Hu at such a terrifying speed. The three blue-titled ancient gods sent out their 5-star and 6-star Pengu artifacts at the same time. they exploded with full power and killing intent. Come. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. His strong fighting spirit was aroused. Pangu armor and Sun Eye were sent out. Bloodline power and eternal realm power erupted. Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared crazily. His sword intent was monstrous, and his aura was extremely domineering. It gave people a feeling of invincibility. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's combat strength was close to the young master in blue. How can this person's sword intent reach such a level? One of the titled ancient gods was stunned. His combat strength has increased so much. What kind of power is this? The young master in blue was shocked. What domineering power? What kind of bloodline power is this? It's even more terrifying than the ancient mutated beast bloodline of the Saint Realm. Another titled ancient god exclaimed in fear. Feng Wuchen was going all out this time. After all, their opponents were 3 blue-clothed ancient gods, and the blue-clothed young master was close to the pinnacle of blue-clothed ancient gods. Boom! Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword in his hand as he stepped on the void and shot out explosively. His attacks were extremely tyrannical. So fast. The expressions of the 3 changed greatly. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of the blue-clothed young master in the blink of an eye. He slashed down with his sword, bringing with it the power to split Mount Hua. Ding! Buzz! The sword slashed down, and a crisp sound rang out. The domineering power directly sent the blue-clothed young master flying. Amazing! Yanhu couldn't help but exclaim. The effect of the Pangu Immortal Stone is too powerful. Calculating the time, it took less than a day to break through. Xiao Tian said in shock. How is this possible? The blue-clothed young master's eyeballs were about to fly out. The blue-clothed young master said in horror, his strength can completely suppress my strength. That sword strike directly dissolved my strength. Who the hell is he? His combat strength is stronger than Feng Wuchen, but he actually couldn't block Feng Wuchen's sword strike. It's fine if he couldn't block it, but a piercing pain came from his arm and he began to tremble. How terrifying was this sword strike? The other 2 were also shocked. They were completely stunned by Feng Wuchen's valiant strength. One sword strike sent the blue-clothed young master flying. This kind of strength is not something they can withstand. However, they could only brace themselves and continue to attack. A saber and a spear fiercely greeted Feng Wuchen. Your speed is too slow. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, who spoke, didn't make any moves and allowed the 2 to attack. Martial Audiobook, however, when their attacks landed, they realized that it was an illusion. Sword chi projection! The 2 exclaimed at the same time. They didn't know when Feng Wuchen used sword chi projection. Watch out behind! The blue-clothed young master roared and fiercely shot out at the same time. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Puff puff! A domineering sword ray shot out. Even with the blue-clothed young master's warning, the 2 were still hit. They vomited blood on the spot and were sent flying. The domineering sword ray directly injured the 2 of them. When Feng Wuchen attacked with his full strength, his strength was absolutely domineering and terrifying. He is behind us. Why can't I sense his aura? What kind of movement technique is this? A titled ancient god was frightened and couldn't understand. Is he really a blue-clothed titled ancient god? Why is the difference in strength so huge? The other titled ancient god was completely frightened. They couldn't even withstand one strike. It was too demoralizing. Their combat strength was on a completely different level. Panga technique. 10,000 Heaven Seal. The blue-clothed young master, who couldn't provide support in time, was furious. He immediately used Panga technique and condensed a huge energy seal. Go to hell! The blue-clothed young master roared. He waved one hand and the energy seal fiercely smashed down on Feng Wuchen. Swish! In the next second, a golden sword ray slashed across the center of the energy seal. The energy seal was split into 2. Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword and shot out from the middle like a golden flash. His speed was extremely fast. What? The blue-clothed young master's expression changed drastically. Intense fear surged in his heart. A sword ray broke his Panga technique. How is this possible? too powerful, he had never seen such a powerful blue clove titled Ancient God. Can you block my sword? Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye and sneered. Feng Wuchen's terrifying gaze frightened the blue-clothed young master so much that his body trembled. 6-star Pangu armor. Gu Yuan protection. The terrified blue-clothed young master roared and condensed an energy shield with all his strength. He really didn't have the confidence to block this sword. He could only defend with all his strength. Boom. Crack. Puff. The domineering sword slashed the energy shield. The domineering sword ray burst out and shattered the energy shield. At the same time, the blue-clothed young master vomited blood and was sent flying. Young master! The two titled ancient gods shouted in fear. His strength actually ignored my defense. How can he be so powerful? The blue-clothed young master roared in his heart. Feng Wuchen was fighting against 4 people and had actually crushed them with overwhelming strength. How could they believe this? TSK, TSK. What a powerful blue-clove titled ancient god. He can still fight against 4 people so easily. His speed and strength far exceed his opponents. Moreover, his movement technique is very mysterious. This person's achievements in the sword principle domain are extremely high. Moreover, his bloodline power is extremely domineering. I really don't know who nurtured such a genius. He seems to be a blue clove titled ancient god, but he gives off the feeling that he is a purple clove titled ancient god. He hasn't even used his true strength. The experts on the celestial mountain were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength. Did this lad hide his cultivation? Previously, he was only a blue clove titled ancient god. In less than a day, how did he become a blue clove titled ancient god? A red clove titled ancient god who was hiding in the dark was dumbfounded. He became a blue clove titled ancient god in a day. How could there be such a powerful blue titled ancient god? The young master in blue could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. You don't have the strength and you still want to snatch things? I think you are tired of living. Feng Wuchen sneered. He did not seem to move, but in a few flashes, he had already arrived in front of the young master in blue. The young master in blue was so frightened that he stepped back and almost fell. Don't be nervous. You should be glad that you did not hurt my people. So, I won't kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered. Realizing that he had made a fool of himself and that Feng Wuchen could kill him at any time, the young master in blue was furious. His pale face was as ferocious as a tiger. He wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. However, the young master in blue knew that he did not have the strength to do so. However, how could the young master in blue let it go? He did not want the Pangu Immortal Rock anymore. This kid has the Pangu Immortal Rock with him. He exchanged it with the great alchemist. He must have the Pangu Origin Rock with him. Everyone, snatch it. The young master in blue suddenly shouted. Feng Wuchen's face changed when he heard that. Oh no. Xiao Tian and Yan Hu were both shocked. This bastard. Some experts who were hiding in the dark were furious. They did not expect the young master in blue to mention the Pangu Immortal Rock. Pangu Immortal Rock? The young master in blue's roar reverberated through the Immortal Mountain. Many experts' faces changed. In an instant, all the experts on the Immortal Mountain were alarmed. One had to admit that the young master in blue's roar was very effective. Surging and terrifying auras instantly erupted from all parts of the Immortal Mountain. Brat, even if I can't get the Pangu Immortal Rock, all of you will die. The young master in blue roared ferociously. He wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with the help of other experts. The young master in blue was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Young Master Zhou, is what you said true? He really has the Pangu Immortal Rock with him? A deep voice suddenly sounded. That's right. I guarantee with my head. The Pangu Immortal Rock is with him. The young master in blue shouted. Swish. Swish. After a short while, several powerful titled ancient gods appeared in a flash, emitting extremely terrifying auras. There were even 2 white-colored titled ancient gods. The other titled ancient gods also appeared one after another. My lord, dozens of experts in the mountain have been alerted. We still don't know where Zhang Junlan is. What should we do now? Qiu Tian frowned deeply. My lord, just summon the Saint Realm beasts to deal with them. Yanhu gritted his teeth in anger. Let's go. Feng Wuchen immediately disappeared with Qiu Tian and Yanhu. Their auras have disappeared. What a powerful movement technique. From the looks of it, there is indeed a Pengu immortal stone. A white-colored titled ancient god exclaimed. Everyone, chase after him. Don't let them escape, a gold-colored titled ancient god shouted. A white-colored titled ancient god shouted, the Pengu immortal stone will belong to whoever captures them. The dozens of titled ancient gods immediately gave chase. Stinking brat. You can't run away. The blue-clothed young master shouted angrily. Young Master Zhou, you've ruined our plans. At this moment, a cold and murderous voice was heard. Who's there? Young Master Zhou shouted angrily. A sword gleam flashed past, and young Master Zhou's head flew off. Young Master. The two blue-colored titled ancient gods were shocked. When by shock the person who attacked was extremely fast. They did not even see him. Tsk tisk. In the next second, their heads were instantly chopped off. Leader. There are two white-colored titled ancient gods chasing after that brat. They're not easy to deal with, a red-colored titled ancient god said with a frown. That brat's movement technique is not simple. They might not be able to catch up to him. Pass down the order to send more people after him. We must snatch the Pengu immortal stone back, the leader said coldly. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen, Qiu Tian, and Yanhu appeared in a valley out of thin air. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, that bastard is really sinister. Even if he doesn't want the Pengu immortal stone, he still wants to kill us. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Yanhu heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they had an immortal body, who could withstand the pain of being ganged up on? My lord, what about Zhang Junlan? Qiu Tian asked. Feng Wuchen said, don't worry. No matter where they go, I know where little Zhang is. Little Zhang should be unconscious. His aura is very weak. After an hour, when they've scattered, we'll look for little Zhang. That group of people should be looking for us. My lord, the Pengu immortal stone is so rare. How long do we have to stay in the Holy Land? Yanhu asked. Feng Wuchen sighed softly and said, a month. If we can't find the Pengu immortal stone, we'll leave. An hour later, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing came out of the 5x space ring. Little Zhang is not far from us. They're also looking for us. Let's go and see who they are. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The power of his life spirit had already sensed Zhang Junlan's soul essence. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others arrived at a towering immortal mountain. Swish. Swish. Swish, the moment Feng Wuchen and the others appeared, 3 titled ancient gods appeared in a flash. The heavens are really helping us. You actually delivered yourselves to us. A purple-colored titled ancient god sneered. He was very surprised. This was simply a gift from the heavens. Release my people, Feng Wuchen said faintly. However, it felt like an order. I'm very curious. How did you know that we captured your people? How did you find us? The red-colored titled ancient god frowned and asked. Release them. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. Hand over the Pengu immortal stone and we'll release them immediately, the leading titled ancient god said coldly. I don't care who you are, and I don't want to know. If you don't release them, don't blame me for not warning you, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous sneer. You're just a blue-colored titled ancient god. Even if you can defeat Zhou Badong, you're no different from an ant in our eyes, a purple-colored titled ancient god sneered disdainfully. If you don't hand over the Pengu immortal stone, you won't be able to keep your people alive. You better think carefully, another purple-colored titled ancient god sneered. The 3 of them completely ignored Feng Wuchen's threat. I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it, Feng Wuchen said coldly. At the same time, his bloodline power erupted. Feng Wuchen quickly locked onto a great emperor mutated beast and summoned it directly. Roar. The space shook and a whirlpool suddenly formed. Then, an angry roar sounded and a huge head popped out of the whirlpool. Mutated beast. The expressions of the three titled ancient gods changed drastically. They were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen could actually summon a great emperor mutated beast anytime and anywhere. Let's go quickly. The leading titled ancient god shouted in fear. He didn't even dare to stay for half a moment. Brat! Aren't you afraid that we'll kill your men? A titled ancient god roared. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill them. Feng Wuchen shrugged nonchalantly. Zhang Junlan had an immortal body, so Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. Forget it. Let's go, the leading red-colored titled ancient god shouted angrily. He used his movement techniques and used all his strength to escape. The other two purple-colored titled ancient gods were also fleeing in fear. They had not expected Feng Wuchen to be able to summon a great emperor-level mutated beast. Feng Wuchen's dragon god's bloodline had the demon emperor bloodline. The demon emperor bloodline could suppress all mutated beast bloodlines and summon them at will. Brat! We won't let you off, a titled ancient god roared furiously in the distance. Roar! The gigantic mutated beast roared again. It came out of the whirlpool and chased after them like a crazed wolf. Kill them if you can, Feng Wuchen ordered. The great emperor-level mutated beast did not dare to disobey Feng Wuchen's order. A terrifying aura locked onto them. The three titled ancient gods were scared out of their wits. This was the first time they were being chased by a terrifying great emperor-level mutated beast. Although the great emperor-level mutated beast was huge, its speed was terrifying. In a few blinks of an eye, it had already caught up with one of the purple-colored titled ancient gods. Roar! The great emperor-level mutated beast roared and slammed its claw down mercilessly. No! No! Leader, save me, the purple-colored titled ancient god screamed in fear, his eyes filled with despair. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend a freak like Feng Wuchen. Boom! The claw slammed down mercilessly. With a loud explosion, the purple-colored titled ancient god was reduced to a bloody mist. He was reduced to ashes. The leader and the other purple-colored titled ancient god were scared out of their wits. An emperor-level mutated beast was too terrifying. TSK, a heavenly emperor realm beast is indeed terrifying. Lu Qingyang sneered proudly. That's because they asked for it. Prisoner Tian shrugged. Don't even think about escaping from the hands of a demonic emperor realm beast. Yanhu said. The great emperor-level ferocious beast glanced into the distance and chased after them again. The great monarch beast chased after them. Wherever it went, the titled ancient gods on the various celestial mountains were shocked. Their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Why would an emperor realm beast appear here, who was so bold, he actually dared to provoke an emperor realm beast? Was he tired of living? Leader! It had caught up. What should we do? The purple-colored titled ancient god asked in fear. His body was trembling violently, and his heart was beating rapidly. The leader didn't say anything. His pale face was filled with fear. Right now, he could only run for his life. However, was it even possible to escape from an emperor realm beast? Boom! The heavenly monarch realm beast instantly closed in on the ancient god emperor, and with another ferocious claw, another purple-colored titled ancient god emperor was turned into a mist of blood. You're the only one left. You can't escape. The heavenly monarch realm beast roared and chased after him. The result was needless to say. The leader was also turned into a mist of blood. Good kill. Yanhu said, venting his anger. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. The great emperor realm is indeed powerful. One claw to kill one. Let's see who else wants to snatch the Pangu immortal stone. At this time, the heavenly monarch realm beast flew back and looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully. Little brother, can you tell me what race you are? Why do you have the bloodline of the demonic emperor realm beast? The beast asked cautiously. Dragon gods. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I merged with the bloodline of the demonic emperor realm beast. Thank you for your help just now. Dragon race? Merged with the bloodline of the demonic emperor realm beast? The beast turned pale with fright. That was the bloodline of the demonic Emperor Realm Beast. How could he merge with it just like that? Are you from the same race as Emperor Yinglong? The beast asked again. No, I don't know Emperor Yinglong, nor have I seen him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. No, no problem. The beast shook its head repeatedly. It was so scared that it broke out in cold sweat. How could it dare to have a problem? Did it want to die? Oh right, do you know where to find the Pangu Immortal Stone? Feng Wuchen asked. The Pangu Immortal Stone is very rare. Even in the depths, it might not be found. I don't know where it is. The beast replied respectfully. Alright, you can go back. Feng Wuchen said disappointedly. Lu Qingyang and the others were also very disappointed. They thought that the Heavenly Monarch Realm Beast would know where to find the Pangu Immortal Stone. Unexpectedly, even the Heavenly Monarch Realm Beast in the depths didn't know. This showed how rare the Pangu Immortal Stone was. Oh right, go back and ask the other beasts. If there are any Pangu Immortal Stones, tell me. I will stay in this sage realm for a month. Feng Wuchen said. Yes. The beast replied respectfully and then flew away. I really hope that it can bring back a lot of Pangu Immortal Stones. Yenhu whispered. Lu Qingyang said helplessly, I think so too. Feng Wuchen was just saying it casually. He didn't have much hope of finding the Pangu Immortal Stones. Seeing the beast leave, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, let's go. Little Zhang is still unconscious. Zhang Junlan was still unconscious at the moment and was not injured. Feng Wuchen and the others didn't stay. They carried the unconscious Zhang Junlan and flew to the Sage Lake. The Pangu Immortal Stone was too rare and very popular. As long as one Pangu Immortal Stone appeared, Sage Realm titled Ancient Gods would definitely fight. Everyone wanted to obtain the Pangu Immortal Stone to improve their cultivation. The temptation was very scary. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the Sage Lake. Zhang Junlan also woke up at this time. Little Zhang, are you okay? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Teacher, what happened to me? Zhang Junlan was puzzled. He still felt some pain at the back of his neck. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, you were knocked out and taken away. We just saved you and are about to reach the Sage Lake. The Sage Lake was very huge and boundless. It was very spectacular. Just as Yu Guan said, the spirit energy in the Sage Lake was very strong. There were many titled ancient gods cultivating around the Sage Lake. There were hundreds of titled ancient gods. There were quite a number of black-colored and white-colored titled ancient gods. Feng Wuchen and the others had just appeared and instantly felt the auras of many experts locking onto them. However, they disappeared very quickly. No one attacked Feng Wuchen and the others. Big brother Feng, where can we find the Pangu Immortal Stone in such a huge sage lake? Lu Qingyang was stunned. Xiao Tian and Yenhu were also stunned. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing looked at Feng Wuchen. Wasn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? They might not find it even if they searched for a year, let alone a month. Mystic Light Great Emperor, how do we find it? Feng Wuchen asked with a voice transmission. Even if they knew that the Pangu Immortal Stone was in the Sage Lake, they still needed to know the exact location. Emperor Peerless should have marked it left and right. Try to use the ancestor of soul power to sense it, Mystic Light Great Emperor said. Feng Wuchen immediately used the ancestor of soul power to sense it. There was a reaction instantly. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and said, found it. There is indeed a mark. Mark? Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. It was their first time here. How could there be a mark on the sacred lake? Teacher, I can't sense anything. Zhang Junlan tried to use his soul power to sense the lake, but there was no response. Let's go and see if we can find the Pangu Origin Stone and Pangu Immortal Stone. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly and dived down. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest followed behind. In order not to attract the attention of others, Feng Wuchen and the rest flew along the surface of the lake at a low altitude. Flying along the surface of the lake at a low altitude would not affect the cultivation of others. Secondly, they could enjoy the cool water vapor of the lake. Swish, just as Feng Wuchen and the rest dived down, a figure suddenly appeared and stopped them. It was a blue-colored titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. This is not a place where you can come. Hurry up and leave," the white-robed man said expressionlessly. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes. "If you can come, why can't we? Does the sacred lake belong to you? You are obviously discriminating against us," Miao Qingqing said angrily. "With your cultivation, you are not even qualified to enter the sage realm, let alone cultivate in the sacred lake. Do you understand? Even if I don't stop you, someone else will. Hurry up and get lost," the white-robed man said impolitely. "Who set this rule?" Feng Wuchen asked. "There are no rules. After a long time, they become rules." The man in white curled up his lips, revealing an arrogant attitude. "What if we insist on staying?" Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. "If you insist on staying, what awaits you is death." "I hope you can give it a try," the white-robed man sneered. "Big brother Feng, this be asterisk starred as arrogant," Lu Qingyang said gloomily. The more he looked, the more annoyed he was. "You are right. He is indeed arrogant." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Why? Do you want to fight? Why don't you try?" The white-robed man smiled brightly. Boom, Feng Wuchen suddenly punched out. With an explosive sound, the tyrannical power directly sent the man flying. The white-robed man was greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen's attack was too fast. He didn't even have time to react. "So what if I touched you? Is your status very honorable? Or do you think you are very strong?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. "You're courting death." The white-robed man's anger soared to the heavens, and the full power of a blue-titled ancient god erupted. From Feng Wuchen's punch, the white-robed man could guess that Feng Wuchen was also a blue-colored titled ancient god. Buzz! A terrifying power erupted and engulfed everything. The space around the holy lake suddenly trembled. Gales raged and huge waves rolled on the surface of the lake. The sudden and frightening power instantly alarmed the titled ancient gods who were cultivating near the sacred lake. One by one, they opened their eyes. Bang! Feng Wuchen stepped on the void, and a spiderweb-like crack appeared where he stepped on. His figure shot out fiercely, launching a frenzied attack on the white-robed man. Boom! 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 Buzz! The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Their powers collided violently, and explosions sounded continuously. The raging waves on the lake became more and more terrifying. Who dares to fight in the holy lake? Don't you know the consequences of disturbing others' cultivation? A black-colored titled ancient god's expression was extremely gloomy. A blue-colored titled ancient god? What's going on? Why are they fighting? A gold-colored titled ancient god asked, puzzled. He's young Master Lu's man. A white-robed titled ancient god recognized the white-robed man. Isn't that the Great Guardian? That's right. It's the Great Guardian. The Great Guardian has actually come to the Holy Land. A black-colored titled ancient god exclaimed in shock. Great Guardian? The Great Guardian of the ancient god pavilion? He's the Great Guardian? Another black-colored titled ancient god beside him was also shocked. Master. It's Master. A white-colored titled ancient god turned pale with fright. Lord Feng. Lord Feng has come to the Holy Land. Another white-colored titled ancient god exclaimed in shock. Teacher. An old man's eyes widened, and he looked extremely excited. In the sky above the lake, the battle was very intense, but it also ended very quickly. Facing Feng Wuchen's crazy attacks, the white-robed man only lasted for 2 minutes. After that, he was continuously beaten up by Feng Wuchen. In terms of speed and strength, he was completely suppressed by Feng Wuchen. After dozens of punches, the white-robed man's entire body was completely deformed. His injuries were very serious. A blue-colored titled ancient god dared to be arrogant in front of Feng Wuchen. He was really courting death. Stop hitting me. I beg you, please stop hitting me. The white-robed man begged weakly. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He had not expected to meet such a freak. With just the strength of his physical body, he was beaten until his entire body was deformed. You were the one who asked me to hit you. I'm having a good time now. You want me to stop now? That's a little difficult. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. His fists never stopped attacking. Stop. An angry shout suddenly sounded. It was deafening. The surging aura was soul-stirring. This was the aura of a black-colored titled ancient god. Boom. Feng Wuchen kicked out fiercely and sent the white-robed man flying. He did not care whether he was dead or alive. Lad, you have disturbed my young master's cultivation. A gloomy voice sounded. This has nothing to do with me. This bastard insisted on stopping me. He even said that I was not qualified. He even asked me to hit him. I had no choice. After all, I could not refuse such a request. You have to say, after hitting him, I felt very comfortable. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and laughed. Immediately, he wanted to leave. What? You want to leave now after beating up my men? I did not agree to let you go. A cold voice sounded. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen looked toward the source of the voice. He laughed coldly and said, So it's your dog. No wonder he wants to bite everyone he sees. After Feng Wuchen said that, the titled ancient gods below were shocked. They broke out in cold sweat. Does this lad want to die? How dare he talk to young Master Lu like that? This lad is very arrogant. Does he really think that he is powerful just because he defeated a blue-colored titled ancient god? Young Master Lu is a white-colored titled ancient god. He will not have a good ending if he is arrogant in front of young Master Lu. Moreover, he hit young Master Lu's man. Many titled ancient gods shook their heads. An extremely terrifying murderous aura suddenly spread from the celestial mountain below. Then, it exploded with surging power. Swish swish swish. 7 titled ancient gods appeared in a flash and trapped Feng Wuchen in the middle. Lad, you are quite bold. A cold laugh sounded. Then, a young man floated up from the celestial mountain. This person was young Master Lu, Lu Huayang. His cultivation had reached the peak of the white-colored titled ancient god. His strength was extremely terrifying. He was one of the top geniuses in the 35th heaven. Are they your men? Lu Huayang glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest and asked coldly. Yes, they are my men. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. Kill them. Lu Huayang ordered coldly. You can try. Feng Wuchen smirked dangerously. Kill. Lu Huayang shouted. Lu Huayang was never in danger. Anyone who threatened him had to die. A golden titled ancient god shot out without hesitation, and his murderous aura locked onto Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Feng Wuchen's face turned cold as he activated his space divine power. In an instant, Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang appeared behind Feng Wuchen. Oh? This is space divine power? Lu Huayang looked over in shock. Space divine power? The titled ancient gods on the celestial mountain below were also shocked. Boy, how are you related to the Dark Eye Emperor? Lu Huayang asked. The Dark Eye Emperor was the first person that came to Lu Huayang's mind. After all, Feng Wuchen was only a blue-colored titled ancient god. The space divine power that he released was not strong, but it was very domineering. Feng Wuchen smirked. Does it have anything to do with you? Of course it doesn't. Even if the Dark Eye Emperor comes, you will die, Lu Huayang said fiercely. Feng Wuchen's attitude and the way he spoke made him very unhappy. Is that so? You can try. Feng Wuchen smirked as he activated his bloodline power. Feng Wuchen was definitely not a match for a peak white-colored titled ancient god. Hence, summoning a beast was a wise move. At the same time, it could intimidate the other titled ancient gods. In this way, Feng Wuchen could find the Pangu Origin Stone and Pangu Celestial Stone smoothly. You are just a blue-colored titled ancient god. Do you really think that you can compete with young Master Lu just because you have space divine power? A titled ancient god shook his head and smirked. This space divine power is very domineering. It doesn't seem to be the Dark Eye Emperor's space divine power. His space divine power is even more terrifying, another titled ancient god said with a frown. Who cares who he is? This is the Panga sacred land. So what if he is from the Dark Eye Emperor? Even if he is from the Supreme Main Temple, it is normal to die in the sacred land, a white-colored titled ancient god said. Kill. Leave no one alive. Lu Huayang ordered. Understood. The 7 titled ancient gods immediately took action. Big brother Feng, they are courting death. Lu Qingyang sneered. Then let's send them on their way. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was about to summon the Emperor Realm Beast. Reporting to the Great Guardian, do you need me to kill him? At that moment, a respectful voice sounded. An extremely terrifying aura instantly suppressed the 7 titled ancient gods. A black titled ancient god. The 7 titled ancient gods turned pale with fright. He Kong. Lu Huayang's expression immediately changed. He knew who it was from the voice. Ancient God Pavilion, He Kong. Wait, what did he just say? Did I hear wrongly? He called this kid the Great Guardian? That's right. He Kong indeed addressed him as Great Guardian. Could he be the mysterious Great Guardian? The titled ancient gods on the celestial mountain were all dumbfounded. He Kong was an expert from the ancient god pavilion. If he addressed Feng Wuchen as Great Guardian, that meant that Feng Wuchen was the Great Guardian of the ancient god pavilion. My lord, there are people from the ancient god pavilion in the sage realm. Qiu Tian exclaimed. Feng Wuchen did not expect it either. He was also surprised. Swish. Swish, in the next second, more than 10 titled ancient gods appeared and bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Master, as long as you give the order, I will kill them immediately. While everyone was still in shock, another respectful voice sounded. The terrifying aura of the white titled ancient gods spread out. Moreover, there were 5 of them. Once this was said, Lu Huayang and the rest were stunned again. The Great Guardian of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Everyone was shocked again. The Great Guardian of the Ancient God Pavilion, the Master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, how terrifying was his identity. In the blink of an eye, 5 white-titled ancient gods appeared and bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. So it is the Great Guardian of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Feng Wuchen nodded. This was the first time that Feng Wuchen had seen them. Although the Divine Elixir Pavilion had submitted to Feng Wuchen had never been to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Therefore, he did not know anyone from the Divine Elixir Pavilion. No wonder Feng Wuchen did not take Lu Huayang seriously. No wonder he dared to fight at the Holy Lake. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he had such a terrifying background. However, what they did not know was that Feng Wuchen did not expect that there would be experts from the Ancient God Pavilion and the Divine Elixir Pavilion in the Sage Realm. Master? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. She exclaimed, Husband, are they from the Divine Elixir Pavilion? It can't be? So many acquaintances? Lu Qingyang opened his eyes wide. Feng Wuchen was stunned again. There were actually people from the Divine Elixir Pavilion in the Sage Realm, however, it made sense. The Panga Sacred Land was a sacred place for titled ancient gods to cultivate. It was not strange for titled ancient gods from the Ancient God Pavilion and the Divine Elixir Pavilion to appear in the Sage Realm. However, the shock was not over yet. Disciple Zhuang Yuncheng pays his respects to teacher. At this moment, an old and respectful voice sounded. White titled ancient god alchemist. The titled ancient god of the Holy Lake once again received a 1,000,000 times critical hit. The white titled ancient god alchemist actually called Feng Wuchen teacher. Oh my god, who is this person? Is there such a terrifying freak in the Panga Sacred Land? This is 2F** King Scary. Zhuang Yuncheng? Feng Wuchen was stunned. There was actually a disciple teaching. An old figure appeared. It was Zhuang Yuncheng. Disciple pays his respects to teacher. Zhuang Yuncheng bowed respectfully again. He was extremely excited. After the lesson in the Sacred Hall of Ancient Alchemy, Zhuang Yuncheng had never thought that he would meet such a terrifying alchemist like Feng Wuchen. So it's you. I didn't expect to meet you in the holy territory. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yes, your alchemist realm has increased quite a bit. It seems like you have comprehended a lot. It's all thanks to teacher's guidance that disciples' alchemist realm could improve so quickly. Zhuang Yincheng said excitedly. He wished that he could be taught by Feng Wuchen again. If Feng Wuchen was willing, Zhuang Yincheng was absolutely confident that he could break through to become a black-titled ancient god alchemist today. Disciple will remember teacher's kindness for the rest of his life. This time, disciple has come to the holy territory with many experts from the emperor's immortal palace. If teacher needs anything, please let me know, Zhuang Yincheng said respectfully. The entire place was deathly silent. The titled ancient gods who had looked down on Feng Wuchen all shut their mouths. Their expressions were filled with fear. Lu Huayang was also frightened. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. He looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he found that he could not speak. Feng Wuchen was just about to say something when a figure suddenly flashed over. Reporting to Lord Feng, this subordinate is the eldest disciple of the Sacred Hall of Ancient Alchemy. This subordinate has already given the order. The experts of the Sacred Hall of Ancient Alchemy are rushing over from the depths, a golden-titled ancient god said respectfully. Rushing over from the depths. The moment this was said, the experts of the Holy Lake were scared out of their wits. Rushing over from the depths? Wouldn't that mean that they were emperor-level experts? From the depths? Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were also stunned. Your great elder's grandson? Feng Wuchen looked at the man in shock. He only remembered after a long time. Yes. The man replied respectfully. It turned out that he was the grandson of the great elder of the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall. No wonder he could command the great emperors. This terrifying identity was not something Lu Huayang could compare to. Is the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall here to look for herbs? Feng Wuchen asked. After all, it was an alchemist force. They needed all kinds of herbs and materials. Lord Feng, the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall will send people to the sacred land to look for herbs and materials every year. This time, there are a total of 6 great emperors and 18 black and white titled ancient gods. There are also many titled ancient gods scattered around, the man replied respectfully. Hiss. The titled ancient gods of the sacred lake all sucked in a cold breath of air in fear. 6 great emperors and 18 black and white titled ancient gods. This terrifying lineup was very powerful in the sacred land. Lu Huayang and the 7 titled ancient gods almost fainted from shock. No wonder the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall has so many precious herbs. There are so many people coming every year. Feng Wuchen nodded. Swish swish swish. At this moment, 6 figures appeared. They were the 6 great emperors of the ancient alchemy Sacred Hall. Their terrifying aura was like a tsunami. It was breathtaking. 2 of them were great emperors. When they were teaching, they had also received guidance from Feng Wuchen. Greetings, Lord Feng. The 6 great emperors knelt on one knee respectfully. No need to be so polite. Get up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Thank you, Lord Feng. The 6 great emperors thanked him respectfully. This scene shocked the titled ancient gods of the sacred lake. They were petrified and did not move. Gulp. Lu Huayang swallowed his saliva in fear. His face was as pale as paper and his body was trembling violently. The 7 titled ancient gods were so scared that they became vegetative. Big Brother Feng is truly awe-inspiring. When our dragon's soul reaches the 36th layer of heaven, I also want a protector position. At that time it will be my turn to be awe-inspiring. Lu Qingyang was extremely excited. Miao Qingqing said in a low voice, with your cultivation level, you want to be a guardian? Stop dreaming. Swish. Swish. Immediately after, 18 figures appeared at the same time. They were the 18 black and white titled ancient gods of the ancient alchemy temple. The aura that spread out from each of their bodies was extremely terrifying. In addition, they were also powerhouses of the ancient alchemy shrine. Without a certain status, they did not dare to provoke them at all. Greetings, Lord Feng. The 18 black and white titled ancient gods knelt on one knee respectfully. Get up, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He really didn't expect that a trip to the Holy Lake would bring so many helpers. Thank you, Lord Feng. The 18 ancient gods thanked him respectfully. In the blink of an eye, several dozen powerhouses appeared on Feng Wuchen's side. Such a lineup could completely suppress all the titled ancient gods of the Holy Lake. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Feng Wuchen was the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion was enough to intimidate all of them. If they offended the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, they could forget about taking the test in this lifetime. Feng Wuchen asked, "Who are they?" The young master of the white titled ancient gods should have some background, right? Lord Feng, Lu Huayang is at the 30th or 50th heaven. The young master of the Sky Martial Temple, Hall Master Lu Kuei, is at the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. Lord Feng can give the order to destroy the Sky Martial Temple at any time, a Great Emperor powerhouse said respectfully. No. Lu Huayang exclaimed in fear. So it's a Great Emperor powerhouse. No wonder you are so arrogant, Yanhu said coldly. Weren't you very arrogant and mighty just now? Why are you so scared now? Lu Qingyang asked sarcastically. Lord Feng, I know my mistake. Please spare my life. Lu Huayang begged in fear and immediately knelt down. Now you know your mistake? What were you doing earlier? Yanhu shouted angrily. If they had known about Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, they would not have dared to offend him even if they had 10,000 guts. Great Guardian, how should we deal with them? He Kong of the ancient god pavilion asked respectfully. Lu Huayang offended the Great Guardian and wanted to kill them. Kill him. A black-titled ancient god shouted angrily. That's right. Offending Lord Feng is the same as offending the ancient alchemy sacred hall. We must kill him. The experts of the ancient alchemy sacred hall shouted angrily. Lord Feng, please don't. I know my mistake. I really know my mistake. Please spare my life, Lu Huayang cried and kowtowed desperately. The other 7 titled ancient gods also kowtowed and begged. Husband, let's forget it. They did not hurt us. Let's just treat it as teaching them a lesson, Ling Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. This beautiful fairy was Lord Feng's wife, they must remember her face and never offend her in the future, all the titled ancient gods thought so. Okay, I'll listen to my wife, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Lu Huayang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Surviving was more important than anything else. Although they can avoid death, they can't escape punishment. Break their arms and legs and ask them to leave, Feng Wuchen ordered. Thank you, Lord Feng, for sparing our lives, Lu Huayang and the others said respectfully. If you want to thank someone, thank my wife. If not for her, I would have killed all of you, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Thank you, Lady Feng, for sparing our lives, Lu Huayang and the others said respectfully again. Although their arms and legs would be broken, they had no complaints. After all, Feng Wuchen had spared their lives. Do it. He Kong immediately ordered. In the blink of an eye, Lu Huayang and the other 7 titled ancient gods had their arms and legs broken. No one dared to cry out. The intense, bone-piercing pain almost made them faint. Scram! He Kong shouted angrily. Lu Huayang and the others did not dare to stay. They immediately ran for their lives, afraid that Feng Wuchen would change his mind. Xiaoxiao, aren't you too soft-hearted? If not for them, we would have been in trouble, Lu Qingyang said with some dissatisfaction. He had never thought of letting Lu Huayang and the others go. This? Ling Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. My lord's wife, being kind is not a bad thing, Qiu Tian said lightly. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Qiu Tian is right. You don't have to worry too much about it, my wife. Brother Lu, don't worry about them, Miao Qingqing said with a smile. Lu Qingyang pursed his lips. Okay, go and cultivate. If you find any precious herbs, keep them for me, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Yes, my lord. He Kong and the others returned to their original positions to cultivate. Master, if there's anything you need, I'm ready to help, Zhuang Yunchong said respectfully. Then, he descended. The holy lake was dead silent. The titled ancient gods did not dare to make a sound. They were secretly glad that they did not make a move. Let's go. It's time for us to search for treasures. Hopefully, we can get the Pangu Immortal Stone and Pangu Source Stone, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. If we can find them, we can all break through to become titled ancient gods. Father, please bless us. Lu Qingyang said with a smile. He kept praying in his heart. End of chapter. Is Lord Feng really the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? Isn't he too young? I heard that the great guardian is a great emperor expert. Lord Feng is only a blue-colored titled ancient god. How can he be the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? Who said that a blue-colored titled ancient god can't be the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? Don't forget that the ancient alchemy sacred hall calls him Lord Feng. He's also Zhuang Yuncheng's teacher. Lower your voices. Regardless of whether it's Lord Feng or the great guardian, we can't afford to offend them. After Feng Wuchen and the rest left, the titled ancient gods in the sacred lake were discussing softly. Brother He Kong, is he really the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? A white-colored titled ancient god beside He Kong was stunned for a long time before he asked in disbelief. That's right. He Kong nodded slightly and said, don't underestimate the great guardian because he's only a blue-colored titled ancient god. I don't know how to describe how terrifying he is. Don't know how to describe? The white-colored titled ancient god was stunned. Indescribably terrifying, He Kong really didn't know how to describe how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Because Feng Wuchen was scarier than he had imagined. Anyway, don't offend him. Tell everyone you know. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you, He Kong said solemnly. The white-colored titled ancient god swallowed his saliva in fear and broke out in cold sweat. At that moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had arrived at the center of the sacred lake. Brother Feng, where is it exactly? Lu Qingyang asked. They couldn't see the shore from the center of the sacred lake. It was as if they had lost their sense of direction. It's below the lake, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The ancestor of soul power's reaction came from below the sacred lake. Husband, can you sense the Pangu origin stone? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. I can't. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Then, he descended and entered the sacred lake. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang followed behind. If they could, the Pangu Immortal Stone and Pangu Origin Stone would have long disappeared. The ancestor of soul force came from the bottom of the lake. This meant that Emperor Peerless had obtained the Pangu Origin Stone at the bottom of the lake. It had been millions of years since then. After millions of years, Feng Wuchen believed that many Pangu Origin Stones must have been produced, if the rumor was true, and there were Pangu Immortal Stones near the Pangu Origin Stone. Feng Wuchen and the others would be overjoyed. Ancient Devil Eye. Feng Wuchen used his eye technique to scan his surroundings. The sacred lake was several hundred meters deep. The deeper one went, the darker it became. It was strange and mysterious. The more it was like this, the more frightening it was. It was eerily silent underwater. He couldn't sense anything. Feng Wuchen and the others relied on the light emitted by their powers and quickly dived to the bottom of the lake. Husband, this eerie feeling. Could there be some kind of terrifying mutated beast? I feel like something is watching us. Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice to Feng Wuchen. She was a little scared. Brother Feng, I'm a little scared too. I can't sense or see anything. It's quite scary. Miaqingqing transmitted her voice to Feng Wuchen. Mutated beasts won't dare to come close to us. Don't be afraid. The spiritual qi at the bottom of the lake is thin. I don't think anyone is cultivating here. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice to Miaqingqing. The bloodline of the dragon gods was terrifying. Even the ancient mutated beasts couldn't withstand it. How would they dare to come close? 5200 However, Feng Wuchen was also puzzled. The surface of the sacred lake was emitting an enormous amount of spiritual qi. But why was the spiritual qi at the bottom of the lake so thin? Teacher, I can sense the weak power of the ancestor of soul force. Zhang Junlan suddenly transmitted his voice. Yes. That's where the Pangu Origin Stone was born. I hope we can find it. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice to Feng Wuchen. He was excited and looking forward to it. After Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the bottom of the lake, they moved in the direction of the ancestor of soul force. Teacher, it's over there. Zhang Junlan transmitted his voice and pointed at a large rock not far away. Rather than a large rock, it was more like a small mountain. A group of rocky mountains at the bottom of the lake. When they arrived in front of the small mountain, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, the ancestor of soul force is indeed domineering. It hasn't disappeared even after millions of years. Master's ancestor of soul force has locked onto this large mountain. It seems like the Pengu origin stone is in this mountain. After millions of years, it must have nurtured the Pengu origin stone. The ancestor of soul force was activated. The ancestor of soul force that sealed the small mountain was absorbed by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen threw a light punch. With a muffled sound, the domineering force blasted a spiderweb-like crack on the large mountain. Wisps of weak white light shone out from the spiderweb-like crack. Pengu origin stone. Zhang Junlan and Lu Qingyang were overjoyed. Husband. There is indeed a Pengu origin stone. Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice excitedly. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. He immediately took out the dragon god sword and dug out the surface of the rock. In the next second, rays of white light shone out. They were extremely obvious in the dark lake bottom. They could be seen clearly within 10 meters. At the same time, dozens of Pengu origin stones fell along with the rocks. This was only the part that fell. Master. Is this small mountain full of Pengu origin stones? Yanhu's excited voice transmitted. Quickly, pry open the surface of the rock. Lu Qingyang transmitted his voice excitedly. The few of them took out the Pengu sword and dug out the rock excitedly. The more Feng Wuchen and the others dug, the more excited they became. After digging out the rock, they found Pengu origin stones, that's right. A small mountain of Pengu origin stones. Feng Wuchen and the others were dumbfounded. They actually found a small mountain of Pengu origin stones, which were extremely rare. Of course, it took millions of years to nurture a small mountain of Pengu origin stones. This showed how precious and rare Pengu origin stones were. Haha. Brother Feng, we're rich now. Haha. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. The joy of finding treasures was just that great. Master, this is all Pengu origin stones. Every one of them is terrifyingly old. They're even more powerful than Master's Pengu origin stones. Zhang Junlan was stunned. He was extremely shocked and could not believe it. Was this a dream? Were there really so many Pengu origin stones? Husband, how many Pengu origin stones are there? Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were both shocked and excited. I can't believe that we found so many Pengu origin stones. Qiu Tian and Yanhu were stunned. They stared at the small mountain of Pengu origin stones that was emitting brilliant white light. Master, you've really left me a huge surprise. With so many Pengu origin stones, it's enough for me to become a 10th-grade emperor alchemist. Feng Wuchen's expression was a little dazed. The ecstasy in his heart was indescribable. Feng Wuchen roughly knew why the spiritual qi at the bottom of the lake was so thin. It was all absorbed by the Pengu origin stones. Qingyang, Qiu Tian, Yanhu, look around and see if there are any Pengu immortal stones. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted his voice. At the same time, he began to put a large number of Pengu origin stones into his storage ring. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A few more titled ancient gods came to the holy lake. They were not stopped because their cultivations had reached the level of red-colored titled ancient gods. They were qualified to step into the holy lake. There are many black and white titled ancient gods cultivating in the holy lake. Most of them are from large factions. Everyone, be careful. Don't disturb them, a man said softly. His expression was solemn. That lad shouldn't have come to the holy lake. Other than him, the other 5 are green titled ancient gods. The experts of the holy lake won't let them step in, a red titled ancient god said. We've searched the area where they escaped. There's no trace of them at all. They might be hiding near the holy lake. Let's split up and search. We can't let that lad get away, the leader said softly. For the Pengu immortal stone, they would not give up easily. What they did not know was that not only had Feng Wuchen entered the holy lake, but he was also searching for treasures at the bottom of the lake. Other than the few of them, there were more than 10 titled ancient gods searching for Feng Wuchen. The temptation of the Pengu Immortal Stone was too terrifying. At the bottom of the lake, Lu Qingyang and the rest split up to search for the Pengu Immortal Stone. Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan had already put the Pengu Origin Stone into their storage rings. They only kept a small portion of it. Big brother Feng, we've searched everywhere. There's no Pengu Immortal Stone in those rocks. There's no Pengu Immortal Stone anywhere else, Lu Qingyang said disappointedly. My lord, we didn't find anything. Qiu Tian and Yanhu shook their heads. Feng Wuchen looked around. Indeed, there was no sign of the Pengu Immortal Stone. It seemed that the rumors might not be true. Seems like we'll have to make a trip deeper, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. He was slightly disappointed. Lu Qingyang said dispiritedly, seems like we've been happy for nothing. Although we didn't find the Pengu Immortal Stone, it's good enough that we've obtained so many Pengu Origin Stones. At most, we'll exchange them for the Pengu Immortal Stone, Miao Qingqing said. Qingqing is right. Husband, let's go and search deeper. If we really can't find it, we'll go back. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. Let's go. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen, carefully sense the spiritual energy, the mystic light heavenly emperor suddenly said. Great Emperor Xian Light, did you find the Pengu Immortal Stone? Feng Wuchen asked excitedly. I can't sense the existence of the Pengu Immortal Stone either. However, the thinner the spiritual qi, the higher the possibility of its existence. Heavenly Monarch Xian Guang transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen, don't you find it strange? Why was the spiritual energy at the bottom of the lake so thin? This is most likely related to the Pengu Immortal Stone and the Pengu Origin Stone. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that the place where the Pengu Origin Stone was located had very thin spiritual energy. The spiritual energy at the top of the sacred lake was extremely dense while the spiritual energy at the bottom of the lake was thin. This meant that the spiritual energy had been absorbed by the Pengu Immortal Stone and the Pengu Origin Stone. The sacred lake was so huge. The spiritual energy at the bottom of the lake couldn't have only been absorbed by the Pengu Origin Stone that they discovered. There must be other Pengu Origin Stones or Pengu Immortal Stones. Wait. Feng Wuchen suddenly said. Husband, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Qingyang, Qiu Tian, carefully sense the spiritual energy. There might be Pengu Immortal Stones in places where the spiritual energy is thin. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. His heart was filled with hope. Lu Qingyang and the others became excited again after hearing this. The few of them split up again to search. They didn't even let go of places where the spiritual energy was thin. The search area became bigger and bigger. Finally, after 2 hours, Ling Xiaoxiao found something. It was a rock that extended to the bottom of the lake. It was covered by all kinds of vegetation and mud. If they weren't looking for a place with thin spiritual energy, they wouldn't have found it. Husband. Qingyang. Come over quickly. I found it. Pengu Immortal Stones. It's Pengu Immortal Stones. Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice excitedly. Her heart was filled with joy. Wife. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Xiaoxiao, I found her. Lu Qingyang was overjoyed and quickly rushed over. Husband, it's down there. Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice excitedly. Feng Wuchen and the others looked in the direction Ling Xiaoxiao pointed. Indeed, they found wisps of faint light. It was the light of Pengu Immortal Stones. The faint light shone out from the small cracks in the ground. The rumors are true. There are Pengu Immortal Stones near the Pengu Origin Stones. Qiu Tian said excitedly. Quickly dig it out and see. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. When the crack was dug open, a dazzling light burst out. Feng Wuchen and the others were extremely excited. Dozens of Pengu Immortal Stones appeared in front of them, that's right. There were dozens of them. Haha. Brother Feng, we're rich. We're rich. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly and started dancing. Husband. 37 Pengu Immortal Stones. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely happy. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. They actually found 37 of the rare Pengu Immortal Stones. Lord, there are more below. Yanhu transmitted his voice excitedly. Feng Wuchen took out the Pengu immortal stones that appeared on the surface. The few of them continued to dig. They didn't know if they didn't dig, but once they did, they were shocked. There were indeed more below. Lord! There are many! Qiu Tian said excitedly. Haha! Brother Feng, there are more than 100 of them, right? We're rich. We're rich. Lu Qingyang transmitted his voice and laughed. He was extremely excited. Wife, you're so awesome. You actually found the nest of Pengu immortal stones. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and laughed. They thought that they wouldn't find any Pengu immortal stones, but they actually found more than 100, although the number of Pengu immortal stones couldn't be compared to the Pengu origin stones. The Pengu immortal stones made them even more excited. After all, it was a supreme treasure that could raise one's cultivation. Feng Wuchen collected all the Pengu immortal stones, not leaving a single one behind. Wife, immediately enter the 5 times space ring to cultivate and break through to the ancient god tidal realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said happily. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing each took a Pengu immortal stone and immediately entered the space ring to cultivate. Feng Wuchen took their space rings and continued searching, hoping to find more Pengu immortal stones. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't find anything after searching for several hours. Helpless, Feng Wuchen gave up and planned to enter the divine ring to cultivate. Buzz buzz, at this moment, a strong vibration suddenly came, and a large crack appeared at the bottom of the lake. A large water spout instantly formed at the bottom of the lake. What's going on? This strong vibration came from above. A battle between thearchs shouldn't have spread to the bottom of the lake. Feng Wuchen immediately left the bottom of the lake and rushed to the surface at full speed. The bottom of the lake was a few hundred meters above the ground. Feng Wuchen couldn't sense any power and didn't know what had happened. What kind of aura is this? When he approached the surface of the lake, Feng Wuchen sensed a special aura. It was an aura that he had never sensed before. At this moment, the titled ancient gods in the sacred lake were in an uproar. The black titled ancient gods and the white titled ancient gods with powerful cultivations all shot toward the depths at top speed. As for the weaker titled ancient gods, none of them dared to go. End of chapter. Mystic Light Great Emperors, did you sense it? This aura is very special. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice as the special aura grew stronger and stronger. The 3 great emperors didn't respond. It wasn't because they couldn't hear Feng Wuchen's transmission. It was because the 3 great emperors were completely dumbfounded, that's right. The 3 great emperors were completely shocked. At this time, Feng Wuchen had already arrived above the lake and was looking at the depths of the holy realm. This special aura is coming from the depths. The tremors at the bottom of the lake must be related to this special aura. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply as he rose from the lake. Looking into the depths, Feng Wuchen discovered a beam of golden light shooting up into the sky. It formed a huge energy whirlpool in the air. Mystic Light Great Emperor? Dark Shadow Great Emperor? There was no response. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice again. Feng Wuchen, your luck is pretty good. You actually encountered it. Mystic Light Great Emperor's voice suddenly sounded, and it was filled with shock. Mystic Light Great Emperor, what happened? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. He didn't understand what Mystic Light Great Emperor meant by pretty good luck. The Pengu immortal grass has appeared. Dark Shadow Great Emperor's excited voice sounded. Feng Wuchen, a million-year-old Pengu immortal grass has appeared in the depths of the holy realm. This terrifying and special aura is coming from the Pengu immortal grass. Mystic Light Great Emperor's excited voice sounded. Pengu immortal grass? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He quickly searched for Emperor Peerless Inheritance in his mind. Feng Wuchen had heard of the Pengu immortal grass before. It had appeared in Emperor Peerless Inheritance. Soon, Feng Wuchen found records about the Pengu immortal grass in Emperor Peerless Inheritance. The Pengu immortal grass was the most powerful immortal grass in the Pengu realm. It was a million-year-old existence. It had lived for 1,000,000 years and absorbed the essence of all things to grow. It was obvious how powerful it was. The 3 great ancient great emperors were shocked because the Pengu immortal grass rarely appeared. Not even all the 100 great emperors had seen the Pengu immortal grass before. Not many of the first batch of 10 great emperors had seen the Pangu immortal grass. Emperor Peerless was one of them. The Pangu immortal grass was a great tonic for the 10 directions great emperor. It could be said that after absorbing the power of the Pangu immortal grass, one would have a chance to break through to the Panga realm. All the great monarchs of the 10 directions wanted to obtain the Pangu immortal grass. However, not everyone could obtain the Pangu immortal grass. Feng Wuchen, Pangu immortal grass is much rarer than Pangu immortal stones. I've lived for millions of years, but I've never seen one. The excited voice of the Dark Shadow Emperor sounded. The Profound Light Emperor replied, I've never seen it either. What? Feng Wuchen was shocked. According to Emperor Peerless' inheritance, Pangu immortal grass was extremely powerful and rare. However, Feng Wuchen did not expect that the Pangu immortal grass was so rare that the 3 emperors had never seen it before. The Pangu immortal grass is very powerful. It can help the great monarchs break through to the Panga realm. Panga Shi and forefather Xianxia broke through to the Panga realm because they obtained the Pangu immortal grass. The excited voice of the Profound Light Emperor sounded again. Break through to the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. There were only 3 Panga realm experts in the entire Panga realm. It was obvious how difficult it was to break through to the Panga realm. However, the Pangu immortal grass had the miraculous effect of breaking through to the Panga realm. How monstrous was that? Feng Wuchen, you must obtain the Pangu immortal grass. Even if you can't consume it now, it can provide you with an enormous amount of pure energy for cultivation. It's definitely 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more than the immortal rank herbs and immortal pistols. The more the Profound Light Emperor spoke, the more excited he became. Mystic Light Emperor, I know how powerful the Pangu immortal grass is. However, according to the records of Master's legacy, only the fated ones can obtain the Pangu immortal grass. It's impossible for others to obtain it, Feng Wuchen transmitted. The so-called fated ones are just weaker than the Pangu immortal grass. Emperor Peerless doesn't want to send weak people to their deaths. Forefather Xianxia obtained the Pangu immortal grass by force. The Ghost Forest Emperor replied. Feng Wuchen, go quickly. The appearance of the Pangu immortal grass must have alerted many experts. They will come to the Sage Domain soon. The Profound Light Emperor said. I understand. Feng Wuchen furrowed his brows and flew into the depths of the cave. Great Guardian. It's dangerous. Don't go. He Kong hurriedly warned. Lord Feng. The Pangu immortal grass is very scary. Even great emperors can't do anything to it. Don't go near it. The ancient Pill Palace Emperor transmitted. Master. The Pangu immortal grass is a million-year-old existence. It's very scary. Be careful. Zhuang Yunchong transmitted worriedly. Cultivate well. Don't worry about me. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Look. It's that kid. A red-titled ancient god accidentally saw Feng Wuchen and shouted. Stop him. Don't let him escape. The leader of the golden-titled ancient gods shouted. Swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen had just flown a few dozen meters when he was suddenly intercepted by 3 figures. Master, they should be here for the Pangu immortal stone. Long Shenjian's voice transmitted. Anyone who knew Feng Wuchen was either one of them or was here for the Pangu immortal stone. Is there anything I can help you with? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Hand over the Pangu immortal stone and we'll spare your life. The leader of the golden-titled ancient gods threatened. His terrifying killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. As long as Feng Wuchen said no, he would kill him without hesitation. There were too many experts in the Sage Lake. They didn't want to complicate matters and didn't want the Pangu immortal stone to fall into the hands of others. They had to take advantage of the chaos and end the battle quickly to snatch the Pangu immortal stone. Brat. Hand over the Pangu immortal stone. Did you hear me? Another ancient god shouted angrily. I don't care who you are. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile as he looked at the 3 of them. After obtaining so many Pangu origin stones and Pangu immortal stones, Feng Wuchen was indeed in a good mood. Below the Sage Lake, there were experts from the Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall, and Divine Elixir Pavilion. Feng Wuchen didn't care about the three of them at all. In other words, the three of them were here to seek death. However, Feng Wuchen's words instantly angered the three of them. The three of them had limited patience and didn't want to waste time. They directly exploded with terrifying power. Then we'll snatch it ourselves. The golden-titled ancient god shouted angrily. Cold killing intent instantly exploded. The three of them attacked together. They were planning to kill Feng Wuchen instantly. Only the three of you dare to attack me in this sage lake, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Shameless boasting. The leader of the ancient gods said disdainfully. The moment the three of them attacked, their expressions changed drastically. They became extremely fearful, and their faces turned extremely pale. The three of them instantly felt dozens of terrifying killing intent locking onto them. What? What's going on? We didn't provoke them, did we? Why are their murderous intents targeting us? Great Emperor Realm Expert, the three of them were scared out of their wits. They had no idea what was going on. The three of them had just arrived at the Holy Lake. They had not come into contact with anyone and had not provoked anyone. Why were the experts cultivating at the Holy Lake suddenly targeting them? Was it because of the man before them? The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Where did this young man come from? There were so many experts at the Holy Lake who wanted to stand up for him. Humph. An angry snort was suddenly heard. Pft. 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 The terrifying aura caused the three titled ancient gods to spit out blood. The three of you are quite bold. How dare you attack the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? He Kong's extremely cold voice was heard. Every word was filled with cold murderous intent. The terrifying aura of the black titled ancient god suppressed the three of them. He Kong's figure slowly descended from the sky. He stared at the three of them with a terrifying gaze. What? The great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? The three titled ancient gods' eyes bulged. It was as if their hearts had been struck by sparks. They were completely stunned. This man was the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. What kind of joke was this? A blue titled ancient god could be the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. The great guardian's position should be at least at the great emperor level, right? Who sent you here? He Kong asked coldly. We. The three titled ancient gods did not know how to answer. They looked at He Kong with extreme fear. They're here for the Pengu Immortal Stone, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Pengu Immortal Stone? He Kong was shocked. Then, he became extremely ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you covet the great guardian's Pengu Immortal Stone?" He Kong's sudden roar frightened the three of them so much that they knelt on the spot. Spare us, my lord. We didn't know your identity. That's why we wanted to snatch it. Milord, we were blind and didn't know of Milord's noble status. Please forgive us this once. Spare us, my lord. We'll kowtow to you. The three of them were scared out of their wits. They kept kowtowing and begging. Who are they? Feng Wuchen asked. Reporting to Lord Feng, they are experts from the 34th Heaven Suppressing Divine Hall. Zhuge Chongfeng, the grandson of the great elder of the ancient Pill Divine Hall, said respectfully. Lord Feng? The three titled ancient gods were shocked again and almost fainted. Heaven Suppressing Divine Hall? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Isn't this one of the three forces that attacked Dragon Soul? How long have you been in Xing Domain? Feng Wuchen asked the three of them. Half a year. The gold-titled ancient god in the lead replied in terror. Half a year? Feng Wuchen was startled again, and asked, Don't you know that the heaven-suppressing divine palace has been destroyed? The heaven-suppressing divine hall was destroyed. The three titled ancient gods were shocked at the same time. Their expressions turned to stone as they shook their heads in a daze. The heaven-suppressing divine hall was destroyed by me not long ago, as well as the ancient sword divine hall and the divine rhino divine hall. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. He did not expect to meet three lucky fellows in Xing Domain. Great Guardian, should we kill them? He Kong asked respectfully. No need. Just bring them to the heaven-suppressing divine hall. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly and flew away. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this, He Kong sneered, "Don't rejoice. You'll probably be scared to death when you return to the heaven-suppressing divine hall." He Kong had heard a little about the dragon soul. Feng Wuchen had just flown deeper when many great emperors and ancient great emperors entered the Xing domain. Ancient Pill Divine Hall, Divine Pill Pavilion, Ancient God Pavilion, Goody Divine Hall, Paragon Divine Hall, and dozens of other forces had arrived. From the 34th heaven to the 36th heaven, almost all the great emperors and great emperors of the various forces had arrived. There were even many itinerant great emperors who had come to witness the Pangu immortal grass. This was definitely the day with the most great emperors in the history of the Pangu sacred domain. That's right. This is the aura of the Pangu immortal grass. The Pangu immortal grass has really appeared. This is great. The legendary Pangu immortal grass really exists. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. The great emperors who had entered the Xing domain were overjoyed when they sensed the terrifying aura of the Pangu immortal grass. The Paragon Divine Hall is determined to get the Pangu immortal grass. Everyone, don't interfere. An ancient great emperor said arrogantly. Many of the excited great emperors instantly fell silent. Great Emperor Mi Tian, it's hard to say who the Pangu immortal grass belongs to. Don't be so sure. It might not belong to the Paragon Divine Hall, Great Emperor Danfeng said indifferently and flew deeper into the Xing domain. Great Emperor Mi Tian frowned and glanced at Great Emperor Danfeng coldly without saying a word. I also want to see what the Pangu immortal grass looks like. Those who want to go, follow me closely, Great Emperor Tian Qilin said with a faint smile, completely ignoring the Paragon Divine Hall. The great elder of the ancient Pill Divine Palace, Zhuge Qing Tian, smiled faintly and said, "Hee hee, everyone, don't worry. You won't die if you go and take a look. The Supreme Divine Palace won't be so barbaric and overbearing. Am I right, Great Emperor Mi Tian?" Humph. Great Emperor Mi Tian snorted coldly and turned into a black shadow that shot out. The Supreme Main Divine Hall and the great emperors under them followed closely behind. Reporting to the 5 great elders, many experts from various factions have arrived. I'm afraid that the Ancient God Pavilion and Ancient Alchemy Sacred Palace will compete with us for the Pangu immortal grass. Mi Tian Great Emperor immediately reported to Fu Tianjun. Humph. You're courting death. How dare you compete with the Paragon Divine Hall for the Pangu immortal grass? This elder will send Protector Qing to lend you a helping hand. We must get the Pangu immortal grass back. Fu Tianjun shouted angrily. If they could get the Pangu immortal grass back, Fu Tianjun would have a chance to break through to the Pangu realm. Only the Paragon Divine Hall has the right to get the Pangu immortal grass. Second elder shouted angrily. Great Emperor Mi Tian's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vice Pavilion Master, the Great Protector has already rushed to the depths. He Kong reported respectfully. What? Master? Great Emperor Danfeng's face changed drastically. He immediately said, "Follow me to the depths immediately." Yes, Master. He Kong said respectfully and immediately led the titled ancient gods to the depths of the sacred domain. Grandfather, Lord Feng has already entered the depths. We don't have enough cultivation, so we don't dare to enter. 6 great emperors and 18 titled ancient gods have already entered the depths, Zhuge Changfeng said. Stay where you are. Don't take the risk, Zhuge Qingtian said. Pavilion Master has entered the depths, the great protector of the divine elixir pavilion said respectfully. Master has entered the sacred domain? Great Emperor Tian Lin was slightly surprised. He then ordered, "Follow me immediately." The appearance of the Pangu immortal grass shocked countless experts in the sage realm. In the deepest part of the Pangu sacred realm, ancient beasts and human experts were watching. However, most of the experts were 1,000 meters away. Only the ancient emperors dared to get closer. No one said a word. While they were shocked, they were quietly watching the stunning Pangu immortal grass. The Pangu immortal grass emitted a bright golden light and a terrifying power. The Pangu immortal grass was very beautiful. The golden leaves emitted an aura that was full of vitality. Wherever the special aura passed, the flowers and trees in the valley seemed to be nourished 100 times. They were growing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Even the towering ancient trees became bigger and taller at this moment. The scene was very magical. It was like magic. Whether it was the ancient beasts or the human experts, they were all stunned. Not only that, they even felt that their cultivation was slowly increasing. That's right. Under the situation where they were not cultivating, their cultivation was increasing. It was very magical. It was not an exaggeration to call the Pangu immortal grass a divine grass. Swoosh! Swoosh, more and more experts appeared. However, no matter who it was, they were deeply attracted. They could not help but watch quietly. The Pangu immortal grass was too beautiful. The unique aura made people feel protective and could not help but hurt it. No matter how evil they were, they did not have any blasphemous thoughts at this moment. This unique aura and power seemed to be able to purify all evil. The closer I get to the depths, the stronger this unique aura is. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. As he flew towards the depths, Feng Wuchen also saw the magical scene of flowers and trees growing rapidly. This power is very similar to the longevity power of the Longevity Emperor. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. When Feng Wuchen arrived at the depths, he was even more shocked by the scene in front of him. There were so many experts present and many powerful ancient beasts in the depths. At this moment, they were like stone statues, not moving at all. What's wrong with them? Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Feng Wuchen was puzzled. Pangu immortal grass. Feng Wuchen saw the Pangu immortal grass that was emitting a golden light. With just a glance, he was deeply attracted. The Pangu immortal grass seemed to have magical powers. It was very magical and unique. Feng Wuchen finally understood why they were motionless. This was because the Pangu immortal grass truly possessed a magical power that could suck people's eyeballs in. Pangu immortal grass. The three great emperors were stunned. This was their first time seeing Pangu immortal grass. This Pangu immortal grass is different from the one recorded in Master's Inheritance. Seems like there are different types of Pangu immortal grass as well. Furthermore, the strength of the Pangu immortal grass is extremely terrifying. It doesn't lose out to the ancient emperors at all. Feng Wuchen exclaimed inwardly, I can feel my cultivation base slowly rising. As expected of a million-year-old immortal herb, no wonder it could help great monarch 10 directions break through to the Pangu realm. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Great Emperor Danfeng, Zhuge Qing Tian, Great Emperor Mi Tian, and other experts appeared one after another. Greetings, Master, Great Emperor Danfeng transmitted his voice respectfully. Greetings, Master. The Heavenly Qilin Emperor transmitted his voice respectfully. Greetings, Lord Feng. Zhuge Qing Tian transmitted his voice respectfully. I didn't think it would alarm so many major powers, Feng Wuchen thought. It's him. Di Qianyan was shocked when he saw Feng Wuchen. A terrifying aura spread out, and only then did everyone wake up from their stupor. It was as if they had just woken up from a dream. The originally quiet space was instantly broken. Even the Pangu immortal grass was startled, causing its aura to become chaotic and manic. It really is the Pangu immortal grass. Great Emperor Danfeng exclaimed excitedly. He immediately saw the Pangu immortal grass that was emitting a golden radiance. The Pangu immortal grass belongs to the supreme main shrine. Anyone who interferes will die. Great Emperor Mi Tian said coldly. His words carried a supreme majesty that no one dared to defy. Great Emperor Mi Tian's words undoubtedly made many experts give up on the idea of snatching the Pangu immortal grass. Going against the supreme main shrine was courting death. For a moment, many experts retreated, indicating that they would not interfere. Everyone, including the experts from Goody Shrine, retreated. The terror of Great Emperor Mi Tian was not something they could contend with, let alone the fact that he was the strongest in the Pangu realm. However, it was not a threat to everyone. The experts of the Ancient God Pavilion, Divine Pill Pavilion, and Ancient Alchemy Shrine did not retreat. The ancient exotic beasts did not retreat either. The last person was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's gaze never left the Pangu immortal grass. His expression was calm, and no threat was effective. Is this kid tired of living? Great Emperor Mi Tian glanced coldly at Feng Wuchen. The experts who retreated also saw the motionless Feng Wuchen. Is that kid deaf? Didn't he hear what Great Emperor Tian said? This kid is quite bold. He actually dares to go against Great Emperor Tian. He doesn't put Great Emperor Tian and the Supreme Main Shrine in his eyes. I think he's so scared that he can't move. Many experts were laughing in low voices. However, they did not seem to notice that the ancient exotic beasts in the depths were looking at Feng Wuchen with fear and respect. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Great Emperor Tian, let's rely on our own abilities. Great Emperor Danfeng did not back down. How could he watch the Pangu immortal grass, which had not appeared for millions of years, fall into the hands of the Supreme Main Shrine? Great Emperor Danfeng, don't say that I didn't warn you. If you dare to touch the Pangu immortal grass, only death awaits you. Great Emperor Tian sneered disdainfully. Oh? Is that so? Great Emperor Danfeng sneered. He did not take it seriously. Great Emperor Tian, the ancient alchemy shrine wants to interfere too. We can't let you have the Pangu immortal grass so easily, Zhuge Qingtian said with a faint smile. Count me in. Great Emperor Tianlin said slowly. Very well. Since you're not afraid of death, let's rely on our own abilities. Attack and kill that kid while we're at it, Great Emperor Tian sneered and ordered without hesitation. With Great Emperor Tian's order, the ancient Great Emperors and Great Emperors behind him attacked. They were not fighting for the Pangu immortal grass, but the ancient alchemy shrine's experts. Great Emperor Tian walked step by step towards the Pangu immortal grass as though he was determined to get it. Hold him back or kill them, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Lord Feng. Yes. Master, don't worry. We won't let the Supreme Main Shrine succeed. Zhuge Qingtian, Great Emperor Tianlin, and Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully. Kill them all. Great Emperor Danfeng ordered. Kill. Zhuge Qingtian also ordered. A great battle was about to break out. Zhuge Qingtian, Great Emperor Tianlin, and Great Emperor Danfeng charged at Great Emperor Tian with all their might. Great Emperor Tian, can you defeat the three of us? Great Emperor Danfeng asked coldly. Great Emperor Tian was strong, but the three of them were not afraid of him at all. Great Emperor Tian sneered mockingly, I'm a peak ancient Great Emperor. I might not lose to you. Great Emperor Tian wasn't exaggerating. Great Emperor Tian was stronger than Great Emperor Qianshan. Great Emperor Pilwind, Great Emperor Skychilin, and Zhuge Qingtian might not be able to defeat Great Emperor Tian even if they teamed up. The three of them had yet to reach the peak of the Great Ancient Emperor realm. Great Emperor Skychilin was only close to peak ancient Great Emperor level. It seemed like they were only half a step away, but the difference in strength was huge. Great Emperor Pilwind and the other two didn't need to defeat Great Emperor Tian. They only needed to stop him. Great Emperor Tian's aura surged as he activated his terrifying divine power. I'll show you this Emperor's true strength. Emperor encompassing heaven proudly declared, his terrifying divine power erupting from his body. Great Emperor Pilwind and the other two arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, an intense battle ensued. Great Emperor Pilwind and the other two unleashed their full strength and attacked Great Emperor Tian fiercely. Deafening explosions rang out one after another as terrifying energy rippled. The intense battle spread from the ground to the void, causing the space in the sacred domain to tremble violently. The experts who retreated didn't dare to act rashly even if they wanted to seize the Pangu immortal grass. First of all, the Pangu immortal grass was extremely powerful. Second of all, the ancient mutated beasts weren't around. They had no chance at all. Looking at the battle between the great emperors and titled ancient gods, Feng Wuchen's gaze paused on Tian Great Emperor as he muttered to himself, Tian Great Emperor is stronger than Thousand Mountain Great Emperor and the others. As expected of the Supreme Main Shrine, there are so many ancient Great Emperors. He's far weaker than Great Emperor Yijun. There are quite a few ancient Great Emperors with Dragon Soul. Great Emperor Alfeng and the others can defeat him, Long Shenjian said with a laugh. Feng Wuchen couldn't deny this. Great Emperor Yijun was indeed stronger than Great Emperor Tian. Master, quickly think of a way to seize the Pangu immortal grass, Nian Hun said anxiously. Master, we don't know if the Pangu immortal grass will disappear. Let's hurry, Sun Ai said. Sun Ai's reminder gave Feng Wuchen a fright. If the Pangu Immortal herb really disappeared, wouldn't they be happy for nothing? Looking at the Pangu Immortal grass again, Feng Wuchen asked, Mystic Light Emperor, the Pangu Immortal grass is so powerful. How am I going to get it? Also, will the Pangu Immortal grass disappear? The Pangu Immortal grass was a million-year-old existence with a strong spiritual nature. No one knew when it would disappear. Don't worry. The appearance of the Pangu Immortal grass will usually take 3 days before it disappears. However, if it's frightened, it will definitely flee. The Mystic Light Emperor replied. Frightened? Feng Wuchen was shocked. With so many ancient great monarchs and great monarchs fighting, the Pangu Immortal grass might be frightened. The Pangu Immortal grass has been growing for millions of years. It is very intelligent. If it feels threatened, it will naturally run away, the Dark Shadow Emperor said through telepathy. Feng Wuchen, with your strength, you won't be able to get close. If you force it, you will be attacked by the Pangu Immortal grass. However, you have the Longevity Emperor's Longevity God power. The Longevity God power can control life. You can give it a try. Alright. Feng Wuchen nodded and immediately activated the Longevity God power. A tyrannical divine power erupted, instantly scaring the spectators at the back. What kind of power is this? What is that kid trying to do? Is he trying to get the Pangu Immortal grass? What a strange god power. It's very domineering. Do you guys feel the aura of life spreading out? I feel it too. The aura of life from the flowers and trees. Who is this kid? Why does he have such a strange god power? Everyone, look. The spiritual chi of the flowers and trees in the surroundings is gathering towards this kid. Many experts stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. They were all shocked by the Longevity God power. As the Longevity God power spread out, the spiritual chi of the flowers and trees started to spread and gather towards Feng Wuchen. Even the enormous spiritual chi of the Pangu Immortal grass was gathering towards him. It was a marvelous and spectacular scene. This is the Longevity God power. Di Chenyan's old eyes bulged. He was dumbfounded. In addition to that, Martial Monarch Boundless Sky, Martial Monarch Danfeng, and the others were also looking at Qin Nan in astonishment. This is the Longevity God power. Great Emperor Mitian was extremely shocked. He said in disbelief, how does this kid have the Longevity God power? Impossible. This is impossible. The Longevity God Emperor has been dead for millions of years. His Longevity God power has also disappeared. It can't be passed down. Who is he? The appearance of the Longevity God power shocked Great Emperor Mitian. How does Master have the Longevity God Emperor's divine power? Great Emperor Pilwind was shocked. Great Emperor Celestial Qilin and Zhuge Qing Tian were also shocked. Feng Wuchen had the ancestor of soul power of Emperor Peerless. It was enough to shock them. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchen also had the Longevity God Emperor's divine power. The Pangu Immortal Grass spiritual chi is gathering here. The Pangu Immortal Grass spiritual chi is not rejecting the Longevity God power. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Not only did the Pangu Immortal Grass not reject it, but it also liked it very much. Its golden leaves swayed like little fairies. The Pangu Immortal Grass spiritual chi did not affect Feng Wuchen. At the same time, the Pangu Immortal Grass spiritual chi also increased Feng Wuchen's cultivation base. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. The Pangu Immortal Grass was truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen, the Pangu Immortal Grass is not rejecting you. You can get close to it. Great Emperor Xian Light's excited voice sounded. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Feng Wuchen took a step forward and walked towards the Pangu Immortal Grass. Not good. He wants to take the Pangu Immortal Grass. Great Emperor Mitian immediately reacted and ordered, kill that kid. The Great Emperors immediately gave up on fighting and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Stop them. Great Emperor Danfeng shouted. Great Emperor Tian Qilin roared, kill them all. The Great Emperors of the Ancient God Pavilion and Divine Pill Pavilion chased after them at full speed. Kill them or don't let them get close. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and ordered the ancient mystic beasts to attack. 6 ancient mystic beasts and a dozen ancient mystic beasts immediately soared into the sky upon receiving the order. They could not resist at all. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the great emperors were sent flying, unable to withstand the terrifying power of the ancient mystic beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded again. These terrifying ancient mystic beasts did not attack Feng Wuchen. Instead, they attacked the supreme main divine palace. What was going on? You are courting death. Great Emperor Mitian was furious. He did not expect these ancient mystic beasts to interfere. Great Emperor Mitian, don't forget that this is our territory. Anyone who invades our territory is an enemy. An ancient mystic beast roared. Territory? Humph. Not from today onwards. Emperor Mitian roared. The Pangu sacred realm is under the control of the supreme main divine palace. You think you can do that? One of the beasts scoffed. The 6 great emperors weren't afraid of Emperor Mitian at all. 6 terrifying great emperors locked onto Emperor Mitian at the same time. As a great Emperor Mitian didn't just have a strong physical body. Moreover, Emperor Danfeng and the other 2 were dealing with him. Therefore, they didn't take Emperor Mitian's threat seriously. No matter how strong a great emperor was, he couldn't possibly defeat 9 great emperors, right? Emperor Mitian didn't have that ability. A gigantic ancient great emperor mutated beast said fiercely, Great Emperor Mitian, I advise you not to behave atrociously in the holy domain. If you don't scram now, you'll stay in the holy domain forever. Is that so? Emperor Mitian sneered. Boom. Buzz. However, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion. An ancient great emperor realm beast was sent flying, crashing into a towering mountain peak. The ground of the Holy Land shook violently. The terrifying attack was so sudden that the great emperors didn't even have time to react. The terrifying attack heavily injured the great emperors. The sudden attack frightened the ancient mutated beast to the extreme. How terrifying was the power to injure the great emperors with a single palm. A black figure appeared out of nowhere in the void. It was none other than Protector Qing, who had been sent by Emperor Mitian, Great Emperors of the 10 Directions. Great Emperors of the 10 Directions. Emperor Danfeng and the other 2 were shocked. Great Emperors of the 10 Directions. Feng Wuchen frowned and looked up at Protector Qing. Feng Wuchen hadn't expected the supreme main divine palace to send a Great Emperors of the 10 Directions. It was clear that they were determined to get the Pangu immortal herb. What? Are you afraid? Vast Heaven Great Emperor sneered mockingly, Today, anyone who interferes will die. All the experts who were watching from the depths were scared out of their wits. Those who were cowardly had already run for their lives. Protector Qing. Great Emperor Danfeng's face darkened. I heard that the ancient god pavilion has been very arrogant recently. They don't care about the supreme main shrine at all. They even let the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion do whatever they want, Guardian Qing said coldly. He appeared in front of Great Emperor Danfeng silently. Boom. Pooh. Protector Qing struck out with his palm, causing Great Emperor Danfeng to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. Great Emperor Danfeng was severely injured with a single palm strike. Deputy Pavilion Master. The experts of the ancient god pavilion turned pale with fright. Protector Qing said coldly, Don't think that the supreme main temple won't dare to touch the ancient god pavilion. Boom boom. Poo pu. As he spoke, Protector Qing's figure strangely disappeared again. Immediately after, there were 2 explosions. Heavenly Qilin Emperor and Zhuge Qing Tian spat out blood at the same time as they were sent flying. As great ancient emperors, they did not even have the chance to react. Pavilion Master. Great Elder. The experts of the 2 forces screamed in panic. Protector Qing's attack was ruthless. Great Emperor Danfeng, Heavenly Qilin Emperor, and Zhuge Qing Tian had already fainted. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Poo pu pu. Protector Qing looked at the experts of the 3 forces ferociously. He struck again with his powerful movement skill. Several great ancient emperors and dozens of great ancient emperors were severely injured. No one could withstand Protector Qing's terrifying power. They did not even have time to react. Protector Qing's power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had severely injured the experts of the three forces. Many titled ancient gods who were watching the battle held their breaths in fear. It was rare to see great emperors of the 10 directions on a normal day. Protector Qing was famous in the Pengu domain. His name struck fear in people's hearts. Protector Qing had the cultivation of a great emperor of the 10 directions. In the entire Pengu domain, there was only the supreme main temple. Do you still want to interfere? If you want to die, go ahead and try. Protector Qing looked at the ancient mutated beasts coldly as he asked. A terrifying aura burst out. The dozens of ancient mutated beasts gritted their teeth in anger. They wanted to fight Protector Qing to the death. From today onwards, the Pengu sacred realm will be under the control of the supreme main temple. If you don't agree, go ahead and attack. Protector Qing said arrogantly. The ancient mutated beasts were furious. They were filled with murderous intent. You are no match for him. Don't throw your lives away. Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly sounded. Protector Qing sneered disdainfully when he saw that the ancient mutated beasts did not dare to attack. Those below great emperors of the 10 directions were all ants. Protector Qing looked at the great emperors of the three forces of the ancient god pavilion and ordered coldly, kill them. Capture great emperor Danfeng and kill him in front of the ancient god pavilion. Let the ancient god pavilion see if the supreme main temple dares to touch them. Kill. Great Emperor Mitian shouted coldly. Yes, Great Emperor. The dozens of great emperors accepted the order and charged out without hesitation. The experts of the three forces were severely injured and had lost the ability to fight back. What awaited them was death. However, just as they were about to attack, the severely injured experts of the three forces suddenly disappeared into thin air. They were instantly teleported to the forest below. Space Divine Power. Protector Qing frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Reporting to Protector Qing. This person has the Longevity Great Emperor's Longevity Divine Power. He wants to take the Pengu Immortal Herb, Great Emperor Mitian hurriedly reported respectfully. Protector Qing stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and said coldly, Lad, if I'm not wrong, you should be Feng Wuchen, right? The disciple of the Space Great Emperor and the Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion. He's Feng Wuchen? Great Emperor Mitian was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Hiss, the many titled ancient gods who were watching were instantly shocked. They never knew that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying identity. The Great Protector of the Ancient God Pavilion was terrifying enough, moreover, he was the disciple of the Space Great Emperor. What made them even more terrified was that Feng Wuchen was the mysterious person who had barged into the 36 levels of heaven. The mysterious person who no one could stop was a blue-titled ancient god. Was this possible? That's right. I'm Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It seems that not only will we be able to bring back the Pengu Immortal Herb, but we'll also be able to capture you alive. The Great Elder and Lord Demon Soul will be very happy, Protector Qing said mockingly. After capturing Feng Wuchen, the Paragon Main Temple would never let him go. Even if the Ancient God Pavilion and the Space Great Emperor came again, they would not be afraid. After all, the 5 Great Elders had returned. Are you that confident? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. What? Don't tell me you think Emperor Yi Jun and the others are strong enough to fight me? Protector Qing sneered. He didn't take Emperor Yi Jun and the others seriously at all. Emperor Yi Jun was indeed powerful. However, Emperor Yi Jun wasn't a 10 Directions Great Emperor. No matter how strong he wasn't Protector Qing's match. Feng Wuchen, take the Pengu Immortal Grass first. A 10 Directions Great Emperor's power might scare the Pengu Immortal Grass. The mystic light Great Emperor's voice sounded. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Pengu Immortal Grass. He was really worried that it would run away. Feng Wuchen looked at Protector Qing and sneered, of course, Great Emperor Yi Jun isn't your match. However, if Great Emperor Yi Jun becomes a 10 Direction Great Emperor, you definitely won't be his match. He has to have a chance to break through first. Protector Qing sneered. Feng Wuchen replied with certainty, Emperor Yi Jun will definitely have a chance to break through to the 10 Directions Great Emperor realm. Protector Qing, let me kill him. Great Emperor Meiteon said fiercely. His terrifying killing intent had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. You can't kill him. Protector Qing shook his head. Fu Tianjun still wanted to take Feng Wuchen's soul ancestor, and Demon Soul Sovereign wanted to take Feng Wuchen's mysterious energy. Protector Qing didn't dare to kill Feng Wuchen. Kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered. What makes you think you can kill me? Just because you're a peak ancient great emperor? Feng Wuchen continued walking towards the Pangu immortal grass. Great Emperor Meiteon was furious. Feng Wuchen didn't take him seriously. You want to get your hands on the Pangu immortal grass? Feng Wuchen, if it weren't for First Elder and Lord Yao Hun wanting to keep you alive, you would have died countless times already. Protector Qing narrowed his eyes, and they flickered with ruthless killing intent. What? Do you need me to thank them? Feng Wuchen sneered. The closer he got to the Pangu immortal grass, the stronger Feng Wuchen could feel the strange and powerful aura of the Pangu immortal grass. Thanks to the longevity divine force, the Pangu immortal grass didn't attack Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. You're courting death. Great Emperor Meiteon roared as he swooped down. Over 100 ways to torture Feng Wuchen appeared in Meiteon Great Emperor's mind. The first was to cripple Feng Wuchen. Great Emperor Meiteon. Keep him alive. Protector Qing hurriedly reminded. Roar roar roar. The 5 ancient Great Emperor realm exotic beasts suddenly roared. Terrifying killing intent locked onto Great Emperor Meiteon as they attempted to stop him. Humph. Protector Qing snorted coldly and fiercely. Then, an extremely terrifying aura pressed down mercilessly. The ancient demonic beasts were all shaken to the point that their bodies trembled and they were unable to move. Boom boom boom. Protector Qing suddenly waved his hand, and all the strange beasts were sent flying. At the same time, Great Emperor Meiteon arrived in the blink of an eye and was about to launch a fierce attack on Feng Wuchen. Boom, all of a sudden, the Pangu immortal grass unleashed a terrifying power that sent vast heaven great monarch flying. The terrifying power of the Pangu immortal grass was enough to send Great Emperor Meiteon flying. The Pangu immortal grass is actually helping him. Is it because of the eternal life divine power? Great Emperor Meiteon was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. If not for his cultivation base, the Pangu immortal grass would have injured him. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Protector Qing's face was filled with disbelief. What happened next shocked everyone present. The Pangu immortal grass suddenly extended a spirit root like a python, coiling around Feng Wuchen and pulling him back. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Pangu immortal grass was actually protecting a human. It's actually helping me. The Pangu immortal grass's spirituality is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen found it unbelievable. Feng Wuchen also guessed that the Pangu immortal grass was helping him because of the eternal life divine power. My cultivation base is rising so quickly. The Pangu immortal grass's unique spiritual qi is continuously entering my body. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the immense spiritual qi of the Pangu immortal grass entering his body without any hindrance, allowing Feng Wuchen to absorb it freely. Everyone could clearly feel the rapid rise in his cultivation base. The Pangu immortal grass's power is helping him raise his cultivation base. Everyone exclaimed. This was too miraculous. Protector Qing. Don't let Feng Wuchen take the Pangu immortal grass. Great Emperor Meiteon roared anxiously. Humph. If you want to take the Pangu immortal grass, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Protector Qing snorted coldly and immediately dove down. The terrifying power of a great emperor of 10 directions was fully unleashed. Although the Pangu immortal grass's power was terrifying, it was not enough to make Protector Qing afraid. After putting Feng Wuchen down, the Pangu immortal grass floated to Feng Wuchen's palm by itself. As expected of the immortality god force that can control life. Feng Wuchen exclaimed in his heart. Feng Wuchen, hand over the Pangu immortal grass. I don't want you to suffer physical pain. Protector Qing roared. Great Protector, be careful. He Kong hurriedly shouted. Sensing the threat from Protector Qing, the Pangu immortal grass once again unleashed its terrifying power. Dazzling golden light soared into the sky. How dare a mere mortal grass attack me? Protector Qing shouted coldly as he struck out with his palm. Boom. Buzz. The terrifying power directly shattered the Pengu Immortal Grass's power. The energy ripples swept out without restraint, and the Saint Domain shook violently once again. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. He immediately kept the Pengu Immortal Grass in his storage ring and allowed the terrifying power to strike him. The onlooking experts quickly fled into the void in fear. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding flowers, trees, and majestic mountains were all reduced to ashes. A terrifying storm swept out and forced the experts in the void to retreat. The power of a great emperor of 10 directions was too terrifying. Master! Master! Great protector! Great Emperor Danfeng and the others were extremely worried and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Protector Qing's strength was too terrifying. The Pengu Immortal Grass could not resist at all. With such terrifying power, would Protector Qing destroy the Pengu Immortal Grass as well? Amidst the terrifying energy ripples, the unique aura of the Pengu Immortal Grass had completely disappeared. Protector Qing, the Pengu Immortal Grass's aura has disappeared. Could it be destroyed? Great Emperor Mitian asked worriedly. Protector Qing frowned deeply. He was not sure himself. However, when the energy ripples gradually dissipated, everyone was shocked again. Facing Protector Qing's terrifying power head-on, Feng Wuchen was unharmed. That was right. Feng Wuchen was still alive. Hiss, the experts in the void gasped in shock. They were all dumbfounded. Great Emperor Danfeng and the others, as well as the mutated ancient beasts, were all stunned. The great emperors in the battle were also stunned. How could Feng Wuchen withstand Protector Qing's power head-on? Did the Pengu Immortal Grass disappear? How is this possible? Great Emperor Mitian was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen was unharmed. He can actually withstand my power. Protector Qing was also stunned. Protector Qing was a great emperor of 10 directions. What was going on? How did Feng Wuchen withstand Protector Qing's power? Where did the Pengu Immortal Grass disappear to? Everyone was confused. They had no idea what was going on. End of chapter. Mystic Light Great Emperor, many thanks. Feng Wuchen transmitted his thanks. The reason why Feng Wuchen was unharmed was because of the Mystic Light Great Emperor. Not only did Feng Wuchen obtain the Pengu Immortal Grass, but he was also unharmed. Kid, your luck is pretty good. However, it's also thanks to the power of immortality that you were able to obtain the Pengu Immortal Grass so easily. The Mystic Light Great Emperor chuckled. Without the power of immortality, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been able to get close to the Pengu Immortal Grass. Unless he used the power of the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast or the Mystic Light Great Emperor to forcefully obtain it. Feng Wuchen, the Divine Ring is filled with the spiritual energy of the Pengu Immortal Grass. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the Pengu Immortal Grass has fused with the Thousand Spirits Pond's water, making the spiritual energy even stronger. Kid, your luck is pretty good. The Ghost Forest Great Emperor laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen's dozens of Yuan soul avatars were already madly absorbing the spiritual energy. Feng Wuchen, with this Pengu Immortal Grass, it will be much easier for you to break through to the Pengu realm. The Dark Shadow Great Emperor transmitted his voice. With the spiritual energy of the Pengu Immortal Grass and the 5x Space Ring, I should be able to break through to the purple-titled Ancient God realm soon. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. With the help of the Pengu Immortal Grass and his dozens of Yuan soul avatars, his cultivation speed would definitely be terrifying. Feng Wuchen was confident that he could break through to the purple-titled Ancient God realm within half a month. Feng Wuchen, you can't possibly withstand my power. What's going on? After recovering from his shock, Protector Qing asked in a gloomy voice. Who would believe that a great emperor of the 10 directions with such terrifying power couldn't even harm a blue-titled ancient god? With so many people watching, Protector Qing's face was completely lost. Feng Wuchen, where's the Pengu Immortal Grass? The great Emperor Mitian asked angrily. It's already good enough that I survived the attack of a great emperor of the 10 directions. You still want the Pengu Immortal Grass? If you want it, you can ask him for it, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Feng Wuchen's meaning was clear. Protector Qing had destroyed the Pengu Immortal Grass. What? The Pengu Immortal Grass was destroyed? Mitian Great Monarch exclaimed in shock. Great Emperor Danfeng and the others were dumbfounded again. The million-year-old Pangu immortal grass was destroyed, everyone was dumbfounded. This was a supreme treasure that could help Great Emperor 10 Directions break through to the Pangu realm. It might not be seen even in millions of years. Feng Wuchen, you can't go against me. Protector Qing said angrily, the power of the Pangu immortal grass can never resist my power, and you can't possibly come out unscathed. Even if the Pangu immortal grass can resist my power, you will still be severely injured. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, believe it or not, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Don't tell me you're afraid of the Supreme Main Divine Palace finding out? It's a pity that so many people are watching. If Fu Tianjun and the others knew that you destroyed the Pangu immortal grass, what do you think will happen to you? Feng Wuchen sneered. You. Protector Qing exploded in anger. His face was hideous. Other than Feng Wuchen and Great Emperor Danfeng, kill everyone. Protector Qing roared and charged at Feng Wuchen with murderous intent. The Pangu immortal grass was destroyed, but if they could capture Feng Wuchen, they wouldn't be punished. If they couldn't even capture Feng Wuchen, the consequences would be dire. If a Great Emperor 10 Directions couldn't capture a blue-titled ancient god, how different would he be from a rice bucket? Protector Qing, is it? Feng Wuchen sneered. Don't think that you're the only Great Emperor 10 Directions, and don't think that I'm a pushover. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen activated his bloodline power. The Great Emperor 10 Directions and the other Great Emperor 10 Directions beasts were terrified, and they fell to their knees. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses in the void were completely dumbfounded. Jiuhe Bookstore. The Great Emperor 10 Directions beasts had submitted. What kind of power was this? This is bloodline power. Protector Qing's expression changed. What a domineering bloodline power. How can he have such a terrifying bloodline power? Even the Great Emperor 10 Directions beasts have submitted to him. Great Emperor Mitian's eyes were about to pop out. Why does Feng Wuchen's bloodline contain the bloodline power of the Demon Emperor? What's going on? Protector Qing was shocked. What's going on? He has both the immortality divine power and the Demon Emperor 10 Directions bloodline. Di Qianyan was dumbfounded. The Demon Emperor 10 Directions bloodline. And Master's bloodline is even more terrifying. Great Emperor Danfeng's eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? Great Emperor Sky Qilin and the others were also dumbfounded. The immortality divine power was enough to shock and confuse them. Now, there was the Demon Emperor 10 Directions bloodline. Who is this kid? Protector Qing looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, and his expression was a little stiff. Smack, Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous smile, and then he put his palms together. Roar. In the next second, an earth-shattering roar came from the Saint Domain space, and it carried with it an incomparably domineering aura. 10 Directions Great Emperor. Protector Qing was shocked. He can summon the 10 Directions Great Emperor. Great Emperor Mitian was trembling in fear, and his face was pale. The Great Emperors who were engaged in a life-and-death battle stopped and looked at the void where the roar came from. Protector Qing, I have a friend who's also a 10 Directions Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Blood Qilin. The ancient mutated beasts exclaimed. That's right. Feng Wuchen had summoned the Blood Qilin. The Blood Qilin's bloodline had been raised to a terrifying level, and it could completely suppress the ancient mutated beasts. Not long after, a huge head emerged from the void, followed by a huge body. His terrifying aura suppressed everyone's soul and was filled with a sense of oppression. Seeing the huge and terrifying Blood Qilin, the spectating experts were all scared out of their wits. Isn't Feng Wuchen too scary? He can summon the 10 Directions Great Emperor. What kind of mutated beast is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Its aura is even stronger than Protector Qing's. Could it be that this ancient strange beast is also at the Saint Realm? Feng Wuchen can summon it? Isn't that too scary? The spectating titled ancient gods and great emperors were all petrified. The Blood Qilin is still alive. How is that possible? Protector Qing's eyes widened. Blood Qilin. Great Emperor Mitian trembled in fear. Little brother Feng, why did you summon me? The Blood Qilin asked happily. Its huge eyes scanned Protector Qing and the others. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I have a small favor to ask of you. It's my pleasure, the blood Qilin answered happily. Feng Wuchen pointed at Protector Qing and sneered, beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. If he doesn't kneel and beg for mercy, kill him. I'll show you what true power is. Protector Qing roared as his aura exploded. As a 10 Directions Great Emperor, Protector Qing was very confident in his own strength. Buzz buzz. Buzz. Protector Qing circulated his divine power to the fullest, and a dazzling green light burst out like a volcanic eruption. The space in the sacred domain shook violently, and countless cracks appeared. The destructive aura was suffocating. Many great emperors and titled ancient gods in the void retreated in fear. No one dared to stay. The fear that came from the depths of their souls was irresistible. Retreat! Great Emperor Mitian shouted, signaling the experts from the Supreme Main Divine Hall to retreat. He Kong, send a message to the Pavilion Master immediately. Great Emperor Danfeng said weakly. Yes, Your Majesty. He Kong said respectfully. Many experts retreated from the depths of the sacred domain. After all, the power of a 10 Directions Great Emperor was too terrifying. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would be reduced to ashes. 1,000 average hammer. Myriad lightning armor. Protector Qing roared as he took out his divine weapon and armor. They were both 8-star Pangu artifacts. Buzz buzz. Protector Qing's terrifying combat strength soared again. A terrifying storm of death swept out, and lightning flashed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. This was Protector Qing's greatest power, his peak state. Many experts and titled ancient gods in the sacred domain who were watching from afar were frightened by Protector Qing's terrifying strength. As expected of a 10 Directions Great Emperor. His strength is terrifying, Feng Wuchen exclaimed. He was envious of Protector Qing's strength. Indeed. Anyone who can become a 10 Directions Great Emperor is no weakling. It's not easy to become a 10 Directions Great Emperor Gui Lin said with a smile. For millions of years, countless great emperors had died because they couldn't become a 10 Directions Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen, this is my power. Protector Qing roared furiously. His aura was overbearing, and his appearance was very frightening. Blood Qilin, it's up to you, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The Blood Qilin laughed. I'll beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. The Blood Qilin's bloodline had reached a terrifying level, and its strength was on par with the Blood Marquis tribe patriarch. Because of this, the Blood Kirin was very confident in its own power. Blood Kirin. Come on. Let this protector see your strength. Protector Qing shouted angrily, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. I hope you aren't scared, the Blood Kirin said with a cold laugh. Roar, the Blood Kirin roared at Protector Qing. An even more overbearing presence exploded. Buzz. A resplendent and dazzling blood-red light flashed as an extremely tyrannical and terrifying power surged out crazily, giving off a terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Protector Qing was scared silly. How is this possible? How can a Blood Kirin have such a scary blood power? Protector Qing couldn't believe it. The Blood Kirin's power and presence were stronger than Protector Qing's. What? The Blood Kirin is even stronger than Protector Qing. Vast Sky Great Emperor exclaimed in shock. Has the power of the Blood Kirin become so scary? Sky Kirin Emperor was shocked. The Blood Kirin's bloodline power has become very scary. This is not the Blood Kirin's original bloodline. It is stronger than the blood of the Ape Kings. It is also stronger than the Icy God Luan. Red Wind Great Emperor said, his face pale. What a scary bloodline power. It is even stronger than Emperor Yinglong's bloodline, an ancient beast exclaimed in horror. The Blood Kirin's overbearing presence and power spread to every corner of the sacred realm. Every elite in the sacred realm was scared out of their wits. They all felt as if the sacred realm was about to collapse. The weaker titled ancient gods all fled in panic, afraid that they would lose their lives in the Saint Realm. The Blood Kirin looked at Protector Qing with a ferocious gaze. Human boy, are you ready? Let's fight. Protector Qing shouted angrily. Although he was afraid, he had no way out. He couldn't back out in front of so many elites, could he? Protector Qing couldn't afford to lose face like this. Roar. The blood Kirin suddenly roared, and a terrifying sound wave erupted. Protector Qing was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His eardrums hurt, and he felt dizzy. Many elites' eardrums were ringing, and their heads felt as if they were going to explode. The blood Kirin's sound wave was terrifying. Boom. The blood Kirin suddenly shot forward. It turned into a bolt of red lightning, and it roared with an ear-piercing sound. Its attack was fierce and overbearing. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a giant bolt of red lightning struck Protector Qing. There was another loud explosion, and the terrifying power sent Protector Qing flying. Protector Qing was like a bolt of black lightning. He flew 10,000 meters away, piercing through a dozen mountains. Arg! Protector Qing roared, and he forced himself to steady himself. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had been injured. Protector Qing was caught off guard by the terrifying sound wave. If it weren't for the Pengu armor, he would have been badly injured. Pengu technique. Dark shadow technique. Protector Qing used a movement skill, and he shot forward at an even faster speed. Green lightning flashed left and right, and he appeared above the blood Kirin's head. The blood Kirin swung its claw, and it carried with it a destructive power. Come on! Protector Qing roared. Pengu Skybreak Hammer. Scary power poured into the big hammer, and it created 100,000-meter-long energy hammer. It smashed toward the blood Kirin. Boom. BZZT. The energy hammer and the Kirin's claw collided. There was a deafening explosion, and the destructive power of the collision spread out in all directions. The scary power collided, and the blood Kirin was knocked back a few dozen meters. Protector Qing's Pengu technique was very scary. Is that all you've got? The blood Kirin laughed coldly. Even though the blood Kirin had been knocked back, it hadn't been hurt. It hadn't been affected. You talk big. Watch out for my hammer. Protector Qing roared again, and he swung his giant energy hammer. Kirin Claw. The blood Kirin roared. It swung its claw, and the power it gathered increased. Boom. BZZT. The energy hammer and the energy claw collided, and there was another explosion. The energy hammer shattered, and Protector Qing was sent flying. What an overbearing power! Protector Qing was shocked. His arms trembled, and he felt a stabbing pain in his bones. The blood Kirin is huge. I have to win with speed. Protector Qing thought to himself. He raised his giant hammer and shot forward. As he approached the blood Kirin, Protector Qing suddenly disappeared. Boom. The next second, Protector Qing's giant energy hammer smashed into the blood Kirin's back. The blood Kirin fell into the mountains below, and the explosion created a giant crater. Pengu technique. Limitless meteor hammer. Protector Qing roared again. Thousands of scary energy hammers appeared in the sky, and they fell like a meteor shower. End of chapter. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Thousands of energy hammers came crashing down, creating a series of deafening explosions. The ground of Sacred Realm shook violently as destructive energy ripples spread out. Each energy hammer was scary, and there were thousands of them. The destructive power was terrifying. What a powerful attack. The attacks are very strong, and they put a lot of pressure on the opponent. This Pengu is not simple. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The great emperors of the 10 directions are extremely powerful. Even the ordinary Pengu art can be used to great effect. However, the ordinary Pengu art is nothing to them. The Dark Shadow Emperor transmitted his voice with a smile. How could the Pengu art cultivated by the 10 directions great emperor be ordinary? If it wasn't strong enough, 10 direction great emperors wouldn't care about it. Of course, Protector Qing's Pengu technique was far inferior to the ancient Pengu technique. Gulp, looking at the terrifying energy ripples spreading out from the depths, many experts swallowed their saliva in horror. Their faces were incomparably pale. Vice Leader, Big Protector is still in there. Will he be okay? He Kong asked with concern. Red Wind Great Emperor frowned and said, Teacher should be fine. The blood Kirin is very strong. Protector Qing might not be able to defeat it. Master should be fine. Sky Kirin Emperor frowned. He looked very serious. The blood Kirin was stronger than Protector Qing, and Protector Qing was no match for it. Mr. Meteon Emperor, Protector Qing's attack is so scary. Has the blood Kirin been hurt? A great emperor asked in fear. Meteon Emperor looked into the depths of Sacred Realm and shook his head. I don't know. The energy ripples were too scary. Meteon Emperor couldn't sense the blood Kirin's presence. It was dark, too. He couldn't see anything. Deep in Sacred Realm, the thousands of energy hammers had finished attacking. The destructive energy ripples were still spreading. The blood Kirin had been swallowed up by the energy ripples. No one knew what had happened to the blood Kirin. No matter how strong the blood Kirin's body is, it can't withstand this power. My attack should be effective, Protector Qing thought to himself. His expression was still serious. If he could hurt the blood Kirin, he could weaken the blood Kirin's power. This way, Protector Qing would have a higher chance of winning. It is no wonder you are the main hall protector. You are very powerful. The blood Kirin's cold laughter came from the big hole. Protector Qing frowned deeply, not daring to underestimate the enemy. Boom, the next second, there was an explosion. The blood Kirin emerged from the crater. After leaving the energy ripple, the blood Kirin's scary presence began to spread. The blood Kirin's presence hasn't weakened. Is my attack useless? Protector Qing was shocked. He couldn't believe it. When Protector Qing saw the blood Kirin clearly, he realized that the blood Kirin's wounds were only superficial. How is this possible? Enforcer Qing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Despite that scary attack, the blood Kirin had only suffered some superficial wounds. In other words, these superficial wounds had no effect at all. Protector Qing had unleashed his full power earlier. As expected of an ancient mutated beast. Its body is indeed strong. It's only a superficial wound. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The blood Kirin's body was strong, and it had an absolute advantage. Tin Bag the blood Kirin's power was stronger than Protector Qing's. There was no doubt that the blood Kirin would win this fight. The blood Kirin shook the rocks and dust off its body. It laughed coldly and said, that attack was not bad. At least it made me feel some pain. If it hadn't hurt, I wouldn't have been so angry. As it spoke, the blood Kirin's body began to release an even more overbearing aura. A terrifying murderous aura began to spread. What? Great Emperor Meteon's face changed. He said in horror, the blood Kirin's presence hasn't weakened. It has become even scarier. Scarier. The elites of the main hall were scared out of their wits. It's unharmed? Great Emperor Danfeng and Sky Kirin Great Emperor were also shocked. The blood Kirin's power was beyond their imagination. Buzz. Buzz, the blood Kirin's overbearing bloodline power was activated. Bright red light shot into the sky, illuminating the dark void. An immeasurable power swept out like a tsunami. Impossible. Great Emperor Meteon was scared out of his wits. The blood Kirin's combat power is increasing. Zhuge Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim. That's a very overbearing bloodline power. Great Emperor Danfeng's eyes widened. The bloodline power has increased. The blood Kirin didn't use its full power. An ancient beast was dumbfounded. Since when did the blood Kirin become so scary? The blood Kirins weren't as strong as the Ape Kings back then. Their bloodline was only slightly stronger than ours. But now, its bloodline is stronger than Great Emperor Yinglong's? What the hell is going on? Another ancient beast asked in horror. From afar, one could see that the entire area was covered in red light. The elites outside felt the blood Kirin's terrifying aura and power, and they were all in a vegetative state. His heart was shaken, shaken, shaken. How can the blood Kirin's power be so much stronger than mine? Protector Qing looked at the blood Kirin in shock. His heart was filled with fear. Protector Qing already felt threatened by this overbearing bloodline power. Kid, it's my turn to attack. Be careful, the blood Kirin sneered. Then, it gathered its terrifying bloodline power. Above the Blood Kirin's giant head, 6 blood-red energy balls appeared. They were dozens of meters large, and they were surrounded by blood-red lightning. It was terrifying to look at. Every energy ball emitted an unimaginable amount of bloodthirsty energy, giving off a feeling of invincibility. The Blood Kirin sneered. "Kid, this is my true power. Can you block it?" Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, under the Blood Kirin's control, the 6 blood-red energy balls shot out one after another. Wherever they went, space trembled violently. Protector Qing was so scared that his face turned pale. Divine Power Shield. Protector Qing roared as he condensed an energy shield around himself. Panga Technique. Sky Thunder Shield. Protector Qing formed a seal with one hand and shouted. Panga Technique. Thousand Lightning Hammer. Protector Qing shouted again as he poured all his power into the hammer. Tens of thousands of lightning hammers appeared in the void and shot out. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the lightning hammers exploded, and the deafening sound of explosions filled the space. Unfortunately, they couldn't shake the 6 blood-red energy balls. They couldn't stop them. The Sky Thunder Shield shattered, and the 6 energy balls hit Protector Qing mercilessly. He coughed up blood. The destructive power of the 6 blood-red energy balls engulfed Protector Qing. The energy ripples spread out from the depths of the Saint Realm with unstoppable force. Everywhere it passed, the towering immortal mountains were destroyed. Even the mountains below were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the energy ripples had spread hundreds of thousands of feet away, covering the entire void. In the face of this terrifying power, Protector Qing was completely powerless to resist. The Blood Qilin's domineering bloodline power completely suppressed Protector Qing's divine power. Even with the 8-star Pangu armor, Protector Qing could not withstand it. The Blood Qilin severely injured Protector Qing in one move. Gulp, the spectating great emperors and titled ancient gods were scared out of their wits. Protector Qing. Great Emperor Mitian trembled in fear. Great Emperor Mitian could sense that Protector Qing's aura had weakened by half. This meant that Protector Qing was severely injured. I'm afraid Protector Qing won't be able to withstand such terrifying power. The Blood Qilin will definitely win. Great Emperor Sky Qilin said with fear and excitement. Protector Qing won't be able to withstand this power, Great Emperor Dan Wine said with a sneer. He was secretly shocked by the Blood Qilin's strength. Protector Qing's aura has weakened by half. He must be severely injured. Zhuge Qing Tian gloated. Great Emperor Mitian, are you still going to say that the Panga Saint Realm is under your Paragon Main Temple's control? An ancient beast asked with a sneer. He looked at the terrified Great Emperor Mitian with disdain. Great Emperor Mitian was speechless. Protector Qing was severely injured. This meant that he would definitely lose. If Protector Qing lost, they would all be in trouble. Great Emperor Mitian, report this to the Grand Elder, an ancient Great Emperor said in a panic. It's too late. Great Emperor Mitian suddenly laughed. Great Emperor Myriad Worlds. The faces of Great Emperor Mitian and the others changed drastically as they began to panic. Great Emperor Mitian was the pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion. Although he was only a peak ancient Great Emperor, he was definitely more powerful than Great Emperor Mitian. As the pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion, who dared to say that Great Emperor Mitian did not send a 10 Great Emperor? The pavilion master is here. Great Emperor Dan Wind and the others were overjoyed. The ancient god pavilion's expert immediately knelt down on one knee. Greetings, pavilion master. The pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion. Many experts were shocked and looked toward the source of the voice at the same time. The Emperor of all ages appeared with a harmless smile on his face. Myriad Era Great Emperor glanced at Mitian Great Emperor and sneered, Mitian Great Emperor, this pavilion master has already set up a barrier. Even if you report to Fu Tianjun, that old thing won't be able to come. Great Emperor Mitian's expression darkened completely, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, but he still transmitted his voice to Fu Tianjun. What if Great Emperor Wancher was lying? However, much to Great Emperor Mitian's disappointment, there was no way to send a voice transmission. I'll deal with you later. Great Emperor Myriad World sneered. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Great Emperor Tian and the others. Master of the Ancient God Pavilion. Di Qianyan cupped his fists politely. Great Emperor Wanshi glanced at Di Qianyan and smiled faintly. Great Emperor Tianzong and Great Emperor Di Wuyun aren't here? Di Qianyan smiled politely and said, they are already in closed-door training. I see. The Myriad-era Emperor nodded. Pavilion Master, Great Guardian Qing is severely injured. Great Emperor Dan Feng immediately reported. Blood Qilin? Great Emperor Wanshi smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect the Blood Qilin to still be alive after disappearing for hundreds of thousands of years. I thought he was dead, but not only did he not die, he even became so strong. Pavilion Master, the Pangu Immortal Grass was destroyed by Great Guardian Qing. Great Emperor Danfeng continued to report. Shi Sherwan what? What did you say? The Pangu Immortal Grass was destroyed? Great Emperor Wanshi's face changed drastically, and he roared in anger. It's true, we saw it with our own eyes. It was Great Guardian Qing who destroyed the Pangu Immortal Grass. That's right. We saw it with our own eyes. Great Guardian Qing is fine because of the Pangu Immortal Grass. Many experts spoke out to prove it. Preposterous. How dare he destroy the Pangu Immortal Grass? Great Emperor Wanshi was so angry that he exploded with killing intent. Great Emperor Wanshi had lived for millions of years, but he had never seen the Pangu Immortal Grass before. He wanted to see the Pangu Immortal Grass for himself, but he learned that it was destroyed. Blood Qilin. Kill that bastard Great Guardian Qing. Great Emperor Wanshi roared. Great Emperor Wanshi is here? Feng Wuchen was surprised when he heard Great Emperor Wanshi's roar. Great Emperor Wanshi? Blood Qilin was also surprised. Qing Yun. You little bastard. How dare you destroy the Pangu Immortal Grass? Great Emperor Wanshi roared again. This old thing has quite a temper. Feng Wuchen smiled. Great Emperor Wanshi stood in the void, and Great Emperor Wanshi's face was pale. Naturally, he had heard Great Emperor Wanshi's roar. Great Emperor Wanshi, send a message to Great Elder immediately. Great Emperor Wanshi said. Great Emperor Wanshi has set up a barrier, and I can't send a message back. Great Emperor Wanshi's voice was filled with panic. Great Emperor Wanshi and the others couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Boom. At that moment, the Blood Qilin suddenly exploded forward. With a loud roar, its giant body turned into a red bolt of lightning. He's here. Great Emperor Wanshi's face was solemn. He could use the Blood Qilin's power to break the barrier. Pfft. Great Emperor Wanshi spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura surged. Terrifying energy erupted like a volcano, and his aura surged. Oh? You're going to use your blood essence? The Blood Qilin was surprised, but he wasn't afraid. Blood Qilin. Come on. Great Emperor Wanshi roared. He was going all out. Great Emperor Wanshi held the giant hammer in his hand, and Great Emperor Wanshi shouted, Panga Mantra. Limitless Meteor Hammer. Great Emperor Wanshi's giant hammer smashed down on the Blood Qilin. Humph. The Blood Qilin snorted and shouted, Qilin Heaven's Wrath Claw. Boom. Pfft. Buzz. The terrifying energy claw collided with the hammer, and there was an explosion. The destructive force of the collision caused Great Emperor Wanshi to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying like a cannonball, and the space around him trembled violently. Even with the power of his blood essence, he couldn't fight the Blood Qilin head-on. However, Great Emperor Wanshi had used the Blood Qilin's power to break the barrier. A barrier? The Blood Qilin sensed the existence of the barrier. Oh? A barrier set up by Great Emperor Wanshi? Feng Wuchen was surprised. It seems like he's worried that they will send a message back to the Supreme Main Temple. Once the Supreme Main Temple learned of the situation, they would definitely send 10 Great Emperors. My barrier won't be able to withstand their power. Great Emperor Wanshi frowned, and he started to worry. Protector Qing's injuries were worsening, and he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. They had to make use of this opportunity to report to the Supreme Main Temple. If they missed this opportunity, they would all die in the Holy Domain. Great Emperor Tian also noticed that the barrier had been broken, and he immediately transmitted his voice, reporting to Grand Elder, something has happened. Protector Qing is severely injured, and he can't hold on much longer. The myriad era Great Emperor has also arrived in the Holy Domain. Send reinforcements. What? Protector Qing is severely injured? Even the myriad era Great Emperor has arrived in the Holy Domain? Fu Tianjuan's expression changed drastically, and his face was filled with disbelief. Protector Qing is severely injured? How is that possible? The four elders in the hall were shocked. Protector Qing was a 10 Directions Great Emperor. How could he be so severely injured? Could it be that the ancient God Pavilion had sent a 10 Directions Great Emperor? What happened? How did Protector Qing get so severely injured? Fu Tianjun asked angrily. His face was extremely gloomy. The ancient God Pavilion had secretly sent a 10 Directions Great Emperor to snatch the Pangu Immortal Grass. However, Fu Tianjun didn't expect Protector Qing to be so severely injured. Reporting to Grand Elder, it's the Blood Qilin. The Blood Qilin's bloodline is extremely terrifying, and its strength is above Protector Qing's. Protector Qing can't hold on much longer. Great Emperor Mi Tian transmitted his voice in a panic. Where's the Pangu Immortal Grass? Fu Tianjun asked anxiously. He was most concerned about the Pangu Immortal Grass. If he could obtain the Pangu Immortal Grass, he would have a chance to break through to the Panga realm. This was his wish for millions of years. Reporting to Grand Elder, the Pangu Immortal Grass has been destroyed. Great Emperor Mi Tian transmitted his voice in a panic. He had already guessed that Fu Tianjun would fly into a rage. What? Fu Tianjun was shocked, and his monstrous anger erupted. He slammed the table and roared, "Preposterous! This is preposterous! Who destroyed the Pangu Immortal Grass? What? The Pangu Immortal Grass has been destroyed?" The four elders in the hall were shocked. What the hell is going on? Why is the Pangu Immortal Grass destroyed? The second elder was furious. That was a Pangu Immortal Grass. They had lived for millions of years, and yet, they had never seen it, but now, it had been destroyed. Reporting to Great Elder, it's Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen destroyed the Pangu Immortal Grass. Dast Heaven Emperor sent a voice transmission in panic. He didn't dare to say that it was Protector Qing who had destroyed the Pangu Immortal Grass. Feng Wuchen. It was Feng Wuchen again. This damned brat. You've spoiled this elder's plans time and time again. Fu Tianjun was about to go mad from anger. His old face was terrifyingly malevolent, like a wild beast that had gone mad. Terrifying killing intent and fury spread out. Everyone in the Supreme Main God Palace was frightened. Did Feng Wuchen destroy the Pangu Immortal Grass? The second elder asked furiously. His murderous aura and fury also erupted. Guardian Poliu. Immediately go to the Xing domain and bring them back. The third elder roared and ordered. He couldn't bear it any longer. Third elder, aren't we going to kill them? This was a good opportunity. After all, Great Emperor Wanshi was in the Sage Realm. Wouldn't the ancient God Pavilion be impressed if he killed Great Emperor Wanshi and the others? Besides, Feng Wuchen is also in the Sage Realm. I can bring him back, Guardian Poliu said respectfully. Great Emperor Wanshi is in the Sage Realm. Do you think the ancient God Pavilion doesn't have any Great Emperors? The Blood Qilin has already broken through to the Great Emperor realm. You might not be a match for him. The third elder's face was solemn as he said coldly, if we send out Great Emperors or even take action ourselves, the Panga Sacred Realm beasts will definitely be harmed. It won't do us any good if we alert Great Emperor Yinglong unless there's a chance, we shouldn't touch them. Yes, third elder is right. Fu Tianjun nodded slightly. Great Emperor Yinglong was the strongest Great Emperor after the 100 Great Emperors. His strength was terrifying. Although the Panga Sacred Realm wasn't Great Emperor Yinglong's territory, all the ancient beasts were under his protection. The Supreme Main God Palace, the Ancient God Pavilion, and the Dragon Soul had a deep grudge against each other. A war could break out at any time. The Supreme Monster Soul True Body had yet to return. If they angered Great Emperor Yinglong now, the Supreme Main God Palace would suffer heavy casualties no matter how strong they were. Even if the 5 Great Elders worked together, they might not be able to defeat Great Emperor Yinglong. Even if they could defeat Great Emperor Yinglong, the 5 great elders would be severely injured. I will go to the sacred realm now. Protector Palu accepted the order respectfully and left for the Panga sacred realm. Kid, you can't do it anymore? The Blood Qilin sneered. Protector Qing's aura was very weak. He had almost exhausted all of his energy and was gasping for air. Is he not here yet? Protector Qing was anxious. If he didn't come soon, he would lose his life. Boom! The Blood Qilin rushed over and hit Protector Qing with its huge body. The impact made Protector Qing spit out blood again. His body turned into a black line and was sent flying. Blood Qilin, beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. If he doesn't, you can beat him to death. Feng Wuchen sneered. He better not beg for mercy. The Blood Qilin sneered and rushed forward. Boom! 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 Pft! Pft! Deep in the sacred realm, the severely injured Protector Qing was being attacked by the Blood Qilin mercilessly. The sound of explosions kept coming. Protector Qing was severely injured and had lost the ability to fight back. Protector Qing's heart was filled with rage. He was angry because he was being humiliated by the Blood Qilin. He was afraid that the Blood Qilin would accidentally use too much force and kill him. It had taken Protector Qing millions of years to reach the 10 Directions Great Emperor level. How could he not be afraid of death? Protector Qing, please hold on. I have already reported this to the Great Elder. Reinforcements will be here soon, Great Emperor Mitian said in a panic. Lord Protector Qing. The elites of the Supreme Main God Palace held their breaths and looked at Protector Qing in fear. The Blood Qilin had no intention of stopping. After all, Feng Wuchen had said that if Protector Qing didn't kneel and beg for mercy, he would kill him. Kid, are you not going to beg for mercy? Be careful, or you will lose your life. The Blood Qilin sneered and swung its claws. It was beating Protector Qing like a rubber ball. Blood Qilin. Kill him. Great Emperor Mitian shouted. Kill him. The elites of the ancient God Pavilion shouted. Kill him. Everyone from the Supreme Main God Palace should die. Great Emperor Mitian and the others shouted. The ancient beast of the Panga sacred realm also roared with great satisfaction at this moment. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Blood Qilin's body flickered. It didn't care if Protector Qing was dead or alive. It just kept swinging its claws. Protector Qing's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even the 10 Directions Great Emperor couldn't withstand the Blood Qilin's attacks. Blood Qilin, kill him, Feng Wuchen suddenly said. Protector Qing would rather die than beg for mercy. Then, he would fulfill his wish. Kid, be on your way. The Blood Qilin sneered and swung its claws. Its strength increased several times. It could definitely turn the dying Protector Qing into a bloody mist. Protector Qing. Great Emperor Mitian and the others shouted in fear. Am I going to die here? Protector Qing was terrified and desperate. Protector Qing regretted not begging for mercy. If he had knelt and begged for mercy, he could have lived. But it was too late. Boom, buzz. Buzz, just as the Blood Qilin's claw was about to strike, a black shadow appeared and blocked the Blood Qilin's attack. A terrifying energy rippled out and shook the space around them. 10 Directions Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen frowned and looked at the newcomer. Blood Qilin, it's not very nice to treat a Supreme Main Temple protector like this. A cold voice sounded. He's here. Protector Palu. Great Emperor Mitian and the others were overjoyed. Protector Palu. Great Emperor Wan Si and Great Emperor Dan Feng frowned. Sure enough, they are here. Di Qianyan frowned and thought to himself. His old face was quite serious. It seemed that this battle wouldn't end so easily. The newcomer was one of the Supreme Main Temple protectors, Protector Palu. Another 10 Direction Emperor has come. I recognize you. You are Guard Palu. The Blood Qilin laughed coldly. He wasn't afraid. Protector Palu smiled and said, it's an honor for the Blood Qilin to recognize me. While speaking, Protector Palu glanced at Feng Wuchen, but it was just a glance. What? Are you here to save him? The Blood Qilin asked with a cold smile. It looked as if it wanted to attack. You're right. I'm here to save him. Protector Palu smiled. He waved his hand and sent the injured Protector Qing flying toward Great Emperor Mitian. Great Emperor Mitian immediately took out a healing pill and fed it to Protector Qing. I didn't say I could save him. The Blood Kirin sneered. Its terrifying aura locked onto Protector Palu and its overbearing bloodline power exploded. However, Protector Palu ignored the Blood Kirin. In the blink of an eye, Protector Palu was a few meters away from Great Emperor Wanxi. He smiled and said, Ancient God Pavilion Leader, I want to take him away. What do you think? Do you think you can leave? The Blood Kirin's ferocious voice sounded. It turned into a red light and shot forward. Protector Broken Flow's face didn't change. He looked at King Forever and ignored the Blood Kirin. What a domineering attitude. Feng Wuchen sneered. Everyone turned to look at the myriad world's great emperor. The 5 great elders of the Supreme Divine Palace have returned, and the 10 directions great emperor's protectors should have come out of seclusion as well. However, the 10 directions great emperor's elders have yet to come out of seclusion. Ancestor Xianxia alone might not be able to contend with the Supreme Divine Palace. Emperor Peerless frowned and thought to himself. Thinking of this, the Myriad Era Emperor sneered, If you want to leave, I won't be able to stop you. Thank you, Ancient God Pavilion Master. Protector Poliu smiled faintly and gestured for Great Emperor Mitian to leave first. Breaking Flow Emperor used his sword fingers to gather up a scary god power. He pointed at the Blood Kirin, who was coming for him. Swish. Buzz. A blue pillar of energy shot out like a bolt of lightning, and it instantly expanded to tens of thousands of feet in size as its terrifying power skyrocketed. Is that all you've got? The Blood Kirin said angrily. It swung its claws. Protector Poliu's power wasn't enough to scare the Blood Kirin. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The Blood Kirin's overbearing power shattered Protector Poliu's pillar of energy. The Holy Realm shook violently, and a deadly storm swept through the area. The moment the Blood Kirin was stopped, Protector Poliu disappeared. Initially, Protector Poliu wanted to make a move. Firstly, he could kill Emperor Myriad Era and the others. Secondly, he could capture Feng Wuchen alive. Such a good opportunity would be hard to come by again. But the Blood Kirin's bloodline power made Protector Poliu feel very threatened. He had to give up on that idea. Did they run away? The Blood Kirin said disdainfully. Let them go. Feng Wuchen flashed and said, Pavilion Master, you should go back first. I will stay here for a while. Feng Wuchen, be careful. The Supreme Divine Palace won't let this go, Emperor Peerless said seriously. I can feel that a war is coming. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I will be careful. Feng Wuchen nodded. He Kong, continue to cultivate in the Holy Realm. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Emperor Peerless said. Yes, Pavilion Master. He Kong said respectfully. AI, what a pity for the Pangu immortal grass. The Myriad World's immortal emperor shook his head helplessly and disappeared. Master, we will take our leave. Emperor Pillwind and the others also left. Lord Feng, we will take our leave as well. Di Qianyan cupped his fists politely. The Holy Realm wasn't suitable for great emperors to cultivate. There was no need for them to stay. Emperor Peerless brought 2 great emperors with him. If he wants Protector Poliu to stay, there should be no problem. It seems like Emperor Peerless has something to worry about. Feng Wuchen guessed. Because he guessed, Feng Wuchen didn't ask. Blood Kirin, you should go back and cultivate. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Then, he turned and flew into the depths of the Holy Realm. Little brother Feng, if you need anything, feel free to call for me. Blood Kirin smiled and disappeared. After the experts left, the titled ancient god of the Holy Realm heaved a sigh of relief. Protect me. Don't let anyone near the depths of the Holy Realm. Feng Wuchen immediately sent an order to the ancient strange beast. Yes. The ancient strange beast replied respectfully. Only Feng Wuchen knew that the Pangu immortal grass wasn't destroyed. The Pangu immortal grass was too rare and precious. He couldn't let it leak. Feng Wuchen flew into the depths of the holy realm because he wanted to use the Pangu immortal grass to cultivate. If he cultivated in the holy ring, Feng Wuchen might be able to break through to the purple-titled ancient god realm faster. My primordial spirit avatar is cultivating like crazy. My cultivation has increased a lot. Before I leave the holy realm, I will definitely break through to the purple-titled ancient god realm. Feng Wuchen said confidently. He was looking forward to it. After reaching the depths of the holy realm, Feng Wuchen made sure there was no one around. Then, he released the aura of the Pangu immortal grass. I'm so excited. The Pangu immortal grass is indeed a million-year-old treasure. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. However, at that moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly felt something. His expression changed greatly. This feeling is the Pangu immortal stone. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the feeling. That's right. Feng Wuchen felt the existence of the Pangu immortal stone. No one could feel the existence of the Pangu immortal stone and the Pangu origin stone, not even Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen could feel it now. Is it because of the Pangu immortal grass? Feng Wuchen's first reaction was to think of the Pangu immortal grass. The feeling is getting stronger. That's right. This is the Pangu immortal stone. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He immediately shot out. The Pangu immortal grass had such a magical ability. End of chapter. After a few flashes, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of a pile of rocks. The Pangu immortal stones are below. Feng Wuchen was very sure. The feeling was very strong. It was as if the Pangu immortal grass was telling him that the Pangu immortal stones were below. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and blew away the rocks. Dozens of Pangu immortal stones appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. They were indeed Pangu immortal stones. Clearly, this was because the terrifying power of the battle had destroyed the place where the Pangu immortal stones were born. It must be because of the spiritual energy of the Pangu immortal grass. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The Pangu immortal grass had grown for millions of years. It was very familiar with the aura of the Pangu immortal stones and Pangu origin stones. Because of this, Feng Wuchen could sense their existence. Feng Wuchen could sense the existence of the Pangu immortal stone, which meant that he could find the Pangu immortal stone and Pangu source stone at any time. Master, we won't have to worry about not being able to find the Pangu immortal stones and Pangu origin stones now. Dragon Xianxia said excitedly. Master, there must be more nearby. Sunai said. With the help of the spiritual energy of the Pangu immortal grass, Feng Wuchen sensed carefully. Indeed, he could sense the Pangu immortal stones and Pangu origin stones in other places. Pangu immortal stones again. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. After an intense battle, the towering mountains in the depths were destroyed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. The Pangu immortal stones and Pangu origin stones that were buried deep underground or in the mountains were now buried in piles of rocks. With the help of the spiritual energy of the Pangu immortal grass, Feng Wuchen found many Pangu immortal stones and Pangu origin stones. This made Feng Wuchen overjoyed. So many Pangu immortal stones. It's enough for Shan Tong and the 3 primogenitors to increase their cultivation. Haha. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen, you sure are lucky. Others might not be able to find one even after searching for years. You've only been here for 2 days and you've already found so many Pangu immortal stones and Pangu origin stones, Heavenly Emperor Xianguang said. If others were to find out, they would probably be angered to death. The Dark Shadow Emperor laughed. I already have several hundred Pangu immortal stones and Pangu immortal grass. Breaking through to the purple-titled ancient god realm won't be a problem. Feng Wuchen was full of confidence and anticipation. With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the divine ring. Hiss. The moment it entered the divine ring, Feng Wuchen sucked in a breath of cold air at the immense and dense Pangu immortal grass spiritual energy. Shocking, incomparably shocking. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, the Pangu immortal grass once again extended its roots and coiled around Feng Wuchen. Clearly, the Pangu immortal grass liked Feng Wuchen very much. The immense and pure spiritual energy continuously entered Feng Wuchen's body. The spiritual energy of the Pangu immortal grass and the Thousand Spirits pool is actually so vast and pure. Feng Wuchen was both shocked and overjoyed. He had the urge to roar towards the sky. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Feng Wuchen definitely wouldn't have dared to believe it. This spiritual energy was too vast and too pure. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. My primordial spirit avatar is madly cultivating. Its cultivation is improving very quickly. Feng Wuchen, hurry up and cultivate. Emperor Guilin laughed. This was the best opportunity for Feng Wuchen to improve his cultivation. Feng Wuchen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He immediately took out a Pangu Immortal Stone and quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Haha, my cultivation is improving so quickly. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen had only cultivated for a few minutes when he felt his cultivation increasing rapidly. This feeling of rapid growth made Feng Wuchen extremely happy. Other than the heaven-defying divine pearl, this was the most terrifying cultivation speed that Feng Wuchen had ever experienced. Reading library. The mystic light great emperor and the other two were dumbfounded. They had lived for millions of years, but this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying cultivation speed. In the outside world, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, who was madly cultivating in the divine ring, had successfully broken through to the purple-titled ancient god realm. That's right, purple-titled ancient god realm. I broke through. I really broke through. Haha. Feng Wuchen was wild with joy. The Pangu Immortal Grass was too powerful. As expected of a supreme treasure that could help the 10 Directions Great Emperor break through to the Pangu realm. Cultivating in the divine ring took almost 2 months. In just 2 months, Feng Wuchen had broken through to the purple-titled ancient god realm. This terrifying speed was monstrous. In the entire Pangu realm, no one could do this. Even the top geniuses could not do it. Xianxia and Xianxia had also broken through to the blue-titled ancient god realm with the help of the Pangu Immortal Stone. One had to admit that the Pangu Immortal Grass was indeed terrifying. The power of a purple-titled ancient god is indeed powerful. Only 10 days have passed in the outside world, but my cultivation speed is too terrifying. Feng Wuchen said excitedly as he felt the terrifying power of a purple-titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen believed that if he used his full strength, he might be able to defeat a peak purple-titled ancient god realm expert. He might even be able to fight against a red-titled ancient god. Only 10 days had passed in the outside world, and Feng Wuchen had broken through. Who could imagine such a terrifying speed? Even the number 1 genius of the Pangu realm did not have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, even with the help of the divine ring, Feng Wuchen still took almost 2 months. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to the purple-titled ancient god realm. Master, congratulations on breaking through to the purple-titled ancient god realm. The dragon god sword, the sun eye, and the other weapon souls said. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. With the help of the 5-time space ring, the Pangu Immortal Grass, and the 1,000 Spirits Pool, I will definitely break through to the red-titled ancient god realm within a month. Feng Wuchen was so confident because the Pangu Immortal Grass was too powerful. After that, Feng Wuchen spent a few more days to consolidate his cultivation level. His fighting strength became stronger. Feng Wuchen could definitely kill anyone below the purple-titled ancient god realm with one strike. My wife, Qingyang, and the others must have broken through successfully. Feng Wuchen smiled and then left the divine ring. Xianxia, Qingyang, and the others had already come out of the 5-time space ring. Their cultivation had also broken through to the blue-titled ancient god realm. However, the deepest part of the sacred territory had turned into ruins. They were very confused and did not know what had happened. Could it be that the ancient mutated beasts had fought to the death? Husband, we have all broken through to the blue-titled ancient god realm. Xiaoxiao smiled excitedly like an excited kitten. Big brother Feng, the Pangu Immortal Stones are too powerful. Qingyang smiled excitedly. He could not wait to cultivate crazily. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Very good. With the help of the Pangu Immortal Stones and the 1,000 Spirits Pool, you will be able to break through to the blue-titled ancient god realm soon. Master, let's hurry up and find more Pangu Immortal Stones. Yanhu hurriedly said. In the past few days when you were cultivating in seclusion, I found many Pangu Immortal Stones and Pangu Origin Stones. Feng Wuchen seemed to be smiling. Big brother Feng, how many? Lu Qingyang asked anxiously. A few hundred, Feng Wuchen said proudly, revealing a trace of pride. A few hundred? Husband, are you serious? Ling Xiaoxiao asked happily. Hundreds. Qiu Tian, Yanhu, and Zhang Junlan were stunned. They had personally experienced how rare Pangu Immortal Stones and Pangu Origin Stones were. One Pangu Immortal Stone was enough to make a titled ancient god go crazy. In the Saint realm, many titled ancient gods and even great emperors might not be able to find one even after searching for years. Feng Wuchen had found hundreds of them. If a Saint realm expert knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death? Let's go and continue looking for Pangu Immortal Stones, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Big brother Feng, there are so many Pangu Immortal Stones. Why are we still looking? Lu Qingyang asked. Don't my father-in-law and the others need to cultivate? Don't the three ancestors and clan leader Qianxia need to cultivate? Don't big brother Tianming and Shan Tong need to cultivate? Don't big brother Xiaoyang and Tian Sha need to cultivate? Don't Crimson Emperor and the others need to cultivate? Feng Wuchen asked. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with embarrassment. There were too many people in Dragon Soul. It was impossible to take care of everyone. Feng Wuchen could only try his best to find as many Pangu Immortal Stones as possible. Supreme Main God Palace. Great Emperor Mi Tian appeared with the heavily injured Great Protector Qing, followed by 3 great ancient Great Emperors and a dozen Great Emperors. Fu Tianjun and the other elders' faces were extremely gloomy, and water was about to drip out of them. What's going on? Fu Tianjun asked grimly. His aura surged. Great Emperor Mi Tian then explained the details of what had happened. Feng Wuchen summoned the Blood Kirin? The 5 elders were shocked. The Blood Kirin was a 10 Great Emperor. Why would it submit to Feng Wuchen? 5 elders, the Blood Kirin's blood is very strong. It is stronger than the King Apes and the Ice Abyss God Luan. It is even stronger than Emperor Ying Long. I feel threatened, Protector Poliu said respectfully. Then, he appeared. That was why Guardian Palu didn't dare to attack. Surpassing Emperor Ying Long's bloodline? Fu Tianjuan's expression changed once more as he was shocked to the core. How is that possible? The Blood Kirin's bloodline power wasn't very strong, but why was the Blood Kirin's bloodline so scary? And even surpass Emperor Ying Long? The second elder asked doubtfully. His heart was in turmoil. Protector Palu politely said, I don't know, but it must have something to do with Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, how could he have summoned the Blood Kirin? It has something to do with Feng Wuchen? The 5 elders frowned. What did the Blood Kirin have to do with Feng Wuchen? 5 great elders, this subordinate knows that Feng Wuchen's bloodline is extremely terrifying. It contains the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline, and it's even stronger than the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline, encompassing Heaven Great Emperor said respectfully. What? The bloodline of the Demon Emperor? Stronger than the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline? The 5 great elders were shocked and stood up one after another. Feng Wuchen has the bloodline power of the Demon Emperor Great Emperor? Protector Polu's expression changed dramatically, and his heart beat wildly. The Demon Emperor Great Emperor was one of the 100 Great Emperors. He was one of the first 10 Great Emperors since Pangu's creation. The Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline could suppress all mutated beast bloodlines. It wasn't surprising that Feng Wuchen could summon the Blood Kirin. But the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline was already the most terrifying existence in existence. How could Feng Wuchen's bloodline be stronger than his? How could Feng Wuchen have the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline? What is going on? Fu Tianjun was shocked and confused. The Demon Emperor Great Emperor has been dead for millions of years. His bloodline is long gone. How could it be in Feng Wuchen's body? The second elder was shocked. The third elder said incredulously, that's impossible. Feng Wuchen can't have the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline. While the 5 elders were still in shock, the encompassing Sky Great Emperor's next words left them dumbfounded. Encompassing Heaven Great Emperor said respectfully, reporting to the 5 great elders, aside from the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline, Feng Wuchen also has the Immortal Emperor's immortal god power. What? Immortal god power? The 5 great elders exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. How is that possible? Protector Palu was stunned and said in shock, the 100 emperors have been dead for millions of years. Feng Wuchen can't have their power. It's impossible. Even if he did, it would be our supreme god temple. 5 great elders, it's true. Protector Qing and the others all sensed it. We don't know why Feng Wuchen has the power of the 100 emperors, encompassing heaven. Great Emperor said. 5 great elders, Feng Wuchen does have the demon emperor great emperor's bloodline and the immortal emperor's immortal god power, the injured Protector Qing said weakly. 5 great elders, it's true. Because of the immortal god power, Feng Wuchen could get close to the Pangu immortal grass, the great ancient emperors and great emperors said. The 5 great elders were stunned. Their old faces were petrified. Where did Feng Wuchen get the power of the 100 emperors? The 100 emperors couldn't be alive. It was impossible. Fu Tianjun suddenly recalled the scene when the Space Emperor and the ancient god pavilion came to the Supreme God Temple to save Feng Wuchen. He finally understood why. It was because the Space Emperor and the ancient god pavilion master knew that Feng Wuchen had the demon emperor great emperor's bloodline and the immortal god power. Ancestor of soul power, bloodline power, immortal god power, and the power of 300 emperors. Feng Wuchen has all of them. What is going on? The more Fu Tianjun thought about it, the more shocked he was. After millions of years, the power of the 100 emperors should have disappeared. How could Feng Wuchen have gotten it? Could it be the Space Emperor? Impossible. In the battle back then, the Space Emperor didn't do anything. The 100 emperors were annihilated. The Space Emperor couldn't have taken their power in an instant, not to mention Lord Demon Spirit was there. Fu Tianjun couldn't understand. He couldn't believe that the 100 emperors were still alive. If they were still alive, why hadn't they appeared for millions of years? Feng Wuchen must die. Don't forget that he has a mysterious power that even Lord Demon Spirit doesn't know about. His growth is too fast. We can't let him grow any further, the second elder said grimly. He had realized the terrifying threat Feng Wuchen posed. Second elder is right. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Even with the Space Emperor and the ancient god pavilion supporting him, we can't let him grow, the third elder agreed. Fu Tianjuan's face was very serious. He said in a low voice, pass down the order. Capture Feng Wuchen at all costs. Before killing Feng Wuchen, they had to absorb Feng Wuchen's ancestor of soul power. They had to absorb Feng Wuchen's mysterious power and the 100 emperors' power. Great Emperor Mi Tian, I'll leave this to you. Fu Tianjun said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Great Emperor Mi Tian accepted the order respectfully. Feng Wuchen was the Dragon Soul Supreme Lord. The ancient god pavilion couldn't protect Feng Wuchen all the time. Protector Qing, Protector Palu, you two are in charge of secretly watching the ancient god pavilion. Don't let him interfere. Fu Tianjun said fiercely. Yes, sir. Protector Palu said respectfully. End of chapter. What's Feng Wuchen's cultivation now? The third elder asked. Great Emperor Mi Tian replied respectfully, Indigo titled Ancient God Realm. Indigo titled Ancient God Realm? Fu Tianjuan's expression changed drastically, and he was petrified again. Fu Tianjun felt his head buzzing. Too shocking, too shocking. When Feng Wuchen was first captured and brought to the Paragon main palace, it had only been half a year. At that time, he wasn't even an ancient lord. In the blink of an eye, he had become an indigo titled ancient god. How could Fu Tianjun not be shocked by such an unparalleled cultivation speed? In the entire history of the Pangu world, there had never been such a terrifying cultivation genius. In half a year, he had broken through from the ancient emperor realm to the indigo titled ancient god realm. Who would dare to believe it? Who could do it? Fu Tianjun had lived for millions of years, but he had never seen such a thing before. Indigo titled ancient god. Indigo titled ancient god. How is this possible? Fu Tianjun was dumbfounded. He had never lost his composure like this before. Fu Tianjun couldn't imagine it at all. Even if he had a treasure with 5 times the space, he definitely wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Grand Elder, it's just a mere indigo titled ancient god. Is there a need to be so scared? The fifth elder asked with a frown. The second elder and the others were also confused. With their cultivation, an ancient emperor could kill them with a single finger. There was no need for them to be afraid of indigo-titled ancient gods. Do you know what Feng Wuchen's cultivation was half a year ago? Fu Tianjun asked in return. Half a year ago? The elders were all stunned. What did this have to do with Feng Wuchen's cultivation half a year ago? Fu Tiancheng said gloomily. Half a year ago, Feng Wuchen's cultivation hadn't broken through to the ancient lord realm. Boom! As soon as Fu Tianjun said this, the four elders and Protector Poliu were dumbfounded. Half a year ago, he hadn't broken through to the ancient lord realm. Half a year later, he had become an indigo-titled ancient god. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? In just half a year, who in the Pangu world could achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed? No one, not to mention one, there wasn't even half of them. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Is it so easy to break through to the titled ancient god realm? The four elders were shocked beyond belief. The four elders were all 10 directions great emperors. They were well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate. This was especially true for ancient monarchs and ancient gods. Without several decades, it would be extremely difficult for them to achieve a breakthrough, unless he had a powerful pill or a huge amount of cultivation resources. Only now did they know why Fu Tianjun would reveal such a shocked and fearful expression. Fu Tianjun said solemnly, Feng Wuchen's growth speed has completely exceeded our imagination. This brat is too terrifying. He broke through from the ancient emperor realm to the indigo-titled ancient god realm in half a year? That was impossible, right? No matter how fast one's cultivation speed is, it's impossible to do that. Protector Poliu was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Guardian Poliu refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. Does Feng Wuchen have such a terrifying cultivation speed? Can he really break through from the ancient emperor realm to the blue-titled ancient god realm in half a year? Great Emperor Mitian felt his mind go blank. Other people might not even be able to break through to the ancient king realm in half a year. Feng Wuchen had crossed several major realms in half a year. The most terrifying thing was that he had crossed the ancient god realm. It was unimaginable and incomprehensible. If they knew that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the purple-titled ancient god realm, they would probably faint from shock. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Fu Tianjun said coldly, we must capture Feng Wuchen as soon as possible. He can't be allowed to continue growing. If they didn't stop Feng Wuchen now, the consequences would be unimaginable once Feng Wuchen became stronger. The strength of 300 emperors was no joke. What they didn't know was that Feng Wuchen already had the strength of dozens of 10 directions great emperors. Grand Elder, Feng Wuchen is still in the true saint realm. Should we go and capture Feng Wuchen now? Great Emperor Mitian suppressed the fear in his heart and asked respectfully. Fu Tianjun said coldly, there's no need. The Blood Qilin and Myriad Worlds great emperor might still be in the true saint realm. Send people to watch the entrance and wait for Feng Wuchen to come out. Feng Wuchen still has the Space Great Emperor Space God Force. Don't alert him and let him escape. Understood. Great Emperor Mitian said respectfully. As a precaution, send people to secretly attack the Dragon Soul and capture some important people of the Dragon Soul to force Feng Wuchen into submission. We're not afraid that he won't obediently surrender. Fu Tianjun said in a gloomy voice. His old eyes narrowed, and a trace of ruthless killing intent flashed through them. In order to ensure that Feng Wuchen was captured, Fu Tianjun didn't hesitate to use underhanded methods. This subordinate will bring people over immediately. Great Emperor Mitian replied respectfully. Pangu Holy Boundary. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Feng Wuchen and the others had been searching for Pangu Immortal Stones and Pangu Origin Stones in the depths. There were ancient beasts guarding the depths, so great emperors couldn't get close. With the help of the Pangu Immortal Grass Spiritual Qi, Feng Wuchen and the others searched the depths of the true saint realm and found hundreds of Pangu Immortal Stones and Pangu Origin Stones. There were more than 500 Pangu Immortal Stones alone. There was no need to mention the Pangu Origin Stones. They were a small mountain. Other than that, they also found a large number of herbs and natural treasures. After a month of treasure hunting, their harvest was bountiful. My purple-titled ancient god realm has been stabilized. My wife and the others have also broken through to blue-titled ancient god realm. It's time to go back, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation base, if he unleashed his peak combat strength, he was confident that he could fight a red-titled ancient god. After breaking through to purple-titled ancient god realm, his various god force and physical body had improved tremendously. More importantly, Feng Wuchen could already control that mysterious and terrifying power. This was also the reason why Feng Wuchen was confident that he could fight a red-titled ancient god. In the divine ring, his essence soul clone was still crazily absorbing the Pangu immortal grass spiritual qi to cultivate. Even if Feng Wuchen's main body didn't cultivate, the increase in his cultivation base was extremely shocking. It was completely an open-ended cultivation. It was a pity that the Pangu immortal stones had to be left for Dragon Soul and the others to cultivate. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would definitely be able to break through to red-titled ancient god realm very quickly. Of course, with the help of the Pangu immortal grass and the 1,000 spirit pool, it was completely enough. The Pangu immortal stones were left for Dragon Soul and the others. After all, there weren't many Pangu immortal stones. No one dared to stop them as they flew out from the depths. The battle half a month ago had already frightened them. No one dared to provoke Feng Wuchen. Many experts had to greet Feng Wuchen respectfully when they saw him. Soon, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others came out of the sage realm. We can finally go back. Husband, I want to go back and see Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. She missed her husband very much. Okay. I'll accompany you back. Feng Wuchen nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned as if he had sensed something. He immediately sent a voice transmission. Be careful, there are enemies. End of chapter. Supreme Main God Temple? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' expressions changed. The first thing they thought of was Supreme Main God Temple. Supreme Main God Temple had suffered such a great loss. How could they let it go so easily? Is there anyone else besides them? I also guessed that they wouldn't give up so easily. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a cold smile. My lord, what do we do now? Yanhu asked with a frown. Don't worry. It's just 3 purple-titled ancient gods and 7 blue-titled ancient gods. If they dare to attack, we'll kill them, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He was not worried at all. Blue-titled ancient gods? Lu Qingyang sneered. I want to test my strength. You'll have the chance. I'm not gone yet, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. When Feng Wuchen and the others came out, they attracted the attention of the cultivators at the entrance. Aren't they the green-titled ancient gods that went in a month ago? They came out alive. No, their cultivation has already broken through to blue-titled ancient gods. They must have found the Pangu immortal stone. Blue-titled ancient gods. How is that possible? They went from green-titled ancient gods to blue-titled ancient gods in a month. Many people recognized Feng Wuchen and the others, and they were all shocked. Lord Mitian Great Emperor, Feng Wuchen, and the others have come out. A purple-titled ancient god reported respectfully. We waited for half a month. They're finally out. Feng Wuchen, you won't be able to escape this time. Mitian Great Emperor narrowed his eyes and murderous intent flashed in them. Feng Wuchen can summon the blood Kirin. We can't give him that chance. Another Great Emperor said fiercely. Protector Palu, Feng Wuchen has come out. Is there any movement from the ancient god pavilion? Mitian Great Emperor asked respectfully. There's no movement from the ancient god pavilion. You can attack now. I will do my best to stop the experts from the ancient god pavilion, Protector Palu replied. Stop them. Capture Feng Wuchen alive and kill the others. Great Emperor Mitian ordered. Let's go. Great Emperor Mitian sneered. The 3 ancient Great Emperors disappeared into thin air. After Great Emperor Mitian gave the order, the 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods immediately moved to intercept Feng Wuchen while the 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods appeared behind Feng Wuchen. I thought you wouldn't do anything. Feng Wuchen sneered. As he spoke, he took out the dragon god sword, and a tyrannical and ferocious sword intent burst out. Ling Xiaoxiao and Zhang Junlan let out their Pangu swords as well, preparing for a fight. Now that he had broken through to become a blue-colored titled ancient god, it was time for him to test out the true power of the sword. Oh? Have you already detected us? The purple titled ancient god in the lead was slightly surprised, and his terrifying power exploded forth. Buzz. The 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods and the 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods released their terrifying power. The space within 10,000 zhang radius shook violently, and the mountain range where the sage domain was located was torn apart. Everyone, leave quickly. Many of the cultivators who were cultivating were so frightened that they fled in terror. The power of a purple-colored titled ancient god wasn't something they could withstand. Capture Feng Wuchen alive and kill the others. Attack. The leading purple-colored titled ancient god ordered, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. The 10 experts attacked without hesitation, and their terrifying auras locked onto Feng Wuchen and the other 5. Kill without mercy. Feng Wuchen sneered and charged at the 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods with the dragon god sword in hand. Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of fighting 1 against 3. Feng Wuchen didn't even bother to use his power. It was clear that he was very confident in his own strength. Sovereign, be careful. Qiu Tian shouted worriedly. Big brother Feng, can you defeat them? Lu Qingyang asked worriedly. At the same time, he released his full power. They didn't know that Feng Wuchen had already broken through to become a purple-colored titled ancient god. Even if Feng Wuchen had an immortal body, he wouldn't be a match for the 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods. A blue-colored titled ancient god dares to resist? A purple-colored titled ancient god sneered disdainfully. Are you very strong? Feng Wuchen sneered with a playful expression. In the next second, the 3 closed in on Feng Wuchen and attacked him fiercely without hesitation. Boom. 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 Buzz. The 3 attacked at the same time, punching and kicking at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen raised his left leg to block the sweep of one of them. He punched out with his left hand to block the attack of another. The purple-colored titled ancient god punched his chest, and a terrifying power swept out. When the attacks landed, the 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods were instantly dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen was fighting 1 against 3, and he blocked their attacks with his physical strength alone. That was right. Feng Wuchen was merely blocking. The dragon god sword in his hand didn't attack at all. What shocked them even more was that the fist of the leading man landed squarely on Feng Wuchen's chest, but it didn't move Feng Wuchen at all. How is this possible? The leading man looked as if he had seen a ghost. He even felt a sharp pain in his arm. The other 2 purple-colored titled ancient gods were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Was he still King human? Did a blue-colored titled ancient god have such strength? Absolutely impossible. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were also stunned. Those were 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods. Feng Wuchen blocked them so easily, they quickly realized that Feng Wuchen was a purple-colored titled ancient god. The leading purple-colored titled ancient god shouted, Feng Wuchen has broken through to the purple-colored titled ancient god. Be careful. What? He's broken through to the purple-colored titled ancient god? How's that possible? The other 2 were scared out of their wits. The 3 of them immediately retreated. Their expressions were filled with fear and vigilance. Feng Wuchen patted his chest lightly. He sneered and said, Your reaction is pretty fast. It's a pity that your strength is too weak. Your attacks won't hurt me at all. It can't be, right? Big brother Feng has broken through to the purple-colored titled ancient god? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. Amazing. Lord didn't use any strength, and he blocked their attacks. Isn't he too powerful? Yanhu was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it. When did my husband break through to the purple-colored titled ancient god? Isn't that too fast? Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing were stunned. They didn't know about the Pengu immortal grass. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so shocked. Now, it's my turn to attack. Feng Wuchen sneered. He directly put the dragon god sword into his body. Feng Wuchen's actions were undoubtedly contemptuous in their eyes. How dare you look down on us? The 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods were instantly enraged. Monstrous murderous auras erupted. Their violent auras turned into waves of air. The three of them shot out madly. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. Preposterous. Feng Wuchen. You're courting death. Seeing Feng Wuchen's overbearing attitude, the three of them exploded in anger. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "You're the ones courting death." End of chapter. The three purple-colored titled ancient gods attacked ferociously. Feng Wuchen did not attack and continued to cross his arms in front of his chest. However, the fierce attacks of the three could not touch Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen relied on his shocking speed and reaction to completely avoid their fierce attacks. 1 against 3, Feng Wuchen was like playing a game. Too powerful, boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. At the same time, Xianxia and the other four unleashed their full power and engaged in an intense battle with the 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods. This was earth-shattering, and a terrifying power swept out without restraint. Xianxia and the other four unleashed their full power and completely suppressed the 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, they were above the 7 of them. Whether it was using their fists or feet, or using the Panga technique, they suppressed the 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods. The battle had just begun, but the difference in power had already been widened. The 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods were all frightened by the domineering power of Xianxia and the other 4. They had thought that the 7 of them could easily kill Xianxia and the other 4 if they joined forces. However, they had not expected the 5 of them to be so powerful. They even felt that Xianxia and the other 4 had not even used their true power. How powerful were they? Hehe, are all the experts of the Supreme Main Temple as weak as you? How disappointing. Lu Qingyang mocked and laughed coldly. How boring. Yanhu shook his head disappointedly. The 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods were furious. Their faces and ears turned red, and they looked extremely ferocious. Let's end this quickly. Xianxia shouted coldly. Her aura soared again, and her beautiful eyes became extremely sharp. Kill. Xiao Tian shouted coldly, and a domineering sword essence burst out. Die. Zhang Junlan shouted. The 5 of them unleashed their auras, and a cold murderous aura swept out with earth-shattering power. Their terrifying fighting power increased. The 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods were instantly frightened. Swish. Swish. Swish, Xianxia and the other 4 shot out at the same time. However, the moment they shot out, the 5 of them suddenly disappeared. The originally domineering and terrifying aura, as well as the domineering sword intent, had all disappeared. The 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods were once again dumbfounded. What the F***ck was going on? How could he suddenly disappear from the face of the earth? Chi. 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 However, just as they were dumbfounded, Xianxia and the other 4 suddenly appeared again. Sword light flashed, and 7 streams of blood sprayed out. The 7 of them were instantly slashed by the sword. Your people have been killed. Feng Wuchen sneered. The 7 blue-colored titled ancient gods were instantly killed, and the 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods immediately sensed it. They couldn't believe that the battle had ended so quickly. 7 blue-colored ancient gods were no match for 5 blue-colored ancient gods. Was he a piece of trash? Brother Qiu Tian is still the best. The manifestation of sword intent is too powerful. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. Then, he used teleportation and instantly took the 7 people's storage rings. Qiu Tian shook his head slightly and laughed. My manifestation of sword intent is not worth mentioning in front of a master. Brother Qiu Tian, your sword principal territory is already very powerful. Well done. Xianxia laughed. Teacher is getting stronger and stronger. The attacks of the 3 of them can't even touch teacher. Zhang Junlan said in shock. His gaze was already fixed on the battle at Feng Wuchen's side. Brother Feng, stop fooling around. Let's attack, Lu Qingyang laughed. Get rid of them immediately. Feng Wuchen sneered. To Feng Wuchen, killing 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods was as easy as killing an ant. The 3 purple-colored titled ancient gods were deceived again. However, this time, they didn't dare to talk back. The three of them attacked crazily for a full 2 minutes, but they couldn't even land a single punch on Feng Wuchen. Boom! 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 Feng Wuchen finally attacked. All the attacks of the three were perfectly blocked by Feng Wuchen. Swish! Boom! 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 Feng Wuchen's body flashed and the three purple-colored titled ancient gods were hit by dozens of punches in an instant. His attack speed was extremely fast. How is this possible? Invisible attacks. The leader was shocked. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Too fast. I can't see anything. The other two purple-colored titled ancient gods were also shocked. Did the Supreme Main Shrine send you to your deaths? Feng Wuchen sneered. His body flashed strangely. No one knew the exact location of Feng Wuchen's original body. The three of them were dumbfounded by this scene. What kind of terrifying body motion was this? Amazing. Husband's movement technique has already been cultivated to this level? Xianxia's face was filled with astonishment. My lord has already cultivated the Thousand Illusion technique to its peak. This is the combination of the Thousand Illusion technique and the ghostly shadow wind. My lord's speed and power have probably reached the level of a red-titled ancient god, Qiu Tian said. He was also extremely shocked. The level of a red-colored titled ancient god. Lu Qingyang and Yanhu were stunned. In other words, Feng Wuchen already had the ability to fight with a red-colored titled ancient god. Fu Tianjun, that old man, shouldn't be so stupid, Feng Wuchen sneered. Suddenly, his voice came from behind them. The three of them were shocked. Their hearts were beating wildly. This speed was too terrifying. They were all purple-colored titled ancient gods, but at this moment, they felt as small as ants. Feng Wuchen gave them an overwhelming pressure. Boom, poof, Feng Wuchen punched out. The domineering power caused one of them to spit out blood. His body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a nearby mountain. After injuring one person with a punch, Feng Wuchen mysteriously disappeared again. Too fast. We can't see him. Lu Qingyang said in shock. He couldn't find Feng Wuchen's position at all. My soul power can't find him either, Zhang Junlan said. His face was stiff from shock. The two purple-colored titled ancient gods also couldn't find Feng Wuchen's position. His speed was too terrifying, the leading man said angrily. Feng Wuchen, what kind of body motion is this? If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Boom. Boom, poof. Poof, as the man shouted, Feng Wuchen silently appeared behind them. Another two loud sounds could be heard. The domineering power caused the two of them to spit out blood. Their bodies turned into black lines and flew out. This is called space divine power. Didn't that old man Fu Tianjun tell you? You can't even keep up with my speed, yet you want to fight me head-on? Do you have the qualifications? Feng Wuchen sneered. I wonder if this great emperor has the qualifications? Great Emperor Mi Tian's angry roar suddenly sounded. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down mercilessly. Poof, Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother Feng. Lord. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. Great Emperor Mi Tian. Feng Wuchen's expression instantly turned gloomy. End of this chapter. I knew that old bastard Fu Tianjun wouldn't send trash to deal with me. Feng Wuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. I also knew that he would send you. Husband, they have 3 great ancient emperors. What should we do? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice with a solemn expression. Don't worry, my wife. We'll be fine. There's no need to be afraid of them, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Madam, we can send a message to Great Emperor Yi Jun and Great Emperor Ao Feng at any time, Qiu Tian said respectfully. That's right. If they want to die, we can't stop them, Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly, as if he could already see Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others dying. At the 35th layer of heaven, there was the Dragon Soul Battle God. With a single order, Great Emperor Yi Jun and Great Emperor Ao Feng would rush over to help as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen, you're really amazing. You actually broke through to the purple-titled ancient god realm. Great Emperor Mi Tian's fierce voice sounded again. The great emperor of encompassing heaven materialized, and his terrifying aura swept out along with a storm. His terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. At the same time, two other great ancient emperors appeared, Great Emperor Sumi and Great Emperor Tian Fa. Great Emperor Mi Tian was already shocked when he heard that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the blue-titled ancient god realm from the ancient emperor realm in half a year. But in just half a month, Feng Wuchen had broken through again. Great Emperor Mi Tian's heart was in turmoil. Such a terrifying cultivation speed had never appeared in the Panga realm before. It was incomprehensible. It's not just you. Even your friend's cultivation has increased tremendously. It seems that he must have found the Pangu Immortal Stone, Great Emperor Mi Tian sneered mockingly. We did find the Pangu Immortal Stone. Are you afraid that our cultivation will catch up to yours? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. He wasn't worried at all. Catch up to this great emperor? Great Emperor Mi Tian was stunned at first, but then he laughed. Haha, Feng Wuchen, do you think you still have a chance? This great emperor knows that your cultivation has improved very quickly, but you don't have the chance. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want this great emperor to do it personally? Feng Wuchen sneered unhurriedly, are you that confident? Feng Wuchen, don't you dare summon the blood Kirin. Sumi Emperor laughed coldly. Don't expect the experts of the ancient god pavilion to come and save you. The Emperor of Heaven Punishment sneered. He looked as if he was sure that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Oh. Is that so? It seems that you have made sufficient preparations. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. On the contrary, he looked very confident. Great Emperor Mi Tian sneered, you're right, you won't be able to escape today. As soon as the words left Great Emperor Mi Tian's mouth, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Feng Wuchen is injured. Great Emperor Mi Tian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He's fully recovered. Heavenly Emperor Sumi was petrified. How is that possible? No matter how strong his body is, he can't recover so quickly. The Emperor of Heaven Punishment's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen had recovered completely, Great Emperor Mi Tian's aura had clearly injured Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen would have lost his ability to fight. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had recovered completely. What was going on? How had Feng Wuchen done it? Even pills could not be that powerful. Feng Wuchen, how did you recover completely? Great Emperor Mi Tian asked in shock. He had not seen Feng Wuchen take any pills. He had not seen Feng Wuchen use any kind of divine ability to recover either. How had his injuries healed? Dian Dian Library, you don't have the right to know, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen's words enraged Great Emperor Mi Tian. Feng Wuchen dared to say that an ancient great emperor like him did not have the right to know. This was an insult. Second brother, third brother, suppress his spatial power. Don't give him a chance to escape, Great Emperor Mi Tian said angrily. At the same time, he shot out like a tiger descending the mountain. Great Emperor Mi Tian alone was more than enough to deal with Feng Wuchen. Great Emperor Sumi and the Emperor of Heaven Punishment immediately did as they were told. They unleashed a terrifying power to suppress Feng Wuchen. Under the suppression of this terrifying power, it was almost impossible for Feng Wuchen to escape using his spatial power. Let alone escape, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao could not even move. Feng Wuchen, this great emperor will make you regret angering me, Great Emperor Mi Tian said angrily. He wanted to beat Feng Wuchen up to vent his anger. Do you think only your Paragon main shrine has people? Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, if this great emperor dares to touch you, do you think I'll give you a chance? Do you think this great emperor doesn't know that your dragon soul has experts? Great Emperor Mi Tian said viciously. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Feng Wuchen and punched out. Since you already know, you still dare to attack. It seems you're tired of living. Great Emperor Yi Jun's mocking laughter suddenly sounded. Great Emperor Yi Jun. Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Impossible. This great emperor has already set up a barrier. How did you enter? Great Emperor Mi Tian could not believe it. Great Emperor Yi Jun sneered. Is your barrier very strong? I don't think so. Great Emperor Yi Jun can ignore the barrier? The Emperor of Heaven Punishment was extremely shocked. When Great Emperor Tian appeared, he had already set up a powerful barrier. His purpose was to guard against the ancient Great Emperors of the Dragon Soul. The barrier was so powerful that even Great Emperor Yi Jun would not be able to enter without being detected. Unfortunately, what Great Emperor Tian didn't know was that Feng Wuchen had already sensed the existence of the barrier. No matter how powerful the barrier was, it was useless in front of Feng Wuchen. It was completely useless. Great Emperor Yi Jun and the others had been able to enter without being detected precisely because of Feng Wuchen. Great Emperor Tian, you three ancient great emperors are bullying the weak. Do you have any shame? Great Emperor Ling Tian's bone-chilling roar sounded. Great Emperor Ling Tian. Great Emperor Tian and the others were shocked again. Do you really think there's no one left in the Dragon Soul? Great Emperor Ling Tian roared. An incomparably terrifying aura burst out. Great Emperor Yi Jun, Great Emperor Ling Tian, and Great Emperor Ling Tian appeared at the same time. If you want to fight, then fight us. Great Emperor Yi Jun sneered and unleashed his bloodthirsty eyes. It was time for today's battle. Bloodthirsty eyes were the most terrifying. Bloodthirsty eyes. Great Emperor Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Come, we're bored and lonely, Great Emperor Ling Tian said viciously as his terrifying power erupted. Great Emperor Tian's face was extremely twisted as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Such a good opportunity had been ruined again. Attack! We must take Feng Wuchen away. Great Emperor Tian roared as his terrifying killing intent spread wildly. Great Emperor Tian Fa and Great Emperor Sumi unleashed their full power. Terrifying power swept out like a tsunami. Buzz buzz. An extremely domineering and terrifying sword intent burst out. The space shook violently, and the air was completely replaced by sword intent. Sword intent manifestation. Great Emperor Tian and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Intense fear surged into their hearts. How could they not know how terrifying sword intent manifestation was? It was the supreme existence of the sword Dao. You should be honored to see my strongest move. Emperor Yi Jun laughed maniacally. He looked like a bloodthirsty demon god. Your strongest move? Qiu Tian's expression changed. He was very expectant. As expected of Emperor Yi Jun. He's too powerful. Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan were excited. Husband, is Emperor Yi Jun's sword Dao domain stronger than yours? Why do I feel that it's more powerful? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's alright. Emperor Yi Jun's sword Dao domain was indeed powerful, but it was far inferior to Feng Wuchen's. But it was terrifying enough. Crack. As Emperor Yi Jun's sword intent became more and more terrifying, the barrier set up by Great Emperor Tian and the others collapsed. The barrier collapsed, and Emperor Yi Jun's domineering sword intent spread wildly. Everywhere it passed, countless cultivators of the 35 heavens were scared out of their wits. Such a domineering sword intent seemed to be right in front of him. It was suffocating. Let me show you my endless sword intent. Haha. Emperor Yi Jun laughed maniacally. Countless sword intent energy swords condensed in the air. It was truly endless. Looking up, it seemed that the entire 35 heavens was covered by sword intent energy swords. There was no end in sight. Not to mention how domineering each sword intent energy sword was, the sheer number was enough to make people pee their pants. Not to mention, each sword intent energy sword was extremely domineering and terrifying. Great Emperor Tian and the others were completely scared into vegetative states. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. They had completely lost their will to fight. To think that the manifestation of sword intent could be so terrifying. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air and were dumbfounded. He can actually condense so many sword intent energy swords. Prisoner Tian was dumbfounded. Isn't this move too ruthless? Emperor Yi Jun didn't have to be so serious, did he? Such tyrannical and terrifying sword intent energy swords, and such a large number of them, who can block them? I'm afraid no one under the 10 directions Great Emperor can stop him. As expected of the Sword Spirit Emperor's personal disciple, his strength is simply incredible. Heavenly Emperor Ling Tian and Heavenly Emperor Tian Men were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to imagine. With such a terrifying attack, why would they even need to make a move? The number of sword intent energy swords was simply too large. Just by looking at them, they could cause millions of times the critical damage. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying move. Emperor Yi Jun's fearsomeness had broken new records in their hearts. The title of Blood Demon Monarch was not for nothing. Swish. Swish. Buzz. Emperor Yi Jun waved his hand, and countless terrifying sword intent energy swords shot out with the power to destroy everything. They condensed into a sword tornado that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The destructive energy shook the entire 35th heaven. The scene was extremely spectacular and visually shocking. Anyone who saw it would be scared out of their wits. Seeing this scene, Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others trembled. Their minds went blank, and their faces were extremely pale. Boom. 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 Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others were bombarded and swallowed by the sword tornado. Immeasurable energy ripples swept wildly as if they were going to devour the 35th heaven. Facing such tyrannical sword intent energy swords, Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others couldn't withstand it. In almost an instant, the three ancient great emperors were severely injured. Countless sword intent energy swords attacked. Wouldn't Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others be turned into a hornet's nest? Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others definitely won't be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Lu Qingyang said with certainty. He looked more and more excited. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said with a smile, Emperor Yi Jun is very strong. Few below the great emperors of 10 directions are his match. Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others naturally won't be able to withstand such a huge sword rain attack. Emperor Yi Jun had defeated 3 ancient great emperors in one move. One could see how terrifying such strength was. The sword rain bombarded wildly without any intention of stopping. If this attack continued, Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others would definitely be beaten to death. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void, as expected of the Sword Soul Emperor's personal disciple. His sword intent manifestation realm is indeed unparalleled and domineering. Protector Poliu. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He knew who it was as soon as he heard it. A storm of death suddenly attacked and directly swallowed Emperor Yi Jun's sword intent energy swords. Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others appeared, but they were all severely injured and were about to lose consciousness. Protector Poliu. Great Emperor Ling Tian and Great Emperor Tian Men both sensed an extremely strong aura. Great Emperors of 10 directions? They are indeed powerful. Emperor Yi Jun's face was still filled with madness. His bloodthirsty demonic nature seemed to erupt uncontrollably. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Emperor Yi Jun swung the Panga sword horizontally. Countless sword intent energy swords condensed into a giant beast that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. It madly pounced on the storm of death. Extremely domineering sword intent swept out with mountain-toppling power. At the same time, countless sword intent energy swords also condensed in all directions and attacked the storm of death. The storm of death was like a bottomless pit, madly swallowing the sword intent energy swords. Emperor Yi Jun, do you really think you can fight me with just this little bit of power? Protector Poliu sneered. No matter how strong Emperor Yi Jun was, he was still an ant in front of Great Emperor 10 Directions. The domineering sword intent energy swords couldn't threaten Great Emperor 10 Directions at all. Swish, boom, as soon as Poliu finished his words, a sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out in the space. A blue energy beam shot out and instantly pierced through the beast formed by countless sword intent energy swords. Countless energy swords were destroyed. Emperor Yi Jun was also blasted back several hundred meters. As expected of the Emperor of 10 Directions. The difference in strength is too great. My sword intent was easily defeated by him. Emperor Yi Jun thought to himself. Boom. Buzz. In the next second, Enforcer Poliu detonated the storm of death. Destructive energy swept through the area and destroyed Emperor Yi Jun's sword intent energy sword. The sword intent energy sword, which was so terrifying that no one could match it a second ago, was easily broken by Protector Poliu in the next second. The 10 Directions Great Emperor was indeed terrifying. Great Emperor Yi Jun, if you can break through to the 10 Direction Great Emperor realm, I'm afraid not many 10 Direction Great Emperors will be your match. Unfortunately, you're still an ancient Great Emperor, Protector Poliu said coldly. End of chapter. Protector Poliu's words made sense. An ancient Great Emperor was an ancient Great Emperor. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compete with a 10 Direction Great Emperor. The difference in cultivation level wasn't something that sword intent could make up for. If it was so easy to break through to the 10 Direction Great Emperor level, would you still dare to talk to me like this? Emperor Yi Jun sneered. His bloodthirsty eyes slowly dissipated, and so did his bloodthirsty demonic nature. It was extremely difficult to break through to the 10 Direction Great Emperor level. Emperor Yi Jun was a very powerful genius, and a rare sword Dao genius. However, after millions of years, he had only reached the ancient Great Emperor level. To be honest, I won't be a match for you if you become a 10 Direction Great Emperor. However, it's not that easy to become a 10 Direction Great Emperor. Even if you're the Sword Spirit Emperor's disciple, it's not that easy, Protector Poliu admitted. After all, sword intent was terrifying. Feng Wuchen, you're lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Protector Poliu's cold voice sounded. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. My luck has always been this good. Go back and tell Fu Tianjun to give up. What Feng Wuchen didn't know was that his terrifying growth had made Fu Tianjun and the others realize that he was a threat. Fu Tianjun didn't just want to steal Feng Wuchen's divine power, he also wanted to kill him in the cradle. The Supreme Main Temple wouldn't allow any threat to exist. I hope so. Protector Poliu sneered. Protector Poliu, who hadn't shown himself, left with the 3 severely injured Great Emperors. Oh? They're leaving? Feng Wuchen was surprised. How could they give up such a good opportunity? With Protector Poliu's strength, dealing with Emperor Yi Jun and the others should be a piece of cake. Why did they leave just like that? Lu Qingyang sneered. He's afraid of the Blood Kirin, isn't he? Isn't that obvious? He didn't dare make a move when he was in the Sage Realm. Yanhu sneered proudly. The appearance of Emperor Yi Jun and the others had given Feng Wuchen a chance. Protector Poliu wasn't an idiot. If he attacked, Feng Wuchen would summon the Blood Kirin. Protector Poliu wasn't a match for the Blood Kirin, so it was pointless for him to attack. Feng Wuchen looked at Emperor Yi Jun and asked, Emperor Yi Jun, is there any news recently? Emperor Yi Jun shook his head and said seriously, Lord. Is. And. Feng Wuchen nodded and thought, I hope the 10,000 Flower Valley can find out. It's time to go to the Blood Marquee space again. It's not that easy to become a 10 Directions Great Emperor. Plus, Wu isn't a peak ancient Great Emperor yet. Emperor Yi Jun smiled wryly. If I say it's possible, then it's possible, Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Lord, you have a way? Emperor Yi Jun was overjoyed. He was very excited. It can't be, right? Heavenly Emperor Ling Tian and Heavenly Emperor Tianmen were shocked. Feng Wuchen wasn't joking, was he? Ai Shu Hut. That was a 10 Directions Great Emperor. Could he break through just like that? If so, wouldn't the 22 Great Emperors of the Dragon Soul War God become 10 Directions Great Emperors? Emperor Ling Tian and Emperor Tianmen didn't dare to imagine. If Emperor Yi Jun could become a Great Emperor of the 10 Directions, few Great Emperors of the Panga realm would be his match with his terrifying sword intent manifestation. You'll know when we get back. Go into seclusion for the time being. Don't come out until you become a 10 Directions Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Haha. Great. Emperor Yi Jun laughed excitedly. He was looking forward to it. Emperor Yi Jun had been thinking about becoming a 10 Directions Great Emperor all the time, but it was too difficult to do so. Now, he finally had the chance. If I can become a 10 Directions Great Emperor, I won't care about Guardian Poliu. Emperor Yi Jun said excitedly. Since the Supreme Main God Palace had already sent out a 10 Directions Great Emperor, Feng Wuchen naturally had to create a 10 Directions Great Emperor for the Dragon Soul. Emperor Yi Jun was the only candidate. Once Emperor Yi Jun became a 10 Directions Great Emperor, Guardian Poliu wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Supreme Main God Palace. Guardian Poliu appeared with Great Emperor Mitian and the other two and sent people to treat their injuries. Great Emperor Mitian and the other two were severely injured. If they weren't treated in time, they could lose their lives at any time. This was one of the reasons why Guardian Poliu didn't make a move. After all, it wasn't easy to nurture an ancient great emperor. In the main hall, Fu Tianjun and the other elders looked extremely gloomy. Clearly, they knew that the mission had failed. Reporting to the 5 elders, Emperor Yijun intervened and caused them to fail. Enforcer Poliu entered the hall and reported respectfully. Humph. Useless trash. Fu Tianjun gritted his teeth. First elder, I think that if we want to capture Feng Wuchen alive, we can't start with Feng Wuchen, Guardian Poliu said respectfully. Guardian Poliu, do you have any ideas? The second elder asked. Guardian Poliu said respectfully, Feng Wuchen can summon the Blood Kirin, so we can start with the Blood Kirin. If Guardian Qing and I work together, we'll definitely be able to defeat the Blood Kirin. Once the Blood Kirin falls into our hands, Feng Wuchen will surrender. Emperor Yijun and the others alone won't be a threat. Apart from that, the Dragon Soul controls the first heaven to the 34th heaven. Each heaven has a dragon soul. This is a fatal weakness. Yes. The second elder nodded and said, starting with the others in the Dragon Soul is a good idea. For example, Emperor Yijun, Emperor Holy Snow, or Emperor Ancient Sorcerer. Emperor Yijun and the others aren't a threat. Let's focus on the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin is a threat, but no one knows where it is, the third elder suggested. I have a way to find the Blood Kirin. Don't worry, third elder, Guardian Poliu said respectfully. Yes. If we can find the Blood Kirin, things will be easier. The third elder nodded. Protector Palu said respectfully, 5 great elders, before we take action, we must send people to spy on the Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Pill Sacred Palace, and Divine Pill Pavilion to prevent any of them from taking action. The worst-case scenario would be luring the Space Emperor out. At that time, we will still have to rely on the 5 great elders. Guardian Poliu, I'll leave this to you and Guardian Qing. I'll keep an eye on Space Emperor. We can't fail again. Fu Tianjun said grimly. The Treasturmsa Dragon Soul. Inside the palace, Emperor Yijun asked excitedly, My lord, what method can I use to become a 10 Directions Great Emperor? A 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm Pill. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. A 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm Pill? Emperor Yijun's mind was blown. A 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm Pill hadn't appeared in Panga Realm for many years. Even Fu Tianjun, a 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm Alchemist, could only refine a few 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm pills. Fu Tianjun could only refine ordinary pills. He couldn't refine truly powerful pills. Therefore, 10 Directions Great Emperor Realm medicinal pills were simply legendary existences. Feng Wuchen took out a pill that emitted a faint dark green light and flicked it toward Emperor Yijun. There was no reluctance at all. It was as if it was just an ordinary pill. The dark green pill was like a crystal gem, exuding a terrifying aura. Emperor Yijun opened his trembling palm. Hiss. Emperor Yijun couldn't help but gasp when he felt the terrifying aura of the pill. His heart was in turmoil. An ancient pill. Emperor Yijun exclaimed. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen had an ancient pill, and it was a pill that could improve one's cultivation. With the help of the 5 times space ring, you should be able to become a 10 Directions Great Emperor in a year or half a year. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Of course, it's very difficult to become a 10 Directions Great Emperor. It depends on your luck. Even with the help of the pill, he might not be able to become a 10 Directions Great Emperor if he was unlucky. My lord, this pill is definitely a legendary existence. Don't you want to keep it for your own breakthrough? Emperor Yijun asked hurriedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. You can keep it for your breakthrough. I still have more. What? You still have more? Emperor Yijun's eyes bulged. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Emperor Yijun was petrified. He looked at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen still had more legendary pills. Emperor Yijun was shocked to the extreme. Emperor Peerless had left Feng Wuchen a lot of treasures, including 10 Directions Great Emperor pills. Go cultivate and become a 10 Directions Great Emperor as soon as possible. The Sovereign Main Divine Palace Great Emperor. The blood chelance alone won't be enough. Feng Wuchen patted Emperor Yi Jun's shoulder and said indifferently, the power of the pill is very violent. Be careful. Thank you, my lord. I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion right away. Emperor Yi Jun hurriedly expressed his gratitude. His heart was filled with shock and elation. Yi Jun's emperor. Was Emperor Yi Jun's. Emperor Yi Emperor. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Ancient Devil Eye. Feng Wuchen shouted in his heart. He immediately used the Ancient Devil Eye. Emperor Yi was blood Yi Lord Yi BB Dragon Emperor Yi. Feng Wuchen disappeared again and appeared in the main hall of Myriad Flower Valley in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen's sudden appearance gave Queen Myriad Flower and the higher-ups a fright. Greetings, Lord Dragon Soul. Queen Myriad Flower and the others bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Queen Myriad Flower and asked, Queen Myriad Flower, do you have any news? Lord Dragon Soul, Queen Myriad Flower replied respectfully. I have discovered something. I haven't alerted the enemy. Oh? Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Speak. Queen Wanhua respectfully said, according to my secret investigation, I found a very suspicious disciple. Moreover, she's a direct disciple. Every few days, she would come to the Myriad Flower Pond, and every time she formed a seal, the Myriad Flower Pond would undergo a strange change. What changes? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. A large amount of blood will flow out from the Myriad Flower Pond. The pond water will turn into blood, but it will disappear very quickly. Other than that, there's also a strange black substance in the water. I don't know what it is. Queen Myriad Flower said respectfully. Hearing this, the image of the black substance appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. Find this disciple immediately. Feng Wuchen frowned. He indeed found something. Queen Myriad Flower ordered, Ruoxue, come to the main hall immediately. I have something important to tell you. After receiving the order, Ruoxue immediately went to the main hall. The personal disciples of Myriad Flower Valley were all very mysterious. Among the young masters and experts who came to Myriad Flower Valley to seek pleasure, only the young masters and experts of the top factions were qualified to meet them. After a while, the veiled Ruoxue entered the main hall. But when she saw Feng Wuchen, her body trembled slightly and she panicked. Ruoxue realized that her identity had been exposed. Greetings, Lord Dragon Soul. Ruoxue bowed respectfully and pretended to be calm. Ruoxue, who exactly are you? Queen Myriad Flower asked with a frown as her terrifying aura locked onto Ruoxue. Ruoxue's body trembled again as her face turned pale. She didn't know how to answer. Wanhua and Qian Mei said in a deep voice, Ruoxue, answer truthfully. Ruoxue still didn't say anything. She was extremely terrified and had already sent a voice transmission asking for help. Ruoxue, I have taken good care of you. Why do you want to harm Myriad Flower Valley? Queen Myriad Flower asked angrily with an extremely ugly expression. Queen, I didn't harm Myriad Flower Valley, Ruoxue replied. Since you didn't harm Myriad Flower Valley, then what's with the blood in the Myriad Flower Pond? Wanhua Ruyan asked in a deep voice. Feng Wuchen sized Ruoxue up and asked indifferently, you're not from the Blood Marquis race. What's your relationship with them? What's the use of the blood in the Blood Pond? Who's behind the Blood Marquis race? Tell me, and I'll spare you. His words seemed indifferent, but they carried with them a sense of supremely majestic dominance. How do you know it's the blood of the Blood Marquis race? Ruoxue looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. As soon as Ruoxue spoke, the faces of Queen Myriad Flower and the upper echelons darkened. It was indeed related to Ruoxue. How I know has nothing to do with you. You just need to answer my question, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. I won't say anything. Ruoxue would rather die than confess. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed coldly as he said coldly, although I don't like to kill women, it doesn't mean I won't kill them. Since you won't say anything, if I kill you, the Blood Marquis race or the person behind them will definitely surface. You might not be able to kill me. Ruoxue's voice suddenly turned cold. Ruoxue was a direct disciple of Myriad Flower Valley and had already reached the purple-titled ancient god realm. She was one of the genius disciples of Myriad Flower Valley. Ruoxue was confident in her strength. She wasn't afraid of Feng Wuchen. She was just worried that Queen Myriad Flower and the others would attack. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. With a thought, Feng Wuchen instantly appeared in front of Ruoxue. His speed was so fast that it completely exceeded Ruoxue's reaction. Before Ruoxue could react, Feng Wuchen's hand had already grabbed her throat. This is impossible. Ruoxue's eyes widened. End of chapter. So fast. What a terrifying movement technique. Queen Wanhua and the three elders were dumbfounded too. Their expressions stiffened. They couldn't imagine how powerful Feng Wuchen's movement technique was. With their cultivation, even Queen Myriad Flower couldn't detect it immediately. His movement technique was too terrifying. How can you have such terrifying speed? Aren't you an ancient god? Ruoxue asked in shock, not daring to believe it. Ruoxue didn't dare to believe that the ancient god Feng Wuchen had such terrifying speed. What Ruoxue didn't know was that Feng Wuchen was already a purple-titled ancient god. Answer my question or die. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his voice bone-chilling. Humph. Ruoxue snorted fiercely. She bent her jade-like hand, and a strange black substance suddenly shot out. The black substance instantly expanded like a black python. She actually has such a strange thing. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He immediately let go of his hand and retreated. Feng Wuchen definitely didn't see wrongly. This strange black substance was exactly the same as Xianxia's. Ruoxue must be related to Xianxia. What is that? Queen Myriad Flower and the other upper echelons were shocked. The strange black substance didn't have any aura, so no one knew what it was. In short, it gave people a terrifying feeling. Queen Myriad Flower hurriedly said, Lord Dragon Soul, this black substance appeared in the Myriad Flower pool. How can Ruoxue have such a strange thing? The elders were shocked and in disbelief. Was this still the Ruoxue they knew? Peng, with a thought, Feng Wuchen activated the Myriad Fire Ancestor. With a wave of his hand, white flames shot out. The Myriad Fire Ancestor's domineering and terrifying aura scared Queen Myriad Flower and the others out of their wits. They had never seen such a terrifying flame. Boom, the white flame collided with the black substance. With a boom, the black substance was instantly burned to ashes, and Ruoxue was directly sent flying. Ruoxue immediately used this force to escape the hall. Humph. Do you think you can escape? Feng Wuchen said coldly and immediately chased after him. Swish, Feng Wuchen had just shot out of the main hall when a powerful sonic boom resounded. Another black substance violently shot towards him. Feng Wuchen condensed a white flame on his arm and waved his hand abruptly, shattering the black substance with a chop. Her aura has disappeared. After being slightly obstructed, Ruoxue's aura strangely disappeared. However, Feng Wuchen quickly guessed that it was related to the black substance. After all, the strange black substance had no aura at all. Ancient devil eyes. Feng Wuchen shouted in his heart as he started to check his surroundings. The power of his life soul was also activated, searching for Ruoxue's aura as quickly as possible. You won't be able to escape from my grasp. Feng Wuchen quickly captured Ruoxue's soul essence. Even with the aura of the black substance, she could forget about escaping from Feng Wuchen's grasp. Disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley, listen up. Stop Ruoxue. At the same time, Queen Wanhua immediately gave the order, and the higher-ups all gave chase. Queen Wanhua's sudden order made everyone in Wanhua Valley feel strange. Ruoxue was a personal disciple of Wanhua Valley. Why did Queen Wanhua give the order to stop Ruoxue? What the hell is going on? The young lords and experts of the various palaces were also very confused. Swish. Swish. Swish, Wanhua Valley's disciples appeared one after another, including the personal disciples. They rushed over as soon as they received the order. However, by the time they rushed over, Ruoxue had already disappeared without a trace. Ruoxue disappeared. Wanhua Qianmei frowned deeply. Queen Wanhua shouted coldly. Ruoxiwe definitely didn't run far. Chase. There's no need to chase. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, you don't know where she is. Chasing after her is just a waste of time. Lord Dragon Soul, what do we do now? Queen Wanhua asked respectfully. Leave the rest to me. You don't have to interfere, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He activated his spatial divine power, and Feng Wuchen disappeared into thin air. Your Majesty, what happened? Did Senior Sister Ruoxiwe do something wrong? The disciples looked at Queen Wanhua in confusion. Queen Wanhua, why did Lord Dragon Soul capture Ruoxiwe? What exactly is going on? The young lords and experts of the various major factions were also very confused. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. Queen Wanhua said coldly. At this moment, Ruoxiwe had already escaped from Wanhua Valley with the help of the strange black substance. Senior brother, I've already escaped. They shouldn't be able to catch up. Ruoxiwe transmitted her voice as she fled at top speed. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. A voice sounded in Ruoxiwe's mind. Ruoxiwe looked behind her and didn't sense any aura chasing after her. She was relieved. About 10 minutes later, Ruoxiwe arrived at an immortal mountain. Junior sister. On a mountain peak, a black-robed man rushed up happily. The black-robed man's cultivation had already reached the red-titled ancient god realm. He was even stronger than Ruoxiwe. Senior brother. I almost couldn't make it back. Ruoxiwe's tensed nerves finally relaxed. Sparkling tears rolled down her beautiful eyes. The man comforted her. Junior sister, don't worry. Everything will be fine. A man and a woman hugged each other tightly. However, they didn't notice that Feng Wuchen was in the dark. They're actually senior brother and sister. What kind of power is behind them? Who exactly is Xianxia? Feng Wuchen was surprised and puzzled. What Feng Wuchen didn't know was that this man was the black shadow that appeared in the Heavenly Void Pavilion. Feng Wuchen followed Ruoxiwe all the way here. His goal was to find out more information. Senior brother, I've been discovered, but I don't know how Feng Wuchen found out. He actually knows that the blood in Wanhua Pool is related to the blood cave of the Blood Marquis. Ruoxiwe hurriedly said. The man frowned deeply and said solemnly, Feng Wuchen must have discovered something. Master said that this person isn't simple and can't be provoked easily. I've already reported this matter to Master. Let's go back first. The two of them ascended and left. Feng Wuchen used his spatial divine power to follow them. Where are they going? Could it be that the power behind them is in the 33 levels of heaven? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. The two of them didn't leave the 33 levels of heaven. Instead, they came to the northernmost mountain range of the 33 levels of heaven. This is an illusion formation. Feng Wuchen sensed the energy fluctuations of the formation. The huge mountain range was covered by the formation. Ruoxiwe and the black-robed man passed through the formation and disappeared. This is an ancient formation. There's even an independent space in the formation. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Xianxia's strength was terrifying. It was guessed that he was the ancient great emperor of 10 directions. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but guess that the power behind them was most likely an ancient power. The mysterious person behind the Blood Marquis is indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. His figure appeared on a distant immortal mountain. Very few cultivators appeared in the northernmost part of the 33 heavens. Because the ancient essence spirit chi here was very thin. Of course, this was not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made phenomenon. The purpose was to make the cultivators of the Panga realm stay away from this area. Master, someone is coming out, Divine Eye transmitted. Not long after Ruoxiwe and the black-robed man entered, someone came out of the psychedelic array. There is indeed a hidden force in the ancient god realm, and it has always been connected to the Panga realm, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The mysterious force was secretly active in the Panga realm, but no one knew of its existence. The only ones who knew should be the Blood Marquis tribe. The Blood Marquis tribe was besieged by the major forces of the Panga realm back then. The fact that they could survive was probably related to this mysterious force. Of course, this was just a guess. Master, do you want to go in and take a look? Dragon Xianxia's voice came. Of course. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Since he was already here, how could he be satisfied if he did not go in? Although it was an ancient psychedelic array, Feng Wuchen had obtained the inheritance of the Xuanzhen Great Emperor, so it could not stop Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen still had the spatial divine power, so he could sneak in at any time. He was not blocked by the array at all. However, Feng Wuchen did not know what dangers there were in the ancient psychedelic array and how powerful the force was. He only guessed that it was an ancient force. Therefore, he did not dare to be too careless. Activating the spatial divine power slightly, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. When he appeared again, Feng Wuchen had already entered an independent space in the array. This was a space created by someone. The huge space was like a small world, surrounded by towering mountains surrounded by clouds and mist. As soon as he entered the space, Feng Wuchen felt a powerful ancient aura. It was indeed an ancient force. Feng Wuchen was hiding in the small space he condensed at this moment, so he was not worried about being detected. What appeared in front of Feng Wuchen was a very ancient and majestic palace. Waves of terrifying ancient aura spread out. 10. Directions Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen was shocked. There were 6 terrifying auras of 10 directions Great Emperor in the palace. Every single one of their auras was on par with Fu Tianjuan's. Other than that, there were more than a dozen great ancient emperors, dozens of great emperors, and many titled ancient gods. This faction is made up of experts. Even the weakest of them is an ancient lord. This force was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen simply glanced at the ancient palace, and his eyes fell on the plaque of the main palace. Panga Divine Temple. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and asked, "Have you heard of the mystic light Great Emperor?" "I've never heard of him." The auras of these 6 10 directions Great Emperors are also very unfamiliar. The mystic light Great Emperor transmitted his voice. "Perhaps it's a power that rose up after the Great War," the Dark Shadow Emperor said. The mystic light Heavenly Emperor and the others did not know about it. Although it was considered an ancient force, it had risen after the Great War. Feng Wuchen, don't get too close to them. I don't think many people in Panga Realm know about the existence of this force. Don't alarm them. Great Emperor Ghost Forest reminded Feng Wuchen. I know, Feng Wuchen replied. Although it was an ancient force, it was not enough to scare Feng Wuchen. After all, there were 300 emperors here. Even if they were in spirit form, the 6 of them could not fight against them. After all, the 6 10 directions Great Emperors had not reached the peak of their cultivation. Could there be a Panga Realm expert in this ancient force? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He was really worried that there was such a Panga Realm expert. If there was really a Panga Realm expert, this ancient force was too terrifying. It was never wrong to be careful. Master, look. It's them. Long Xinjian suddenly transmitted his voice. On the square of the palace, he saw the black-robed man and Ruoxue. Ancient demonic eye. Feng Wuchen shouted. The blood pool of the Blood Marquis tribe did not enter here. There is also no stench of blood in this space. Feng Wuchen mumbled. He did not see any blood path extending in. This made Feng Wuchen feel strange. As the force behind the Blood Marquis tribe, did they not need to provide the blood pool? That is. Feng Wuchen saw something unintentionally. He immediately went around the main palace and went to the back mountain. When he arrived at the back mountain, Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. At the back mountain of the Panga Shrine, Feng Wuchen saw a strange black substance. It was a huge black substance. It looked like a huge mountain, but the black substance was shaking slightly as if it was alive. However, Feng Wuchen did not feel any aura of life from the black substance. What exactly was this? Could it be that it grew out from the ground? At the foot of the black substance, there were many experts cultivating, including the great emperors. This strange thing can provide energy for them to cultivate? Feng Wuchen was shocked. However, he could not feel any energy at all. This made Feng Wuchen feel even more strange. Other than Xianxia, Ruoxue can also condense that black substance. Could it be that they are not cultivating but absorbing that black substance? Feng Wuchen guessed. However, what was the use of absorbing this black substance? Upon closer inspection, The experts of the Panga shrine were indeed absorbing the black substance. What was the use of this black substance? Was it to hide its aura? No, it was definitely not that simple. If it was to hide their aura, there was no need for them to absorb it at all. It was purely a waste of time. Ancient Devil Eye. Feng Wuchen shouted. Under the ancient devil eye, Feng Wuchen saw signs of life in the black substance. There was actually signs of life in the black substance. Could it be that the black substance could move because of signs of life? What is it? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Feng Wuchen, what do you see? The mystic light great emperor asked through voice transmission. I can't see it either. However, there is an ancient teleportation array in this black substance. There is also signs of life. I don't know what it is, Feng Wuchen replied. Signs of life? And an ancient teleportation array? The dark shadow great emperor frowned. Were these two related? Even the ancient devil I can't see it? The mystic light great emperor and the other two were shocked. It's blurry. I can't see it clearly, Feng Wuchen replied. The more he couldn't see it clearly and didn't know what it was, the more curious Feng Wuchen became. At the same time, the black-robed man and Ruoxue had already entered the hall. Greetings to the 6 great elders. Ruoxue and the black-robed man knelt down respectfully. What happened? One of the elders slowly opened his eyes and asked. He seemed calm, but he gave off a dignified feeling. The black-robed man said respectfully, Great Elder, Junior sister has been exposed. We don't know how Feng Wuchen saw it. Moreover, Feng Wuchen also knows that the blood of the Blood Marquis tribe leads to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Oh? That Feng Wuchen who owns the ancestor of all flames? How did he know? Did he discover the blood path? The 6 elders were shocked. End of chapter. Every blood path in the blood cave is covered by an independent space. It's completely separated from Panga realm. No one can sense it at all. It's impossible for anyone to discover it. The great elder frowned deeply and said solemnly, How did Feng Wuchen discover the existence of the blood path? Feng Wuchen fought with the Blood Marquis race before. Almost all of their experts were killed. Perhaps he discovered something in the Blood Marquis race, an elder guessed. Third elder is right. Feng Wuchen could sense the smell of blood in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Later, he discovered the 10,000 Flower Pool, but I don't know when he started suspecting me. However, Feng Wuchen still doesn't know the use of the blood path, Ruoxue said respectfully. The great elder frowned and said, You must have exposed yourself. He wouldn't have suspected you just based on the smell of blood. Ah? Ruoxue was shocked and said hurriedly, I've always been very careful. It's impossible for me to be discovered. It's useless to say more now. The great elder waved his hand. Great elder, what should we do now? Junior sister said that Feng Wuchen is stronger than her, and many forces in Panga realm don't dare to offend him. The dragon soul has already controlled the 33 levels of heaven. It's not easy to deal with him, the black-robed man said. The great elder nodded slightly and said, This Feng Wuchen has the ancestor of all fires and can control the blood Kirin. The dragon soul is not weak either. He also has the support of the ancient god pavilion and the ancient alchemy sacred hall. It's not easy to deal with him. However, offending the Panga sacred hall won't end well. Great elder, Feng Wuchen has been investigating this matter. I'm worried that he will ruin our plan, Ruoxue said worriedly. The great elder narrowed his eyes and released a terrifying aura. He said fiercely, Humph. He's courting death. The terrifying aura of the great emperor of 10 directions erupted, frightening the disciples of the Panga sacred hall. What a terrifying aura. It seems that Ruoxue has already reported what happened. It seems that the Panga sacred hall is about to surface, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen also guessed that he had become the Panga sacred hall's target. The Panga divine palace would definitely send someone to deal with him. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried. If they dared to provoke the supreme main divine palace, how could the Panga divine palace be stronger than the supreme main divine palace? We can't let this Feng Wuchen live. We definitely can't let him investigate our matters. Blood Fiend still needs a lot of strength. We can't let him ruin our plans. An elder said in a low voice. We can snatch the Flame Emperor's ancestor of all flames. It will be of great help to us. An elder said indifferently. It was as though he could snatch the ancestor of all flames at any moment. Xianxia, send someone to secretly keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. If there's a chance, capture him and bring him back. The great elder ordered. Understood. Xianxia spoke respectfully, and then he left the hall. First elder, what about me? Ruoxue asked. You have already been exposed. Feng Wuchen and the 10,000 Flower Valley should be searching everywhere for you. Just stay here and cultivate, the great elder said. Yes, Ruoxue said respectfully. I keep having the feeling that this black thing is related to the blood pool, but I can't say for sure. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. After all, the blood pool and the black thing were in different places. The blood pool couldn't have nurtured the life inside the black thing. After observing for a long time, he didn't see any changes in the black thing, nor did he find any useful information. I have the same feeling, but I don't understand. The mystic Light Emperor's voice came. I don't know what this strange thing is. If it came from the 7th level of the dimensional space, it should have the aura of the dimensional space. But there's nothing. I can't see it with my Dark Shadow God power. The Dark Shadow Emperor didn't understand. The Panga Divine Palace has been hiding for many years. I don't know what they are planning, but it must be related to the blood pool. Feng Wuchen said with certainty. Master, didn't you say that there was a teleportation formation inside? Could it be a teleportation power? Long Xinjian asked. 62-inch. Have you seen the teleportation power of a teleportation formation before? Feng Wuchen asked. That's true. Long Xinjian said awkwardly. I thought it was the blood from the blood pool. But after watching for so long, the teleportation formation didn't move at all. It didn't even activate. Feng Wuchen shook his head. The teleportation formation was inside the black thing, but it didn't activate. Feng Wuchen didn't understand. Where does the blood from the blood pool come from? Why does it flow out? Does it have any use? Feng Wuchen couldn't understand. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he didn't find anything valuable. Feng Wuchen left. If he stayed too long, he was worried that he would be discovered. After leaving, Feng Wuchen went to the ancient god pavilion immediately. The mystic Light Emperor and the others didn't know about the Panga Divine Palace, but the ancient god pavilion definitely knew. Feng Wuchen was getting more and more curious about the Panga Divine Palace. He wanted to know everything about it immediately. Ao Feng, do you know about the Panga Divine Palace? On the way to the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen asked. Great Lord knows about the Panga Divine Palace? Great Emperor Ao Feng said in surprise. Seems like you do. Feng Wuchen grinned. I do know about the Panga Divine Palace, but I don't know much. I only know that it was a major force that rose after the 100 Emperors' War. Great Emperor Ao Feng replied respectfully, after the 100 Emperors' War, Old Demon Soul disappeared. The 5 great elders of the Supreme Divine Palace, Great Emperor 10 Directions, and other experts have all entered the dimensional space. The Panga Divine Palace rose to prominence at that time. It was considered an ancient force. Many great forces were destroyed by them. However, they disappeared completely after a few years. This subordinate doesn't know the reason. This subordinate only knows this much. Great Emperor Ao Feng's cultivation was still weak back then. How would he dare to ask about the major forces? Great Emperor Ao Feng's answer disappointed Feng Wuchen. It was as good as not saying anything. After 10 minutes, Feng Wuchen arrived at the ancient god pavilion. Someone is secretly watching the ancient god pavilion. Someone from the Supreme Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen had just arrived at the ancient god pavilion when he sensed that someone was secretly watching. However, Feng Wuchen didn't want to alert the enemy. Greetings, Great Guardian. The guards of the ancient god pavilion knelt down on one knee. Great Guardian. Great Guardian Kuang Feng appeared and bowed respectfully. Someone is secretly watching the ancient god pavilion. It should be an expert from the Supreme Divine Palace. Be careful. Feng Wuchen reminded him and turned into a ray of golden light, heading towards the main palace. Watching the ancient god pavilion? Great Guardian Kuang Feng frowned. As a great emperor, Great Guardian Kuang Feng didn't notice that someone was secretly watching them. It was obvious that the person watching them was either an ancient great emperor or a great emperor of 10 directions. Master, why are you here? Great Emperor Dan Feng appeared and asked in surprise. You've recovered well. Great Emperor Dan Feng, you came at the right time. I have something to ask you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Isn't this our great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? I'm so lucky to be able to meet the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. When Emperor Myriad Era saw Feng Wuchen, he grumbled in annoyance. Do you still want to cultivate sword intent manifestation or not? Feng Wuchen retorted rudely. Emperor Myriad Era's face broke into a bright smile when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. He laughed happily, haha, great guardian, please don't mind me. This pavilion master is just joking. The elders beside him couldn't help but laugh. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for now. Just wait until this pavilion master cultivates the sword intent manifestation. See how I'll deal with you. Emperor Myriad Era swore in his heart. Master, didn't you say you wanted to ask something? May I know what it is? Emperor Pil Wind asked respectfully as he gestured for Feng Wuchen to take a seat. I want to know everything about the Panga Shrine. As one of the ancient superpowers, the ancient god pavilion should know about it. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Panga Shrine. Emperor Myriad Era and the elders exclaimed in shock. How could they not know about the Panga Shrine? It was a name that resounded like thunder in their ears. In the past, the Panga Shrine could summon the wind and summon the rain. The ancient god pavilion knew about it. Great Protector, did you find something? Emperor Wanxi frowned and asked with a solemn expression on his face. I found the Panga Shrine. Feng Wuchen nodded. What? You found the Panga Shrine? Emperor Myriad Era and the elders' faces changed again. Emperor Myriad Era asked in shock, Feng Wuchen, did you really find the Panga Shrine? Feng Wuchen nodded and said, the Panga Shrine is extremely powerful. There are 6 10 directions emperors, more than a dozen ancient emperors, and various titled ancient gods. However, I don't know if there are any Panga realm experts. In any case, I didn't sense them. Master, you can't be. Emperor Pil Wind guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, behind the Blood Marquis clan is the Panga Shrine. To be precise, I have a grudge with the Blood Marquis clan, not the Panga Shrine. Xianxia is one of the strong cultivators of the Panga Shrine. I also found a strange black thing in the Panga Shrine. The people of the Panga Shrine are absorbing that black thing. Pavilion Master, tell me everything you know about the Panga Shrine. Myriad Era Great Monarch frowned and said solemnly, the Blood Marquis race is backed by the Pangu Celestial Temple. I didn't know that. The Panga Divine Palace rose after the 100 Emperors War. Led by Xianxia, they wanted to dominate the Panga realm. They swallowed all the powerful forces and killed all those who resisted. Who is Xianxia? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Feng Wuchen suspected that Xianxia was Xianxia. However, Emperor Myriad Era's next words quickly refuted that idea. Xianxia was one of the 10 directions great monarchs. He was very strong, second only to the 100 emperors. It was because of this that the Panga Shrine rose so quickly. Myriad Era Great Monarch said solemnly, because too many forces were destroyed, the casualties were heavy, and blood flowed like rivers. Ancestor Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore and led the ancient god pavilion's 10 directions great monarchs. They fought with Xianxia and killed him. After that, the Panga Shrine disappeared. Ancestor Xianxia was severely injured because of it. For millions of years, the Panga Shrine didn't appear again. The descendants don't know of its existence. Killed? Feng Wuchen frowned again. He couldn't help but think of the life force reaction in the black thing. Could it be Xianxia? Feng Wuchen didn't dare to be sure. It was just a guess. Since Xianxia was killed, it meant that it wasn't Xianxia. Myriad Era Great Monarch continued, as for the black thing you mentioned, I really don't know what it is. The Panga Shrine has been in seclusion for millions of years. They must want to take revenge for Xianxia and dominate the Panga world. Lian said. Feng Wuchen, now that we have fallen out with the Paragon Celestial Hall, that old thing Fu Tianjun wants to deal with you. At this juncture, don't provoke the Panga Shrine. Feng Wuchen shrugged and laughed, I didn't provoke them. It was the Blood Marquis tribe that touched my wife. They were the ones who interfered in my affairs. I found out that the Panga Shrine was behind the Blood Marquis tribe. Frankly speaking, they were the ones who provoked me. Myriad Era Great Monarch and the others shook their heads helplessly. Pavilion Master, have you ever thought that Xianxia is still alive? Feng Wuchen asked. Still alive? Myriad Era Great Monarch and the others were stunned. Myriad Era Great Monarch and the others had never thought of this question. In the past, when ancestor Xianxia fought with Xianxia, they had personally witnessed Xianxia's death. Ancestor Xianxia had risked his life to kill Xianxia. How could ancestor Xianxia not know if Xianxia was still alive? Myriad Era Great Monarch shook his head and said, impossible. Xianxia can't be alive. Ancestor Xianxia risked his life to kill him. How can he still be alive? Great Guardian, you must be thinking too much. Xianxia can't be alive. Grand Elder smiled. Pale Wind Great Monarch laughed, Master, if Xianxia is still alive, he wouldn't have hidden for millions of years. He is a hot-tempered person. If he is still alive, he would have gone to seek revenge. I hope I'm thinking too much. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was just making a guess. Great Guardian, it's rare for you to return to the ancient God Pavilion. Can you give me some pointers now? Myriad Era Great Monarch laughed happily. With your current Sword Dao realm, you don't need any pointers. You're still far from Sword Intent Manifestation. Feng Wuchen shrugged and laughed. Don't need any pointers? Myriad Era Great Monarch was stunned. The moment he heard Feng Wuchen's words, he became anxious. Myriad Era Great Monarch quickly asked, Great Guardian, I feel that it's very difficult to improve my Sword Dao realm. How can I not need any pointers? Moreover, isn't it a good thing to understand the profound Sword Dao in advance? To put it bluntly, Myriad Era Great Monarch wanted to take a shortcut. White Tiger, Wan Qianhan, and Huang Fu Tian returned to the ancient God Pavilion immediately. Feng Wuchen immediately ordered. Yes. White Tiger and the other two replied respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement. After cultivating in the dragon soul for so long, they could finally go back and show off. Great Guardian, why did you ask them to return? Grand Elder asked curiously. What did this have to do with pointers? Pale Wind Great Monarch smiled faintly, Pavilion Master, Grand Elder, you will know soon. The moment Pale Wind Great Monarch spoke, Myriad Era Great Monarch and the others became curious. Pass down the order. Summon the Ancient God Pavilion's Great Monarch and the black-titled Ancient God to the main hall immediately. Pale Wind Great Monarch ordered. Myriad Era Great Monarch and the other elders didn't know White Tiger's strength, but Pale Wind Great Monarch was very clear about it. After the order was given, the Ancient God Pavilion's Great Monarch and the black-titled Ancient God appeared in the main hall. Subordinates greet the Pavilion Master, Vice Pavilion Master, and the three elders. Wild Wind Great Monarch and the others knelt on one knee. They were puzzled as to why Pale Wind Great Monarch had summoned them. Myriad Era Great Monarch said indifferently, Rise. Swish. Black-titled Ancient God Realm. Emperor Myriad Era, the elders, and Protector Storm were all stunned when they sensed the three's powerful auras. White Tiger and the others broke through to the black-titled Ancient God Realm so quickly? How is this possible? How long has it been since they entered the Dragon Soul? How did they break through so quickly? Not only did they break through to the black-titled Ancient God Realm, but their auras have also changed. What's going on? Emperor Myriad Era and the black-titled Ancient God Realm experts were shocked to the core. Their eyes bulged, and their faces were filled with disbelief. This was the aura of a black-titled Ancient God Realm expert, there was no doubt about it. White Tiger and the others really broke through to the black-titled Ancient God Realm. Before long, White Tiger and the others entered the main hall. Seeing so many people present, and all of them looking at them with faces full of shock, the three of them became even more excited. Greetings to the Pavilion Master, Vice Pavilion Master, and the three elders. White Tiger and the others bowed respectfully. Emperor Myriad Era looked at the three of them in shock. and he said in disbelief, "In less than 3 months, you broke through to the black-titled ancient god realm. This is unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. In less than 3 months. How did they cultivate?" Great Elder and the others sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. The second elder was dumbfounded. "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Even if they are peak geniuses, it's impossible for them to break through in such a short period of time." "White Tiger, how did you cultivate?" Emperor Myriad Era asked in a hurry. "Wasn't this speed too terrifying?" White Tiger smiled respectfully and said, reporting to the pavilion master, "This is the secret of the dragon's soul. In any case, it was the sovereign who helped us." "Feng Wuchen, what method did you use?" Emperor Myriad Era asked in a hurry. Everyone turned to look at Feng Wuchen. "Didn't White Tiger say that this is the secret of the dragon's soul? Since it's a secret, how can I reveal it?" Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "You." Emperor Myriad Era's mouth twitched in anger, but he didn't dare to do anything. "Pavilion Master, other than the 3 of them, everyone else has broken through to the black-titled ancient god realm." Emperor Pill Wind dropped another bomb. Boom! The moment Great Emperor Danfeng said that, the Great Hall instantly burst into an uproar. "What? All of them have become titled ancient gods?" Emperor Myriad whirled and the 3 elders exclaimed in unison. "No, it can't be? How? How is this possible? They've all broken through to become black-titled ancient gods?" The great emperors and black-titled ancient gods were dumbfounded. For a white-titled ancient god to break through to a black-titled ancient god, other than special existences, it was impossible for them to do so without hundreds or thousands of years. However, White Tiger and the other white-titled ancient gods had all broken through in less than 3 months. Less than 3 months. Who would dare to believe it? "Vice Pavilion Master, what about Lifeng and the others?" Great Elder quickly asked. Everyone's gaze turned to Great Emperor Danfeng. Everyone held their breaths as they were extremely nervous. Even White Tiger and the others could have such a terrifying increase in strength. Most likely, Lifeng and the others would be no less. Great Emperor Danfeng glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. "The 13 Lifeng have all broken through to the Great Emperor realm." "What? Breaking through to the Emperor realm?" Emperor Myriad Era and the 3 elders were shocked. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This time, they were truly shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. The 13 black-titled ancient gods had all broken through to the Great Emperor realm. That was breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. It was difficult to break through in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. In less than 3 months, Lifeng and the others had all broken through. How could Emperor Myriad Era and the others believe it? Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm? How is this possible? It took me hundreds of thousands of years to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm in less than 3 months, is this possible? Even a monster can't do it, right? Lifeng and the others were completely dumbfounded. Especially those who had rejected Feng Wuchen. They were shocked and regretful. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Back then, they had rejected Feng Wuchen because they looked down on him. Now that Lifeng and the others had broken through to the Great Emperor realm, they did not know when they would be able to break through. They could not even cry. They wished they could kneel down before Feng Wuchen. Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm in less than 3 months was tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years earlier than others. What did hundreds of thousands of years mean? It was too late to regret. It was impossible to ask Feng Wuchen for help now. If regret was useful, they would definitely kneel down and call him Grandpa. Now, when they looked at Feng Wuchen, their gazes were somewhat evasive. They finally understood why Feng Wuchen did not try to persuade them to stay. Instead, he left decisively. It was because Feng Wuchen did not care about them at all. Everyone in the hall was shocked for a full 5 minutes. Their minds were completely blank. This had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Grand Guardian, this can't be true, right? They really broke through to the Great Emperor realm? The Grand Elder suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Feng Wuchen, it hasn't even been 3 months. Are you sure? Was there really such a thing? Don't lie to me. Emperor Myriad Era also asked. Something that was impossible to happen actually happened. How could they believe it? Based on Lai Feng and the others' terrifying speed, wouldn't they be able to catch up with him? They have indeed broken through. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Bai Hu and the others had broken through to the black-titled ancient god realm. Who knew that Lai Feng and the others had broken through to the great emperor realm? Feng Wuchen, how did you do it? Let's not talk about Bai Hu and the others, but Lai Feng and the others broke through to the great emperor realm in less than 3 months. How is this possible? Emperor Myriad Era could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, anything is possible. Could it be that they are unable to unleash their full strength after breaking through? One of the great emperors whispered. They would rather believe that than believe that Bai Hu and the others had such a terrifying cultivation speed. Little Yuanzi, do you want to give it a try later? Bai Hu grinned and said. All right. Let's give it a try. Who's afraid of who? Little Yuanzi said angrily and glared at Bai Hu. Later, the two of you will come at me together. I will only use one hand to show you my strength. I will also make you regret rejecting the honorable lord. Bai Hu grinned. White Tiger's words poked at their sore spot. Each and every one of them exploded in anger. However, Feng Wuchen's next words scared them silly. Pavilion Master, I didn't ask them to come here to talk about this. Bai Hu, release your sword intent and show it to the Pavilion Master. Feng Wuchen continued. Yes. Honorable Lord. Bai Hu replied respectfully and immediately released his sword intent. An extremely ferocious sword essence suddenly erupted and instantly filled the entire hall. Sensing the White Tiger's ferocious and berserk sword intent, everyone in the main hall was stupefied once more. Little Yuanzi and the others were scared witless. Their faces were filled with fear. End of chapter. This is impossible. The White Tiger's sword intent is actually even stronger than this Pavilion Lord's sword intent. Emperor Myriad World was so shocked that he started doubting himself. He even felt like he was dreaming. His heart kept telling him that this was not real. This was definitely not real. He was dreaming. How is this possible? The 3 elders were also scared silly. Their bodies were actually trembling. Fierce Wind and the others were also shocked speechless by White Tiger's violent sword intent. Too terrifying. In just a few months, White Tiger had become so terrifying. It was as if he had been reborn. Little Yuanzi and the others were envious. Pavilion Master, White Tiger paid a much higher price than you to have today's Sword Dao Domain. Pavilion Master's Sword Dao Domain has just been reborn. Even if it has recovered, it still needs more time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Furthermore, Pavilion Master is not a genius in the Sword Dao. It's normal for him to improve slowly. Emperor Myriad World's old face instantly darkened. Feng Wuchen was sincerely trying to give him a blow. Pavilion Master, apart from killing people, we usually cultivate or practice the sword. It's really tough. Wan Qianhan smiled. Huang Futian said, isn't that so? We don't even rest. Big brother Qiu Tian is even stricter than Honorable Lord. Oh right, I forgot to mention something. When Honorable Lord first came to the Ancient God Pavilion, he should be in the Ancient King realm, right? White Tiger looked at little Yuanzi and the others and smiled. You should all remember, right? Now, Honorable Lord has already broken through to the titled Ancient God realm. The moment White Tiger said this, Fierce Wind and the others trembled in fear. Thousands of waves surged in their hearts. They were extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen had actually broken through to the titled Ancient God realm. What kind of monstrous cultivation speed was this? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it wouldn't be so fast, right? Shocking. Too shocking. The amount of shock they had accumulated in their entire lives couldn't compare to today's. White Tiger really didn't stop until he said something shocking. If they knew that Feng Wuchen was now a purple titled ancient god, they would probably faint on the spot. Feng Wuchen, when did you break through to the titled ancient god realm? Eternal Era Great Emperor asked in shock. The 3 elders were petrified. Feng Wuchen glared at the White Tiger, then said, I forgot too. By the way, Pavilion Master, there are experts secretly monitoring the Ancient God Pavilion. They should be from the Supreme Main Temple. Don't alert them. Myriad Era Emperor Tion's face fell, and he snorted, humph. How dare they spy on the Ancient God Pavilion? They're tired of living. We still don't know what their goal is. Let's ignore them for now. Alright, if there's nothing else, we'll head back first. We still need to cultivate, Feng Wuchen said coolly. The purpose of Feng Wuchen's trip was to find out about the Panga Divine Temple. The only thing that Feng Wuchen did not understand was the relationship between the black substance and the blood pool. However, now that the Panga Shrine had been alerted, they would take action sooner or later. Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry. After Feng Wuchen, White Tiger, and the other two left, the hall became eerily silent, and the atmosphere was stifling. Eternal Era Great Emperor's face was gloomy, and his rage engulfed the hall. Even a fool could guess why Eternal Era Great Emperor was so angry. Did you all see it? Eternal Era Great Emperor roared, in less than 3 months. In less than 3 months, they broke through to the titled Ancient God realm and became Great Emperors. What about the rest of you? You're nothing. Do you really think that Feng Wuchen cares about you? How dare you doubt me? Well now? They've all broken through, but trash like you didn't. Eternal Era Great Emperor was furious, and no one in the hall dared to utter a word. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Pavilion Master, please calm down. Lai Feng and White Tiger did not embarrass the Ancient God Pavilion, Great Emperor Dan Feng said with a smile. Humph. If you were more polite, Feng Wuchen might have helped you raise your cultivation. Do you think that I'll find a trash to guide you? Eternal Era Great Emperor was furious. No one dared to utter a word. They did not want to. Who knew that Feng Wuchen, an ancient king, was so freakish? Hee, Honorable Lord, how was it? We helped you vent your anger. Does it feel good? White Tiger asked excitedly. It's all right. Feng Wuchen smiled. They must be regretting it now. Haha. Wan Qianhan laughed excitedly. Isn't that so? Fortunately, we listened to Pavilion Master. Otherwise, who knows when we would have broken through to the titled Ancient God realm and improved our Sword Dao domain. Huangfu laughed. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, don't be too proud. Your Sword Dao domain is still weak. You need to work harder. Don't worry, Honorable Lord. We'll work hard. White Tiger smiled happily. They were elated to be able to hold their heads high in front of the Ancient God Pavilion experts. It was as if they had won the lottery. 33rd Heaven. Protector Poliu and Protector Qing appeared on the peak of a towering celestial mountain. Brother Poliu, are you sure it's nearby? Protector Qing asked as he looked around. Protector Poliu shook his head slightly and said, I'm not sure. We need to confirm it further. Protector Poliu clenched his hands and gathered a blood-red energy. This blood-red energy was very familiar. It was the Blood Kirin's bloodline power. When he was in the Panga Sacred Realm, Protector Poliu had clashed with the Blood Kirin. At the same time, he had taken the opportunity to absorb some of its power. It was clear that Protector Poliu had thought of a way to deal with Feng Wuchen. I sensed it. Protector Poliu suddenly smiled. His lips curled into an evil smile. Where is it? Protector Qing asked excitedly. When he was in the Sacred Realm, he had been brutally abused by the Blood Kirin. How could Protector Qing swallow this? He had to take revenge. Protector Poliu smiled coldly and said, the Blood Kirin created its own space. With that, Protector Poliu waved his hand and disappeared into thin air with Protector Qing. When they reappeared, they were in a big, independent space. Who is it? The Blood Kirin, who had been practicing, opened its eyes and shouted angrily. The Blood Kirin was shocked. Someone had been able to enter the independent space it had created. When the Blood Kirin saw who it was, it froze. It's you guys. The Blood Kirin shouted angrily. Its power and murderous aura exploded. Blood Kirin, we meet again. Protector Qing laughed coldly. He looked as if he was going to kill the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin looked glum as it asked, how did you find my space? Protector Poliu clenched his hands and gathered up a blood-red energy. He smiled coldly and said, with this. This is my power. When I was in the sacred realm. The Blood Kirin was shocked. It thought back to when it had clashed with Protector Poliu in the sacred realm. You are right. If I capture you, dealing with Feng Wuchen will be easy. Protector Poliu laughed coldly. Blood Kirin. You cannot escape today. Protector Qing shouted angrily. A scary power exploded. How can a guardian of the Supreme Main God Temple be so despicable? The Blood Kirin cursed. Despicable? Protector Poliu sneered and said, I don't think so. My master once told me that the so-called despicable and shameless people are just self-esteem. As long as you survive, you will be strong. Everything else is just nonsense. Guardian Poliu took a few steps forward and said with a sense of superiority, Feng Wuchen is the disciple of the Space Emperor, the great guardian of the ancient God Pavilion, the senior brother of the ancient Shaman Emperor, and the owner of the Divine Pill Pavilion. He also has the powerful dragon soul. If we attack him, we will start a war. You helped Feng Wuchen. Using you is the best way. Feng Wuchen won't leave you in the lurch, will he? The Blood Kirin was the only threat to the Dragon Soul's people. If they could take down the Blood Kirin, Emperor Yi Jun and the others wouldn't be a threat. You think you can defeat me with just the two of you? The Blood Kirin said viciously. Its murderous aura multiplied, and its bloodline power exploded. Blood Kirin, you are very strong. I know that. But since the two of us dared to come here, we have a way to deal with you, Guardian Qing said with a mocking smile. Humph. In the face of absolute power, all methods are useless, the Blood Kirin shouted angrily. Then, it shot forward. Its aura was majestic and breathtaking. It gave off a feeling of invincibility. Guardian Qing hadn't recovered from his injuries yet, so the Blood Kirin wanted to kill him first. However, Guardian Qing had been severely injured by the Blood Kirin not long ago. Now that he was facing the Blood Kirin again, not only was he not afraid, but he even had a sinister smile on his face. The Blood Kirin's heart started to feel uneasy. But the Blood Kirin didn't think too much about it. It had to deal with one of them first, then deal with Guardian Poliu. In a one-on-one fight, the Blood Kirin was confident that it could kill Guardian Poliu. Of course, as long as Guardian Poliu didn't run away. Guardian Qing formed a hand seal and shouted, Panga Mantra. Shadow Stream Doppelganger. As he shouted, Guardian Qing created tens of thousands of doppelgangers. There were so many of them that it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Humph. Child's play, the Blood Kirin said with disdain. That depends on who cast it. Protector Qing's faint sneer was heard. In the next second, the tens of thousands of clones actually took out their runes at the same time. A 10-way Great Emperor mark. The Blood Kirin was shocked, and it stopped. Blood Kirin, my power may not be as strong as yours, but if all these symbols hit you, would you be able to withstand them? I'm afraid the space of yours will be destroyed. Protector Qing sneered. The Blood Kirin wanted to say something, but its expression suddenly changed. A giant spell formation appeared beneath the Blood Kirin's feet. Panga Mantra. Soul Suppressor. Protector Poliu put his palms together and shouted. The Blood Kirin couldn't escape the spell, and Protector Broken Flow wasn't going to give it a chance. After he shouted, the Blood Kirin was unable to move. Oh, no. The Blood Kirin was shocked. Although it could break the formation, it would take time. Unfortunately, once the Blood Kirin was trapped, it would only take a few seconds for an elite to defeat it. If it was just Protector Qing, no matter how many runes he had, he wouldn't be able to hit you. But if there were two of them, things would be different. Protector Broken Flow laughed coldly. At that moment, tens of thousands of Protector Qing's clones flew toward the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin was furious, and it roared, you two asterisks holes. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the tens of thousands of clones were like human bombs, and they bombarded the Blood Kirin. The explosions were deafening, and the space around them was filled with destructive power. Protector Broken Flow immediately cast a Bysema to support the space. He couldn't allow the space to be destroyed. He didn't want to provoke the 33rd Sky Dragon Soul. Panga Mantra. Sky Sword. Protector Qing shouted, and he gathered up a scary energy sword to attack. Protector Broken Flow immediately used Panga Mantra. To ensure that the Blood Kirin was seriously injured, he had to attack with all his might. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, there was another series of explosions, and the destructive energy rippled out like crazy. It was as if it was going to swallow everything. Big Brother Broken Flow, the Blood Kirin must have been seriously injured. Protector Qing laughed excitedly. With such a scary attack, and with their Panga Mantra, Protector Qing didn't believe that they couldn't hurt the Blood Kirin. Protector Broken Flow laughed coldly. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to block such a scary attack. Even if the Blood Kirin's body was strong, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Protector Broken Flow was right. The Blood Kirin couldn't withstand it. Those were tens of thousands of 10-direction Great Emperor runes. Each rune contained the power of a 10-direction Great Emperor. With the power of the runes, the power was scary. The scary energy ripples lasted for half an hour. When the energy ripples dissipated, Protector Broken Flow and Protector Qing felt the Blood Kirin's weak presence. The Blood Kirin had been trapped by Soul Suppressor, and it hadn't been able to defend itself. It had been bombarded by tens of thousands of runes and the scary Panga Mantra. Even though its body was strong, it had been severely injured. Soon, the giant Blood Kirin appeared in front of them, covered in blood. Protector Broken Flow complimented it. It is no wonder the Blood Kirin was able to survive such a powerful attack. Blood Kirin, you didn't think this day would come, did you? Haha. Protector Qing laughed happily. The Blood Kirin was severely injured, and it couldn't speak. Its body swayed, and then it fell to the ground. 10-direction Great Emperor took care of it easily. Protector Broken Flow laughed coldly. It's just Feng Wuchen. There are many ways to deal with him. Brother Broken Flow is the best. If we capture the Blood Kirin, Feng Wuchen will come to the Supreme Main Temple. He won't be able to leave this place alive. Even Space Emperor and Black War Forefather won't be able to do anything. Protector Qing laughed excitedly. Black War Forefather? Protector Broken Flow laughed coldly. Protector Qing, take the Blood Kirin back. The 5 elders will be very happy. They might even like such a powerful bloodline. Okay. Protector Qing laughed excitedly. He immediately flashed down and disappeared with the Blood Kirin. This battle had been the most satisfying battle Protector Qing had ever had. Feng Wuchen and the others had no idea what had happened to the Blood Kirin. Keep an eye on the Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Temple, and Divine Pill Pavilion. Get ready to attack at any time. No matter who is leaving, you must stop them or kill them. Protector Broken Flow gave the order. Yes, sir. The experts who were secretly monitoring Protector Qing replied respectfully. Protector Broken Flow looked superior, and he laughed coldly. Feng Wuchen, the Blood Kirin is in our hands. I want to know what you will do. Will you lead the Dragon Soul and attack? Will you come to the Supreme Main Temple? Or will you leave us to die? Inside the Sovereign Main Temple. Enforcer Qing reported respectfully, reporting to the 5 Great Elders, the Blood Qilin has been successfully captured. Oh? You've already captured it? Fu Tianjun was slightly surprised and overjoyed. Very good. Enforcer Polio didn't disappoint us. The 2nd Elder nodded in satisfaction. The 3rd Elder smiled happily. Feng Wuchen will definitely surrender now that we've captured the Blood Qilin. The ancestor of souls and divine power in his body will all belong to the Sovereign Main Temple. Lord Monster Soul Sovereign will be very happy when that happens. Fu Tianjun smiled in satisfaction. Enforcer Qing, you and Enforcer Polio have done a great service. I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, Great Elder. Enforcer Qing thanked him respectfully, his heart filled with excitement. The reward Fu Tianjun was talking about must be pills or treasures like the ancient Panga method. As a 10 Great Emperor, Enforcer Qing didn't care about ordinary treasures. It was either a powerful pill or the powerful ancient Panga mantra. Panga weapons were nothing. Enforcer Qing already had an 8th rank Panga weapon. Fu Tianjun couldn't refine a 9th rank one. Tell Enforcer Polio to capture Feng Wuchen as soon as possible, Fu Tianjun ordered. He couldn't wait to devour Feng Wuchen's ancestor of souls. Once he obtained the ancestor of souls, Fu Tianjun was confident that he could surpass Emperor Peerless. In Fu Tianjun's opinion, the only reason Emperor Peerless was stronger than him was because he had the ancestor of souls. This subordinate obeys. Enforcer Qing said respectfully. A figure appeared in the sky above the dragon soul. It was a man in white. The newcomer was a purple-titled ancient god. Has the God's Eye temple already become the dragon soul? The man muttered to himself before descending into the dragon soul. But the moment he approached, someone from the dragon soul moved to stop him. Who are you? Why have you come to the dragon soul? Ancient god South Evil frowned as he sized up the newcomer. The man in white lightly said, "Bai Xian, I have a matter to discuss with the Lord of Dragon Soul. All visitors are guests. Since you have come to seek an audience with the High Lord, please follow me," Ancient God Evil South said indifferently. He wasn't afraid of Bai Xian doing anything. After all, Bai Xian was only a purple-titled ancient god. If they came to Dragon Soul to cause trouble, then they were definitely tired of living. In the main hall, an ancient lord respectfully reporting to the lord, "There is a person outside who claims to be Bai Xian requesting an audience. Let him in." Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen didn't know Bai Xian, but since he had something to ask for, he wouldn't refuse. Ancient god Southern Evil soon led Bai Xian into the main hall. Feng Wuchen was the only one in the hall. "I am Bai Xian. Greetings, Lord Dragon Soul." Bai Xian politely cupped his fists and sized up Feng Wuchen. He found that he couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Feng Wuchen sized up Bai Xian and smiled. "Why have you come to find me?" "To kill you." Bai Xian didn't hesitate. "Kill me?" Feng Wuchen was stunned and didn't react. Ancient god Southern Evil was stunned. He looked at Bai Xian like he was an idiot and wondered if he had heard wrong. This was Dragon Soul, 33-layered Heaven Dragon Soul. Bai Xian actually dared to come to Dragon Soul's main hall and say that he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Was he crazy? Had his head been kicked by a donkey? Did he not know the strength of Dragon Soul? Bai Xian was definitely the first person to come to Dragon Soul to kill Feng Wuchen. Bai Xian expressionlessly said, "Yes, I want to kill you." Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen curiously looked at Bai Xian and asked, "Don't you know that there is enmity between us?" "But I don't know you." "Who are you?" "The person who wants to kill you." Bai Xian's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and a cold murderous aura erupted from him. His body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and shot forward. "Lord, be careful." Ancient god Southern Evil paled. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak to stop Bai Xian. The terrifying power of a purple-titled ancient god instantly erupted. He completely displayed the terrifying strength of a purple-titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change, and he still had that faint smile on his face. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xian arrived in front of Feng Wuchen. Terrifying power gathered in his palm and he viciously slammed it at Feng Wuchen's chest. Bang, bzzz, the terrifying palm solidly slammed into Feng Wuchen's chest, and the terrifying power caused the hall to shake. But after only a few moments, the terrifying power disappeared. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all, and he continued to smile at Bai Xian. How could this be? Bai Xian was stupefied, his face stiff as if he had been petrified. His full-strength palm hadn't even been able to push back Feng Wuchen half a step. He used only the strength of his physical body to block my attack, and my power instantly dissipated. How could he be so strong? Bai Xian was extremely shocked and terrified, not daring to believe it. Ancient god Southern Evil's eyes were about to fly out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen's strength had already reached such a terrifying level that he could ignore the attack of a purple-titled ancient god. After Feng Wuchen obtained the Pengu Immortal Grass, his dozens of origin spirit clones had been madly cultivating in the Divine Ring. Feng Wuchen's cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Every day, his strength increased, and he was constantly getting stronger. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled at the shocked Bai Xian. "With your strength, you can't injure me or kill me. Now can you tell me who you are?" Bai Xian quickly recovered from his shock and fear, but he still didn't give up. He once more attacked, not believing that he couldn't shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. but Feng Wuchen dodged this attack. You have a weak ancient aura on your body. If my guess is correct, you're a member of the Panga Shrine, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Correct, I was ordered to kill you. Bai Xian viciously declared. Feng Wuchen laughed. Did you not think that you would die trying to kill me? The dragon soul is indeed very strong, but in the eyes of the Panga Shrine, it's just an ant, Bai Xian coldly said, not placing the dragon soul in his eyes at all. As he spoke, Bai Xian had already launched a fierce attack. The Panga Shrine is indeed very strong, but it's not enough to threaten the dragon soul. I don't dare to kill you. Feng Wuchen sneered, his domineering aura erupting. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen, who had been avoiding the attacks, suddenly disappeared. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, he suddenly grabbed Bai Xian by the throat, his domineering divine power forcibly suppressing Bai Xian. A purple-titled ancient god. His divine power can actually suppress my strength. Bai Xian's heart shook. They were at the same cultivation realm, but the difference in strength was so great. How is Xianxia related to the Panga Shrine? Feng Wuchen asked. Feng Wuchen had just asked this question when he suddenly sensed something, his expression becoming solemn. This is the aura of Guardian Poliu, Zhao Yanzhong, and the others. Feng Wuchen secretly said. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen had indeed sensed the auras of Protector Poliu and the others. Feng Wuchen hadn't expected them to attack again so quickly. Your luck is pretty good. I won't kill you today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Feng Wuchen dropped these words and walked out of the hall. Bai Xian was dumbfounded. Is he really a purple-titled ancient god? Why do I feel like he's as strong as Xianhao? Bai Xian was shocked. Was that divine power just now his bloodline power? It could actually suppress my divine power, and his movement technique is terrifying. I didn't notice his attack at all. Bai Xian couldn't understand. Bai Xian dared to charge into Dragon Soul alone to kill Feng Wuchen. He wasn't stupid, and he definitely wasn't an idiot. First, the Panga Shrine was terrifying. Bai Xian thought that Feng Wuchen wouldn't dare to touch him. Second, there were still experts of the Panga Shrine in the dark. What Bai Xian didn't know was that Feng Wuchen really dared to kill him. The Panga Shrine might be powerful, but Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid. It was just that an even more powerful enemy had come. Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered to deal with a small fry like him. You really are lucky. I've never seen a High Lord let an enemy go. You are the first, ancient god, Southern Evil coldly said. He's afraid of the Panga Shrine. Bai Xian coldly replied before vanishing. Reporting to High Lord, Protector Poliu is leading Protector Qing and Great Emperor Mi Tian to Dragon Soul. Emperor Ao Feng respectfully reported. The Dragon Soul War God, the Sovereign Soul War God, and the Fantasy War God were already prepared for battle. Protector Poliu and the others definitely weren't here to drink tea. I already know. Feng Wuchen had already reached the stairs outside the hall and was looking at the void. Husband. Teacher. Big brother Feng. At this time, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others rushed over from the various palaces. Xingyang, have you given the Pangu immortal stones to the primogenitor and the others? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes, the 3 primogenitors and Patriarch Qianyou are all in closed-door cultivation. Brother Jianchou and the others are also in closed-door cultivation. Lu Qingyang nodded. The auras of Protector Poliu and Protector Qing, as well as Zhao Yanzhong and the others. Qiu Tian appeared and said with a serious expression. Their cultivations have recovered. Knight and Soul Warrior appeared in a flash. Is the war about to begin? Zhang Junlan frowned deeply. Swish. Swish. Above the Dragon Soul, many experts led by Protector Poliu appeared one after another. A terrifying aura swept out and enveloped the Dragon Soul Palace. Seeing that the God's Eye Temple had turned into a Dragon Soul Temple, Zhao Yanzhong and the others were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were fixed on Feng Wuchen. They would never forget the day when Feng Wuchen ordered them to cripple their cultivation. They would never forget the humiliation that Feng Wuchen had brought to them. Welcome, everyone, to the Dragon Soul, Feng Wuchen said emotionlessly. He was fearless. Feng Wuchen, we meet again. Protector Palu smiled proudly and looked at the people of Dragon's Soul as if he was looking at ants. Zhao Yanzhong, you guys recovered pretty quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and glanced at Protector Palu. Protector Palu didn't care. After all, he was going to defeat Feng Wuchen today. Zhao Yanzhong and the others were furious. Their faces were hideous. If I cripple you guys again, I wonder if Fu Tianjun will be able to help you guys recover. Knight sneered. Nightfall. Zhao Yanzhong wanted nothing more than to grind Nightfall's bones to dust. Why are you here at the Dragon's Soul? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Protector Palu smiled with a superior attitude. I would like to invite you to the Paragon Main God Palace as a guest. A guest? Feng Wuchen sneered. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in the Paragon Main God Palace. Why don't you invite Fu Tianjun and the others to the Dragon's Soul? Humph. You're not qualified. Protector Qing snorted. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. If that's the case, then forget it. Anyway, I can't help but want to kill Fu Tianjun whenever I see him. Feng Wuchen didn't put Fu Tianjun in his eyes at all, arrogant to the extreme. Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Great Emperor Mitian said fiercely. His narrowed eyes were filled with viciousness. Seems like you came prepared. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Senior brother, the ancient alchemy divine palace and the divine elixir pavilion are being secretly monitored by the supreme main god palace's experts. At this moment, the ancient shaman Great Emperor suddenly spoke. Monitored? Feng Wuchen frowned. He suddenly remembered that the ancient god pavilion was also being monitored by the Paragon Main God Palace. Wait, are they? Feng Wuchen quickly realized what was going on. Yes. The Paragon Main God Palace was secretly monitoring Feng Wuchen. Their goal was to cut off his escape route. At least the other three factions wouldn't be able to come to his aid. You're right. Protector Qing sneered. If you don't come back with us, the Blood Kirin will die. What? The Blood Kirin? Feng Wuchen's face changed. Did they capture the Blood Kirin? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. Blood Kirin. Feng Wuchen tried to summon the Blood Kirin. But the Blood Kirin didn't respond. Feng Wuchen couldn't even sense the Blood Kirin's soul. That meant something had happened to the Blood Kirin. Feng Wuchen, the Blood Kirin is already in our hands. Don't waste your energy trying to summon it. Protector Palu laughed coldly. How did they find the Blood Kirin? With the Blood Kirin's power, I don't think the two of them can capture it. Feng Wuchen frowned. He hadn't expected the Paragon Main God Palace to attack the Blood Kirin first. Husband, what should we do? They took the Blood Kirin, Ling Xiaoxiao quickly asked. Prisoner Sky frowned and said, the Blood Kirin is in their hands. It will be difficult to save it. That was the Paragon Main God Palace. Going to the Paragon Main God Palace to save the Blood Kirin was a suicide mission. After all, there were 5 Grand Elders in the Supreme Divine Palace. And Devil Soul King's doppelganger was also practicing in the Paragon Main God Palace. So, going to the Paragon Main God Palace to save the Blood Kirin wasn't realistic. Feng Wuchen, you can't go to the Paragon Main God Palace. If you go, you won't be able to come back. This is different from last time. Dark Light Emperor said. The 5 elders of the Paragon Main God Palace are very powerful. And with Devil Soul King's doppelganger, they aren't afraid of Black War Elder or Space Emperor, Dark Shadow Emperor said. Xian Light Heavenly Emperor, do you have any ideas? Feng Wuchen asked. But if he didn't go, he would feel sorry for the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin had helped Feng Wuchen a lot. Even if Feng Wuchen could revive the Blood Kirin, Feng Wuchen couldn't just stand by and watch it die. The Blood Kirin would be disappointed. Feng Wuchen, you have time to think about it. There is no need to rush. Protector Palu laughed coldly. They had the Blood Kirin, so they weren't worried about Feng Wuchen refusing. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, I have to warn you. Don't expect anyone to save you. Protector Palu laughed coldly. Emperor Yi Jun and Emperor Ao Feng are nothing to me. If you don't believe me, you can try. He was a 10-direction Great Emperor, so why would he care about the ancient emperors? Feng Wuchen knew things were different this time. The reason why Demon Soul Sovereign had let Feng Wuchen go was because of Patriarch Xianxia and the Space Emperor. Back then, the 4 elders of Supreme Main God Hall had not returned yet, so they couldn't fight. Now, the 4 elders had returned. 10 Direction Great Emperor's protectors had come out, too. If Feng Wuchen fell into the hands of Supreme Main God Hall again, it would be impossible for him to come out alive. Even with the help of the 3 emperors, he couldn't beat Demon Soul King. Feng Wuchen, you can't go to Supreme Main God Hall, Ghost Forest Emperor said. The Blood Kirin was captured because of me. I can't just watch it die, Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen couldn't just watch it die. After all, the Blood Kirin had helped him a lot. But Feng Wuchen knew that if he went, he'd be in danger. Even the Blood Kirin might not be able to survive. Feng Wuchen, they captured the Blood Kirin. Won't you capture their people? Chaos Xian Fire Beast suddenly asked. After hearing that, Feng Wuchen's eyes brightened. Chaos Xian Fire Beast was right. If they had captured the Blood Kirin to threaten him, why couldn't Feng Wuchen capture their people? It was a good idea, but who would do it? Protector Palu and Protector Qing were 10 Direction Great Emperors. No one could fight the Dragon Soul. Did he have to use the powers of the 3 emperors? If he used the powers of the 3 emperors, Protector Palu would know that one of the 100 emperors was still alive. If that news reached Supreme Main God Hall, the consequences would be disastrous. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast, it seems like I'll have to borrow your strength. I can't borrow the strength of the 3 great emperors yet, Feng Wuchen transmitted. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast did not reply, nor did it refuse. That was a tacit agreement. Long Zun, it's time for you to make your move. Feng Wuchen inwardly sneered. It had been a long time since the 300 soul puppets fought. Feng Wuchen had already reached the purple-titled ancient god realm. Hence, the cultivation of the 300 soul puppets must have also broken through the purple-titled ancient god realm. In other words, Feng Wuchen still had 300 purple-colored titled ancient gods. Long Zun's strength was the strongest, and now it came in handy. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, just give me your power. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. When the time came, Feng Wuchen would just channel his power into Long Zun's body. It would be best if Long Zun were to fight. Protector Poliu and the others did not know him at all. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast did not reply. Instead, it passed its power to Feng Wuchen, and Feng Wuchen channeled it into Long Zun's body. In the Divine Ring, Long Zun, who had been sleeping, suddenly released a terrifying power. A brilliant golden light burst out and shrouded the Divine Ring. The 3 great emperors were shocked. How can the soul puppets have the power of a 10 Direction Great Emperor? Is this Feng Wuchen's mysterious power? The 3 great emperors were shocked. Because the power was too overbearing and the 3 great emperors had never seen it before, they immediately guessed that it was the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen, have you thought it through? Protector Qing sneered and asked. Feng Wuchen grinned. I've thought it through. Husband. Master. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Feng Wuchen with worry. Let's go, then. Protector Polio laughed coldly. He looked disdainful. Did I say I was going with you? Feng Wuchen laughed. When Protector Polio and Protector Qing heard that, their faces changed. Was Feng Wuchen not going to save the Blood Kirin? Even if he didn't want to save the Blood Kirin, did Feng Wuchen really think he could fight Protector Polio and the others? Husband, do you have a way? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. Wife, you'll know soon, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Protector Polio looked gloomy, and he said angrily, Feng Wuchen, if you don't want to come with us, then the dragon soul doesn't need to exist anymore. Let's see if you have what it takes. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Capture Feng Wuchen alive. Kill the rest. Protector Polio ordered angrily. He couldn't stand Feng Wuchen anymore. Protector Polio didn't like Feng Wuchen. He didn't have much power, but he acted like he was invincible. Kill. Zhao Yanzhong roared. The titled ancient gods used all their strength and rushed down. Zhao Yanzhong and the other titled ancient gods had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was rare for them to make a move. They had to destroy the dragon's soul. They had to kill everyone in the dragon's soul. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Just as Zhao Yanzhong and the others attacked, a black shadow flashed by. In the blink of an eye, the heads of a dozen titled ancient gods fell to the ground. 10 Directions Great Emperor. Protector Poliu and Protector Qing were shocked. There's a 10 Directions Great Emperor in the dragon's soul. Great Emperor Mi Tian was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. In an instant, he had killed more than 10 titled ancient gods. Zhao Yanzhong and the others were so frightened that they retreated in fear. There was a terrifying 10 Directions Great Emperor in the dragon's soul. They weren't the only ones. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others were also shocked. They didn't know that there was a 10 Directions Great Emperor in the dragon's soul. Swish, a figure appeared in the sky above the dragon's soul. It was Long Zun. Everyone's gaze fell on Long Zun. The dragon's soul war god, who was hiding in the dark, was also looking at Long Zun in shock. He's Long Zun. Lu Qingyang recognized him at first glance. That's right. It's Long Zun. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others also recognized him. Anyone who had seen Long Zun before would not be unfamiliar with him. There's no aura of life, and his eyes are dim. He's a corpse puppet. Protector Poliu was shocked. What? A corpse puppet? Protector Qing was also shocked. How could a corpse puppet reach such a terrifying cultivation level? Whose corpse was this? Why hadn't they seen it before? Try me if you want to, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Protector Poliu said coldly, it's just a corpse puppet. Just a corpse puppet? Feng Wuchen sneered. Then I'll show you the strength of a corpse puppet. Feng Wuchen immediately controlled Long Zun to attack. Boom, Long Zun shook his head slightly and looked at Protector Poliu with dim eyes. Then, with a loud boom, he turned into a golden flash and shot out. He was so fast that he appeared in front of Protector Poliu in an instant. What? Protector Poliu's face turned pale with fright. Long Zun's terrifying speed was completely beyond his imagination. Protector Qing was also shocked. He almost couldn't react in time. Long Zun's speed was too terrifying. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Long Zun punched Protector Poliu's chest. With a loud boom, Protector Poliu was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom boom. Enforcer Poliu pierced through a dozen mountains, and the pain spread through his body. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. How can he have such domineering power? Protector Poliu was extremely shocked. Long Zun had injured Enforcer Poliu with just one punch. The power of that punch was too scary. Enforcer Poliu. Great Emperor Mi Tian and the others were scared out of their wits. Their eyes were wide open, and they looked terrified. They didn't think Feng Wuchen would dare to give the order to attack. They also didn't think the Dragon Soul's corpse puppet would be so strong. Didn't he know they had the blood Kirin? Didn't he care about the blood Kirin? I didn't see anything. It was too fast. What kind of power is that? Enforcer Poliu didn't have a chance to dodge. Prisoner Sky and the others were stunned. The Dragon Soul War God and the others were also dumbfounded. Enforcer Poliu tried to stabilize himself, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, what a scary speed. He's not any slower than me. I can't even see him. Before Protector Poliu could finish his words, his expression changed again, and fear rose in his heart. At that moment, Enforcer Poliu felt like he had been targeted by something scary. Long Zun had appeared behind him. He was so fast that Enforcer Poliu was scared again. Boom. Pfft. Long Zun threw out another punch. The overbearing divine power caused Protector Poliu to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying again. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? I didn't even have a chance to attack. Enforcer Poliu couldn't believe it. He didn't even have time to react, let alone attack. Long Zun's punch made him spit out blood. This punch was even scarier than the last. The overbearing power seemed to ignore everything. Enforcer Poliu's power didn't seem to exist. Enforcer Poliu felt like his body was going to fall apart. Enforcer Poliu. Enforcer Qing was terrified. Great Emperor Tian and the others were scared out of their wits. Their faces were as pale as the dead. Protector Polio seemed extremely weak in front of Long Zun. He didn't even have a chance to attack. It wasn't because Protector Polio was weak. It was Long Zun's strength that was too terrifying. Isn't this too strong? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened in shock. He made Guardian Polio vomit blood with just one punch. His speed and strength are completely above Protector Polio's. He's probably as strong as Fu Tianjun, right? Qiu Tian and the others were completely stunned. Husband, when did Long Zun become so terrifying? Isn't this my husband's puppet? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, dumbstruck. Wife, you will know in the future, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Long Zun attacked fiercely, turning into streaks of golden light that surrounded Protector Polio. Protector Polio vomited blood again and didn't have a chance to attack. In less than a minute, Protector Polio had been beaten out of shape by Long Zun. His injuries were extremely serious. Protector Polio had never thought that this would happen. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Their eyes were wide open and their throats were dry. Fast, Long Zun's ferocious strength made them dizzy. It was as if he was an invincible existence. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Whoosh! Long Zun brought the severely injured Protector Polio to Feng Wuchen and disappeared as if he had never been there. Everyone turned to look at Protector Polio in horror. Protector Polio, who was originally superior and arrogant, had turned into a pig's head in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen looked at Protector Polio with a smile and said, Protector Polio, where did you go? How did you turn into a pig's head? How pitiful. Protector Polio's face was deformed, and he couldn't speak. Feng Wuchen gently patted Protector Polio's deformed face and laughed coldly. You captured the blood Kirin to threaten me? Didn't you think I'd capture you? Protector Polio glared at Feng Wuchen like a venomous snake. But Protector Polio was severely injured, and he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Plus, Long Zun was there. Long Zun was so strong that Protector Polio couldn't deal with him. Protector Polio didn't know that the Dragon Soul had 10 Direction Emperor, who was scarier than the Blood Kirin. If Protector Polio had known, he wouldn't have dared to come. I have to admit that capturing the Blood Kirin is a threat to me. But you shouldn't have threatened me, Feng Wuchen said with a cold laugh. Yao Tian, watch him, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, sir. Yao Tian flashed over and took the injured Protector Polio away. Protector Qing, take your people and go back. Tell Fu Tianjun to send the Blood Kirin back. Otherwise, you'll have to pay with your life, Feng Wuchen said with a cold laugh. Protector Qing and the others were scared, and their minds went blank. What? Are you all scared? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold laugh. Protector Qing suddenly came back to his senses, and he said, Feng Wuchen, if you dare kill Protector Polio, the Blood Kirin will die, too. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave either. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. After Feng Wuchen said that, Protector Qing and the others were scared out of their wits. They all ran away, and no one dared to stay behind. After Protector Qing and the others fled, the Dragon Soul instantly burst into an uproar. Dragon Soul has such a scary 10 Direction Emperor. My lord, who was that expert just now? Was he really from Dragon Soul? He's too strong. He's definitely strong enough to fight Fu Tianjun. The members of the Dragon Soul cried out in surprise, each and every one of them shocked to the extreme. Supreme Main Temple. Great Elder, not good. Something happened. Protector Polio is in trouble. After returning to the Supreme Main Temple, Protector Qing rushed into the main hall in a panic. Why are you in such a panic? Fu Tianjun asked angrily. Protector Qing said with fear, Great Elder, Protector Polio was captured. Dragon Soul has a 10 Direction Emperor. He's very strong. What? There's a 10 Direction Emperor? The 5 elders were shocked. It's true, and it's a corpse puppet. Protector Polio didn't even have a chance to attack before he was severely injured. His speed and strength are terrifying, Protector Qing said with fear. Thinking back to the scene, Long Zun's strength was deeply engraved in Protector Qing's heart. The 5 elders were shocked again. Dragon Soul had a 10-direction emperor that was so strong. Protector Polio didn't even have a chance to attack. This kind of strength had reached the level of the 5 elders. How is this possible? How can a corpse puppet be so strong? The 5 elders couldn't believe it. Great Elder, Feng Wuchen said that he'll use the blood Kirin to exchange for the hostage, Protector Qing said. Feng Wuchen. Fu Tianjun was furious. Great Elder, the Dragon Soul has such a terrifying 10 directions Great Emperor, and we are no match for him. If Protector Palu falls into their hands, we can only use the blood Kirin to exchange for him. Protector Qing's heart was burning with anxiety as he said, that mysterious person's strength should be on par with the 5 Great Elders. If the 5 Great Elders make a move, they will definitely be able to deal with him. Bastard! Fu Tianjun shouted angrily, don't you think it's embarrassing enough? The Paragon Main Shrine needs an elder to deal with Feng Wuchen personally? Isn't this a joke to the Pengu world? The other 4 Great Elders were also enraged, and they glared at Protector Qing. Protector Qing was scared out of his wits, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The 5 Great Elders' terrifying gazes made him feel like they were going to eat him alive. They only said that they needed an elder to make a move. Was it that serious? How could Fu Tianjun not want to make a move himself? However, Fu Tianjun and the others couldn't afford to lose face. As the strongest force in the Pengu world, if they needed an elder to deal with a puny dragon soul, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the Pengu world? Furthermore, the ancient god pavilion's 10 directions Great Emperors hadn't made a move yet, and the Space Emperor hadn't made a move either. As elders, it was naturally inappropriate for them to make a move. Fu Tianjun and the others had never thought that the blood Kirin, the dragon soul, and the 10 directions Great Emperors would be involved. Moreover, they were extremely powerful corpse puppets. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the second elder said solemnly, bring the blood Kirin to exchange for Protector Palu. Feng Wuchen won't play any tricks. This subordinate obeys. Protector Qing said respectfully and immediately left the hall. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Protector Qing was worried that the 5 Great Elders wouldn't make the exchange. If they didn't make the exchange, Protector Palu would be dead for sure. Feng Wuchen. Fu Tianjuan's face was extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth in anger, this elder won't forgive you. The more Fu Tianjun thought about it, the angrier he became. He had missed 2 great opportunities just like that. Grand Elder, please calm down. Third Elder coldly said, we have plenty of opportunities. We couldn't bring Feng Wuchen back because the blood Kirin wasn't strong enough. We didn't expect Feng Wuchen to do what he did to Protector Palu. And we didn't expect Dragon Soul to have 10 Direction Emperor. It's just 2 10 Directions Great Emperors, there's nothing to be afraid of. However, we shouldn't underestimate the Dragon Soul, the second elder said calmly. Fu Tianjuan's brows relaxed slightly as he said fiercely, this elder has indeed underestimated that brat Feng Wuchen, and has also underestimated the Dragon Soul. Grand Elder, we don't need to rush to deal with the Dragon Soul. We just need to wait for the best opportunity. Although Feng Wuchen's growth is terrifying, he is still just a blue-titled ancient god. He is far from being a threat, the 5th elder said with a smile. He didn't think that Feng Wuchen was a threat at all. 5th elder, Feng Wuchen's cultivation is rising too quickly. It's beyond your imagination. We need to limit his growth. This elder has interacted with Feng Wuchen more than any of you, so we can't give him any more time to grow. Fu Tianjun shook his head slightly and said, we can wait for the opportunity, but we need to find a way to limit Feng Wuchen's growth. We can't give him any time to cultivate. However, limiting Feng Wuchen's cultivation time isn't easy. The only way is to get rid of him as soon as possible. Fu Tianjun was right. The best way was to get rid of Feng Wuchen. However, it wasn't an easy task. Grand Elder, why don't you let me try? If we send a powerful expert, the Dragon Soul will be alerted. If it's just to deal with Feng Wuchen, I feel that we don't need to send an expert. I can do it. At this moment, a sinister sneer sounded. I hope you won't disappoint this elder. Fu Tianjuan's old face revealed a cold smile. Yes, Grand Elder. A respectful voice sounded. Grand Elder, with Zhou Feng's strength, he might not be able to deal with Feng Wuchen, the second elder said with a frown. He didn't think that Zhou Feng could deal with Feng Wuchen. The third elder said with some worry, Zhou Feng is just a red-titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen can summon an Emperor Realm expert at any time. Zhou Feng might not even have the chance to make a move. Zhou Feng's wind attribute is special. An Emperor Realm expert might not be able to sense his existence. If there is a chance, it won't be difficult to deal with Feng Wuchen. He's just a blue-titled ancient god. Zhou Feng won't give him the chance to summon an expert, Fu Tianjun said with a cold smile. He was quite confident in Zhou Feng. At the same time, Protector Qing was taking the injured blood Kirin to the 33rd sky, where the dragon soul was located. Feng Wuchen! Protector Qing shouted. He brought the blood Kirin to the dragon soul. You're here already? A black figure came out of the hall and looked at Protector Qing in the sky. Protector Qing glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and said angrily, change him. Yao Sky, bring Protector Palu here, Feng Wuchen ordered. Quickly, Yao Sky appeared with Protector Palu. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the injured Protector Palu flew up. He wasn't worried that Protector Qing would try anything funny. Protector Qing waved his hand, and the injured blood Kirin floated down. Brother Palu, how are you? Protector Qing looked worried. He gave Protector Palu a healing pill. Protector Palu was badly injured. Many of his bones had been broken, and his face was deformed. He looked terrible. If Long Zun hadn't been merciful, Protector Palu would have been beaten to death. Next time, think carefully before you attack. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. He used his eternal life powers and sent them into the blood Kirin's body. Feng Wuchen! I will deal with you sooner or later. Protector Qing shouted angrily. He took Protector Palu and left. But Protector Qing left too quickly. If he had, he would have been scared to death. The blood Kirin was injured, but with the help of Feng Wuchen's eternal life powers, it was able to heal itself. What kind of power is that? It can heal me instantly. The blood Kirin was shocked. It had never seen anything like this before. The blood Kirin was a 10-direction great emperor. With such a high level of cultivation, it was difficult to heal without powerful pills. If the blood Kirin hadn't seen it with its own eyes, it wouldn't have believed it. Thank you, little brother Feng. This is the second time you have saved me. The blood Kirin suppressed its shock and thanked him gratefully. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, you are welcome. You have helped me a lot, too. Blood Kirin, the blood marquises are supported by Pangu God Temple. You should know this power. Xianxia is one of the 6 elders of Pangu God Temple, Feng Wuchen said. Pangu God Temple? The blood Kirin was shocked. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, you can't touch the blood marquises for now. Pangu God Temple will intervene, but I need your help. My life is yours. Little brother Feng, just say the word, the blood Kirin said. End of chapter. Pangu God Hall is located in the northernmost mountains of the 33 skies. It is covered by a maze, and there is another space inside the maze. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, they already have their eyes on me. Just now, someone from the Panga Shrine wanted to kill me. I want you to secretly keep an eye on the Panga Shrine and find out what the blood pool of the Blood Marquis clan is for. Isn't the blood cave used for practice? I used the blood cave's power to become a 10-direction great emperor, the blood Kirin said with shock. If it hadn't been used for practice, the blood Kirin wouldn't have been able to become a 10-direction great emperor. If the blood Kirin could become a 10-direction great emperor, the blood cave's power must have been very scary. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, it's not that simple. The blood cave has thousands of paths that lead to Pangu realm. I thought that was the source of the blood cave's blood, but it wasn't. So, the blood cave must have other uses. Pangu God Hall was hiding in the dark, and they were very powerful. He had to ask the blood Kirin for help. If he sent Ao Feng Great Emperor and the others, the 6 elders would know. Feng Wuchen only needed to find out what the blood cave was for. Maybe he could figure out what it was about the black substance. Little brother Feng, are you planning to go against Pangu God Hall? The blood Kirin asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I just want to learn more about Pangu God Hall. Plus, the dragon soul doesn't have the power to go against Pangu God Hall. I will keep an eye on them. Hopefully, I can find out something. If I do, I will let you know. The Blood Kirin nodded and disappeared. With the Blood Kirin watching Pangu God Hall, Feng Wuchen felt a lot safer. At least he knew what Pangu God Hall was up to. After all, Pangu God Hall was watching Feng Wuchen. Pangu God Hall was very powerful, and Feng Wuchen had to be careful. Yao Sky, when Jianqiu and the others come out, tell the warrior souls to take the titled ancient gods to Pangu's sacred realm. Sacred realm is a good place to practice, Feng Wuchen said. Yes, sir. Yao Sky answered respectfully. 5 times space ring, 1,000 spirit pond water, Pangu immortal stone, powerful treasures, and god orbs. I hope their cultivation can improve quickly, Feng Wuchen thought. Even the Paragon main divine palace couldn't afford such a terrifying amount of cultivation resources. With the cultivation of Long Shun and the others, it would be difficult for them to not raise their cultivation quickly. Feng Wuchen, when Bai Xian attacked you, the hidden expert should also be from the Panga Shrine. The information you found must have alerted them. The strange black thing must be very important to them, said the great emperor of Xian Light. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't kill Bai Xian because I didn't want to start a war with the Panga Shrine too early. After all, the dragon soul isn't strong enough. Moreover, we still have to face the supreme main shrine, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. He had obviously sensed the strong cultivator in the dark. Alchemist is about to break through to the green titled ancient god realm. I'll go to the ancient pill house and prepare some precious herbs to create the god orbs of the cyan titled ancient god, Feng Wuchen muttered and disappeared. The number of treasures needed to create the god orbs of the titled ancient gods was so huge that it was terrifying. Pangu Palace. Xianhao had already told the 6 elders what had happened. Purple titled ancient god? Can he easily defeat Bai Xian with his physical strength alone? An elder was shocked. Bai Xian said respectfully, Feng Wuchen's body art is very scary. I couldn't detect it at all. That can't be. According to the news from the Blood Marquis tribe, Feng Wuchen can't have such strength. He didn't activate his power. It can't be the mysterious power in his body. How can he defeat Bai Xian with his own strength? Another elder said in disbelief. March. Feng Wuchen can't break through to the purple titled ancient god realm so quickly. Another elder didn't believe it either. Xianhao said respectfully, 6 elders, it can't be wrong. I've been secretly observing. Feng Wuchen might be a purple titled ancient god. Ordinary purple titled ancient gods aren't his match. However, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to kill Bai Xian. It seems that he's quite afraid of our Pangu Palace. An elder said fiercely, no matter how strong the dragon soul is, he's definitely not our match. How can he dare to kill someone from our Pangu Palace? Bai Xian wanted to say something but swallowed his words. Xianhao said respectfully, I've also sent many people to check the various heavens. Every heaven is under the control of the dragon soul. There are many titled ancient gods overseeing them. There aren't any powerful titled ancient gods or great emperors. I can't sense any experts from the 33 heavens dragon soul. Perhaps they're hiding their auras or cultivating in seclusion. An elder frowned and said seriously, no matter what, we have to get rid of Feng Wuchen as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll ruin our plans. If Shueisha can't awaken, we can't do anything to Ancestor Xianzhan. I'll do it personally, Xianhao said respectfully. He roughly knew Feng Wuchen's strength. Xianhao was confident that he could defeat Feng Wuchen and kill Feng Wuchen. Xianhao didn't believe that a purple titled ancient god could fight against a red titled ancient god. The 35 heavens. Feng Wuchen appeared in the ancient alchemy dispensary. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he could reach the ancient alchemy dispensary in an instant by activating his spatial divine power. Welcome, Lord Feng. The guards of the ancient alchemy dispensary welcomed him excitedly. Lord Feng, I'll report to the dispensary master and the elders immediately. Another guard rushed in quickly. Lord Feng, please follow me. The guard led Feng Wuchen in respectfully. Why are there so many experts here today? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. He had just arrived at the ancient alchemy dispensary when he sensed many powerful auras. The guard said respectfully, "Lord Feng, there are many treasures being auctioned in the ancient alchemy dispensary." "Lord Feng, you've come at the right time to see if there are any treasures you like." "I see." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Have you heard? The God's Eye Temple, a major force under the Supreme God Palace, has been destroyed by the Dragon's Soul. The God's Eye Temple has now become the Dragon's Soul. Not long ago, the Dragon's Soul destroyed the three major forces of the 34 heavens." "It can't be? The God's Eye Temple is a major force under the Supreme God Palace. They're in charge of all the heavens below the 33 heavens. How could the Dragon's Soul be destroyed? Isn't this courting death? What's the background of the Dragon's Soul? Is its strength so terrifying? The 34 heavens have a great emperor overseeing it." Feng Wuchen had just entered the hall when he heard many people discussing. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, it's not just the 33 heavens. The 34 heavens are already under the control of the Dragon's Soul. "Young master, he is here. Quickly go and ask him if it's true." Someone suddenly shouted excitedly. "Young master he?" Feng Wuchen was stunned. He turned around and saw that it was He Wenkong. Feng Wuchen remembered the young master of the Firmament Palace. It seemed that He Wenkong hadn't given up and still wanted to pursue Great Elder Mo Ran. Feng Wuchen only glanced at him indifferently before turning to go in. Phew! He Wenkong heaved a sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. "I didn't expect to meet him." He Wenkong was terrified. Seeing Feng Wuchen was like seeing a ghost. "Young master he, I heard that the Dragon's Soul has destroyed the God's Eye Palace. Is that true? Young master he, what's the origin of the Dragon's Soul? Aren't you afraid of the Supreme God Palace's punishment?" Young master he, many titled ancient gods gathered around him and started talking to him. He Wenkong's face suddenly turned cold, scaring everyone away. "Big brother he, the seats have been arranged. Young master Nanhua and the rest are here." At that moment, a few young masters ran over. He Wenkong looked in the direction that Feng Wuchen disappeared and nodded. He Wenkong knew that only Feng Wuchen was qualified to enter the back palace. So many experts. They must be from the 35th and 36th heaven, Feng Wuchen thought. He could sense the aura of many great emperors and ancient great emperors. There was no need to talk about the titled ancient gods. "Welcome, Lord Feng." Mu Yunqi, Elder Mo Ran, and the rest greeted him respectfully. Feng Wuchen went straight to the point. "Pavilion Master Mu, help me prepare some treasures suitable for green and cyan titled ancient gods." "Yes," the third elder said respectfully and immediately went to prepare. "Lord Feng, there's an auction in the ancient alchemy pavilion today. Many treasures are from the dimensional space. Perhaps there are treasures that Lord Feng likes," Mo Ran said respectfully. "I just heard about it. Just arrange a seat for me and see what treasures there are." Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Feng Wuchen was curious about the treasures in the dimensional space. Moran personally went to make arrangements for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's seat was on the third level, where he could see the entire auction. Only a transcendent power had the qualifications to do so. The enormous auction house was filled with experts from various factions. The people below were all titled ancient gods. Even the lone cultivators had to reach the titled ancient god realm before they were qualified to enter. After all, the treasures in this auction all came from the dimensional space. If one's cultivation was not at the level of a titled ancient god, even if one managed to obtain it, they might not be able to use it. Soon, Great Elder Mo Ran came to the auction stage. Her beautiful face was stunning, and it instantly caused a commotion. Many experts were drooling as they watched. Mo Ran had a fiery figure, and her entire body seemed to have a magical power, making people unable to move their eyes away from her, making them feel a strong sense of greed. Great Elder Mo Ran is indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great beauties of the 35th heaven. Brother, he has pursued this matter for so long, yet he still failed. Young Master Nanhua exclaimed. He Wenkong smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything unnecessary, and his gaze swept through the surroundings. He Wenkong was looking for Feng Wuchen, but unfortunately, he didn't see him. Young Master Nanhua, you've already taken a beauty. Leave the other beauties for us. Young Master Yang smiled excitedly. Young Master Yang, don't you like to go to the 10,000 Flower Valley? There are many beauties in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Isn't there anyone you like? Young Master Nanhua asked happily. Sigh, don't mention it. With my status, I'm not qualified to see the personal disciples of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Young Master Yang smiled helplessly. That's true. It's a pity that Big Brother Di Tian hasn't come out for a long time. Otherwise, we would have a chance to meet him. Young Master Nanhua sighed softly. Perhaps young Master Di Tian wants to break through to the great ancient emperor realm. Big Brother Bai Qi isn't interested. It seems like we can only work hard to cultivate and break through to the great emperor realm as soon as possible. A young master smiled helplessly. Big Brother He, what's wrong with you today? Why aren't you saying anything? Young Master Yang asked curiously. They had all noticed that He Wen Kong was acting strangely. Nothing. I'm thinking about refining pills. He Wen Kong found an excuse casually. Everyone, quiet down. Emma Ran spoke softly with a powerful aura. The entire place fell silent instantly. Although she had a powerful aura, her pleasant voice was even more intoxicating. Emma Ran's beautiful face revealed a charming smile. She chuckled and said, Today, the ancient elixir pavilion has 6 treasures. Each treasure comes from the dimensional space. Let me reveal something to everyone. 3 of them can increase one's cultivation level. Once Mo Ran said that, the entire place went into an uproar again. Anything related to increasing one's cultivation level was definitely something that countless cultivators cared about the most. There are such treasures in the dimensional space? Treasures that are suitable for the cultivation of titled ancient gods can't be bought with ancient primordial stones, right? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Mu Yunqi, who was beside him, said respectfully, Big Brother Feng, ancient primordial stones have many uses in the Panga realm. They can be bought, but the price should be above 10 billion ancient primordial stones. They could be bought, but they were very expensive. 10 billion ancient primordial stones? Feng Wuchen's eyes widened. Treasures that came from the dimensional space were actually so expensive. On the auction stage, Mo Ran chuckled and said, The first treasure comes from the 3rd level of the dimensional space. Yin Yang Spirit Gathering Stone. This is a very unique gemstone. It has the powerful effect of condensing spiritual primordial stones. At the same time, it also contains a very large amount of pure energy. Green titled ancient gods and blue titled ancient gods are suitable for cultivation. Even purple titled ancient gods have some effect. The starting price is 6 billion ancient primordial stones. 7 billion ancient primordial stones. 8 billion ancient primordial stones. 10 billion ancient primordial stones. The various factions started to compete crazily. The temptation was very frightening. However, the factions on the 2nd and 3rd levels did not bid. It was just that they were not interested in treasures that were suitable for the cultivation of green and blue titled ancient gods. How many of these treasures are there? Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly sounded. Once Feng Wuchen said that, the entire place fell silent. One Yin Yang Spirit Gathering Stone was sold for 10 billion ancient primordial stones. This was a very frightening number. Feng Wuchen actually asked how many there were. It's him. He Wen Kong knew that it was Feng Wuchen the moment he heard the voice. He was so frightened that his heart trembled. What an unfamiliar voice. I wonder which faction he is from. Isn't he embarrassing us by bidding for such a trashy treasure? A young master said angrily. This guy is really wasting his VIP position. He's bringing shame to our faction, another young master said fiercely. Young Master Nanhua glanced in the direction of the voice and said gloomily, as a member of a faction, he's bidding for such a trashy treasure. Big Brother Nanhua, let's forget about it, He Wen Kong said hurriedly. He was afraid that young Master Nanhua would provoke Feng Wuchen. This voice is... Young Master Yang's expression suddenly changed. This voice was too familiar. That's right. It's him. It can't be wrong. Young Master Yang quickly thought of Feng Wuchen. An intense fear surged in his heart. Did Lord Feng take a liking to them? Emo Ran was surprised as well. She replied respectfully, there are 13 of them. One for 15 billion ancient meta stones. I want all of them, Feng Wuchen said. Boom, the moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the entire place was in an uproar. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. One for 15 billion ancient meta stones. He wanted all 13 of them. Preposterous. Which force is so short of cultivation resources? He wants all 13 of them. He has embarrassed all the big forces. A young master was furious. Can't he take out elixirs for blue-titled ancient gods? Which one of the VIP seats doesn't have powerful alchemists? Another young master was furious. Young Master Nanhua's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. It's definitely him. It's definitely him. Young Master Yang was 100% sure. Brother Nanhua, let him bid. We don't need them anyway. Plus, we can keep them for the later treasures. He won't have to compete with us then, He Wenkong quickly said. Yes, yes, yes. Let's ignore him first. This is ancient alchemy dispensary. Bear with it first, young Master Yang nodded as he prayed in his heart that he wouldn't offend this person. They weren't the only ones. The other big forces in the VIP rooms were also furious. However, they didn't dare to get angry in ancient alchemy dispensary. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Emo Ran asked the crowd. The entire place was still in dead silence. Although they were from big forces, they didn't dare to go against the big forces on the third floor unless they didn't want to live anymore. Since no one wants to bid higher, the 13 yin yang spirit gathering stones belong to this guest, Emo Ran laughed softly. She waved her hand and the 13 yin yang spirit gathering stones flew up. The next 2 treasures were also treasures that could increase one's cultivation level. Feng Wuchen still won the bid at a terrifying price. Many titled ancient gods in the auction house were shocked by the price. Feng Wuchen's first bid was over 20 billion, and the starting bid was 5 billion ancient yuan stones. Who would dare to compete? At the same time, young Master Nanhua and the other big forces were furious. All of them wanted to rush over and beat up Feng Wuchen. It was just a pity that this place was the ancient alchemy pavilion. They did not dare to make a move here and could only endure. He Wenkong and young Master Yang also tried their best to persuade him. The next treasure comes from the 5th level of the dimensional space, Emo Ran said softly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone held their breaths. The treasures from the 5th level were definitely very powerful. Even the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors had burning gazes in their eyes. I must get the treasure from the 5th floor. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me. Young Master Nanhua sneered confidently. Who doesn't know young Master Nanhua in the 35th heaven? Who dares to compete with Big Brother Nanhua? A young master flattered. On the auction stage, Moran smiled and said, this is an 8-star Pangu armor. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how powerful the Pangu armor is. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 8 stars Pangu armor? Feng Wuchen was slightly disappointed. Mu Yunqi didn't say much. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying alchemy skills, he naturally wouldn't be interested in it. 8 stars Pangu armor. Young Master Nanhua was extremely excited. Big Brother Nanhua, we must get it. A young master said excitedly. Great Elder Emo Ran, name your price. An expert on the 2nd floor said impatiently. That's right. Name your price. I want the 8 stars Pangu armor. A hall master on the 3rd floor said anxiously. Haha, I also want the 8 stars Pangu armor. Another hall master on the 3rd floor said with a smile. The 8 stars Pangu armor was definitely a hot item. Even in the Supreme Main Divine Hall, not all the experts had the 8 stars Pangu armor. 50 billion ancient primordial stones, Emo Ran said with a faint smile. I bid 60 billion. A hall master on the 3rd floor said excitedly. I bid 70 billion. Another hall master made a bid. 100 billion. Young Master Nanhua raised the price by 30 billion. Young Master Nanhua, a hall master said with a faint smile. 110 billion. Young Master Nanhua. The crowd below exclaimed. 150 billion. Young Master Nanhua raised the price by another 40 billion and said with a smile, no one can take away the treasure that I want. A hall master on the third floor said with a smile, I'm also determined to get the 8 stars Pangu armor. 170 billion. The titled ancient gods below were all dumbfounded. The terrifying number scared them out of their wits. They could only watch the gods fight. They didn't dare to say anything. 300 billion. Young Master Nanhua raised the price by 300 billion. Everyone was scared silly, whether it was the forces on the second floor or the third floor, they were all silent. 300 billion ancient primordial stones was a huge amount. They couldn't afford it. Young Master Nanhua smiled proudly and said, Senior Hall Masters, aren't you going to raise the price? Didn't you say you were determined to get it? No one answered. Why didn't the person who bid for the Yin-Yang energy gathering stone just now stop? Weren't you very impressive just now? You've embarrassed the major forces for a piece of trash. Young Master Nanhua sneered again. Grand Elder Mo Rant's expression changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned cold. It's over. He Wenkong was so shocked that his body couldn't help but tremble. He Wenkong didn't expect young Master Nanhua to say something like that. Young Master Yang was dumbfounded. He wanted to run away immediately. I'm not interested in the 8 stars Pangu armor, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He was telling the truth. The titled ancient gods on the first floor were all dumbfounded. I'm not interested in the 8 stars Pangu armor, Feng Wuchen's words echoed in their minds. The experts on the second and third floors were also dumbfounded. Someone dared to say that he wasn't interested in the 8 stars Pangu armor, even the experts from the Supreme Main Temple wouldn't dare to say that, right? Just how arrogant and unbridled was he? Brat, who do you think you are? You're not interested in the 8 stars Pangu armor? I think you can't afford it, a young master said disdainfully. If I want to buy it, it's definitely mine. You guys can't afford it. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. I'm not interested in it, Feng Wuchen replied calmly. How dare you? How dare you look down on me? Young Master Nanhua was furious and was about to flip out. Brother Nanhua, forget it. This is the ancient alchemy pavilion. Don't cause trouble. He Wenkong was so scared that his face turned pale. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Nanhua, don't cause trouble. Young Master Yang nodded repeatedly. He was extremely frightened. He Wenkong. Yang Shufei. What's wrong with you guys? He's humiliating us. Can't we take it lying down? A young master shouted angrily. No, we can't afford to offend him. Young Master Yang was about to cry. End of chapter. We can't afford to offend them? What do you mean? Is there anyone in the 35 levels of heaven that we can't afford to offend? So what if it's the 36 levels of heaven? It's not the Supreme Main Shrine. Don't forget that we have Big Brother Ditian and Big Brother Bai Chi. Who are we afraid of? If you really piss us off, we'll fight you even in the ancient alchemy shrine. Young Master Yang's words enraged the young masters. The experts on the first floor were stunned by Feng Wuchen's words. Yang Shufei didn't dare to say anything. However, He Wenkong ignored the young masters without any change in expression. Of course, they weren't bragging. They really had the strength. These young masters came from the 35 levels of heaven and 36 levels of heaven. They were supported by young Master Di Tian and young Master Bai Chi, especially young Master Bai Chi, who was one of the top talents in the 36 levels of heaven. He was even stronger than Di Tian. The supreme force behind Bai Chi wasn't any weaker than the ancient alchemy shrine. That was their capital. Give it to me? Young Master Nanhua was furious. He said fiercely, I don't need you to give it to me. Name your price if you dare. Big Brother Nanhua. He Wenkong said hurriedly, forget it. Don't lower yourself to his level. Yes, Big Brother Nanhua. We can't afford to offend him. Yang Shufei was getting more and more panicked. Young Master Nanhua glared at He Wenkong and Yang Shufei and said coldly, when did you two become so cowardly? He Wenkong, you're a top alchemist genius in the Panga realm. The firmament shrine is so powerful. When did you become so cowardly? He Wenkong frowned and said, Big brother Nanhua, we really can't afford to offend him. Even you say we can't afford to offend him. Then tell me, who is he? Young Master Nanhua asked gloomily. He didn't believe there was anyone he couldn't afford to offend. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter came. Forget it. I don't want to embarrass you. Damn it. Young Master Nanhua was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot. No one had dared to humiliate or belittle him like this in the Panga realm for so many years in the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen was definitely the first. Which force is he from? How dare he talk to young Master Nanhua like that? Does he want to die? Young Master Nanhua's strength is second only to young Master Di Tian. Doesn't he know the consequences of angering young Master Nanhua? Even young Lord he doesn't dare to offend him. None of the titled ancient gods below dared to believe that Feng Wuchen dared to oppose young Master Nanhua. Seeing young Master Nanhua's rage, Yang Shifei hurriedly said, Big brother Nanhua, he's a dragon soul exalt. Master Dragon Soul? Young Master Nanhua and the others were astounded. Yang Shifei said in a panic, That's right. The Dragon Soul has already fought his way up to the 33rd layer of heaven. The God's Eye Temple has been destroyed, and young Master Nya was crippled by him. This young master has heard of the Dragon Soul, but it's nothing much. Fighting up to the 33rd layer of heaven is nothing. The deity's Eye Temple is too weak. One of the young masters sneered. That's right, it's completely incomparable to us. How dare he humiliate Big Brother Nanhua? He's courting death. Big Brother Nanhua, this brat doesn't take you seriously. We can't let him off. The young masters were filled with righteous indignation. Even though they knew that the Dragon Soul was powerful, they still did not take it seriously. The main reason was that they all had transcendent powers behind them, and they all had great ancient emperors holding down the fort. Why would they take the Dragon Soul seriously? Of course, the main reason was that they did not know much about the Dragon Soul. They had only heard of it. They knew that the Dragon Soul was powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful it was. In short, deep in their consciousness, it was not as powerful as the powers behind them. Night Chinese, this young master wants you to name your price. Young Master Nanhua shouted angrily. The terrifying aura of a black-colored titled ancient god suddenly erupted. Young Master Nanhua's angry shout scared He Wenkong so much that he trembled all over. He could no longer stop it. Great Elder Mo Ran, can I name my price? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Since young Master Nanhua has spoken, of course you can. Mo Ran replied with a light smile. All right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Since you bid 300 billion ancient primordial stones for the 8-star Pengu armor, I'll bid 600 billion ancient primordial stones. 600 billion ancient primordial stones. Everyone present was stunned. Their hearts trembled, and they trembled again and again. The great powers on the second and third floors were also stunned. Feng Wuchen had raised the price by 300 billion ancient primordial stones. Even young Master Nanhua and the others could not believe it. Young Master Nanhua's face was gloomy. His skin twitched as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, 700 billion, 1 trillion. Feng Wuchen said flatly as if 1 trillion was just a number. 1 trillion. Everyone's heads buzzed as they turned into stone statues. Even the people from the ancient alchemy pavilion were stunned. 1 trillion ancient primordial stones. What kind of terrifying power could take out 1 trillion ancient primordial stones? The ancient alchemy pavilion definitely could not. Only the top transcendental powers in the Panga realm could take out such a terrifying number. Young Master Nanhua was furious again. Feng Wuchen had raised the price by 300 billion. How could young Master Nanhua match it? Feng Wuchen was clearly toying with him. 1 trillion. Can he really take it out? One of the young masters was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. He's not making a ruckus, is he? How can the Dragon Soul take out 1 trillion ancient primordial stones? Another young master was dumbfounded. Big brother Nanhua, stop shouting at him. If he can't take out 1 trillion ancient primordial stones, we can make a move on him. One of the young masters gritted his teeth and said angrily. Young Master Nanhua's eyes lit up. He sneered and said, 1 trillion ancient primordial stones. If you can take it out, the 8-star Pangu armor is yours. If you can't, don't blame me for being merciless. I've already said that I'll let you have it, but you wanted me to name a price. Now that I've named a price, you're not playing anymore. Are you unable to afford it, or are you afraid of embarrassing the great power behind you? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, or are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? You're trying to provoke me into raising the price. If I can't take out that many ancient primordial stones, you'll have an excuse to make a move on me. You're right. I'm doing this on purpose. Young Master Nanhua sneered. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Great Elder Mo Ran, let's continue. Hold on. If you can't take out 1 trillion ancient primordial stones, the auction can't continue. One of the young masters shouted angrily. He was trying to make things difficult for Feng Wuchen. That's right. If you can't take it out, you'll be punished. You'll have to pay the price for your arrogant words just now. Another young master shouted angrily. Great Elder Mo Ran, is this treasure worth 1 trillion? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took out a Pangu origin stone. A treasure worth 1 trillion ancient primordial stones, everyone was dumbfounded again. What kind of treasure could be so precious? Everyone looked at Great Elder Mo Ran. This is Pangu origin stone. Great Elder Mo Ran was shocked. What? Pangu origin stone? The crowd was in an uproar. Am I seeing this right? It's the Pangu origin stone. It's really the Pangu origin stone. I can't be wrong. This is a supreme treasure that Great Emperor Realm alchemists and ancient Great Emperor Realm alchemists would fight over. The entire place was filled with exclamations of shock. Especially the alchemists present. Their eyes shone brightly as they wished they could snatch it. Everyone present knew how precious a Pangu origin stone was. The alchemists knew even better. A Pangu origin stone was enough for a peak-titled ancient god alchemist to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. A Pangu origin stone was enough for a peak Great Emperor Realm alchemist to break through to the ancient Great Emperor Realm in a short time. For a titled ancient god alchemist, a Pangu origin stone was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. It was needless to say how precious a Pangu origin stone was. One might not even find a Pangu origin stone in the Pangu sacred realm for a few years or even decades. For cultivators, the Pangu origin stone was of no help and had no value. But for alchemists, it was absolutely priceless, especially for great emperors and ancient Great Emperor Realm alchemists. They dreamed of getting their hands on the Pangu origin stone. Great emperors of 10 directions were even more so. Without the Pangu origin stone, their alchemists could not improve at all. Back then, Emperor Peerless also relied on the Pangu origin stone to improve his alchemist's cultivation. In comparison, the Pangu origin stone was more precious than the 8-star Pangu armor. It was absolutely priceless. How could he have the Pangu origin stone? Young Master Nanhua and the others were stunned and petrified. Great Elder Mo Ran was stunned for a long time. Great Elder Mo Ran had seen the Pangu origin stone before, but it was too precious and rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a legendary treasure. Great Elder Mo Ran, if it's not enough, I have more here, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. His words were truly shocking. Mu Yunqi, who was standing at the side, could not help but tremble. Great Elder Mo Ran was shocked as well. There's more. Everyone was stunned again. Their hearts were in turmoil. Young Master Nanhua and the others' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Enough, enough. Great Elder Mo Ran nodded repeatedly. For powerful alchemists, especially 10-direction Great Emperor and ancient Great Emperor alchemists, Pangu origin stone is a priceless treasure. Swish, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and sent out another Pangu source stone. This is. Great Elder Mo Ran didn't know what Feng Wuchen meant. The previous Pangu armor was worth 1 trillion ancient primordial stones. I'll give you this one and the Pangu armor as well. It's really useless to me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This was a slap to young Master Nanhua's face. Feng Wuchen was clearly telling young Master Nanhua that not only could he bid for it, but he could also give it away as a gift. This was strength. Boom, as soon as Feng Wuchen said this, everyone present felt as if their heads had been blown off. they were all shaken to the core. One for the Pangu armor, one for Great Elder Mo Ran, and the other for the Pangu armor was given to Great Elder Mo Ran. In other words, Feng Wuchen didn't get anything. Instead, he gave away 2 Pangu origin stones. This was 2F** King Scary, this was a nouveau riche. What kind of force was he from? He was generous enough to give away the Pangu origin stone. Great Elder Mo Ran was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen would give her a Pangu origin stone. This was something that even 10 Direction Great Emperors regarded as a priceless treasure. Yet, Feng Wuchen didn't feel bad about giving it away. He gave the Pangu origin stone to Great Elder Mo Ran. He Wenkong's heart almost jumped out of his chest. In this way, Mo Ran would be able to leave him in the dust. What did he say? He gave one to Great Elder Mo Ran? How is that possible? Young Master Nanhua couldn't believe it. Initially, he wanted to embarrass Feng Wuchen. However, he didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would become the most dazzling existence in the auction. Big brother Nanhua, he must have a lot of Pangu origin stones. One of the young masters hurriedly said. Intense greed flashed across his eyes. Big brother Nanhua, please don't offend him again, Yang Shufei said fearfully. He was afraid that they would try to snatch Feng Wuchen's Pangu origin stone. If they completely offended Feng Wuchen, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wondered if young Master Nanhua took Yang Shufei's words to heart. Great Elder Mo Ran, we can move on to the next treasure, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Young Master Nanhua and the others didn't dare to stop him. All right. Great Elder Mo Ran nodded in a daze. She thought to herself, Lord Feng must have taken it out because of his reputation. I can't accept such a precious Pangu origin stone. Great Elder Mo Ran wanted to return the Pangu origin stone to Feng Wuchen after the auction ended. The next treasure is from the 6th level of the dimensional space. Mo Ran suppressed the great shock in her heart and said with a smile, this is a fruit called the Pangu fruit. It's nurtured by Pangu's essence absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It contains an enormous amount of pure energy. It's suitable for the cultivation of the 10 great emperors. Hiss, everyone gasped in shock. They were shocked and overjoyed. If I get the Pangu fruit, I'll definitely break through to the great emperor realm. Young Master Nanhua was extremely excited. He had to bid for the Pangu fruit. Oh? The Pangu fruit? There are many in my master's storage ring. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect such a treasure to be auctioned. The person who could obtain such a treasure must be an ancient great emperor expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the 6th level of the dimensional space. The Pangu fruit can only be found in the 6th level of the dimensional space. It's very precious and rare. The starting price is 100 billion, Great Elder Mo Ran continued. 150 billion. A hall master said excitedly. 170 billion. Another hall master made a bid. 200 billion. Young Master Nanhua also bid. The fight between the deities started again. They all hoped that Feng Wuchen wouldn't bid. Otherwise, they would have to shut up if he got the Pangu origin stone. The titled ancient gods below all looked at the VIP room where Feng Wuchen was at the same time. However, to their disappointment, Feng Wuchen didn't bid. Lord Feng, aren't you going to bid? Mu Yunqi asked. There's only one. I'll let them have it. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He had many of them. There was no need for him to bid. In the end, young Master Nanhua won the bid for the Pangu fruit with 500 billion ancient vitality stones. Seeing that it was young Master Nanhua, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but ask with a smile, Young Master Nanhua, why didn't you ask me to bid this time? Are you afraid that you won't be able to break through to the great emperor realm if I snatch the Pangu fruit? Brat, don't be so smug. Young Master Nanhua said angrily. He wanted to rush over and beat up Feng Wuchen. Don't worry. I don't care about such a treasure. I won't fight with you for it, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen's words made young Lord Nanhua feel like he was bidding for trash. Young Lord Nanhua was so angry that his organs were churning. He wanted nothing more than to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Sovereign dragon soul, is it? I'll remember this. Young Lord Nanhua swore viciously. Feng Wuchen hadn't given him any face in front of so many people. Young Lord Nanhua was determined to teach Feng Wuchen a lesson. I don't know who he is, but he must have angered young Lord Nanhua. He'll be in trouble after the auction. I know, right? I hope the faction behind him can fight young Lord Nanhua. Otherwise, he's dead meat. I don't think anyone can survive after offending young Lord Nanhua. Don't forget that young Lord Ditian and young Lord Baichi are behind them. The titled ancient gods on the first floor discussed in low voices. Since no one is willing to pay a higher price, the Pangu fruit goes to young Lord Nanhua. Great Elder Imoran chuckled. Every faction wanted such a precious treasure. Unfortunately, none of them could compete with young Lord Nanhua. The last treasure also comes from the 6th level of the dimensional space. Great Elder Imoran chuckled. This is a supreme treasure that an ancient great emperor found in the 6th layer of the dimensional space, dimensional black essence iron. It's said to be used to refine the 9-star Pangu artifact. It's a priceless treasure for an alchemist. Dimensional mystical iron. Feng Wuchen's eyes burned with desire. It was a priceless treasure for Feng Wuchen. Emperor Peerless hadn't left behind a lot of dimensional mystical iron in his storage ring. There were only 7 pieces. One more piece meant one more 9-star Pangu artifact that could be forged. In the entire Pangu realm, there were very few super experts who possessed a 9-star Pangu weapon. It was simply too precious. Forge a 9-star Pangu weapon? Everyone was shocked. Is there anyone in Pangu realm who can forge a 9-star Pangu weapon? Even the great elder of the sovereign divine palace can't forge one, can he? It's such a pity that no one can forge a 9-star Pangu weapon with such precious materials. The dimensional Xian iron was indeed very precious, but it was a pity that even the best alchemists in the Pangu realm could not forge a 9-star Pangu artifact. It was of no use to them. Even powerful alchemists could only shake their heads helplessly. He will definitely be able to forge the 9-star Pangu weapon. He Wen Kong thought to himself. He was undoubtedly referring to Feng Wuchen. Great Elder Imoran chuckled. Dimensional black essence iron, starting at 200 billion. No one bid because it was expensive and useless to them. The transcendental forces on the 2nd and 3rd floors didn't bid either. Even though they had powerful alchemists and even great Emperor realm alchemists, they were still unable to forge a 9-star Pangu artifact. Everyone quieted down and looked around. 200 billion. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. Hearing Feng Wuchen's bid, young Master Nanhua sneered and said, no one in Pangu realm can forge a 9-star Pangu weapon. What's the point of bidding? Everyone's gaze shifted to the VIP room where Feng Wuchen was. Someone actually made a bid. It was true that the dimensional black essence iron was a precious treasure, but they had to see if it was useful. Can't I bid just because I can't forge a 9-star Pangu weapon? This essence iron is so beautiful. Can't I bid for it? Feng Wuchen retorted. Feng Wuchen's words made everyone speechless. It was indeed different when one had a mine. Idiot. A young master sneered and looked at Su Mo with disdain. He wants a useless piece of scrap iron. If he isn't an idiot, then what is? Another young master sneered. China Treasury He Wen Kong and Yang Shufei were both scared out of their wits, and their faces were extremely pale. She actually dared to insult Feng Wuchen as an idiot. She was seeking death. 300 billion. Young Master Nanhua made a bid. Everyone was stunned at first, but they soon understood. Young Master Nanhua was deliberately making things difficult for Feng Wuchen. Nothing good would come out of offending young Master Nanhua. Didn't you say that bidding is useless? Why did you make a bid? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. I suddenly feel that it's useful again. Who knows, I might feel that it's useless again later. Young Master Nanhua sneered proudly. He didn't want it, but he could make Feng Wuchen vomit blood. Haha. The young masters laughed. Sigh. He Wen Kong sighed and shook his head helplessly. He already regretted coming to the ancient alchemy pavilion. He Wen Kong knew the consequences of offending Feng Wuchen. He didn't dare to say anything now. He hoped that Feng Wuchen wouldn't pursue the matter. 500 billion, Feng Wuchen said calmly. 800 billion. Young Master Nanhua made a bid without hesitation. 1 trillion. Feng Wuchen continued. 5 trillion. Young Master Nanhua beamed with joy. Aren't you afraid that I won't want it? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Young Master Nanhua was stunned. If Feng Wuchen really didn't want it, he would have to take out 5 trillion himself, 150 billion, no matter how strong the faction behind young Master Nanhua was, it was impossible to take it out in such a short time. Why? Did I scare you? Feng Wuchen sneered. Don't worry. I know you can't take out so many ancient primordial stones. I won't make things difficult for you. 6 trillion. In fact, he had already embarrassed young Master Nanhua. Why aren't you bidding anymore? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Young Master Nanhua stopped bidding. He was really afraid that Feng Wuchen wouldn't want it. Damn it. I won't let you off. Young Master Nanhua's face turned ferocious again. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Big brother Nanhua, forget it. We can't afford to offend him, Yang Shufei persuaded again. It was lucky that Feng Wuchen didn't fly into a rage. Shut up. Young Master Nanhua scolded. His fierce eyes scared Yang Shufei into shutting his mouth. He Wenkong stopped talking. He was helpless and scared. When he offended Feng Wuchen, the entire Firmament Palace was scared to death. He Wenkong even went to the ancient elixir pavilion to apologize to him. Is there a higher bid? Great Elder Mo Ran asked with a smile. Her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd. Since no one is offering a higher price, the dimensional mystic iron essence belongs to this esteemed guest. Great Elder Mo Ran smiled and said, because of this guest's Pangu origin stone, the ancient elixir pavilion has decided to give this dimensional dark iron to this guest. Great Elder Mo Ran's words caused an uproar in the crowd. What? Give it away? Young Master Nanhua and the others were stunned. They had made Feng Wuchen bleed, but Mo Ran said that she would give it to Feng Wuchen. The auction has come to an end. Great Elder Mo Ran smiled and walked down the auction stage. Let's go and see what this Dragon Soul Master looks like. I'd like to see how he dares to go against me. Young Master Nanhua sneered. What? He Wenkong and Yang Shufei were stunned. He still wanted to offend Feng Wuchen? Lord Feng, this is the dimensional black essence iron. Great Elder Mo Ran came to Feng Wuchen's VIP room and respectfully handed the dimensional black essence iron to Feng Wuchen along with the Pangu origin stone. The Pangu origin stone is for you. You don't have to give it to me, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He only accepted the dimensional black essence iron. Lord Feng, you. Are you really going to give the Pangu origin stone to me? Mo Ran asked with wide eyes. She didn't expect Feng Wuchen to really give it to her. It wasn't a joke. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, of course, give the other one to Pavilion Master Mu. You can keep the 8-star Pangu weapon for yourself. You just need to give the original owner of the Pangu armor the ancient essence stone. Ask around about the dimensional black essence iron. If you have it, let me know. Mu Yunqi was shocked. His old face was stunned. This was the Pangu origin stone. Why did it feel like an ordinary stone in Feng Wuchen's hands? Thank you, Lord Feng. Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran were extremely excited. They quickly cupped their fists and bowed to thank him. The Pangu origin stone isn't given for free. I need you to do me a favor, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Lord Feng, please speak, Mu Yunqi quickly said, as long as I can do it, I'll do my best. I'm here for powerful natural treasures this time, but I need more, so I need you to send more people to the Holy Land, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes, Lord. Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran said respectfully. At that moment, a maid's voice sounded outside the door, Pavilion Master, young Master Nanhua and the others want to see Lord Feng. Lord Feng, Nanhua is up to no good. He definitely wants to touch Lord Feng. Mu Yunqi said with a frown. This is the ancient alchemy pavilion. They don't dare to break the rules. I'll ask them to get lost now. Mo Ran said respectfully and was about to chase young Master Nanhua and the others away. There's no need. Just pretend that you don't know me, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then, he got up and walked out. Mu Yunqi frowned deeply, but he did not say anything. As soon as Feng Wuchen walked out, young Master Nanhua and the others blocked his path. He Wen Kong, Yang Shufei, is he the sovereign of Dragon Soul? Young Master Nanhua pointed at Feng Wuchen and asked with a cold smile. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Yang Shufei did not dare to fart. His face was pale and terrified. He Wen Kong was also scared to the point that his entire body was trembling. He didn't dare to look straight at Feng Wuchen. Humph. Useless thing. Young Master Nanhua scolded angrily. He glared at Feng Wuchen and said, "Brat, you're Dragon Soul Sovereign, right?" "That's right. It's me." "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He glanced at young Master Nanhua and the others calmly. "I didn't expect Dragon Soul Sovereign to be so young. I heard that Dragon Soul fought his way up to the 33rd heaven and even destroyed the God's Eye Temple," one of the young masters said with a cold smile. He looked at Feng Wuchen with disdain and contempt. "That's right." Feng Wuchen nodded with a smile. "Brat, don't think that you're so great. In our eyes, this is nothing," another young master said disdainfully. "You're right. This is indeed nothing," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "This is the ancient alchemy temple's territory. I won't touch you first. Otherwise, you'd be a cripple. However, you'd better be careful. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending," young Master Nanhua said fiercely. As he spoke, he gently patted Feng Wuchen's face. Young Master Nanhua's action completely scared He Wen Kong and Yang Shufei out of their wits. "Many thanks for the reminder. I'll definitely be careful," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He was not threatened at all. "This is the 35th heaven. Whether or not you can return to the 33rd heaven alive, you still don't know," a young master said with a mocking sneer. "I'll definitely be able to return," Feng Wuchen answered very confidently. "Humph. You'll regret offending me very soon," young Master Nanhua said with a cold smile. He immediately turned around and left. "Brat, we'll meet again very soon," a young master said with a cold smile. Several young masters also followed and left. Yang Shufei and He Wen Kong cupped their fists and bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. They immediately left with their tails between their legs. "Lord Feng, this subordinate will send someone to secretly escort you back," Mu Yunqi's respectful voice came over. "No need. Quickly send someone to the Xing land. Within half a month, send the natural treasure to the Dragon Soul," Feng Wuchen said indifferently and immediately left the ancient elixir dispensary. Just as Feng Wuchen left the ancient elixir dispensary, he sensed that he was being watched. "So soon?" Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. He did not care at all. When Feng Wuchen passed by a fairy mountain, 3 figures suddenly appeared in a flash. 3 purple-titled ancient gods. "What's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He guessed that they were sent by young Master Nanhua. "Attack," one of the people in the dark ordered. The 3 of them did not talk nonsense and immediately attacked with all their might. "Just the 3 of you want to deal with me? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. 3 purple-titled ancient gods were not a threat to Feng Wuchen. The 3 of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they spread out around Feng Wuchen and formed a triangular battle formation. The 3 of them formed seals at the same time and shouted, "Boundless Universe Enchantment." A huge enchantment trapped Feng Wuchen inside. Feng Wuchen almost laughed out loud. Young Master Nanhua was underestimating him, the Lord of Dragon Soul, too much. A mere enchantment was nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. Swish, at that moment, a person suddenly appeared in a flash. A palm condensed terrifying power and fiercely blasted toward Feng Wuchen. Boom, buzz buzz, the terrifying palm landed. With a boom, the enchantment shook violently. What? The expression of the person who attacked changed drastically. Feng Wuchen actually disappeared. He did not notice at all that the person in front of him had strangely disappeared. Where did he go? The other 2 were also very shocked. Feng Wuchen disappeared in the enchantment just like that. The powerful enchantment was not damaged at all. What was going on? Who sent you? Is it young Master Nanhua? Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded behind one of them. How is this possible? That person's expression changed drastically. He did not notice at all. Boom, puff, without waiting for the man to attack, Feng Wuchen had already punched. The domineering power caused the man to spit out blood on the spot. His body flew out like a cannonball. What kind of power is this? He can actually injure me with one punch. The man was greatly astonished. How is this possible? The other two were also dumbfounded. Swish, boom, a figure flashed. Another explosion sounded. Another purple-colored titled ancient god spat out blood. His body crashed into the enchantment, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the enchantment. You are too weak. Feng Wuchen sneered. His figure had already arrived in front of the third purple-colored titled ancient god. That person was dumbfounded. His body trembled violently. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. They could not detect him at all. Boom, puff, with a punch, the domineering power sent the third person flying. He directly crashed into the enchantment and destroyed it. In front of absolute power, there was no need to use any technique. End of chapter. Go back and tell young Master Nanhua that if he wants to deal with me, send someone stronger. Feng Wuchen sneered and flew away. He didn't kill him. Whoosh, but at that moment there was a loud explosion, and a terrifying white energy blasted toward Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly, and he pretended not to see it. Feng Wuchen had noticed this person's existence long ago, but he pretended not to know. Isn't this kid going to dodge? Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't move, the person who attacked in the dark was a little confused. Was Feng Wuchen that confident? However, what happened next? Stunned the person who had attacked. The terrifying energy beam disappeared mysteriously the moment it hit Feng Wuchen. That's right. It disappeared. The person who attacked in the dark was stunned, like a stone statue. What's going on? The person in the dark was dumbfounded. How could the terrifying energy suddenly disappear? Feng Wuchen didn't do anything. What was going on? This was too strange, wasn't it? I don't believe this. The person in the dark gritted his teeth and said angrily, and the terrifying energy gathered again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, buzz buzz, the person in the dark attacked again, and several terrifying energy beams shot out with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Wherever they passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. From this, one could see how terrifying these three energies were. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded once again. The moment the three terrifying energies got close to Feng Wuchen and were about to hit Feng Wuchen, they disappeared mysteriously. How is this possible? How did they disappear? The person in the dark was dumbfounded. The two attacks disappeared mysteriously. The person in the dark was going crazy. What was going on? Who was the one behind all this? The person who attacked in the dark was Zhou Feng, an elite from the Paragon Main Temple. Annihilation Storm. Zhou Feng roared furiously. Above the void, a terrifying wind attribute energy vortex condensed. Buzz. Not long after, a huge tornado descended from the sky and directly swallowed Feng Wuchen. The terrifying power once again caused the void to tremble violently. Who is playing tricks in the dark? Come out if you have the guts. Zhou Feng appeared in a flash and shouted angrily at the void. However, as soon as Zhou Feng finished speaking, a strange and shocking scene took place once again. The massive storm of destruction actually disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly appeared in front of him. Zhou Feng was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. His heart was filled with anger, shock, and madness. What the hell was going on? Zhou Feng's expression quickly turned ferocious as he roared furiously, "Who the hell is it? Get your ass out here. Get out here." Zhou Feng did not know that the culprit was right in front of him. Stop shouting. My ears are going to swell. Feng Wuchen curled his lips. Stinking brat. Shut up. Zhou Feng roared at Feng Wuchen. All right. Feng Wuchen shrugged and looked at the furious Zhou Feng with a smile. Who is it? Get your ass out here. Zhou Feng continued to roar, venting his anger. It's me. Feng Wuchen could not stand it any longer. You? Zhou Feng looked at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily, Impossible. You're just a purple-titled ancient god. It's impossible for you to silently destroy my wind divine power. In Zhou Feng's opinion, Feng Wuchen had not done anything, so it was impossible for him to destroy his wind divine power. Absolutely impossible. Then it must be someone else. Feng Wuchen smiled. It must be someone else. Who is protecting you in the dark? Tell him to get his ass out here. Zhou Feng shouted angrily. Sigh, you're so hard to please. You don't believe me when I tell the truth, but you take my lies seriously. Why did young Master Nanhua send an idiot like you to deal with me? Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Feng Wuchen did not know that Zhou Feng was from the Supreme God Temple. Stinking brat. You're courting death. Zhou Feng shouted angrily. Terrifying wind divine power burst out as he charged at Feng Wuchen. In Zhou Feng's opinion, only by attacking Feng Wuchen could he force the person hiding in the dark to come out. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen immediately activated his eternal life realm and bloodline power. He also took out the Pango armor and Sun Eye. Dazzling golden light flashed as domineering power burst out. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's fighting strength soared to peak purple-titled ancient god. Peak purple-titled ancient god? Zhou Feng was dumbfounded. He did not expect Feng Wuchen's fighting strength to rise to such a terrifying level. Especially Feng Wuchen's bloodline power. It was very domineering and had a strong sense of oppression. It's rare to meet a red-titled ancient god. I also want to test my strength. Feng Wuchen sneered and shot out. His body turned into a golden flash and disappeared in a flash. His speed was terrifying. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fiercely punched each other. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy ripples swept out with a might that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet wildly exploded as pitch-black cracks spread out. What a domineering bloodline power. As expected of the Dragon Soul Sovereign. Your strength is not simple. Zhou Feng frowned, but there was no disdain. Show me your true strength. Feng Wuchen sneered and immediately launched a fierce attack. Zhou Feng said coldly, if you want to die, this ancient god will fulfill your wish. Zhou Feng did not dare to be careless. He wanted to finish off Feng Wuchen as quickly as possible, so he used all his power as a red-titled ancient god. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. An intense melee began. Feng Wuchen used all his strength to fight Zhou Feng head-on. A series of deafening explosions rang out. The energy ripples from the collision swept out wildly as if they wanted to destroy everything. In this intense clash, Feng Wuchen was not at a disadvantage at all. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, he was on par with Zhou Feng. What's up with Feng Wuchen's strength? How can a peak purple-titled ancient god have the strength to fight against this ancient god? Zhou Feng was shocked. How was this a peak purple-titled ancient god? This was clearly the strength of a red-titled ancient god, but how was this possible? Zhou Feng did not dare to believe it. Awesome! Feng Wuchen roared excitedly. His fighting spirit soared, and his attacks became fiercer. Humph! This ancient god wants to see how long you can last. Zhou Feng shouted angrily as he continued to clash with Feng Wuchen. However, Zhou Feng did not know that all his ferocious attacks had no effect on Feng Wuchen. Senior brother, Feng Wuchen is at the 35th layer of heaven and is fighting with a red-titled ancient god. This person is very strong, a person transmitted a message on a celestial mountain. Even if you die, stop him for me. I'll be there soon. Xianxia sneered. His lips curled into a dangerous arc as he said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, I want to see how strong you are. End of Chapter 1. Wind-breaking divine sword. Zhou Feng growled while clenching his fingers in the air. A white light dazzled as the 6-star Pangu sword was activated. His power and aura skyrocketed. Piss off. Zhou Feng roared, releasing a strong power that forced Feng Wuchen back. Feng Wuchen sneered. Kid. Zhou Feng stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely like a poisonous snake. The fierce hand-to-hand combat enraged Zhou Feng. As a red-titled ancient god, he couldn't suppress a purple-titled ancient god in terms of speed and strength. This was a great humiliation. If this news spread out, Wouldn't Zhou Feng become a joke? How could he face people in the future? Not only could he not suppress Ji Hao, but in this fierce hand-to-hand combat, Zhou Feng was actually at a disadvantage. He even sensed a piercing pain from his limbs. Zhou Feng couldn't accept this. He was so angry that he activated the 6-star Pangu sword without hesitation. Kid! I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Zhou Feng growled. His face was hideous, and his killing intent reached the sky. Are you impatient? That's a taboo in battle. Feng Wuchen sneered. Shut up. Zhou Feng roared while darting out with the Pangu sword. The Pangu sword glowed with a dazzling white light. With a thought, the 7-star dragon divine sword appeared, and a surging and domineering sword intense soared into the sky. Feng Wuchen's power and fighting strength soared as well, directly stepping into the level of red-titled ancient god. 7-star Pangu sword. Zhou Feng's expression changed slightly, then turned ferocious as he darted out at an even higher speed. Zhou Feng was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's domineering sword intent and felt threatened by it. He had to try his best. Pangu spell. Skybreaking sword. Within a blink of an eye, Zhou Feng approached Feng Wuchen and hacked down. The Pangu sword instantly generated a 10,000 meters long energy sword. The violent attack was so powerful that it could split a mountain. What a powerful pressure! Feng Wuchen frowned and did not dare to underestimate Zhou Feng's sword. After all, this was a battle of a higher level, and Zhou Feng's strength was no weaker than ancient god-blood cicadas. Feng Wuchen had to go all out. The tyrannical bloodline power and the power of the eternal life realm were injected into the dragon god sword. The body of the sword flashed with golden light, and an unparalleled sword energy burst out. Mo Luo Shirtian. Feng Wuchen bellowed as he met the attack with his sword. The dragon god sword also condensed a huge golden energy sword. Boom! Buzz! The two terrifying energy swords collided and a deafening explosion rang out. The two of them were sent flying. Energy ripples of destruction swept out in a frenzy and space collapsed layer by layer. The surrounding towering immortal mountains collapsed one after another. The destructive power was astonishing, and the scene was extremely spectacular. What a powerful force! Even with my current powerful physical body, it's hard to bear. Feng Wuchen frowned as a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. How can he have such power? The power of his Panga technique is terrifying. I'm afraid it's the ancient Panga technique. Zhou Feng was shocked. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he was clearly injured. Ghostly shadow wind. Feng Wuchen bellowed as he shot out with the dragon god sword in his hand. His figure flashed strangely, and his speed was terrifying. No one could catch sight of him. So fast. Feng Wuchen's movement technique is extremely strange. Zhou Feng frowned deeply. Zhou Feng's wind attribute divine power was powerful, and his speed was definitely faster than other red-colored titled ancient gods. However, he saw that Feng Wuchen's speed was even more terrifying. In the next second, Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash as the dragon god sword pierced towards Zhou Feng's forehead. Zhou Feng stepped on the void as his body retreated rapidly. He immediately slowed down and twisted his body, narrowly avoiding Feng Wuchen's sword. Shadow of the Wind God. Zhou Feng bellowed as he used his movement technique. Once his speed was suppressed by Feng Wuchen, Zhou Feng would be forced into a passive position. The moment he dodged the attack, Zhou Feng formed sword fingers and condensed dozens of wind attribute energy swords. Swish swish swish. The energy swords turned into flashes of light as they chased after Feng Wuchen. Their attacks were extremely terrifying. At the same time, Zhou Feng's figure turned into a white light as he shot out. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed a few times as he dodged the energy swords. The dozens of energy swords blew up a celestial mountain in the distance. At that moment, Zhou Feng's sword intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. His figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen and slashed at Feng Wuchen. Strange, why didn't he use this opportunity to use his sword technique? A strange thought flashed through Feng Wuchen's mind. With Zhou Feng's battle experience, it was impossible for him to miss such a good opportunity. The damage caused by the sword technique's attack was even greater. Feng Wuchen did not think too much as he looked back and used the dragon god sword to meet him. Ding! Buzz buzz! After the fierce collision, the terrifying power swept out again. As expected of someone with wind attribute divine power. Not only is his speed fast, but his reaction is also very strong. His battle prowess is extremely rich, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Humph. Zhou Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile as he shouted coldly, Panga technique. Doomsday Sword Shadow. I see. He didn't use his sword technique just now because he wanted to lure my sword out. That's his goal. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Swish swish swish. Ding ding ding. After the attack, Zhou Feng activated his wind attribute divine power again. His figure turned into countless flashes of white light as he attacked Feng Wuchen crazily like a storm. Throughout the entire process, countless white lights surrounded Feng Wuchen and attacked him. As expected, he lured my sword out and used the sword momentum to activate his sword technique. As expected of a red-titled ancient god, his attack speed is very fast. This is troublesome. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Facing such a crazy and fierce attack, no matter how fast Feng Wuchen's reaction was, it was difficult for him to block all the attacks. The sword wounds on his body continued to increase as blood gradually dyed his clothes red. Zhou Feng had already gained the upper hand and was suppressing Feng Wuchen with his powerful attacks. Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely not be able to block my Doomsday Sword Shadow. Zhou Feng laughed proudly. What a terrifying sword technique. There are no blind spots and its speed is terrifying. It can appear more than 3 times in every direction in an instant. Using such a violent and penetrating attack to suppress my space of movement. If it weren't for my strong body, I wouldn't have been able to block it. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Zhou Feng's strength was indeed very strong. The stronger the violent attack, the greater the consumption of energy. However, I might not be able to hold on until he exhausts his energy. I have to break this move as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely lose. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen couldn't block all the violent attacks with just the Dragon God's sword in his hand. The sword wounds on his body continued to increase. Even with the recovery of Eternal Life Realm experts, there were still many more sword wounds. Feng Wuchen's aura also gradually weakened. Feng Wuchen. Looks like you can't hold on any longer. Zhou Feng sneered proudly. It's too early to be happy. Feng Wuchen sneered. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, this ancient god has to admit that you are indeed very strong. You are definitely a genius among geniuses. Zhou Feng sneered arrogantly, but this is already your peak strength. Under the suppression of this ancient god's Doomsday Sword Shadow, you will not be able to turn the tables. Zhou Feng could clearly feel that Feng Wuchen's aura was weakening. Under the frenzied attacks of the Doomsday Sword Shadow, Feng Wuchen's injuries would increase until Feng Wuchen could no longer hold on and was torn to pieces. Of course, Zhou Feng's mission was to capture Feng Wuchen alive, so he naturally would not kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had an immortal body, so Zhou Feng could not kill him. Is that so? Then watch carefully. Feng Wuchen sneered. The ancestor of all fires was immediately activated. Feng Wuchen shouted, 10,000 fires returned to origin. Buzz buzz. As soon as he shouted, Feng Wuchen's combat power surged crazily. What? Zhou Feng's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. He can still increase his combat power. How is that possible? 10,000 fires returned to origin was the Flame Emperor's Pengu art. It could increase one's combat power. Feng Wuchen's combat power surged crazily as he injected terrifying and domineering power into the Dragon God sword. A dazzling golden light soared into the sky. His strength has already surpassed this ancient god. This is impossible. Zhou Feng was extremely shocked. He could not believe that a purple-titled ancient god had such ferocious power. Break! Feng Wuchen shouted and released the power of the sword radiance from the Dragon God sword. Not good. Zhou Feng's expression changed again. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, don't even think about breaking this ancient god's Doomsday Sword Shadow. Zhou Feng pushed his wind attribute divine power to the extreme. His speed and power increased again as he crazily suppressed Feng Wuchen. Rumble. Pfft. Buzz buzz. The overbearing sword light exploded, breaking through Zhou Feng's doomsday sword shadow. At the same time, Zhou Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew away like a cannonball. The terrifying explosive energy instantly spread out for tens of thousands of feet and swept out at a terrifying speed. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet shook violently and collapsed. Impossible. That's impossible. Zhou Feng was shocked. Since when could a purple-titled ancient god contend against a red-titled ancient god? Zhou Feng could not accept it, nor could he believe that Feng Wuchen was so powerful. Your doomsday sword shadow is indeed very strong. It can form an attack with no blind spots at an astonishing speed. Its attack power is very violent. If I can't increase my combat power, I really won't be your opponent. Feng Wuchen pointed the dragon god sword at the void and sneered, frankly speaking, it's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. Using Doomsday Sword Shadow has already consumed a lot of your energy. You're bound to lose. The sword wound on Feng Wuchen's body had completely disappeared. As for the consumption of his divine power, he had already recovered to his peak. Although Zhou Feng's injury was not very serious, it still affected his combat power to a certain extent. Moreover, Doomsday Sword Shadow consumed a lot of his energy. He was no longer confident that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. However, Zhou Feng was not willing to lose to a purple-titled ancient god. His shocked expression turned ferocious again. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth and said angrily, I can't lose to a purple-titled ancient god. Absolutely impossible. Buzz buzz. Zhou Feng roared crazily. His angry power erupted and was injected into the Pangu sword. Pangu sword technique. Wind God Sky Slash. Zhou Feng roared crazily and swung his sword. A huge white energy slash broke through the air and rushed towards Feng Wuchen with a destructive power. The dim space was covered by the white light. Good. Feng Wuchen shouted. His aura exploded, and his overbearing sword intent spread out crazily. His bloodline power was injected into the Dragon God sword. Primal Chaos AO sword technique. Chaos Sky Splitting. Feng Wuchen roared and swung his sword. A huge golden sword light burst out and pierced through the void. It rushed towards Zhou Feng's energy slash with a momentum like that of a tsunami. The moment the sword light burst out, his combat power rose crazily by several times. Feeling the overbearing power of Feng Wuchen's sword light, Zhou Feng was scared silly. This is the ancient Pangu technique. Zhou Feng trembled in extreme fear. The sword light's power increased by several times. Zhou Feng could not reach it at all. Rumble. Puff. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the overbearing sword light collided with the energy slash. At the moment of impact, the energy slash shattered, and Zhou Feng vomited blood. How can he have such a terrifying ancient Pangu technique? Zhou Feng was scared silly. His pale face was filled with terror. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. The overbearing golden sword light pierced through the energy ripples and ruthlessly rushed towards Zhou Feng with an ear-piercing sound. Zhou Feng was extremely terrifying. His mind went blank. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the next second, the overbearing sword light landed on Zhou Feng's body. The explosion was earth-shattering. The destructive energy ripples devoured him. Master, he's definitely going to lose. Long Xinjian laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. With my current strength, I can really fight a red-titled ancient god without using the Sun Eye. Zhou Feng would definitely not be able to withstand such an overbearing sword light. The outcome was clear. This person's strength is indeed not weak. If he can't beat you, there's no need to talk about other red-titled ancient gods. The Dark Shadow Emperor laughed faintly. Feng Wuchen, your cultivation has increased by quite a bit. The spirit chi of the Pangu immortal grass is being absorbed by your primordial spirit avatar. It won't be long before you become a red-titled ancient god, the Dark Light Emperor said with a smile. That's great. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was looking forward to it. When the energy ripples dissipated, Zhou Feng's figure appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Zhou Feng was covered in blood, and his injuries were severe. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he only had half a breath left. I didn't expect this ancient god to lose to you. Zhou Feng said weakly as he looked at Feng Wuchen with half-opened eyes. You're very strong. Unfortunately, you met me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he put the dragon god sword back into his body. Whoosh! A black energy suddenly shot out from behind Feng Wuchen and pierced through Feng Wuchen's chest. What? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He did not notice that someone had attacked him from behind. TCH. At the same time, someone suddenly appeared behind the heavily injured Zhou Feng and pierced his heart with a sword. Panga Temple. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. The person who killed Zhou Feng had a strange black substance on him. You're right. This ancient god has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Feng Wuchen. Xianhao's cold laughter came from behind him. Red-titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen turned to look at Xianhao. The battle just now was really exciting. Your strength shocked this ancient god. However, you'll die soon. Xianhao said with a smug smile. It's no wonder you defeated Bai Xian so easily. Xianhao sneered proudly. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will still die at my hands. Is that so? Feng Wuchen said fiercely. Feng Wuchen was no stranger to Xianhao. The reason why Feng Wuchen didn't notice their presence was that the black substance had concealed their auras. Otherwise, Xianhao wouldn't have been able to sneak attack Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen would be able to sense them as long as they were close. You want to kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Xianhao sneered. I admit that I'm not your opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, the battle just now must have consumed a lot of your energy. Such a powerful sword technique consumes a lot of energy. In addition, you were injured by me. Do you think you can still survive? Of course I can. Feng Wuchen sneered. As he spoke, he took out the dragon god sword and his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill Xianhao for daring to sneak attack him. After all, if Feng Wuchen didn't have an immortal body, he might really die at Xianhao's hands. Arrogant. Xianhao sneered disdainfully. However, the moment he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. What happened? Why did the wound disappear? Xianhao was shocked. He realized that the wound on Feng Wuchen had disappeared. The wound disappeared? The purple-titled ancient god was also shocked. They had seen with their own eyes that Feng Wuchen's chest had been pierced by a terrifying power. How could the wound disappear? Xianhao was definitely powerful. His sneak attack could definitely seriously injure Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen seemed to be fine. Feng Wuchen had recovered completely. What was going on? Were they hallucinating? When I was fighting with Bai Xian, you were the one hiding in the dark, right? Feng Wuchen sneered as he activated his domineering bloodline power. Feng Wuchen's aura hasn't weakened at all, the purple-titled ancient god exclaimed in shock. The terrifying pressure made him feel immense pressure. How is this possible? In the battle with Zhou Feng, he obviously used up a lot of energy. How can he still be so strong? Xianhao was shocked again, his face filled with disbelief. Feng Wuchen's aura was still at its peak. Xianhao was not his match at all. How would they know that Feng Wuchen possessed an eternal life-realm physical body? In the battle just now, Feng Wuchen had indeed expended a lot of energy. However, the recovery speed of an eternal life-realm cultivator was terrifying. The energy that Feng Wuchen had expended was now completely recovered. You dare to sneak attack me, your life is mine. Feng Wuchen sneered, his cold killing intent instantly multiplied. With a thought, Xianxia executed the Thousand Illusions art. Qi. In an instant, a sword light flashed, the purple-titled ancient god who had killed Zhou Feng was instantly killed by Feng Wuchen. Xiaoyang. Xianhao suddenly shouted. Xiaoyang stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. He had never expected that Feng Wuchen would actually attack him first. Moreover, Xiaoyang had not reacted at all. Feng Wuchen's speed was too fast. I've killed one first. You're next, Feng Wuchen sneered, his cold eyes staring at Xianhao as though he could kill Xianhao at any time. Xianhao was extremely frightened. He had not expected that even after a successful sneak attack, he still could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond his imagination. Facing Feng Wuchen's contempt, Xianhao did not dare to do anything. Feng Wuchen was clearly injured by my sneak attack. He can't have such terrifying power. What is going on? Xianhao was extremely frightened, his body trembling non-stop. After watching the battle between Feng Wuchen and Zhou Feng, Xianhao knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. He was no match for him. Xianhao also did not dare to fight to the death with Feng Wuchen. Because the person who would die would definitely be him. Feng Wuchen, you dare to kill the people of Panga Shrine. Panga Shrine will definitely not forgive you. Xianhao suppressed his fear and shouted angrily. I know. Therefore, the result will be the same even if I kill one more, Feng Wuchen sneered, his terrifying aura locking onto Xianhao. Xianhao was scared out of his wits. He felt an overwhelming pressure. No one would believe that a red-titled ancient god would be afraid of a purple-titled ancient god. Xianhao condensed a black substance, which transformed into dozens of black swords and shot toward Feng Wuchen. At the same time, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen did not give him a chance to escape. Swish! Feng Wuchen dodged and placed the dragon god sword on Xianhao's shoulder. You attacked me sneakily and left as you please. Is there really such a good thing? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He looked at Xianhao as though he was looking at a dead person. That was right. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, Xianhao was already dead. Feng Wuchen, if we fight to the death, you might not be able to kill me. Xianhao said fiercely. Your strength is much weaker than the previous one. If I want to kill you, I only need one stroke, Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. He did not take Xianhao seriously at all. Humph. Then let's try. Xianhao was infuriated. No matter what, he was a red-titled ancient god. How could he admit defeat in front of a purple-titled ancient god? Try? Are you worthy? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. Time divine power burst out. Just as Xianhao was about to activate his power, he was shocked to find that his body had suddenly slowed down. What was going on? What kind of skill was this? Intense fear welled up in his heart. That feeling was the feeling of death. Xianhao wanted to beg for mercy, but he found that his words were very slow. He could not speak at all. You are not worthy to die under my sword, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he activated Ancestor of All Fires. Bang! Feng Wuchen flicked his finger. At the same time, he retracted his time divine power. Ancestor of All Fires instantly swallowed Xianhao. Ah! Xianhao suddenly screamed. Feng Wuchen, stop it. Stop it. Don't kill me. Xianhao screamed in fear and begged for mercy. Feng Wuchen didn't care at all and flew away. In less than a minute, even a red-titled ancient god was completely swallowed by Ancestor of All Fires. He turned into ashes. Such an outcome was something that Xianhao had never expected. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, Xianhao would not have dared to attack even if he had 10,000 guts. Panga Shrine. Elder. Something happened. Xianhao and Xiaoyang were killed. Their soul jades have shattered. A disciple shouted in panic as he rushed into the hall to report. All the experts in Panga Shrine were stunned. They could not believe that someone dared to kill the disciples of Panga Shrine. Did they not know the terrifying strength of Panga Shrine? What? They were killed? The expressions of the 6 elders changed drastically. Seeing the 2 shattered soul jades, the great elder was furious. He said gloomily, Dragon Soul, how dare you? Feng Wuchen probably doesn't know the strength of our Panga Shrine. An elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. Since Dragon Soul doesn't put our Panga Shrine in his eyes, then let's show them our strength. An elder shouted angrily. His old face was terrifying. A terrifying murderous aura filled the entire hall. Xianhao and Xiaoyang had been killed, and the 6 elders were furious. Dragon Soul is asking for it. The first elder said fiercely. Feng Wuchen destroyed the 6th level of the Blood Cave and almost wiped out the Blood Marquis tribe. Now, he's still investigating the Blood Cave. We haven't even settled this with him yet, and he dares to kill the elites of Panga Shrine. Pass down the order. Send someone to kill Feng Wuchen secretly. The second elder said, Dragon Soul is a small matter. Just send a few red-titled ancient gods to kill Feng Wuchen secretly. There's no need to make a big fuss. Now that Xianxia is about to wake up, we have to speed up. When the time comes, we can fight the ancient god pavilion and kill Dragon Soul. You're right, second elder. The third elder nodded. Once Xianxia wakes up, with the nourishment of the blood cave, his power will surpass ancestor Xianzhan's. Then, destroying the ancient god pavilion will be a piece of cake. The first elder smiled with anticipation. Just as Pangu Shrine sent out elites, the blood Kirin, who was secretly watching, sensed it immediately. Little brother Feng, 5 red-titled ancient gods from Pangu Shrine have left. Should we kill them? The blood Kirin immediately sent a message to Feng Wuchen. No need. They're coming for me. Let them come, Feng Wuchen replied. 5 red-titled ancient gods. I wonder what will happen if I fight 5 of them alone, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. He wanted to try it out. 35th level of the sky, Proud Sky Shrine. Young master, the people we sent have searched everywhere, but they didn't find the Dragon Soul master that you mentioned, a disciple reported respectfully in a palace. They didn't find him? Young Master Nan was face darkened. He said coldly, Dragon Soul master, you're really something. I've underestimated you. Feng Wuchen had space god power, so he could go to any level of sky at any time. Young Master Nan. Hua's men naturally couldn't find Feng Wuchen. Big brother Nanhua, that brat knows that we're going to touch him. He's probably still hiding in the ancient pill pavilion and doesn't dare to come out, a young lord said with a cold smile. Another young master guessed, that might not be the case, maybe he escaped back to the Dragon Soul and offended us, it would be strange if he wasn't afraid of death. Big brother Nanhua, why don't we take a look at Dragon Soul? A young master suddenly suggested. Big brother Nanhua, you mustn't. Dragon Soul can't go. Don't provoke Sovereign Lord Dragon Soul anymore. He can do anything. Yang Shufei was scared out of his wits. Young Master Nanhua ignored Yang Shufei and sneered, that's a good idea. I also want to know how powerful this Dragon Soul is. Big brother Nanhua, I'm telling the truth. Yang Shufei was on the verge of tears. If the Dragon Soul High Lord can do anything, why can't we? Yang Shufei, if you're afraid of death, don't go. Don't ruin our plans. A young master said with disdain. Big brother Nanhua, should we tell young master he? A young master asked. After He Wenkong left the ancient pill pavilion, he immediately returned to the Firmament Palace. He Wenkong didn't dare to walk with young master Nanhua anymore because he didn't know when he would die. Humph. No need. Young master Nanhua said coldly. The young masters immediately headed to the Xianxia Heaven Dragon Soul. Yang Shufei was paralyzed with fear. Yang Shufei didn't dare to go. Wasn't that courting death? Yang Shufei couldn't be bothered to stop young master Nanhua and the rest. He left in a flash. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the Xianxia Heaven Dragon Soul. 85 When he arrived at the Alchemy Pavilion, he saw the ancient Sorcerer Emperor and the rest refining the heaven-defying pearls. Senior brother. Sensing Feng Wuchen's appearance, the ancient Sorcerer Emperor and the rest bowed respectfully. I didn't see you guys at the ancient Pill Pavilion's auction. So you're refining the heaven-defying pearls here, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. After sensing the heaven-defying pearls, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, you can already refine the ancient Lord heaven-defying pearls. You've improved a lot recently. It's all thanks to senior brother's quintuple space ring. Otherwise, we wouldn't have improved so quickly. I feel like I'm going to break through and become a 10-direction Great Emperor-level alchemist soon, the ancient Sorcerer Emperor said with a smile. You're here, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He then took out the Pangu Origin Stones and passed them to the 4 of them. Pangu Origin Stones. The ancient Sorcerer Emperor and the rest exclaimed in unison. Their old eyes bulged as they were extremely shocked. There were a few hundred of them. That's right. The 4 of you have been ancient Great Emperor-level alchemists for many years. These Pangu Origin Stones are just right for you to break through, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Senior brother, you. Where did you get so many Pangu origin stones? The ancient sorcerer emperor asked with a trembling voice. It was difficult to find even one Pangu origin stone. The four of them did not even have one. However, Feng Wuchen took out a few hundred of them. How could they not be shocked? Of course, I'm looking for them in the Saint territory, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Looking for them in the Saint territory? The ancient sorcerer emperor and the rest were stunned again. The four of them had been to the Pangu Saint territory many times. However, they had only found a few Pangu origin stones. For so many years, the experts that the ancient Pill Pavilion had sent to the Saint territory had only found less than 30 Pangu origin stones. How long had it been since Feng Wuchen entered the Saint territory? I'm lucky. I found a lot. Cultivate well. These Pangu origin stones should be enough for you to break through. If you become a 10-direction Great Emperor level alchemist, I'll give you some powerful elixir formulas and guide you to refine 9-star Pangu weapons and runes, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The ancient sorcerer emperor and the rest were surprised and excited. With Feng Wuchen's personal guidance, they would definitely be able to succeed. Fu Tianjun had been a 10-direction Great Emperor level alchemist for many years. However, he had not been able to refine 9-star Pangu weapons and powerful elixirs. If they could refine them, they would undoubtedly be able to suppress Fu Tianjun. If the four of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to compete with Fu Tianjun's soul power. This was a great opportunity for them to hold their heads high. Huh? Feng Wuchen was about to say something when he suddenly sensed a few powerful auras. He smirked and said, "They're here." Feng Wuchen had already sensed the auras of young Master Nanhua and the rest. Go into seclusion and cultivate. I'm going to take care of something, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. Swish swish swish, in the sky above the Dragon Soul Palace, young Master Nanhua and the rest appeared in a flash. Terrifying auras shrouded the Dragon's soul as though they were trying to intimidate the Dragon's soul. As soon as they appeared, they saw Feng Wuchen walking out of the alchemy pavilion. Swish swish swish, more than a dozen Dragon Soul titled ancient gods appeared in a flash. Trash like you want to stop me? Young Master Nanhua said with disdain. You can leave now, Feng Wuchen said faintly. The dozen of them disappeared in a flash. Escape? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first. Then, he spread his hands and sneered, I don't need to escape. I can go anywhere in Pangu domain. Arrogant. One of the young masters sneered, you can't go anywhere now that you've met us. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, you can leave now. I have something important to do. I can't play with you anymore. Feng Wuchen didn't plan to argue with them at all. There was no need to waste time on them. Since we're here, it's hard for us to leave, one of the young masters sneered. I'm giving you a chance now. Don't waste it. I don't plan to argue with you about what happened before, Feng Wuchen sneered. You humiliated Brother Nanhua and stole the 8-star Pangu armor. You want to let it go just like that? Do you think that's possible? One of the young masters sneered and looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was an idiot. Feng Wuchen, hand over the 8-star Pangu armor and Pangu origin stone and I'll spare your life, young Master Nanhua threatened. He actually dared to threaten Feng Wuchen in the Dragon Soul Palace. This was more than just arrogance. The young masters were very powerful. Even the weakest one was a gold-titled ancient god. They had the right to be arrogant. Even though they knew that there were experts in Dragon Soul, they weren't afraid at all. This was also the reason why they dared to enter Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh at young Master Nanhua's threat. Feng Wuchen sneered and asked, who gave you the guts to behave atrociously in Dragon Soul? Is it the power behind you? You're right. The power behind us can easily destroy Dragon Soul, one of the young masters said arrogantly. He didn't take Dragon Soul seriously at all. I'll say it again. Hand over the 8-star Pangu armor and Pangu origin stone and I'll spare your life. Young Master Nanhua said coldly. He was gradually losing his patience. It seems that you don't cherish this opportunity. Feng Wuchen sneered. Less nonsense, if you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being impolite. A young master angrily shouted, a cold murderous aura burst out, a terrifying aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. Let's see what you're capable of. Do it. Cripple him. Young Master Nanhua couldn't take it anymore. How dare you? A voice filled with majesty roared angrily. The terrifying aura of a great emperor erupted. Young Master Nanhua said coldly, I'm the young master of the proud Sky Divine Hall. Profound South Emperor is my grandfather. You better think carefully before you attack. He's just a great emperor. Don't you dare touch us. A young master sneered. He was not afraid of a great emperor at all. Let's do it. Teach them a lesson. Feng Wuchen sneered. He didn't take their background seriously at all. I think you're courting death. Young Master Nanhua shouted angrily. The proud Sky Divine Hall isn't much either. Yimu sneered and suddenly appeared in front of young Master Nanhua. The terrifying aura almost suffocated young Master Nanhua. The overwhelming pressure made them unable to move. Boom! Yimu threw out a palm and the terrifying power caused young Master Nanhua to vomit blood. Young Master Nanhua was sent flying in a black line. Brother Nanhua! A young master shouted in shock. He didn't expect the Dragon Soul's great emperor to attack him. How dare you injure Brother Nanhua? No one can protect your Dragon Soul. Another young master shouted angrily. Boom! 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 Yimu attacked again and the four young masters were sent flying. No matter how strong young Master Nanhua and the others were, they were like ants in front of an great emperor. How dare you touch me? Young Master Nanhua was furious. He was about to go mad. Young Master Nanhua couldn't believe that Yimu dared to touch him. The proud Sky Divine Hall was a transcendental faction in the 35th heaven. They were extremely powerful and had friendly relations with other transcendental factions. No one dared to provoke young Master Nanhua. Moreover, young Master Nanhua knew young Master Di Tian and young Master Bai Qi he could do whatever he wanted in the 35th and 36th heaven. Young Master Nanhua, who had such a terrifying background, was injured in the Dragon Soul. Get lost. The Dragon Soul isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. Yimu sneered. Tell me your name. The proud Sky Divine Hall won't let you off. The injured young Master Nanhua roared. Listen carefully. My name is Yimu. Yimu crossed his arms and sneered. Just you wait. If I don't destroy your Dragon Soul, I, Nanhua, am not human. Young Master Nanhua roared. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled, then prepare to be a dog. If you want to destroy my Dragon Soul, you better call everyone you can. One of the young masters roared, don't think that you're amazing just because you can injure the 33rd heaven. If the faction behind us wants to destroy your Dragon Soul, it'll be as easy as killing an ant. Alright. I'll wait. Feng Wuchen sneered and returned to the alchemy pavilion. Young Master Nanhua and the others left with injuries. In the proud Sky Divine Hall, the profound South Emperor was furious when he found out that young Master Nanhua was injured. Who stole the 8-star Pengu armor? Who did it? South Xian Emperor asked gloomily. His anger had already exploded. Young Master Nanhua gritted his teeth and said, Dragon Soul, Yimu. Grandpa Nan, Yimu is an emperor. One of the young masters added. Dragon Soul, Yimu? The profound South Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, Humph. How dare you injure my grandson? I want to see how strong you are. Grandpa, Dragon Soul also said that we should call all the experts we can. They don't even put us in their eyes. Young Master Nanhua said. Preposterous. This Dragon Soul is too arrogant. Hall Master Nan Tao shouted angrily, his old face incomparably grim. Grandpa, Dad, quickly gather the experts and destroy Dragon Soul. Young Master Nanhua said hastily. Grandpa Nan, let's go back and let Dad and the others take action. The young masters went back to prepare. Where did this Dragon Soul come from? Why have I never heard of it? An elder frowned and asked. He felt that Dragon Soul was not simple. Great Elder, we don't know what kind of power Dragon Soul is, but we know that Dragon Soul destroyed the God's Eye Temple. Young Master Nanhua replied. Destroyed the God's Eye Temple? Nan Tao frowned. Humph. I don't care what kind of power Dragon Soul is, I won't forgive an emperor who dares to attack a junior. The profound South Emperor shouted angrily. Pass down my order. Gather all the ancient God Realm experts of the proud Sky Divine Hall. I want to see how strong Dragon Soul is. Young Master Nanhua was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and said, Dragon Soul, right? Yi Mu, right? You're going to die. I'll kill you myself. At the same time, the forces behind the young masters were furious and gathered their experts one after another. All of a sudden, all the experts from the 35 levels of heaven were mobilized. It was a terrifying lineup. As a transcendent power of the 35 levels of heaven, how could they allow others to provoke them? Moreover, they were from the 33 levels of heaven. Of course, the young masters were adding fuel to the fire for the 5 transcendent powers to be so furious. The huge scale and huge commotion attracted the attention of countless forces in the 35 levels of heaven. What happened in the 35 levels of heaven? What was it that made the 5 transcendent powers go to war? Even the ancient Emperor's Sacred Hall, which was under the Sovereign Divine Hall, was alarmed. Ancient Emperor Sacred Hall. On the main seat, an elder frowned and asked, who knows what happened in the 35 levels of heaven? The elders and upper echelons shook their heads. Although they could feel the powerful aura, they did not know what had happened. At this moment, a titled ancient god appeared. The person knelt down respectfully and said, Hall Master, I just received news that the young masters of the 5 major forces, Proud Sky Divine Hall, Nebula Divine Hall, Profound Wind Pavilion, Myriad Tao Divine Sect, and Heaven Underworld Immortal Palace, were injured by the Dragon Soul. This angered the 5 major forces and they are now gathering experts to head to the 33 levels of heaven to deal with the Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul? The old man was stunned for a moment before he sneered, so that's how it is. The Dragon Soul has always been arrogant, but its strength is indeed powerful. They don't know the strength of the Dragon Soul. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to kill the Dragon Soul with great fanfare. The Blood Demon Lord alone is enough to deal with them. An elder sneered. The Dragon Soul is indeed powerful. The Thousand Mountain Emperor and the rest fell in the hands of the Dragon Soul. The experts of the 3 major forces in the 34 levels of heaven were killed by the Dragon Soul. I'm afraid that the 34 levels of heaven are under the control of the Dragon Soul. An elder guessed. Even if the 5 major forces can't destroy the Dragon Soul, they can at least weaken the Dragon Soul's strength. The Southern Xian Emperor and the rest should suffer a little. Another elder smiled faintly. Palace Master, Elder, the Dragon Soul will attack sooner or later. Why don't we use this opportunity to eliminate the Dragon Soul in one fell swoop? The 5 factions aren't weak. With us, Great Emperor Mi Tian, and Protector Qing, we'll definitely be able to eliminate the Dragon Soul, suggested one of the Great Emperors. Don't forget Feng Wuchen's identity. The Hall Master shook his head slightly and said, the Great Emperor of Boundless Heaven has already given the order that we are not to attack the Dragon Soul without the order of the Supreme Main Shrine. Now is not the time to start a war. The Dragon Soul's strength must be beyond our imagination. The Dragon Soul did not continue to attack, but chose to stay in the 33rd heaven. There must be a reason for the Dragon Soul's concern. After all, we are not to be trifled with. If my guess is correct, Feng Wuchen must want to strengthen the Dragon Soul first. Grandpa, let me take a look at the results, and also take a look at Feng Wuchen's Dragon Soul. A laugh suddenly sounded. Don't attack, the old man warned. Grandpa, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The laughter sounded again. Ancient Alchemy Shrine. In the main hall, the elders and upper echelons had already received the news. Mu Yunqi even reported what happened in the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion truthfully. They're really bold to offend Lord Feng. Southern Xian Emperor and the rest are simply courting death. Great Elder Zhuge Qingtian shook his head slightly. Great Elder, we can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, the Hall Master will blame us. We can't bear the consequences. Second Elder frowned. Zhuge Qingtian narrowed his eyes and ordered, pass down the order. Ancient Alchemy Shrine and the experts under it are to gather immediately. Summon back all the saint experts in the dimensional space. After hearing the news from the Divine Pill Pavilion, Great Emperor Sky Qilan immediately gave the same order. At the same time, Great Ape King Tribe, Firmament Shrine, and the other transcendental forces in the 35th heaven were also alarmed. There had never been such a huge commotion in the 35th heaven for so many years. All the major forces sent people out to gather information. After the news gradually spread, all the major and minor forces in the 35th heaven were shocked. Dragon Soul actually dared to enter the young masters of the 5 major forces in the 35th heaven. Many forces in the 35th heaven knew about the existence of Dragon Soul. It was just that some of the transcendental forces didn't take it seriously and never paid attention to Dragon Soul. Because in their eyes, Dragon Soul was nothing and couldn't enter their eyes. But those who knew about Dragon Soul couldn't believe that Dragon Soul dared to provoke the 5 major forces in the 35th heaven. Dragon Soul could fight his way up to the 33rd heaven, but it didn't mean that he could contend with the 5 major forces in the 35th heaven. This was simply courting death. Of course, those who knew about Dragon Soul's strength wouldn't think that Dragon Soul was courting death. Soon, the 5 major transcendental forces led by Proud Heaven Shrine had arrived at the 33rd heaven. There were as many as 8 ancient great emperors and over 40 great emperors. The remaining titled ancient gods and ancient gods added up to close to 200 people. Such a terrifying lineup was enough to make the major forces in the 35th heaven wary. Waves of terrifying aura swept across the area, alarming all the major and minor forces in the 33rd heaven. Queen Thousand Flower and Yao Wuxiu were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. So many terrifying experts suddenly came to the 33rd heaven and they immediately guessed that it had something to do with Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen naturally sensed it too, but he was refining the heaven-defying god bead and didn't care about it at all. South Xian Emperor and Myriad Dao Palace Master actually came. If they are here for Dragon Soul, they are finished. Queen Thousand Flower said it was just a guess, but she was very sure that they were here for Dragon Soul. To be able to make the 5 major forces in the 35th heaven move out at the same time, only Dragon Soul had the face to do so. However, the major forces in the 33rd heaven were all too clear about how terrifying Dragon Soul was. Thousand Mountain Great Emperor and the rest died at the hands of Dragon Soul. Even 10 Directions Great Emperor, Protector Qing, and Mitian Great Emperor couldn't do anything to Dragon Soul. The 5 major forces in the 35th heaven were like ants in front of Protector Qing. Grandfather, God's Eye Palace used to be Dragon Soul. Young Master Nanhua said excitedly. He couldn't wait to kill Feng Wuchen and Knight with his own hands. Humph. I want to see how Dragon Soul has the guts to injure my son. Myriad Dao Palace Master said angrily. He was emitting a terrifying killing intent. Dragon Soul is too arrogant to provoke the major forces in the 35th heaven, Profound Wind Pavilion Master said coldly. Father, this time we must destroy Dragon Soul no matter what. A young master said angrily. He looked like he wouldn't give up until Dragon Soul was destroyed. Young Master Nanhua said fiercely, I want to kill Feng Wuchen and Knight with my own hands. Queen Thousand Flower, how strong is Dragon Soul? South Xian Emperor first sent a message to Queen Thousand Flower. Receiving the message, Queen Thousand Flower's body trembled. She quickly replied, South Xian Emperor, Myriad Dao Palace Master, I don't know what happened, but Dragon Soul is very strong. You should go back. Queen Thousand Flower's words stunned South Xian Emperor and the others. Queen Thousand Flower was asking them to go back. Didn't Queen Wanhua know how powerful the 5 major powers were? Did Queen Wanhua really look down on the 5 major powers? Very strong? Is he stronger than us? Sect Master Thousand Dao said angrily. He didn't believe that Dragon Soul was that strong. Humph. I don't believe that Dragon Soul is that strong. Profound Wind Pavilion Master said. It was just a Dragon Soul that had fought its way up to the 33rd heaven. How strong could it be? How strong could he be after destroying God Eye Palace? If he was that strong, why didn't he fight his way to the 35th level? Queen 10,000 Flower, is the Dragon Soul stronger than us? South Xian Emperor asked again with a serious face. South Xian Emperor, I'm not joking. You guys better not offend Dragon Soul. I can only say this much. Queen Thousand Flower said. The Dragon Soul was too powerful. Queen Thousand Flower didn't dare to provoke it, nor did she dare to say too much. Queen Thousand Flower had warned them. It was up to them whether they listened or not. South Xian Emperor frowned and fell into deep thought. It wasn't that they didn't know Queen Thousand Flower. The fact that she was so afraid of Dragon Soul explained everything. Nebula Palace Master said coldly, so what if Dragon Soul is strong? Do you think we're afraid of Dragon Soul? Do you really think we're that weak? How dare you injure my grandson? I won't let you off easily. Nebula Palace Master is right. We can't let this go. Injuring my son. Even if Dragon Soul is the king of the heavens, I'll still touch him. Heaven Nether Palace Master said fiercely. He didn't believe Dragon Soul at all. A black-robed elder frowned and said seriously, it's not that Queen Wanhua doesn't know our strength. She must have her reasons for saying that. It only means that the Dragon Soul is not weaker than us. Grandfather, if Dragon Soul is that strong, they would have fought their way to the 35th level. Why would they stay at the 33rd level? No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to contend against our 5 major forces. Young Master Nanhua said with certainty. Big Brother Nanhua is right. No matter how strong the Dragon Soul is, it's not as strong as us. The young masters agreed. An elder nodded slightly and said, what young Master Nanhua said makes sense. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we still have to give it a try. Let's go. The 10,000 Dao sect leader said coldly. He wasn't afraid of the Dragon Soul at all. The experts of the 5 great forces rushed towards the Dragon Soul. Reporting to Honorable Lord, the experts from the 5 major forces of the 35th layer of heaven have arrived. Great Emperor Ao Feng respectfully transmitted. I know. Feng Wuchen smiled. He then stopped brewing and walked out of the pavilion of alchemy. Swish. Swish. Qiu Tian, Yi Qingyu, and the other Dragon Soul experts appeared one after another. With the help of the Pangu Immortal Stone, Jian Chou and Yi Qingyu had successfully broken through to the Xian-titled Ancient God Realm. Reporting to Honorable Lord, I have ordered the Dragon Soul experts to gather at the 33rd layer of heaven. War Emperor respectfully reported. Feng Wuchen quickly said, tell them not to come. Cultivate well and guard the various layers of heaven. Understood. War Emperor respectfully replied. It was just the 5 great forces. Feng Wuchen didn't care about them at all. He didn't need to mobilize all the experts of the Dragon Soul. Husband, what happened? Ling Xiaoxiao, Miao Qingqing, and the others appeared in a flash. The 3 ancestors of the Dragon Soul clan and clan leader Qionyou had also appeared. Their cultivation had also successfully broken through to the Xian-titled Ancient God Realm. Even the soldiers who had ascended in the end were already in the Ancient God Realm. Their strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. Honorable Lord, who did you offend this time? The major forces of the 35th layer of heaven are all here. That old mysterious South Arch isn't weak. Dohun smiled and said. Who did I offend? Feng Wuchen said with an innocent expression. It's clearly someone bullying me. Honorable Lord didn't want to bicker with them. Unfortunately, they aren't willing. Yi Mu's laughter rang out. 8 great ancient emperors and so many great emperors. We'll have to let Big Brother Ao Feng and the others take action. Ancient God Cleansing Flame smiled. They're here. Hong Ji frowned slightly. In the sky above the Dragon Soul Palace, a black mass of figures suddenly appeared. A surging and terrifying aura swept out, carrying with it a might that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was a soul-stirring sight. The first impression that the Dragon Soul gave them was that it was trash among trash. The entire Dragon Soul only had 1 great emperor's aura. Of course, the 5 great forces didn't think that this was the true strength of the Dragon Soul. Welcome to the Dragon Soul as a guest. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and glanced at the experts of the 5 great forces. Grandpa, he's the Dragon Soul Honorable Lord. Young Master Nanhua pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. He couldn't wait to tear out Feng Wuchen's tendons, tear his skin, and grind his bones to dust. That's right. It's him. Several young masters pointed at Feng Wuchen angrily. Everyone from the 5 great forces looked at Feng Wuchen with ferocious eyes at the same time. After seeing Feng Wuchen clearly, 3 elders of the 5 great forces changed their expressions. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled. "You're the Dragon Soul, Honorable Lord?" Profound South the Arch asked coldly as he stared at Feng Wuchen. "I am." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly without any change in expression. After glancing at the 5 great forces, Feng Wuchen also recognized the 3 elders. "Father, he's the one who injured us." A young master pointed at Yi Mu and said angrily. "Yi Mu." Myriad Dao sect master frowned slightly and said, "So it's you. I didn't expect you to be the Dragon Soul, Honorable Lord. You're the one who injured my son?" Heaven Nether Palace Master asked with a terrifying murderous aura. Yi Mu smiled faintly and said, "Profound South the Arch, Myriad Dao Sect Master, Profound Wind Pavilion Master, Nebula Palace Master, Heaven Nether Palace Master, I'm the one who injured them. However, I think this matter needs to be reasonable." "What do you think?" "Humph. You want to reason after injuring us? Are you an idiot?" A young master scolded. Young Master Nanhua shouted angrily, "You want us to seriously injure you before we reason with you?" Yi Mu shrugged and smiled, "Then pretend I didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want. Reason is to save you. Since you don't want to reason with us, just say what you want." Chu Shitian smiled as if he couldn't wait for the 5 great forces to attack. "Destroy your dragon soul." Young Master Nanhua shouted angrily. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Nanhua, do you remember what I told you before? Call everyone you can call over. If there's anyone else, call them over." Feng Wuchen's words infuriated the cultivators of the 5 forces. The Dragon Soul Honorable Lord didn't put the 5 great forces in his eyes. Arrogant. Profound South the Arch couldn't take it anymore. "Humph. Since it's the Dragon Soul Honorable Lord who injured my son, this great emperor," Myriad Dao Sect Master said fiercely. However, before he could finish, the Great Elder stopped him. "Sect Master." The Great Elder quickly stopped him and said anxiously, "Let's reason with them." "Reason?" The Myriad Dao Sect Master looked at the Great Elder in shock. With this, the 10,000 Dao Sect Master couldn't help but be startled. The head elder revealed a look of panic. What was going on? "Sect Master, this person can't be provoked. Don't offend him." The Great Elder smiled bitterly. "What?" The Myriad Dao Sect Master and the upper echelons were shocked. The Myriad Dao Sect Young Master was stunned. These words actually came out of their Great Elder's mouth. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's background? Yes, yes, yes. "Palace Master, let's be reasonable." The Great Elder of Heaven Underworld Immortal Palace nodded in panic. The Heavenly Underworld Palace Master was also stunned. When he saw the Great Elder's panicked expression, his heart skipped a beat. "Great Elder, do you know what you're saying?" The second elder asked gloomily. "Great Elder, why are you still being reasonable at this time?" "Destroy the dragon soul." The young master of Heaven Underworld Immortal Palace clenched his teeth in anger. "Palace Master, be reasonable. Be reasonable." The Great Elder of Proud Heaven Divine Hall nodded repeatedly, his old face extremely pale and panicked. The Southern Xian Emperor was also stunned. No one knew what was going on. Why did these 3 alchemy masters suddenly become so panicked? To be able to make the 3 elders so panicked, it must be related to the dragon's soul. "Great Elder, what's wrong with you? They're bullying us and not putting us in their eyes. Why are you still talking to them?" The Southern Flame Young Master asked in confusion. "Great Elder, what are you talking about? Could it be that we are afraid of the dragon soul?" The Nether Heaven Palace Master said angrily. Anger surged to his heart. Lowering his head at the critical moment, wasn't this embarrassing for the Heavenly Underworld Immortal Palace? Great Elder definitely won't change his mind. The Southern Xian Emperor frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen again. Was it really as the Queen of 10,000 Flowers said? Was the dragon's soul really that terrifying? Otherwise, the 3 elders wouldn't be so panicked. Great Elder, what's going on? The Southern Xian Emperor asked in a low voice. The Great Elder quickly said, Palace Master, this person can't be provoked. Can't be provoked? Who is he? South Xian Emperor's old face became even uglier. The Great Elder said in a low voice, he is Feng Wuchen. What? Feng Wuchen? South Xian Emperor's old face changed. Feng Wuchen? The Feng Wuchen who barged into the 36th heaven? Young Master Nanhua was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. Everyone in Proud Heaven Divine Palace was scared witless. They would never have thought that the Dragon Soul Sovereign Lord was actually Feng Wuchen, who had barged into the 36th heaven, wasn't provoking such a terrifying existence the same as courting death. One had to know that back then, no one could stop Feng Wuchen. Humph. If you want to reason, you can do it yourselves. The Dragon Soul must give this great emperor a satisfactory exchange today. The Profound Wind Pavilion Master shouted angrily. The Nebula Palace Master said coldly, the Dragon Soul injured this great emperor's beloved grandson. This matter cannot be solved with reason unless Shimu destroys his own cultivation. Their grandson was severely injured and their forces were provoked. How could they tolerate this? Destroy my own cultivation? Yimu sneered slightly, aren't you thinking too much? Don't you know what kind of trash your own son and grandson are? You dare to insult us when you are about to die. This young master will make you wish you were dead. Young Master Nan was shouted angrily. Is that so? Yimu sneered. He was not threatened at all. A young master shouted angrily, not only you, but all of you will die. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to do it quickly. The Dragon Soul doesn't have time to waste with you. Jiancho said coldly. He had already taken out the 7-star Panga sword and was ready to fight at any time. Humph. This great emperor wants to see what ability the Dragon Soul has. The Profound Wind Pavilion Master shouted angrily. The terrifying aura of an ancient great emperor burst out. Profound Wind Pavilion Master, Nebula Palace Master, please reconsider. The Great Elder of Proud Heaven Divine Palace advised in a low voice. Humph. You are afraid of the Dragon Soul, but this great emperor is not. Nebula Palace Master said coldly. A hint of disdain flashed across his old eyes. The Great Elder of Proud Heaven Divine Palace shook his head helplessly and walked forward. The other 2 elders followed behind him. The next scene directly scared the experts of the 5 major forces silly. Disciples pay respect to Master. The 3 elders bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. As expected. Zhang Junlan grinned. What? Master? Profound South Emperor and the other experts of the 5 major forces were all shocked. Their eyeballs almost flew out. Nanhua and the other young masters were scared out of their wits. The great elders of the 3 major forces actually called Feng Wuchen Master. The 3 great elders were actually Feng Wuchen's disciples. Profound South Emperor and the others were the most shocked. Because only they knew that the Dragon Soul Lord was Feng Wuchen. But they did not expect that Feng Wuchen was the master of the 3 elders. Master? The Profound Wind Pavilion Master and the Lucky Pavilion Master were stunned. They looked at the 3 elders in shock. What was going on? It was too shocking, everyone's heart was in turmoil. The 3 elders were all great Emperor realm alchemists. They had a superior position in the 35 levels of heaven and even the entire Panga boundary. But the 3 of them actually called Feng Wuchen Master. How shocking was that? How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's background? At this moment, all of them finally came to a complete understanding. The reason why the 3 elders suddenly became so frightened and flustered was because they were Feng Wuchen's disciples. I thought you don't remember me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, if I remember correctly, Elder Tang Yun, I taught you how to refine Great Emperor Realm elixirs and 7-star Panga weapons. Am I right? Tang Yun said respectfully, Master is right. It is all thanks to you that I can refine Great Emperor Realm elixirs and 7-star Panga weapons. Tang Yun's answer shocked everyone. At that moment, they all guessed that the mysterious expert who taught in the ancient Pale Sacred Hall was the Dragon Soul Supremacy in front of them. Elder Yang Luo, I taught you how to refine and forge weapons and helped you consolidate your Great Emperor realm. Am I right? Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Master is right. It was you who helped me consolidate my great emperor realm alchemist realm and taught me how to refine and forge weapons. Yang Luo replied respectfully and bowed deeply again. The experts from the 5 superpowers were stunned again. Their heads buzzed. You're Li Xuankue. I have a deep impression of you. I should remember correctly. Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Li Xuankue replied respectfully, it was you who taught me how to become a great emperor realm alchemist. I will never forget it. Boom, hearing this, the experts from the 5 superpowers felt their minds go blank. Feng Wuchen actually helped Li Xuankue become a great emperor realm alchemist. Wasn't that too terrifying? During this period, your alchemist realm has improved a lot. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The 3 elders shuddered at once. End of chapter. The 3 elders immediately knelt down in fright. Master, please forgive us. We didn't know that you were the Lord of Dragon Soul. That's why Proud Sky Shrine offended you, Tang Yin said respectfully. Master, we are indebted to you. We definitely wouldn't dare to offend you, Yang Luo continued. Without your guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to become a great emperor alchemist in my lifetime. I know how powerful you are. I definitely wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to you, Li Xuankue said respectfully. They had already seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen was when they were in ancient alchemy sacred hall. Even if they were given 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to offend Feng Wuchen. The experts from the 5 forces didn't dare to make a sound. They all held their breaths with shock and fear written all over their faces. Young Master Nanhua and the rest were scared out of their wits. Their bodies were trembling violently. Get up. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, from the beginning, I guessed that it might have something to do with your forces. That's why I didn't plan to be calculative. However, since you guys came looking for me, I have to convince you. I'll also let you see the power of Dragon Soul. Tang Yin and the other 2 elders trembled when they heard that. Young Master Nanhua and the rest were even more terrified. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They finally understood why He Wenkong and Yang Shufei kept advising them not to offend Feng Wuchen. Could they afford to offend such a terrifying existence? Young Master Nanhua and the rest were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Swish swish swish, the moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the 3 war gods of Dragon Soul materialized at the same time. 22 Great Ancient Emperors. 18 Great Ancient Emperors. 40 Black-titled Ancient Gods. The super terrifying lineup scared the experts from the 5 forces out of their wits. Dragon Soul actually hid such terrifying power, 22 Great Ancient Emperors. They couldn't believe it. The 5 forces only had 8 Great Ancient Emperors. Compared to 22, it was a far cry. Pavilion Master Mu, Great Elder Mo Ran, tell them what happened, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes, Lord Feng. Mu Yunqi replied respectfully and immediately appeared. Swish. Swish. Other than Mu Yunqi, the great elder of the ancient alchemy sacred hall, Zhuge Qing Tian, and the many powerhouses under him also appeared. The Divine Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Heavenly Qilin Emperor, and many other experts also appeared. The Ancient God Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master, Great Emperor Danfeng, led many experts and appeared one after another. Waves of terrifying aura swept out like a tsunami. Ancient God Pavilion. Ancient Alchemy Shrine. The Divine Elixir Pavilion. The experts of the 5 superpowers gasped in shock. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Lord Feng. Greetings, Master. The experts of the 2 transcendental forces bowed respectfully. Seeing this scene, the experts of the 5 major forces were once again greatly shocked. The upper echelons of the 5 major forces began to panic. They were the Ancient God Pavilion, the Ancient Alchemy Shrine, and the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Other than the Supreme Main Shrine, these 2 superpowers had the most terrifying connections in the entire Panga field. Not to mention the Ancient God Pavilion. What shocked them even more was that Great Emperor Danfeng actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Master. Oh my god. How terrifying was this background? With a casual word from the upper echelons of the 3 superpowers, countless top experts would immediately work for them. They could not afford to offend the 5 superpowers. Destroying the 5 superpowers was as easy as crushing an ant. Such a terrifying existence was actually Feng Wuchen's man and was extremely respectful to Feng Wuchen. They finally understood why Queen Wanhua asked them to return. They were simply ants in front of such a terrifying existence. Pavilion Master Mu, what's going on? Heavenly Qilin Emperor asked gloomily. Mu Yunqi immediately told him everything that had happened at the ancient alchemy shrine auction. Southern Xian Emperor and the other upper echelons of the 5 superpowers were extremely gloomy and ashamed. What young Master Nanhua said did not match the truth. It was the complete opposite. Feng Wuchen did not snatch the 8-star Pangu armor at all. It was young Master Nanhua who forced Feng Wuchen to make a bid. Heavenly Qilin Emperor and Zhuge Qing Tian were furious. How dare Nanhua and the others humiliate Feng Wuchen and even threaten that Feng Wuchen would not be able to return to the Dragon Soul? How audacious! Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others were all furious. They had gone too far. There were many superpowers present at that time. They can all testify. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, to be honest, I've seen many people like you. I didn't want to bicker with you. I even gave you a chance to barge into the Dragon Soul, but you didn't cherish it. If I wanted to, do you think you can return alive? Young Master Nanhua and the others did not dare to fart. No one dared to doubt Feng Wuchen's words. The Dragon Soul's strength was so terrifying that it could wipe out the entire 35 levels of heaven, let alone the 5 superpowers. My lord didn't bicker with you, but you're the ones who complained first, Xianxia said coldly. Grandpa. Young Master Nanhua and the others were completely terrified. Kneel. Southern Xian Emperor shouted at young Master Nanhua. The latter immediately knelt down in fear. Kneel. Nebula Hall Master and Sect Master of Myriad Dao Sect shouted at their sons and grandsons. The young masters knelt down in fear. Their pale faces were filled with fear. It was the first time they felt the fear of approaching death. It was the first time they regretted it. Lord Dragon Soul, it was old man who failed to discipline him. Nanhua offended the Dragon Soul Lord, and the Dragon Soul Lord will punish him, Southern Xian Emperor said with a fist salute. He had made up his mind. Grandpa. Don't. Save me. Young Master Nanhua cried out in fear, tears streaming down his face. It was all young Master Nanhua's fault. Now that the 5 superpowers had sent all their forces to attack the Dragon Soul, Southern Xian Emperor didn't dare to protect young Master Nanhua. Lord Dragon Soul Lord, Sect Master of Myriad Dao Sect and Heaven Nether Palace Master said with a fist salute. In the face of absolute power, they couldn't resist at all. They could only accept their fate. Dad, don't. I know I was wrong, young Master of Profound Wind Pavilion said in fear. Grandpa, don't. I know I was wrong. Don't give up on me, Nebula Hall Master cried out in fear. Southern Xian Emperor and the others didn't say anything. They didn't dare to beg for mercy. Lord Feng, we know we were wrong. Please spare us this time. Young Master Nanhua looked at Feng Wuchen and begged. He kept kowtowing. Lord Feng, please spare us. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have humiliated and slandered Lord Feng. The other young masters also kowtowed and begged. You know you were wrong? Qiu Tian said coldly, do you know what crime it is to humiliate a lord? Do you think you'll be fine if you beg for mercy? Lord gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. You relied on your power to be so arrogant, Xianxia said fiercely. Every word was filled with cold-killing intent. End of chapter. If this happened to you, I'm afraid Big Brother Feng would be dead for sure. Lu Qingyang sneered, Big Brother Feng, how should we deal with them? Dragon Soul won't agree if we just let it go like this. Our brothers won't agree either. Qingyang is right. Sovereign Lord doesn't care, but that doesn't mean we don't care. Dragon Soul won't allow anyone to provoke it. We won't allow anyone to trample on Dragon Soul's dignity and honor. Xianxia said coldly. The moment Xianxia said that, young Master Nanhua and the other 4 fell into despair. They kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Mystic South Arch and the rest didn't dare to make a sound. Although they weren't willing to see young Master Nanhua and the rest killed or crippled, they had no choice. Dragon Soul's terror wasn't something they could contend against. Big Brother Feng, they've gone too far this time. Miao Qingqing said angrily. Her face was as cold as ice. We can't let them off easily. Yang Meier shouted angrily. Big Brother Knight, cut off their hands and let them go. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Yes, Big Brother. Knight said respectfully and attacked without hesitation. Chi. 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 Ah. In a few flashes, Knight cut off the hands of the 5 young masters. The bone-piercing pain made them cry out miserably. The upper echelons of the 5 major forces heaved a sigh of relief. Although their hands were cut off, at least their lives were saved. For the sake of the 3 elders, this matter will end here. You guys can leave. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, Master. Tang Yun and the other 2 cupped their fists respectfully. Thank you, Lord Feng. Mystic South Arch and the rest also cupped their fists. To the 5 major forces, this was already a blessing in disguise. If it was someone else, the 5 major forces would probably die here. Emperor Realm experts actually listened to a woman and were so respectful. It seems like this person's status in Dragon Soul isn't low. A man hiding in the dark muttered to himself. This person was the young master of the ancient Imperial Sacred Hall. Sizing up Feng Wuchen, the man continued, this Feng Wuchen is even younger than I imagined. Not only that, I can't see through his cultivation base. This person's strength is definitely not simple. The strength of the Dragon Soul is simply too terrifying. The ancient Emperor Temple has no way to obstruct the Dragon Soul. At this point, the man disappeared. The experts of the 5 major forces had also left the Dragon Soul. Xiaoxiao, why did you let them go? You've already bullied our Dragon Soul and still dare to humiliate Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang said with some dissatisfaction. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, forget it, I don't plan to kill them. Teaching them a lesson is enough. Everyone should focus on cultivation. Jian Chou, continue to arrange for people to train in the Saint Domain, Feng Wuchen said to Jian Chou. Understood. Jian Chou replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen, the reincarnation pagoda is being suppressed. The mystic light heavenly emperor suddenly said. The reincarnation pagoda is being suppressed? Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he also felt that the reincarnation pagoda was being suppressed by a terrifying force. What was going on? Why was the reincarnation pagoda suddenly being suppressed? The reincarnation pagoda's soul had finally recovered and could finally be unsealed. Why was it suddenly being suppressed? A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Wife, go back and cultivate first. With that, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the space of the divine ring. In the space of the divine ring, the suppressive force was even stronger, giving people a feeling of powerlessness. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, the dark shadow heavenly emperor hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen, the reincarnation pagoda is being suppressed. I'm afraid that old devil soul is coming out of seclusion. Is he coming out of seclusion? Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. This terrifying suppressive force was the ancient divine power of the demon soul supreme. Feng Wuchen, our souls can't hold on for long. You must be careful when old devil soul comes out of seclusion, the mystic light heavenly emperor said worriedly. Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying suppressive force crazily surged, causing the space of the divine ring to shake violently. The souls of the 3 great emperors were filled with pain, and their bodies became more and more illusory. They couldn't resist the ancient divine power of the demon soul supreme at all. Soon, the souls of the 3 great emperors disappeared. Mystic Light Heavenly Emperor. Dark Shadow Heavenly Emperor. Ghost Forest Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen was really worried that the souls of the 3 great emperors would be destroyed. Ancient God Pavilion. In a forbidden palace, Patriarch Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. That old thing is coming out of seclusion. His strength has already reached such a level? Patriarch Xianxia frowned deeply. He could already feel the terrifying power coming from the 7th level of the Divine Ring. 7th level of the Divine Ring. Countless majestic immortal mountains floated in the boundless dark stars. At this moment, one of the immortal mountains was flashing with extremely dazzling dark blood light and emitting an extremely terrifying ancient aura. This was the cultivation of the Panga realm, a primordial paragon expert, demon soul supreme. This immortal mountain was a little special. Its surface was a huge expanse of yellow sand. The dazzling dark blood light slowly rose from the yellow sand and condensed into a figure. It was Demon Soul Supreme. A moment later, the dazzling dark blood light disappeared along with the terrifying and domineering aura as if it had never appeared. I've finally recovered. My cultivation has also improved a lot. My millions of years of cultivation have not been in vain. Demon Soul Supreme muttered to himself with a smile. As he spoke, Demon Soul Supreme waved his hand, and a huge golden pagoda appeared out of thin air. The golden pagoda was sealed by 7 energy rings. It was the reincarnation pagoda. Pangashi, it's been millions of years. Your aura is getting weaker and weaker. You should give up now, right? Give the reincarnation pagoda to me, and you can still survive. Demon Soul Supreme sneered and looked at the reincarnation pagoda. Pangashi was sealed in the reincarnation pagoda by Demon Soul Supreme, and the reincarnation pagoda was sealed by 7 energy rings. Under the double seal, Pangashi could not escape at all. Struggling at death's door? Pangashi sneered. Old Demon Soul, even if I die, I won't give the reincarnation pagoda to you. Even if you kill me, the reincarnation pagoda will not be yours. Humph. There's nothing I can't get. If I kill you, won't the reincarnation pagoda obediently submit to me? Demon Soul Supreme sneered. If you can, do you still need to wait millions of years? Pangashi sneered. Demon Soul Supreme said proudly, Pangashi, I'm not afraid to tell you. In Pangu world, I found a new mysterious power. This power is very mysterious. It's even stronger than my divine power. If you can get this power, it's not impossible to force the reincarnation pagoda to submit. In the entire Pangu world, only I can step into the 7th level of the dimensional space. Don't expect anyone to save you. Mysterious power? Pangashi was shocked. He had already guessed that it was the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body. Wait until I seize this mysterious power, I'll kill you with my own hands. Demon Soul Supreme sneered and disappeared. End of chapter. Pangashi was only able to survive until now because of the reincarnation pagoda. Otherwise, Pangashi would have been killed when he was defeated. Against his enemies, Demon Soul Prime would not show mercy. Demon Soul Old Devil's injuries are healed. That old monster is getting stronger. Pangashi said worriedly, now that his injuries are healed, Demon Soul Old Devil will not let Feng Wuchen go. With Feng Wuchen's strength, it was impossible for him to fight against Demon Soul Prime. Even the 100 Emperors were no match for Demon Soul Prime. Pangashi could not break the seal, so he could not send any message to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, you must be careful. Pangashi could only pray that Feng Wuchen would be safe. However, Pangashi knew that he was just comforting himself. If Demon Soul Prime wanted to steal Feng Wuchen's mysterious power, Feng Wuchen would have nowhere to hide. No one was able to stop Demon Soul Sovereign. Ancient God Pavilion. Ancestor Xianxia suddenly appeared in the main hall. Great Emperor Wan Si, Great Emperor Dan Feng, and the rest of the upper echelons were shocked. Their eyes widened as they thought they were seeing things. Why did Ancestor Xianxia come out of seclusion? Greetings, Ancestor Xianxia. Great Emperor Wan Si and the rest of the upper echelons knelt down respectfully. Rise. Ancestor Xianxia's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, something big is going to happen in Pangu world. Something big? Great Emperor Wan Si and the rest were shocked. In the entire Pangu world, only Demon Soul Prime could make Ancestor Xianxia so solemn. It was not hard to guess. Ancestor, Demon Soul Old Devil has come out of seclusion? Great Emperor Wan Si guessed. That's right. Ancestor Xianxia nodded and said seriously, when I was in seclusion, he released his aura to warn me. I did not expect him to come out so soon. His cultivation is even stronger than before. Great Emperor Wan Si and the rest were shocked when they heard Ancestor Xianxia's confirmation. Demon Soul Prime had really come out of seclusion. The scene of the battle between the 100 Emperors and Demon Soul Prime appeared in their minds. The 100 monarch experts led by Emperor Xianxia were all killed by Demon Soul Supreme. Even Pangushi was unable to defeat Demon Soul Supreme. Now that Demon Soul Sovereign had come out of seclusion, it meant that he had fully recovered. Once the Demon Soul Supreme appeared in the Panga realm, it would definitely set off a terrible storm of blood. Old Ancestor, what should we do now? The Myriad Worlds Emperor asked worriedly. The ancient god pavilion protects Feng Wuchen. This time, when the Demon Soul Old Devil returns, he will definitely come to our ancient god pavilion to settle the score. However, this old monster will probably come to find Feng Wuchen first. He values this mysterious power very much. Ancestor Xianxia said solemnly, we must not let this old monster obtain the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body. Great Monarch Wanshi, head to the 6th level of the dimensional space and awaken the 9 great ancient elders. The 9 great ancient elders were all 10 directions great emperors. This was the powerful foundation of the ancient god pavilion. Understood. Great Monarch Wanshi accepted the order respectfully and immediately disappeared. Old Ancestor, I will go to the Dragon's Soul immediately to report to my master. Great Monarch Dan Feng said respectfully and anxiously left the hall. Ancestor Xianxia looked at the void outside the hall with a solemn expression. He thought to himself, I wonder how many moves I can take from the Demon Soul Supreme. Ancestor Xianxia was also a Panga realm expert, but he had no confidence in fighting the Demon Soul Supreme. This showed that the Demon Soul Supreme's strength had reached an unimaginable level. The 6th level of the dimensional space. In an independent space, the Space Emperor, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Was it an illusion? The Space Emperor frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, the Space Emperor suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. However, the Space Emperor could not be sure. That feeling disappeared in an instant. He activated his space god power and carefully sensed the entire space, but he could not sense anything. The Space Emperor closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Space Emperor, do you not trust your senses? Just as the Space Emperor closed his eyes, a voice suddenly sounded. The Demon Soul Supreme. The Space Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. This was definitely not an illusion. The Demon Soul Supreme had come out of seclusion. The Space Emperor suddenly stood up and looked around vigilantly. However, his space god power could not sense the Demon Soul Supreme's location. Space Emperor, you've got guts. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Supreme Main Shrine? The Demon Soul Supreme's cold laughter suddenly sounded behind the Space Emperor. Boom! The Space Emperor turned around and struck out with his palm. With a boom, the terrifying and domineering power instantly destroyed the space behind him, turning it into a vacuum. A casual palm strike had such terrifying power. It showed how terrifying the veteran 10 Directions Great Emperor was. However, under the effect of the space god power, the space returned to normal. My space god power can't sense his presence. The Demon Soul Supreme's movement technique is very powerful, and his speed is above mine. The Space Emperor thought to himself, and his old face became more serious. After all, the Space Emperor was only a peak 10 Directions Great Emperor. Compared to the Panga realm, he was still a far cry. The Space Emperor did not have the slightest confidence. Space Emperor, with your little strength, you want to compete with me? The Demon Soul Supreme's disdainful laughter sounded behind the Space Emperor again. As he spoke, the Demon Soul Supreme struck out with his palm. Boom! An extremely terrifying and domineering god power blasted out, and a deafening explosion resounded through the space. The space of hundreds of thousands of feet was completely destroyed. The destructive power was terrifying. This was just a casual palm strike. However, the Demon Soul Supreme's palm strike did not hit the Space Emperor. At that critical moment, the Space Emperor had already dodged. The Demon Soul Supreme also disappeared without a trace. From beginning to end, the Space Emperor did not see the Demon Soul Supreme at all. You're worthy of being called the Space Emperor to be able to dodge my palm strike. However, your space god power can't pinpoint my location. In the end, your cultivation is too weak. The Demon Soul Supreme sneered. Humph. The Space Emperor snorted fiercely and immediately waved his hand. The originally huge space suddenly turned into countless small spaces. Space Emperor, I know your god power ability. However, no matter how strong your god power is, under the suppression of my god power, you can forget about escaping from my palm. The Demon Soul Supreme sneered, and he was confident in the Space Emperor's tone. Old Demon Soul, don't underestimate me. The Space Emperor shouted angrily. A vast aura burst out, and the space god power was pushed to the extreme. The space turned into countless small spaces, and it was impossible to know which space the Space Emperor was in. Buzz. An even more terrifying and domineering space god power burst out. Countless spaces shook, and a terrifying aura spread out. That's all? The Demon Soul Supreme sneered disdainfully. Space Domain. The Space Emperor shouted. End of chapter. Space Domain. As soon as the Space Emperor shouted, countless small spaces quickly condensed into a huge space domain in the dark dimensional space. Although the Space Emperor couldn't locate Sovereign Demon Soul, the space domain formed by countless small spaces could trap Sovereign Demon Soul in the domain. The Space Emperor's space domain was unique. It was a strange 9-colored space. It was strange because the 9-colored space could rotate. It could make one feel dizzy and had a strong impact on one's eyes. Space Emperor, with your peak 10 directions Emperor realm, you are courting death by using a domain to deal with me. Sovereign Demon Soul sneered. He didn't take the space domain seriously. Old Demon Soul, I don't think you have tried my space domain before, right? The Space Emperor's cold voice sounded. Demon Soul Sovereign's figure appeared in the space domain. He sneered, my strength is far above yours. Your domain can't suppress my strength at all. It's as easy as flipping my hand for me to break your space domain. You will be severely injured because of it. However, as the Space Emperor, I know you are not that stupid. You must have your reasons for using a domain to trap me. Looking at the rotating 9-colored space, Sovereign Demon Soul sneered, your space domain is unique. It can disturb one's mind and make one's eyes rotate involuntarily with the space. My space domain is the largest among all domains. All the space in the world is under my control. The enchantment you set up is nothing in front of me. The Space Emperor's arrogant voice sounded. Oh? That's powerful. Sovereign Demon Soul sneered without fear. At this moment, the Space Emperor's figure appeared behind Sovereign Demon Soul silently. Terrifying divine power gathered in his palm and he attacked Sovereign Demon Soul fiercely. Sovereign Demon Soul smirked. Apparently, he had sensed it. However, Sovereign Demon Soul didn't take any action. Boom, the terrifying palm strike of the Space Emperor slammed against the back of the Demon Soul Sovereign. With a loud boom, a horrifying amount of energy surged out wildly. However, even though it was a terrifying palm, it couldn't move Sovereign Demon Soul at all. The power of the Space Emperor was completely ineffective. Too powerful, Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, Space Emperor, this little bit of power can't hurt me at all. In the face of absolute power, none of your moves can do anything to me. The Space Emperor frowned deeply. He could clearly feel that his terrifying divine power was being dissolved in an instant. In my own space domain, I can let you attack me however you want, but you can't hurt me in the slightest. Isn't that ironic? Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The Space Emperor once again unleashed dozens of palm strikes in a frenzy. Explosions rang out one after another as terrifying and domineering divine energy swept out in a frenzy. Even the vast domain space began to tremble. However, Demon Soul Sovereign did not move at all, and his expression did not change at all. All of the Space Emperor's attacks were instantly neutralized. Back then, even Emperor Xianxia couldn't do anything to me, let alone now that I've become even more powerful. How can you hurt me? Demon Soul Sovereign sneered arrogantly. Supreme Demon Soul circulated his god force and clawed at the Space Emperor's heart. Demon Soul Sovereign's speed was terrifying. However, just as Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign thought that he had succeeded, he realized that his claw had penetrated the Space Emperor's body. Oh? Space divine power can move the body? Demon Soul Sovereign was surprised. At this moment, the Space Emperor seized the opportunity. Panga technique. Space divine punishment. The Space Emperor roared furiously and slammed his palm at Demon Soul Sovereign's chest. The terrifying power sent Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign flying. Unfortunately, it was still unable to hurt Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign. Space divine power is indeed interesting. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Old Demon Soul Sovereign, my space domain isn't as weak as you think. Space Emperor said coldly. At the same time, he took out the 9 stars Pengu artifact. His aura and combat strength surged wildly. Swish! Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign pointed at the space, and a dark blood energy suddenly burst out at a terrifying speed. So fast. Space Emperor was shocked. The terrifying blood energy pierced through the Space Emperor, but it also passed through his body without hurting him at all. In the end, it was completely devoured by the space domain. If it's an attack that you didn't predict, can space divine power be used on you? Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign's cold laughter suddenly sounded from the right side of the Space Emperor. It was so fast that the Space Emperor couldn't react in time. Boom! PFFF. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign waved his hand, and a tyrannical divine power shook the Space Emperor, causing him to spit out blood. Just a simple wave of his hand was enough to make the Space Emperor spit out blood. How terrifying was his strength? Sure enough, it won't work. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, your space god force is indeed powerful. You can use it with your thoughts. In other words, any attack that you can see or sense will be instantly targeted by your space god force, allowing you to evade all attacks. However, my speed is far above yours. You can't see my attack, and you can't detect it immediately. This old monster's speed is too terrifying. Even if I have space divine power, I can't catch up to his speed. The Space Emperor thought to himself. With a thought, the Space Emperor disappeared into thin air. Space Emperor, I've said it before. You can't escape from me. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. He bent his hand into a claw and gathered terrifying divine power. The Space Emperor's expression changed drastically. He immediately condensed countless spaces in the space domain, as though the space domain had expanded instantly. With a thought, the Space Emperor immediately moved the countless spaces out of the space domain and removed the space domain. Boom! Gotcha! PFFF. The moment the tyrannical divine power was released, it was like an invincible shockwave that shattered countless spaces. The Space Emperor was sent flying, and he spat out blood again. Fortunately, the Space Emperor decisively removed the space domain. Otherwise, once the space domain was destroyed, the Space Emperor would be severely injured. The condensed space can withstand more than half of my power. Not simple indeed. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. His figure suddenly appeared in front of the Space Emperor. The Space Emperor was shocked. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters away. Space Emperor, do you think you can escape? If I want to kill you, no one can save you. Not even Ancestor Xianxia. Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. He had already appeared behind the Space Emperor again, and his palm struck out fiercely. It's too late. The Space Emperor was horrified. As the Space Emperor, he couldn't dodge the attack. Demon Soul Sovereign's speed was too terrifying. Although the Space Emperor had the space god power, Demon Soul Sovereign's movement technique was too powerful. It didn't lose to the Thousand Illusions technique of the Thousand Illusions Emperor. Such a terrifying movement technique, coupled with his Panga realm cultivation, could completely crush the Space Emperor. Space Emperor, if you hadn't interfered with my affairs, you would have been able to continue living peacefully. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Just as the palm strike of the Demon Soul Supremacy was about to strike the Space Emperor, something strange happened. Demon Soul Sovereign's body suddenly stopped. That's right. He had stopped, the Space Emperor had also stopped. The entire space had stopped moving. However, it was only for a moment, a very short moment, as if nothing had happened. But in that short moment, the Space Emperor had mysteriously disappeared. Boom! Buzz buzz! Demon Soul Sovereign's terrifying palm strike blasted through the air, creating an energy vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. The space created by the Space Emperor instantly collapsed. If such a terrifying force landed on the Space Emperor, he would definitely die. It was clear that Demon Soul Sovereign really wanted to kill the Space Emperor. Demon Soul Sovereign waved his hand, and the terrifying energy whirlpool disappeared. The sixth level of the dimensional space wasn't affected at all. Demon Soul Sovereign slowly retracted his palm and sneered, "There aren't many people who can save someone from my hands. You are one of them, Time Emperor." "That's right." The one who attacked was the Time Emperor. At that moment, Demon Soul Sovereign felt the fluctuation of Time God power. Although it was fleeting, he still felt it. The Time Emperor's Time God power could control the flow of time. Even if it wasn't as strong as Demon Soul Sovereign's, it could still mature for an instant. For the Time Emperor, an instant was enough for him to save someone. "Old Demon Soul Sovereign, we have been friends for millions of years. Why do you have to kill him? Isn't it enough to kill 100 emperors?" The Time Emperor's voice came. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered, "Time Emperor, you have to understand that it's not me who wants to kill him. He is the one who provoked me. If you didn't capture Feng Wuchen, why would the Space Emperor barge into your supreme main palace?" The Time Emperor retorted. "Time Emperor, do you want to be my enemy? Do you know the consequences?" Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. The Time Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Old Ghost Yao Hun, this Emperor knows that I'm not your opponent, but this Emperor and the Space Emperor have been close friends for millions of years. How can I leave you to die? That's fine. It's more interesting to have one more powerful enemy. I hope you won't regret it." Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. "Old Demon Soul, for the sake of our millions of years of friendship, let me give you a piece of advice. Today's Panga realm is not the Panga realm of millions of years ago. If you don't stop now, it will be too late for regrets," the Time Emperor said. "Oh? Is that so?" Supreme Demon Soul did not think much of it. He sneered and said, "It just so happens that I want to know who in the Panga realm can fight against me." Demon Soul supremacy had dominated the Panga realm for millions of years and had never met a worthy opponent. Even the descendant of Pangu, Pangushi, was defeated by him, killing all 100 monarchs. In the past several million years, Devil Soul Sovereign's strength had grown even stronger. Who in the Panga realm could be his opponent? No, absolutely no. Everything in the world has its retribution. "Old Demon Soul Sovereign, you're on your own now," the Time Emperor said. "Everything in the world has its retribution?" Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign sneered and said, "I only believe in strength. Karma and retribution are nothing in the face of great strength. Time Emperor, only death awaits you for going against me." Although the Time Emperor was also one of the 10 great emperors, he was not as strong as the Space Emperor. Hence, Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign did not take him seriously. This is Emperor Wansher's aura." Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign suddenly sensed Emperor Wansher's aura. "Old Ancestor Xianxia, I reminded you out of kindness but you didn't take it seriously. There's no need for the ancient God Pavilion to exist anymore." Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign sneered and disappeared. The sixth level of the dimensional space. In the space where the Time Emperor was. "Thank you," the Space Emperor said gratefully. "What are you thanking me for? We've been friends for millions of years." The Time Emperor shook his head slightly. With that, he took out an elixir and fed it to the space. "Emperor. Once Old Devil Soul Sovereign comes out of seclusion, Panga realm will be in chaos. Dragon Soul, Ancient God Pavilion, Ancient Alchemy Shrine, and Divine Elixir Pavilion will become the targets of the Supreme Main Palace. More experts will die then," the Space Emperor said solemnly. The Time Emperor sighed and said, "I didn't expect Old Devil Soul Sovereign to become so strong. We haven't been able to step into the Panga realm for millions of years. We can't stop him with our strength. Old Ancestor Xianxia must have sensed that Old Devil Soul Sovereign is out of seclusion." The Space Emperor frowned and said, "Old Ancestor Xianxia might not be a match for Supreme Demon Soul Sovereign. Feng Wuchen hasn't grown up yet. I'm afraid no one in Panga realm can stop Old Devil Soul Sovereign." The Time Emperor wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. Focus on healing. It's useless to think too much. Let nature take its course, the Time Emperor said with a smile. He was not worried at all. The Space Emperor glanced at the Time Emperor and smiled bitterly. "You don't seem to be worried at all." The Time Emperor shrugged and said, "What's the use of worrying? Let's just believe in karma." The Space Emperor couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dragon Soul Sovereign. Emperor Danfeng appeared with a face full of anxiety and panic. Vice Pavilion Master, what's the hurry? Xianxia appeared and asked. Is Master here? Emperor Danfeng asked anxiously. Master should be in seclusion, Xianxia said. What? Seclusion? Emperor Danfeng's face changed. He said in a panic, oh no. What should we do? Vice Pavilion Master, what happened? Xianxia frowned and asked. He felt that something big had happened. Old Devil Soul Sovereign is out. Emperor Danfeng said in a panic. That old monster will definitely come to find us. He wants to steal Master's power. Think of a way to report this to Master. What? Old Devil Soul Sovereign is out of seclusion? Xianxiao's face changed. He quickly said, I'll go to Madam Master right now. Buzz. Buzz, at this moment, the space suddenly shook violently. An extremely destructive aura shrouded the entire Panga realm's 36 levels of heaven. The incomparable aura was breathtaking. The terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas was filled with penetrating power. It directly penetrated from the 36 levels of heaven to the first level of heaven. Countless cultivators felt the intense aura of death. It was as if the entire Panga realm was filled with the aura of death. He's here. Devil Soul Sovereign has returned to Panga realm. Emperor Danfeng's expression changed drastically. End of chapter. Demon Soul Supreme. Dragon Soul, Goody Godly Palace, Ancient Alchemy Godly Palace, Godly Pill Pavilion, Ancient God Pavilion, Emperor Ape King Tribe, Ancient Emperor Temple, Proud Sky Godly Palace, and Firmament Godly Palace were all shocked by this overbearing aura. Fear instantly appeared on their faces, and their heads buzzed. An immeasurably tyrannical aura swept out with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if countless cultivators' hearts stopped beating, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. They were all scared out of their wits, and they all collapsed on the ground. The fear in their hearts couldn't be described with words. Not only that, but the spirit chi and all life in Panga realm were also driven away. Under the aura of death, Panga realm seemed to have become hell on earth. From the first heaven to the 36th heaven, countless cultivators were petrified. The space of each heaven seemed to have been frozen by magic. This old monster is indeed terrifying. I didn't expect him to come out of seclusion so soon. Ancestor Xianzhan frowned. As a Panga realm cultivator, he also felt great pressure. Everyone in the ancient god pavilion was terrified. They could clearly feel that this terrifying aura was much stronger than Ancestor Xianzhan's. Ancestor Xianzhan was no match for Demon Soul Supreme. Demon Soul Supreme is back. Ancient Shaman Emperor and the others opened their eyes at the same time, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Ancient Shaman Emperor and the others were all petrified. This aura is Demon Soul Supreme. In Panga realm. Emperor Wanxi's expression changed. Demon Soul Supreme's cultivation is even more terrifying than millions of years ago. This is troublesome. Celestial Qilin Emperor's face was pale, and he couldn't move because of the overbearing aura. Demon Soul Supreme is back. Di Wuyun and the Tianzong Emperor turned pale with fright. They immediately appeared and looked in the direction where the terrifying aura came from. What a terrifying aura. This is Demon Soul Supreme's aura. That old monster has come out of seclusion. South Xian Emperor said in fear. Demon Soul Supreme. Queen Wanhua was extremely terrified, and her body trembled uncontrollably. After millions of years, no one would have thought that the Demon Soul Sovereign would suddenly descend upon the world. The moment Demon Soul Supremacy arrived, the top cultivators of Panga realm instantly thought of the Battle of the 100 Emperors. That was a battle of unprecedented proportions. Demon Soul Sovereign had become a god in a single battle. In that battle, Demon Soul Sovereign defeated Pangu's descendant, Pangushi, and sealed him in the 7th level of the dimensional space. In that battle, Demon Soul Supremacy overpowered the first batch of ancient 10 Directions Great Emperors after Pangu created the world. All 100 Great Emperors fell. Even though millions of years had passed, the legendary battle was still being told in the Panga realm. Back then, the return of Demon Soul Sovereign's avatar had not even caused the major forces to be this shocked and terrified. Today, Demon Soul Sovereign's true body had returned. His strength was so strong that it could be said that he was invincible. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign has come out of seclusion. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign has come out of seclusion. The Supreme Main Divine Hall and the various forces and experts were all cheering excitedly. Fu Tianjun, the 5 elders, Protector Liu, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Supreme Divine Hall flashed to the square. Everyone in the Supreme God Palace knelt down respectfully. In the sky above the Supreme Main Divine Hall, Demon Soul Sovereign appeared as if he was the ruler of the world. An emperor of a generation had returned with a domineering aura. Everything trembled because of him. Everything submitted to him. He was the most powerful existence in the Panga realm. Welcome, Lord Demon Soul Sovereign. Fu Tianjun and the others greeted him respectfully with excitement. His loud voice pierced through the 9 heavens and resounded through the 36 heavens. The Panga realm has been peaceful for millions of years. Many forces have forgotten the strength of the Supreme Main Divine Hall and my means. They have forgotten who the real overlord of the Panga realm is. Demon Soul Sovereign's voice was filled with supreme majesty. He was above all things, and his voice resounded through the heavens of the Panga realm. It was breathtaking and full of deterrence. Countless cultivators were willing to submit to him. He was the real overlord of the Panga realm. It's really Demon Soul Sovereign. Hearing this majestic voice, countless cultivators were sure that it was Demon Soul Sovereign, and they were even more terrified. Especially the forces that submitted to Dragon Soul, they all felt the threat of death, and it was very strong. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign is back. We're dead. We're dead. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign is too scary. Dragon Soul can't compete with Lord Demon Soul Sovereign. What should we do? The major forces that submitted to Dragon Soul regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. But they had no choice back then. The 33 Heavens Dragon Soul, Great Emperor Ao Feng, and the others were all alarmed. Their expressions were very solemn. Millions of years ago, Panga Shi and the 100 Emperors were not his match. Now that he has become stronger, I don't know who can fight him. Great Emperor Ao Feng frowned deeply. Great Emperor Ling Tian said solemnly, I'm afraid his realm has already reached the peak of the Panga realm. Even if Space Great Emperor, Time Great Emperor, and Old Ancestor Xianxia join forces, they are definitely not his match. Great Emperor Divine Snow and the others couldn't think of anyone who could fight Demon Soul Sovereign. Is this the aura of Demon Soul Sovereign? Ling Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Her delicate body was trembling, and her face was extremely pale. Long Shushan and the others were speechless. It's too terrifying. It's unimaginably terrifying. Just his aura and aura alone can make people feel such an irresistible fear. Is this the power of a Panga realm expert? Jian Chou was extremely frightened. He had never felt such fear before. The spirit chi in the space has disappeared. This aura is completely beyond imagination. Qiu Tian's face was filled with fear. Everyone in the Dragon Soul was shocked. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Demon Soul Sovereign was, nor could they understand it. This terrifying aura that penetrated every heavens was something they had never felt before. Supreme Main Divine Palace. Greetings, Lord Demon Soul Sovereign. Greetings, Lord Demon Soul Sovereign. The Transcendent Forces experts under the Supreme Main Divine Palace all appeared and respectfully knelt down to pay their respects. From the 33 heavens to the 36 heavens, the top experts of the major forces and the upper echelons of the major families also appeared and respectfully knelt down to pay their respects. Even the great ancient emperors and great emperor itinerant cultivators had come. The sound of the air being torn apart continued as more and more experts came to pay their respects. That kind of worship went deep into their bones and came from the bottom of their hearts. The scene was spectacular and extremely shocking. It was definitely a great honor to be able to see the strongest overlord of the Panga realm in one's lifetime. Demon Soul Sovereign was very satisfied as he looked at the various forces and families that came to pay their respects. Anyone who dares to go against the Supreme Main Divine Palace, I will let you know how insignificant ants are. You will all be reduced to ashes. Demon Soul Sovereign said proudly. The Panga realm is under my control, and so is the order of heaven and earth. I am the god of the Panga realm. End of chapter. Demon Soul Supreme claimed to be the god of Panga world. One could imagine how arrogant he was. Demon Soul Supreme was the strongest existence in Pangu world, and he had the right to be arrogant. Only Demon Soul Supreme had the right to call himself the god of Pangu world. Ancestor Xianxia, the ancient god pavilion, allowed Feng Wuchen to lead the dragon souls to trample on the dignity of the supreme main temple. They challenged the dignity of the supreme main temple and even destroyed the forces under the supreme main temple. They wantonly controlled the order of the universe that I created. I will slowly settle this score with you. Although Demon Soul Supreme was speaking to Ancestor Xianxia, his cold voice reverberated through the heavens of Pangu world. Everyone could hear him. The experts of the various forces seated in the Supreme Main Divine Palace were excited, and their blood was boiling. Ancestor Xianxia's face was solemn, and he said in a low voice, "This battle is unavoidable. Demon Soul Supreme will definitely cause a bloodbath. I hope we can stop him." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. On the square of the ancient god pavilion, the 9 ancient elders and great emperor Xianxia appeared. The 9 Ten Directions great emperors had returned, and the terrifying aura they exuded was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. With the 9 great emperors and ancestor Xianxia, the ancient god pavilion indeed had the power to challenge the supreme main temple. "Welcome, 9 ancient elders." Everyone in the ancient god pavilion knelt down respectfully. The 9 ancient elders had returned, and everyone in the ancient god pavilion was relieved. Ancestor Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. Demon Soul Supreme's cultivation is much stronger than before. "It won't be easy to deal with him," an ancient elder said solemnly. "Although our strength has increased, we can't break through the Pangu realm. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with Demon Soul Supreme," another ancient elder said solemnly. The leading ancient elder said solemnly, "We're not afraid. We can't deal with him at all. Ancestor's strength is weaker than Pangu Shi's, and we're even weaker than the 100 emperors. We have no chance of winning." Ancestor Xianxia said solemnly, "Let's wait and see. Pass down my order. Everyone in the ancient god pavilion, get ready for battle." "Yes." Great Emperor Xianxia replied respectfully and immediately gave the order. Facing a terrifying existence like Demon Soul Sovereign, he simply couldn't think of a way to deal with it. In the face of absolute power, all methods were useless. He could only take it one step at a time. Of course, the ancient god pavilion would not wait for its doom. "Feng Wuchen, your dragon soul has openly gone against the supreme main shrine by fighting your way up from the first heaven to the 33rd heaven. You've disregarded the order of the heavens and earth and the supreme main shrine. I hope your dragon soul can endure my wrath," Supreme Demon Soul said coldly. Every word was filled with murderous intent. When Demon Soul Sovereign came out of seclusion, his primary goal was to destroy the ancient god pavilion and the dragon soul, as well as to seize Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Demon Soul Paragon had spoken. The dragon soul was doomed this time. In an instant, all the major forces that had submitted to Dragon Soul stood out and drew a clear line with Dragon Soul. All the practitioners of the major forces that were occupied by the Dragon Soul left one after another. No one dared to stay behind. Once they were involved with the Dragon Soul, the consequence would be death. No one dared to go against Supreme Demon Soul Paragon. "We are willing to follow Supreme Demon Soul Paragon." The experts of the major forces who came to pay their respects shouted excitedly. His loud and clear voice and monstrous aura soared into the sky once again, shaking the hearts and souls of those who heard him. To be able to follow Supreme Demon Soul Paragon was a supreme honor for them. As a subordinate force of the Supreme Main Shrine, they would definitely be able to achieve meteoric success and bring glory to their ancestors. Supreme Demon Soul Paragon nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I'd like to see who in the Pangu realm dares to go against me. Pass down the order. Prepare a banquet as soon as possible to welcome Supreme Demon Soul Paragon." Fu Tianjun immediately gave the order. At the same time, the Dragon Soul became more and more frightened. Even Ao Lord Feng and the others were very worried. After all, Supreme Demon Soul Paragon was too powerful. "Everyone, don't worry too much. Along the way, Dragon Soul has experienced many death situations. Didn't we also survive? There will always be a way." Long Shihun said faintly. Feng Brat must have expected such a situation. It's not that Feng Brat doesn't know how powerful the Supreme Main Divine Palace is, but he still dares to openly make an enemy out of the Supreme Main Divine Palace and lead our dragon soul to attack. He must have a way. Long Shirtian said with a faint smile. I hope Supreme Lord has a way. After all, you don't understand how terrifying old Demon Soul Paragon is. Great Emperor Ao Feng said solemnly. He was still very worried. Great Emperor Dan Feng said worriedly, back then, Lord Panga Shi and the 100 Emperors couldn't deal with old Demon Soul Paragon. Only they, as the top experts of the Panga realm, truly understood the terror of Supreme Demon Soul Paragon. In the current Panga realm, there were no more than 5 great emperors who could rival the 100 emperors. There will always be a way. Feng Wuchen's laughter rang out. His figure appeared. Husband. Supreme Lord. Big Brother Feng. Master. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, everyone in Dragon Soul was overjoyed and looked over at the same time. At that moment, the fear and worry in their hearts seemed to have decreased by more than half. Master, do you have a way? Fairy Yu Yan quickly asked. Yes, husband, have you thought of a way to deal with Supreme Demon Soul Paragon? Ling Xiaoxiao also quickly asked. Looking at everyone, Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I have no way. I didn't expect this old monster to come out of seclusion so quickly. Big Brother Feng, are you kidding? You really have no way? Lu Qingyang opened his eyes wide. Long Shirtian and the others were also stunned. Feng Wuchen actually had no way. Great Emperor Dan Feng just told them that even Ancestor Xianxia couldn't win against Supreme Demon Soul Paragon. If Feng Wuchen had no way, who could deal with Supreme Demon Soul Paragon? Wouldn't Dragon Soul be doomed? Master, do you really have no way? Great Emperor Ao Feng glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said seriously, Old Demon Soul Paragon's cultivation is stronger than Ancestor Xianxia. His strength is beyond our imagination. This is no longer something we can deal with. Is there really no way? Everyone was disappointed. Looking at the disappointed crowd, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Don't worry, didn't the great primogenitor say? There will always be a way. Reporting to Master, Dragon Soul Paragon just sent news. All the forces in the heavens have cut ties with our Dragon Soul. Most of the occupied forces have left. Jian Chou reported respectfully. Don't worry about them. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Whether these forces submitted or not, it didn't affect Feng Wuchen's control of the heavens. Feng Wuchen was also helpless. The reincarnation pagoda was suppressed, causing the 3 great emperors to disappear. At the critical moment, he couldn't unseal the great emperors. End of chapter. Big Brother Feng, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Lu Qingyang asked. This was not what he wanted. Dragon Soul will never sit here and wait for death. We can fight to the death, Long Nidian said. Prisoner Sky clenched his fists and said, that's right. Fight to the death. They had no choice but to fight to the death. You guys cultivate first. I'm going to the Ancient God Pavilion. War God Emperor Soul and Dragon Soul, listen to me. Feng Wuchen said and left with Great Emperor Danfeng. Yes, sir. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others answered respectfully. Blood Kirin, come back first. Let's not worry about the Panga Shrine for now, Feng Wuchen said to the Blood Kirin. Okay, the Blood Kirin replied and returned to the Dragon Soul. Monster Soul has returned to Panga Realm, but the Panga Jade did not sense the Reincarnation Tower. That means the Reincarnation Tower must still be on the 7th level, Feng Wuchen thought. If the Reincarnation Tower was in Panga Realm, the Panga Jade would be able to sense it. The 7th level was too big. Even with the Panga Jade, it would take a lot of time to find the seal. The only person who could enter the 7th level was Ancestor Xianxia. However, Monster Soul Sovereign had returned to Panga Realm. Ancestor Xianxia could not leave now. This gave Feng Wuchen a headache. Soon, Feng Wuchen and Great Emperor Danfeng arrived at the Ancient God Pavilion. Ancestor Xianxia, 9 ancient elders, this is Feng Wuchen, the master of Dragon Soul, Great Emperor Danfeng said respectfully. Feng Wuchen greets Ancestor Xianxia and the 9 ancient elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and looked at Ancestor Xianzhan and the 9 ancient elders. The ancient god pavilion is really powerful. These 9 ancient elders are all 10 direction great emperors. It seems like they have been cultivating in seclusion in the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen thought. Patriarch Xianzhan and the 9 primordial elders were also sizing up Feng Wuchen. As expected of Emperor Peerless Disciple. The 9 elders nodded in agreement. Feng Wuchen, do you have any ideas? Patriarch Xianzhan asked solemnly. Save Pangashi, and I can heal his injuries. Pangashi and Ancestor Xianzhan might be able to resist Old Monster Hun if they work together. Feng Wuchen said seriously, Pangushi is sealed in the 7th level of the dimensional space. This is the only way now. Do you know where Pangashi is sealed? Asked an ancient elder. Before Feng Wuchen could answer, Ancestor Xianzhan shook his head and said, even if you know where Pangashi is sealed, I'm afraid there's not enough time. Besides, I'm the only one who can enter the 7th level of the dimensional space. Old Devil Soul has returned, so I can't leave Panga Realm. Is there no other way to enter the 7th level of the dimensional space? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. Ancestor Xianzhan frowned and said, the power of the 7th level of the dimensional space is extremely terrifying. Even the 100 emperors of the past did not dare to enter recklessly. They can't withstand the terrifying power of the 7th level for a long time. Can't we borrow the power of the forefather? Emperor Allworld suddenly asked. The power of the 7th level of the dimensional space is extremely terrifying. Even if you borrow my power, you won't be able to hold on for long. Once my power is exhausted, you won't be able to return. Ancestor Xianzhan shook his head again. What if we use the power of space? Feng Wuchen asked. Space power? Ancestor Xianzhan was stunned and immediately thought of the Space Emperor. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, with the help of space power, even if we can't control the 7th level of the dimensional space, we can still save a lot of time. I can also sense the existence of the reincarnation pagoda. Ancestor Xianzhan frowned and seemed to be worried. This is a feasible method. An ancient elder nodded slightly. Ancestor Xianzhan, time is of the essence. Please give me some power. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. He had to find Pangashi as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen, you have to think carefully. If something happens, you won't be able to return. Don't forget what you promised Emperor Xianxia and the others. Ancestor Xianzhan said solemnly. He was really worried about Feng Wuchen going to the 7th level of the dimensional space. We don't have time to think about this. We can't deal with old Devil Yaohun alone. Ancestor Xianzhan knows how strong that old monster is. We have to save Pangashi. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Ancestor Xianzhan sighed helplessly and waved his hand, sending a surge of power into Feng Wuchen's body. Master, be careful. Emperor Danfeng's face was filled with worry. Feng Wuchen disappeared into thin air as he activated his space god force. I hope Feng Wuchen can bring Pangashi back safely. An ancient elder prayed. This is bad. Ancestor Xianzhan's face changed and he hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen can't break old Devil Yaohun's seal. My strength isn't enough to break the seal. Even if Feng Wuchen obtained Emperor Xianzhan's inheritance, he wouldn't be able to break old Devil Yaohun's powerful seal. What? Emperor Wanshi and Emperor Danfeng's faces changed. How were they going to catch up to Feng Wuchen when the dimensional space was so huge? But at this time, Feng Wuchen had already reached the 3rd level of the dimensional space and was flying towards the 4th level. With the help of his space god force, he executed the 1000 Illusions Grand Art and Phantom Wind consecutively. His speed was terrifying. With Feng Wuchen's cultivation, he didn't need to use Ancestor Xianzhan's power to reach the 3rd level. Paragon Main Palace. There was a huge banquet and a sea of people. All the experts from the various factions were toasting old Devil Yaohun. Everyone was excited and couldn't believe that they could drink with old Devil Yaohun. Just thinking about it made them feel extremely proud and superior. Reporting to Lord Devil Yaohun, the dragon soul fought his way up to the 33rd heaven and openly went against the Paragon Main Palace. He wiped out many of our forces and experts. We must settle this debt with the dragon soul. An elder said angrily. Fu Tianjun said, the Thousand Mountain Emperor and the others were also killed by the Dragon Soul's Blood Demon Emperor. He's the personal disciple of the Sword Soul Emperor. That's right. Furthermore, the experts from the three major powers of the 34th layer of heaven were all killed by the people of the Dragon Soul. We must not let the Dragon Soul go. Protector Palu added. Everyone agreed and chanted the slogan of eliminating the Dragon Soul. Old Devil Yao Hun gestured for everyone to quiet down. I won't let off anyone who goes against the Paragon Main Palace. The Dragon Soul must disappear and the ancient God Pavilion should be under someone else's control. Old Devil Yao Hun said casually, as if eliminating the ancient God Pavilion and the Dragon Soul was as easy as flipping his hand. Once Old Devil Yao Hun said that, everyone cheered excitedly. Pass down my order. Send a letter of challenge to the ancient God Pavilion immediately. Old Devil Yao Hun ordered. 3 days later, we will first destroy the ancient God Pavilion, then the Dragon Soul. I will personally send the letter of challenge to the ancient God Pavilion. Protector Qing said excitedly. End of chapter. Above the ancient God Pavilion. Protector Qing suddenly appeared and waved his hand lightly. A letter of challenge flew out. Ancestor Xianxia's illusory figure floated out, leaving behind afterimages. The letter of challenge stopped half a meter away from Ancestor Xianxia and landed. A letter of challenge from the Supreme Main Temple. Whether you accept it or not, we'll destroy the ancient God Pavilion in 3 days. Protector Qing said arrogantly with a mocking smile. Whether the ancient God Pavilion accepted the letter of challenge or not, the Supreme Main Temple would still come in 3 days. Protector Qing, long time no see. You've become more arrogant. An ancient elder sneered and appeared like a ghost. The other 8 primordial elders appeared as well. A terrifying aura spread out from them. Oh? The 9 ancient elders of the ancient God Pavilion have come out of seclusion. Protector Qing was slightly surprised, but that was all. You can get lost now. Ancestor Xianxian said coldly with a gloomy face. Ancestor Xianxian, you asked for it. You think the ancient God Pavilion can compete with the Supreme Main Temple, but you're not strong enough. Protector Qing sneered with disdain. What? Do you want to try? Ancestor Xianxian glanced at the proud Protector Qing. I don't dare. You're on your own. Protector Qing sneered and disappeared. Ancestor Xianxian didn't even look at the letter of challenge. It turned into ashes and disappeared in the air. 3 days later? I hope Feng Wuchen can come back in 3 days. Ancestor Xianxian frowned and thought to himself. He was worried that something would happen to Feng Wuchen. If something happened to Feng Wuchen, everything would be over. The news of the Supreme Main Temple's letter of challenge spread quickly in the Panga realm. The entire Panga realm was in an uproar. The Supreme Main Temple has issued a letter of challenge to the ancient God Pavilion. Supreme Monster Soul is so terrifying. The ancient God Pavilion will be destroyed this time. Isn't the ancient God Pavilion asking for it? Feng Wuchen is the mysterious man who barged into the 36 levels of heaven. Besides being the master of Dragon Soul, he is also the great guardian of the ancient God Pavilion. If the ancient God Pavilion doesn't step in to stop Feng Wuchen, it means that they have tacitly agreed to be enemies with the Supreme Main Temple. The Dragon Soul fought his way up from the 1st layer to the 33rd layer. How arrogant. Now that they've angered the Demon Soul Sovereign, they're dead for sure. There's nothing bad about the Dragon Soul. The major forces under the Paragon Main Shrine have been bullying us for many years. It's rare for the Dragon Soul to take action. What a pity. All the forces in the Panga realm, as well as countless cultivators, were talking about this. Feng Wuchen, it's time for you to die. Inside a palace, Zhao Yanzhong said with a face full of venting his hatred. It was needless to say how pleased he was. With Lord Sovereign Monster Soul taking action, exterminating Dragon Soul and the Ancient God Pavilion would be as easy as flipping over one's hand, Ancient God Wind Mark said with an excited smile. Palace Master, we must avenge the Great Elder and Emperor Qianshan. That's right. Avenge the Great Elder and Emperor Qianshan. The experts of the Sky Eye Shrine roared one after another, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Heavenly Void Pavilion. Father! Father! Our chance to take revenge has come. The Paragon Main Shrine has already issued a challenge to His Excellency Ancient God. When the time comes, the Dragon Soul will definitely take action as well. Xianxia rushed to the main hall excitedly. He finally had a chance to take revenge. With Sovereign Monster Soul taking action, not to mention the Dragon Soul, even the Ancient God Pavilion would die. How could Xianxia miss such a great opportunity? In the main hall, Nia Wushu's old face was extremely solemn. He ignored Xianxia, and no one knew what he was thinking. Young master, now that the Paragon Main Shrine has taken action, we don't have to interfere, an elder said solemnly. Don't interfere? Xianxia was extremely unwilling. He hurriedly said, Father, Feng Wuchen castrated me. We have to take revenge. We have to take action. Is Feng Wuchen dumber than you? Doesn't he know that the Paragon Main Shrine knows his strength? Doesn't he know Sovereign Monster Soul's strength? Nia Wushu shouted angrily and glared at Xianxia fiercely. Big brother Nanhua, great news. The Paragon Main Shrine has issued a challenge to destroy the Ancient God Pavilion in 3 days. A young master ran into the palace excitedly. Young Master Nanhua sneered fiercely, I already know. This is called the heavens helping me. Big brother Nanhua, the battle will begin in 3 days. Our 5 major forces will also take action. My grandfather has already agreed to send all the experts of the Nebula Shrine. My grandfather can't take this lying down, another young master said excitedly. That's right. My father has also agreed. We can use this opportunity to express our goodwill to the Paragon Main Shrine. If we can become a force under the Paragon Main Shrine, who will dare to provoke us in the future, another young master said excitedly. My grandfather will probably agree too. If it wasn't for the Dragon Soul's strength, would we have suffered such humiliation? Young Master Nanhua said fiercely. Proud Sky Shrine experts, listen up. 3 days later, assist the Paragon Main Shrine in destroying the Ancient God Pavilion. Just then, the South Mystic Emperor's majestic voice sounded. Haha. That's great. The young masters laughed excitedly. Just a moment ago, the 5 major forces were still swallowing their anger in front of the Dragon Soul. The 5 young masters were kowtowing and begging for mercy. It could be said that the 5 major forces had lost all their face. In the blink of an eye, the heavens had given them a great opportunity. How could the 5 major forces miss this opportunity? Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul Palace was filled with a deathly aura. Everyone was panicking. Even the ancient great emperor's hearts were beating wildly at this moment. The Paragon Main Shrine issuing a challenge to the Ancient God Pavilion was undoubtedly issuing a challenge to the Dragon Soul. 3 days, we only have 3 days. What should we do? Lu Qingyang was extremely anxious. He couldn't calm down at all. Even Big Brother Feng can't do anything. What else can we do? Let's leave it to the heavens. Miao Qingqing sighed softly. Long Shihun said solemnly, this is the biggest test for our Dragon Soul. I'm already satisfied to be able to ascend to the Panga realm and have a chat. Even if I die in battle, I have no regrets. Beta Yen shrugged and smiled. That's true. When we were in the Empire, we didn't expect to be able to follow the Alliance Master and break through world after world. Crimson Emperor smiled happily. I wonder if I'll have a chance to see Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao was most worried about her precious daughter. Xiaoxiao, why don't we go back and take a look? Mu Honglian asked. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head firmly. I can't go. Brother Feng must be thinking of a way. There are still 3 days. Let's think of a way together. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the 6th level of the dimensional space with the help of Ancestor Xianzhan's power. Feng Wuchen wanted to ask the Space Emperor for help. But when he arrived at the space where the Space Emperor was, he was completely stunned. The Space Emperor's space no longer existed. Feng Wuchen had already realized that something had happened to the Space Emperor. We must find the reincarnation pagoda as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and flew to the 7th level. They still had a glimmer of hope if they could save Pangashi. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to waste any time as Patriarch Xianzhan's energy was being depleted very quickly. After all, this was the 6th level of the dimensional space. The dimensional power was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen couldn't care less about Space Emperor. He could only rush to the 7th level of the dimensional space. He had to find where Pangashi was sealed and rescue her before Patriarch Xianxia's energy was depleted. The deeper the dimensional space was, the larger it was. Due to the dimensional power, Feng Wuchen couldn't transmit his voice at all. He could only hope that Space Emperor was safe. After a few hours, Feng Wuchen finally arrived at the entrance of the 7th level. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed, he still needed a few hours. This showed how huge the 6th level was. Feng Wuchen had already spent more than a day to reach the entrance of the 7th level from the 1st level. Needless to say, the 7th level was even bigger. He couldn't afford to waste even a single second of his time. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate and rushed into the 7th level. The 7th level of the dimensional space was still an endless dark space. It was filled with mystery and fear. The darkness was filled with the unknown. The fear came from the unknown. Anyone who came here would be afraid. Is this the dimensional power of the 7th level? As soon as he entered the 7th level, even with the support of Patriarch Xianxia's energy, Feng Wuchen could already feel the terrifying power tearing and squeezing him. He was extremely shocked. With Patriarch Xianxia's energy protecting his body, Feng Wuchen could still feel the terrifying tearing and squeezing. How terrifying was the dimensional power of the 7th level? No wonder even the 100 emperors didn't dare to enter the 7th level. The dimensional power here is even more terrifying than the primordial ancestor. Feng Wuchen was even more shocked. Without enough power, entering the 7th level was simply courting death. Even if Feng Wuchen had an immortal body, he would probably be torn to pieces by this terrifying dimensional power. The more terrifying the power, the more Patriarch Xianxia's energy would be depleted. Master, Patriarch Xianxia's energy is being depleted faster and faster. Quickly find the place where the reincarnation pagoda is sealed. Long Xinjian's worried voice came. Yes, I hope I can sense the reincarnation pagoda as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission. Feng Wuchen shot out at top speed and took out the Panga Jade to sense the reincarnation pagoda. In the vast space of darkness, visibility was very poor. If not for the many towering celestial mountains floating in the void, it would really be like a huge black hole. Light attribute divine power was completely restrained, and the moment it was activated, it was swallowed up by the darkness. The dark-type divine power was unable to spread out and was directly devoured by the dimensional power. Feng Wuchen frantically used the Thousand Illusion technique. Like a headless fly, he searched for the reincarnation pagoda in the incomparably huge dark space. Feng Wuchen's speed was very fast. No matter where he went, he didn't need to stop at all. Feng Wuchen wanted the reaction of the Panga Jade after it sensed the reincarnation pagoda. Once the Panga Jade reacted, it proved that the reincarnation pagoda was nearby. What a terrifying dimensional power. No wonder old Jiao Han would come here to cultivate. Additionally, there should be many precious treasures on the 7th floor. Feng Wuchen frowned. However, Feng Wuchen didn't have the time to care about this. I hope we don't encounter a dimensional storm. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Feng Wuchen prayed secretly. Dimensional storms were extremely terrifying existences. They were terrifying storms condensed from dimensional power. Once he was sucked into them, Patriarch Xianxia's strength would definitely be instantly exhausted. Feng Wuchen would definitely be torn to pieces. The power emitted by the Panga Jade isn't weak. It should be able to sense the reincarnation pagoda soon. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, seemingly very confident. However, after several hours, there was no reaction from the Panga Jade. Patriarch Xianxia's strength was rapidly depleting. What's going on? I've been searching for so long, but there's no reaction from the Panga Jade. Feng Wuchen began to panic. He quickly traversed the huge dark space for a few hours. Even if he didn't search the entire 7th floor, he had at least searched more than half of it. However, there was no reaction. Could it be that the reincarnation pagoda wasn't in the 7th floor's dimensional space? Impossible. The reincarnation pagoda was very important to Sovereign Demon Soul. If the Panga realm couldn't sense the reincarnation pagoda, it must be on the 7th floor of the dimensional space. It couldn't be in other dimensional spaces. Would you place your important treasure where others could find it? Why is there no reaction? The soul of the reincarnation pagoda in the divine ring didn't react either. Didn't Senior Pangashi say that he could sense the reincarnation pagoda? Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety. His patience was almost exhausted. Master, what should we do? Patriarch Xianxia doesn't have much strength left. Dragon Xinjian's anxious voice sounded. Master, the 7th floor is very huge. No one knows exactly how big it is. I'm afraid we might not be able to sense it even if we use up all our strength. It's better to leave first. If we're too late, Patriarch Xian Zhan won't have enough strength to return. Feng Wuchen, let me tell you something. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast's voice suddenly sounded. Speak. Feng Wuchen said unhappily. Activate your mysterious power and use the Chaos Blood Eye. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted. Chaos Blood Eye? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He asked, when did I cultivate the Chaos Blood Eye? Why didn't I know about it? You don't have to cultivate it. The Chaos Blood Eye is together with the Chaotic Realm. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted. What's the use of the Chaos Blood Eye? Feng Wuchen asked. It can see what you want to see. Even if it's a dark space, you can see it. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted. I can see it on the 7th floor of the dimensional space? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. Yes. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Wuchen was furious. You didn't ask me. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said confidently. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, tell me honestly. Are you going to help me or not? You've seen how powerful Old Devil Soul is. Feng Wuchen transmitted. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast didn't answer. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. He immediately activated his mysterious power. The surface of his body glowed with white light. Feng Wuchen shouted, Chaos Blood Eye. Open. In the Chaos Realm, the Chaos Blood Eye suddenly opened. Feng Wuchen's eyes also turned blood red. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast was instantly suppressed. In the next second, Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. In his eyes, the dark space became bright with the help of the Chaos Blood Eye. He could even see through various mountains. Whatever he wanted to see, no matter how far it was, it would instantly appear in his eyes. The Chaos Blood Eye was many times more powerful than the ancient Devil Eye. I can't believe it. Feng Wuchen was stunned. Master, quickly find the Reincarnation Pagoda. Long Xinjian shouted. Reincarnation Pagoda. Quickly find the Reincarnation Pagoda for me. Feng Wuchen suddenly woke up. He kept repeating in his mind and looked around. Found it. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He said excitedly, the Reincarnation Pagoda is indeed here. End of chapter. Once the Chaotic Blood Eye opened, it immediately found the Reincarnation Pagoda. It was as if it was right in front of him. The Chaotic Blood Eye is actually so powerful. You can see it from so far away. It's as if it's right in front of you. The excited Feng Wuchen did not notice that the Chaotic Mysterious Fire Beast was being suppressed by the Chaotic Mysterious Fire Beast. Using the Thousand Illusions technique, Feng Wuchen arrived at the place where the Reincarnation Pagoda was sealed. The Immortal Mountain stood tall and majestic. There's actually a huge desert in the middle of the majestic Immortal Mountain. How special. Feng Wuchen appeared in the desert out of thin air. Feng Wuchen looked at the bottom of the desert where the Reincarnation Pagoda was. So it's an ancient seal. No wonder the Panga Jade couldn't sense the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen saw that there was another powerful seal on the outer layer of the Reincarnation Pagoda. This was why the Panga Jade couldn't sense the Reincarnation Pagoda. Even after arriving at the place where the Reincarnation Pagoda was sealed, the Panga Jade still didn't have any reaction. If you sense it carefully, there's still a weak aura of the Old Devil Soul. Feng Wuchen smiled. Master, think of a way to break the seal. There's not much time left. The Divine Eye reminded him. Feng Wuchen checked carefully and muttered, this isn't an ordinary ancient seal. Even if the Xuanzhen Heavenly Emperor came personally, he might not be able to break it. Its power is terrifying. Even the Xuanzhen Heavenly Emperor can't break it? The Dragon God Sword and the Divine Eyes souls were shocked. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, if it's just breaking the seal, even I can do it, let alone the Xuanzhen Heavenly Emperor. However, with the old Devil Soul's power, it's a different story. However, the seal's power doesn't seem to reject my mysterious power. Or rather, my mysterious power can suppress the old Devil Soul's power. Go in directly. This trashy seal can't stop you. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said. Trashy seal? Is it related to the chaotic realm? Feng Wuchen was stunned at first, but he soon guessed it. Primal chaos experts could disregard all domains. Who would have thought that they could disregard the sealing array? Feng Wuchen dove into the yellow sand and tried to enter the seal directly. If you don't try, you won't know. But if you try, you'll be shocked. Feng Wuchen directly passed through the seal without any obstruction. The terrifying sealing array seemed to be in vain. As expected, you can come in directly. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He was inwardly astonished at how powerful a primal chaos expert was. He could actually ignore such a terrifying sealing array. After entering the sealing array, the suppression of the dimensional power disappeared. Feng Wuchen? Pangashi's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. This was within the seal of Demon Soul Sovereign. Senior Pangushi. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed as he turned to look at Pangushi. Inside the terrifying sealing formation was a space. The true body of the reincarnation pagoda was right in front of him. Pangushi was sealed in the reincarnation tower. On the surface of the reincarnation pagoda, there was a terrifying seal that was specially used to seal Pangushi. Feng Wuchen, how did you come in? This is the seal of Demon Soul Sovereign. How did you come in? Pangushi asked in shock. She appeared on the first floor of the reincarnation pagoda. However, her physical body was already destroyed. Only her soul was left. Of course, I broke the seal and came in. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. The Panga jade in his hand was shining brightly at this moment. Not only that, the reincarnation pagoda in Feng Wuchen's divine ring also reacted at this moment. It was shining brightly with a surging power. Broke the seal and came in? Pangushi was stunned again. Pangushi knew better than anyone how terrifying Demon Soul Sovereign's seal was. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could break. If Pangushi could not break it, how could Feng Wuchen do it? Senior Pangushi, Demon Soul Sovereign has returned to Pangu domain. The battle is imminent. I have to save you first. Ancestor Xianxia alone is not his match. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Then, under Pangushi's horrified gaze, Feng Wuchen went through the seal of the reincarnation pagoda. Pangushi was dumbfounded again. Is he even human? Feng Wuchen ignored the seal set by a Panga realm expert. The Panga jade in his hand reacted even more strongly. The reincarnation pagoda also shone brightly. The souls were resonating with the true body. What a strong reaction! Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He immediately kept the reincarnation pagoda in his divine ring. He had finally found the true body of the reincarnation pagoda. He had successfully saved the 100 emperors. When the time came, as long as he saved the souls of the 100 emperors and helped them recover their physical bodies, together with Pangushi and ancestor Xianxia, they would be able to fight Demon Soul Sovereign. However, it would take a lot of time and energy to recover the bodies of the 100 emperors. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Feng Wuchen said, Senior Pangushi, I can help you recover your physical bodies, but it will take some time. Feng Wuchen, what kind of power is this? Did this power help you in? Pangushi could see that the white power on Feng Wuchen's surface was extraordinary. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled, not bad. As expected of Senior Pangushi. You can see it at a glance. What kind of terrifying power could ignore Demon Soul Sovereign's power? What? Shocked Pangushi even more was that he did not know what kind of power it was. He could not even sense the aura of this mysterious power. The mysterious power did not have any aura at all. Feng Wuchen, where did you get this mysterious power? You can ignore Demon Soul Sovereign's power. This power must be able to deal with him. Pangushi quickly asked. To be honest, I don't know myself. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and smiled. This power is indeed very strong, but my cultivation is too weak. I can't deal with Demon Soul Sovereign. Before ascending to Pangu World, Feng Wuchen had heard from the 100 Emperors that Demon Soul Sovereign was very terrifying. He only knew how terrifying it was after seeing it with his own eyes. Senior Pangashi, your soul body is very weak. Let me help you recover. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He activated the ancestor of soul power and injected it into Pangashi's soul body. Pangashi's soul body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its aura became more and more terrifying. He had not felt such a powerful feeling for millions of years. Pangashi was very excited. Soon, Pangashi's soul body recovered to its peak condition. Senior Pangashi, time is tight. Let's enter the 5-time space ring to recover your body. Feng Wuchen continued and waved his hand, entering a 5-time space ring. 5-time space ring? Pangashi was shocked. Feng Wuchen activated the power of Eternal Life Realm and smiled. That's right. It will take a few days to recover the body of a Panga Realm expert. I'm worried that Demon Soul Sovereign won't give us that much time. What Feng Wuchen did not know was that the war was less than a day away. The Supreme Divine Hall's army was already gathering. End of chapter. 36th Heaven. All the experts above the ancient god realm from the 3 transcendental forces under the Supreme Main Temple had gathered at the Supreme Main Temple. 35th Heaven. All the experts above the ancient god realm from the 5 transcendental forces under the Supreme Main Temple had gathered at the Supreme Main Temple. 34th Heaven, 33rd Heaven, and many other transcendental forces and experts had gathered at the Supreme Main Temple. The terrifying auras of the great ancient emperors and great emperors swept out wave after wave. We are willing to assist the Supreme Main Temple in destroying the ancient God Pavilion. Proud Sky Divine Hall, Nebula Temple, Dark Wind Pavilion, Great Tao Divine Sect, and many other transcendental forces had led their experts to help. However, Elder Tang Yun and the rest did not join in. The lineup was getting more and more terrifying. At a glance, the weakest was at the ancient god realm. There were tens of thousands of ancient gods and titled ancient gods, more than 100 great emperors, dozens of great ancient emperors, and 13 great emperors of 10 directions. Such a terrifying lineup was enough to wipe out the entire Pangu world. Seeing so many transcendental forces and experts coming to help, Supreme Demon Soul was very satisfied. Supreme Demon Soul, the 3 great protectors have not returned yet, but they have sent back news that they will be back in 4 hours, Fu Tianjun reported respectfully. It's okay. Supreme Demon Soul smiled faintly. It's just the ancient god pavilion. I don't care about it. Even if Ancestor Xianxia is at the Supreme Ancient Realm, he is far weaker than me. Supreme Demon Soul was not lying. He was indeed much stronger than Ancestor Xianxia. Supreme Demon Soul, Dragon Soul fought his way up to the 33rd heaven and ignored the order of heaven and earth. He openly went against the Supreme Main Shrine. This time, we can't let Dragon Soul off when we destroy the ancient god pavilion, an ancient great emperor said respectfully. The Dragon Soul is extremely arrogant. It doesn't take the Supreme Main Divine Palace seriously at all. Relying on the support of the ancient god pavilion, the God of Eyes Palace has become the Dragon Soul. It has killed many of our experts. It must make the Dragon Soul disappear from the Panga realm. Protector Qing said coldly. Every word of his was filled with heavy and cold killing intent. That's right. I can't let the Dragon Soul go. All forces related to the Dragon Soul will also be annihilated. The powerhouses of the various forces roared, their voices shaking the heavens. Supreme Demon Soul declared proudly, in a few hours, the ancient god pavilion and the Dragon Soul will no longer exist in Panga realm. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with supreme dominance. It was as if they could destroy the ancient god pavilion and the Dragon Soul at any time. Ancient god pavilion. Many experts had already gathered in the square. The Supreme Divine Hall has already gathered many experts. Their strength is far above ours. An ancient elder said solemnly. 13 10-direction great emperors. With such strength, it's true that we can't handle them, another ancient elder said with a frown. He was extremely worried. I hope Feng Wuchen can rescue Pangashi, said another elder. Their only hope was placed on Feng Wuchen. If Feng Wuchen could bring Pangashi back, they might still have a chance. If Feng Wuchen could not bring her back, or if he died in the 7th level of the dimensional space, they would be killed mercilessly. Old Ancestor, the ancient god pavilion and the various forces have already gathered, Great Emperor Xianxia reported respectfully. Ancestor Xianxia nodded slightly, but he could not lift his spirits. 3 days were almost up, but there was still no news from Feng Wuchen. Ancestor Xianxia and the others were getting more and more worried. Could it be that he did not manage to save Pangashi? Could it be that he had exhausted his strength and died? No one knew. Great Emperor Xianxia looked at Ancestor Xianxia and said, "Old Ancestor, you don't have to worry too much. Feng Wuchen has an immortal body. If Feng Wuchen doesn't come back, the consequences will be dire. How can I not worry?" Ancestor Xianxia sighed. This was not only related to the ancient god pavilion, but also the life and death of the 100 emperors. "Master, you must be safe." Great Emperor Dan Feng prayed in his heart. At this moment, Guardian Hurricane and Jiao Xian appeared. "Old Ancestor. Great Emperor Gu Wu from the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall is leading many experts to the ancient god pavilion." Guardian Hurricane reported respectfully. "Old Ancestor. Great Emperor Tianlin is leading many experts to the ancient god pavilion," Jiao Xian reported respectfully. Ancestor Xianxia and the 9 ancient elders were instantly energized. The 2 strongest alchemist forces in the Panga domain had a terrifying network. They only needed to say one word, and countless experts in the Panga domain would work for them. "Very good." Ancestor Xianxia nodded as his eyebrows relaxed. At this moment, the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall and the Divine Elixir Pavilion were leading many experts to the Ancient God Pavilion. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the same time, dozens of figures appeared in the square of the Ancient God Pavilion. They were the Dragon Soul Monarch Soul War God and the Mystic Soul War God. "Greetings, Old Ancestor, 9 Ancient Elders, Pavilion Master." Lai Feng, Baihu, and the others bowed respectfully. "Old Ancestor, Lai Feng and Baihu are back. Their cultivation has improved greatly under Feng Wuchen's guidance," Great Emperor Wanxi said excitedly. Ancestor Xianxia nodded satisfactorily and said with a smile, "Very good. Lai Feng and the others have indeed broken through to the Great Emperor realm." In the Ancient God Pavilion, the Great Emperors and titled Ancient Gods were extremely shocked. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura that Lai Feng and Tang Xian exuded. It was very powerful. "Old Ancestor, we are here to help under the orders of the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul is gathering experts and will reach the Ancient God Pavilion in an hour." Lai Feng reported respectfully. "Good. Very good." Ancestor Xianxia smiled satisfactorily and asked, "Are the great ancient emperors hiding in the dark also Dragon Soul?" Ancestor Xianxia, "We are Dragon Soul battle gods." Great Emperor Ao Feng's voice came from the void. "Dragon Soul battle gods." Ancestor Xianxia nodded. Baihu said respectfully, "Old Ancestor, there are a total of 23 Dragon Soul battle gods. Great Emperor Yijun has yet to come out of seclusion." Hiss. Everyone in the Ancient God Pavilion gasped in shock when they heard Baihu's words. 23 ancient great emperors. How terrifying was that? Even the Ancient God Pavilion did not have so many great ancient emperors. They only had 17 great ancient emperors. Great Emperor Yijun? Ancestor Xianxia was stunned and asked, "Are you the Sword Soul Emperor's disciple, Blood Demon Lord?" "Yes. Great Emperor Yijun should be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm when he comes out of seclusion," Baihu replied respectfully. As expected of the Sword Soul Emperor's disciple. He did not embarrass the Sword Soul Emperor. An ancient elder praised with a smile. Ancestor Xianxia smiled happily and said, "Blood Demon Lord is indeed an amazing sword genius." Roar. A loud roar suddenly sounded and the blood Qilint's giant body appeared. It smiled and said, "Count me in." End of chapter. Blood Kirin? Seeing the giant beast, Ancestor Xianxia and the 9 ancient elders were shocked. 10 Direction Great Emperors. The elites of the Ancient God Pavilion were also shocked. "I can't believe Ancestor Xianxia and the 9 ancient elders still remember me." The blood Kirin smiled as its giant body landed on the plaza. Of course, I remember you. Ancestor Xianxia smiled happily. It's been so long. I didn't expect the Blood Kirin to become a 10-direction Great Emperor. Its bloodline power has become so strong, an ancient elder exclaimed. Thank you for your help, little brother Feng, the Blood Kirin said with a smile. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Not long after the Blood Kirin arrived, the elites of the ancient alchemy temple and the divine pill pavilion appeared one after another. The two transcendental powers had a terrifying lineup. There were more than 20,000 people. There were a dozen great ancient emperors and dozens of great emperors. The rest were titled ancient gods. Ancient great emperor forces, to be able to have such terrifying rallying power, it was only the ancient alchemy divine palace and divine pill pavilion. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. With the two transcendental powers joining, the overall power of the ancient god pavilion increased. Greetings, Ancestor Xianxia. Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer and Great Emperor Sky Kirin bowed politely. Ancestor Xianxia smiled happily. No need to be so polite. Where is senior brother? Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer looked around and didn't see Feng Wuchen. He quickly asked. This? Ancestor Xianxia didn't know how to answer. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, many more figures appeared. The Dragon Soul is here, the Blood Kirin said with a smile. The Dragon Soul elites led by Xianxia appeared one after another. There were many of them. They were Dragon Soul elites from the first sky to the 33rd sky. They were all ancient gods and above. There were more than 10,000 of them. How long had the Dragon Soul been developing? There were more than 10,000 ancient gods and titled ancient gods. The speed of their growth was unimaginable. Wow. Is this the ancient god pavilion? It's really impressive. It was the first time that Lu Qingyang and the others had come to the ancient god pavilion. They were all attracted by the majestic palace in front of them. If you can survive the battle, you can take the test at the ancient god pavilion and get the ancient god ring, Yi Tianqing said with a smile. That makes sense. Long Qinghun chuckled softly. Long Yan laughed softly, I think so too. Madam Lord, this is Ancestor Xianxia of the ancient god pavilion. They are the 9 primordial elders. Lai Feng said respectfully. Junior Ling Xiaoxiao greets Patriarch Xianxia and the 9 primordial elders. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest of the younger generation bowed politely. Long Shihun, Patriarch Qianyao, and the others bowed politely too. Madam Honorable? Is she the wife of the Great Guardian? Many experts in the ancient god pavilion were surprised. They were all sizing up Ling Xiaoxiao. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Ancestor Xianxia smiled happily as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. The leading primordial elder exclaimed, as expected of the Dragon Soul's younger generation. They are all geniuses. Great Elder, they just descended to the Panga realm less than a year ago, Emperor Peerless added. No one knew if it was intentional or not. What? Less than a year? Ancestor Xianxia and the 9 primordial elders were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. The experts in the ancient god pavilion, ancient alchemy sacred hall, divine pill pavilion, and their subordinate forces were all dumbfounded. In less than a year, they had reached the blue, green, and other titled ancient gods. Dong dong, what kind of terrifying cultivation speed was that? Even monsters weren't that fast, right? Shocking. Too shocking. Dragon Soul's members were all monsters. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, an awkward smile appeared on Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face. Ancestor Xianxia, so many experts have gathered in the ancient god pavilion. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, Supreme Demon Soul laughed arrogantly. Ancestor Xianxia's face darkened, but he ignored him. Time passed by, and both sides were ready for a life-and-death battle. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was still healing Pangashi's body. There were only a few hours left before the battle, and he didn't know if he could make it back in time. Everyone was waiting for Feng Wuchen and Pangashi to appear. Unfortunately, they didn't see them in the end. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The time for the battle had arrived, and Supreme Demon Soul immediately led tens of thousands of experts from the Supreme Main Shrine to the ancient God Pavilion at full speed. The formation was huge, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Ancestor Xianxia, after today's battle, I will make sure the ancient God Pavilion vanishes from the Panga realm. Supreme Demon Soul's majestic voice suddenly sounded in the Panga realm. An extremely domineering and violent aura instantly spread out from the Supreme Main Shrine, suppressing the experts from the ancient God Pavilion from afar. In an instant, all the experts from the ancient God Pavilion were shocked by Supreme Demon Soul's terrifying aura, and their faces turned pale with fright. The battle hadn't even begun, but the experts from the ancient God Pavilion were already shocked. Once the battle started, it could be imagined how terrifying the impact would be. Humph! Ancestor Xianxia snorted fiercely, and a vast aura burst out, sweeping toward the Supreme Main Shrine with an unstoppable force. The fierce aura also shocked many experts from the Supreme Main Shrine. Since you dare to come, I will make you pay a painful price. I will make sure you don't return. Ancestor Xianxia shouted angrily, and a terrifying killing intent burst out. The battle was ready to begin. This battle concerns our survival. Everyone, be careful, Ancestor Xianxia warned, and his old face was unprecedentedly solemn. Ancestor Xianxia and the 9 ancient elders flashed into the void at the same time and released their strongest aura. Many experts also flashed into the void, taking out all kinds of Pangu artifacts, and unleashing their full strength. Is my husband not coming back? Ling Xiaoxiao was a little sad. Dragon Soul, listen to my command. Everyone, fight with your full strength. Jianqiu ordered. At Jianqiu's command, the Dragon Soul immediately took out the 7-star Pangu artifacts and activated the array, and their combat strength surged. When they unleashed their full strength, their combat strength rose by almost 1 level. The Dragon Soul God of War, the Sovereign Soul God of War, and the Mystic Soul God of War all unleashed their full strength. Their combat strength surged wildly, and waves of domineering and terrifying sword essence burst out, causing many experts to tremble in fear. None of them had expected the people from the Dragon Soul to be so powerful. Ancestor Xianxia, be prepared to die. Supreme Demon Soul shouted coldly, and his terrifying killing intent locked onto Ancestor Xianxia. The Supreme Main Shrine's army had arrived. In the void, tens of thousands of people shot over at lightning speed, and their killing intent surged to the sky. They were as terrifying as an army of hundreds of thousands. Kill them all. Fu Tianjun ordered fiercely. Kill. Ancestor Xianxia ordered angrily. The battle was about to begin. Did something really happen to Feng Wuchen? At this moment, Ancestor Xianxia started to give up. Ancestor Xianxia, is this your strongest combat power? Demon Soul Supreme sneered. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the same height as Ancestor Xianxia. Demon Soul Supreme didn't hide the disdain in his eyes. Come, let me see your strength. In the entire Panga realm, only you are qualified to make me fight. Demon Soul Supreme sneered as if his opponent wasn't an expert, but a weakling. Humph. Ancestor Xianxia snorted. His body turned into a strange shadow and shot out. His speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were ferocious. Feng Wuchen didn't make it back. It was a foregone conclusion. Ancestor Xianxia had to fight Demon Soul Supreme with all his strength. The Panga realm experts started to fight. At the same time, Fu Tianjun, Ancient Sorcerer Emperor, Nalan Gong, and the others roared at Fu Tianjun. Their soul power exploded as they attacked without hesitation. Sky Qilin Emperor and Pil Wind Emperor attacked at the same time. 6 ancient Great Emperor realm alchemists joined forces. Fu Tianjun was slightly surprised. Oh? I didn't expect your soul power to increase so much. Fu Tianjun was only surprised. He wasn't afraid of the 6 ancient Great Emperor realm alchemists at all. After all, he was a 10-direction Great Emperor realm alchemist. Xiangang Great Elder, I'll be your opponent. The second elder of the Supreme Divine Palace sneered. A terrifying aura burst out and locked onto Xiangang Great Elder. Today's battle is unavoidable, Xiangang said in a low voice. The 9 ancient Great Elders attacked and locked onto the 10-direction Great Emperors of the Supreme Divine Palace. Guardian Qing. Guardian Poliu. Your opponent is me. Blood Qilin roared. He had been tricked by the two of them, and he had to make them pay the price today. The battle between the 10 Direction Great Emperors started. However, the Supreme Divine Palace had 15 10 Direction Great Emperors, while the Ancient God Pavilion only had 10. The difference in strength was huge. With 5 more 10 Direction Great Emperors, no one from the Ancient God Pavilion could stop them. Dragon Soul Supreme, listen to my order. Use your movement techniques to kill him in one strike. Xianxia ordered. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others all used teleportation to kill their enemies. Swish. Swish. Chi. 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 Ling Xiaoxiao's instant teleportation was paired with her powerful movement technique. Wherever she went, blue-colored titled ancient gods and cyan titled ancient gods would have their throats slit. Stinking brat. Don't be too complacent. Young Master Nan was shouted angrily. It's you. Lu Qingyang said fiercely. He didn't expect that the 5 forces that he had let go of would actually make a move. All of you Dragon Soul must die. Young Master Nanhua roared and charged toward Lu Qingyang and Ling Xiaoxiao. The other young masters also locked onto Qiu Tian and the others. Hongji, Duhun, stop them. Nightfall shouted. Dragon Soul War God, heed my command. Your strength isn't something that ordinary great ancient emperors can match. Try to fight 1 against 2 and stop the enemy great ancient emperors. Jianzhou ordered. Leave Great Emperor Mi Tian to me. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the other Dragon Soul War Gods immediately used their movement skills and shot out. Waves of overbearing sword intent burst out. Great Emperor Ao Feng. Great Emperor Mi Tian's expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted, Great Guardian, kill Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others first. Oh? Ao Feng? Shen Shui? I didn't expect it to be you. The Great Guardian of the Supreme Divine Palace said in surprise. Before he finished speaking, he had already blocked Great Emperor Ao Feng's path. Suyang Tian. Great Emperor Ao Feng frowned. Suyang Tian was a great emperor of the 10 Directions. His strength was second only to the 5 elders of the Supreme Divine Palace. The 5 of you can come at me together, Suyang Tian said arrogantly and stretched out his hand. Attack! Great Emperor Ling Tian shouted. The 5 of them charged forward without hesitation. War gods, heed my command. You have the advantage among the great emperors. Kill them all. Jianzhou ordered again. Yes, sir. Lai Feng and the others fought with all their strength. Lai Feng and the others had improved greatly in the Sword Dao domain. War gods, heed my command. Your mission is to kill all enemies below the Great Emperor level. Jianzhou gave the final order and charged forward with the 7-star Panga sword. Panga technique. Instant kill. The white tiger immediately roared. Its monstrous anger and killing intent erupted at the same time. It immediately used its terrifying trump card. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. A life and death battle was taking place. The experts on both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. Waves of terrifying energy had already spread a million zhang away. The 36 heavens experienced an unprecedented earthquake. Countless celestial mountains and palaces collapsed, and the void exploded. The terrifying energy had already spread to the 33 heavens. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. The battle had only started for a few minutes, but both sides had already suffered heavy casualties. Especially on the side of the ancient god pavilion. The 4 great emperors of the Supreme Divine Palace couldn't stop them at all. If 1 came, they would kill 1. If 2 came, they would kill a pair. Everyone below the great emperors were ants. Are there no more great emperors in the ancient god pavilion? Trash like you? No matter how many of you come, I'll kill all of you. One of the great emperors sneered. This young master enjoys the thrill of killing weaklings. Come, come, let this protector kill to his heart's content. Another protector roared with laughter. Wherever he passed, the great emperors and great emperors were killed in one strike. No one could defeat them. At this rate, the great emperors and great emperors of the ancient god pavilion would definitely be killed by the 4 of them. The difference in strength between both sides was huge. After a few minutes of life and death battle, the gap between the two sides widened. The great emperors and great emperors of the ancient god pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Even the dragon soul war god couldn't stop the four protectors of the supreme divine palace. You four bastards. The myriad world's emperor roared in anger, you four bastards. Think of a way to stop them. They are great emperors. We can't stop them. We have to stop them even if we have to die. Great Emperor Peerless roared. The battle has just begun, and you're already so scared? One of the protectors sneered. Ice God's domain. Great Emperor Divine Snow suddenly shouted. She activated her domain and trapped one of the great emperors. Divine Snow, don't. Great Emperor Ao Feng exclaimed. Humph. Great Emperor Divine Snow, do you think you can stop this protector with your strength? The protector who was trapped sneered. Boom. Pfft. Great Emperor Divine Snow's domain was forcefully broken, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh. A figure came in an instant, grabbed Divine Snow Emperor by the throat, and lifted him up with a sneer. This protector only needs one finger to kill you. Divine Snow. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others shouted in panic. The protector glanced at Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others and sneered, this protector doesn't know what it means to be gentle. End of chapter. Nangong Yi. Stop. Great Emperor Ao Feng roared. Lord Ao Feng, I've never let any of my enemies go. Let alone a woman, I'll even kill a child. Nangong Yi sneered as he tightened his grip on Great Emperor Divine Snow's throat. Not only Great Emperor Divine Snow, but all of you will die. Xianxia sneered. Nangong Yi, kill her. That's right. All of you will die. Haha. More. The other 3 10-direction Great Emperors were slaughtering madly. Great Emperor Divine Snow, be on your way. Nangong Yi sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was about to twist Great Emperor Divine Snow's head off. Great Emperor Divine Snow couldn't break free. Nangong Yi. How dare you kill Divine Snow? I'll make sure you die with her. Great Emperor Tianmen roared madly. Great Emperor Ao Feng and the others wanted to save Divine Snow, but Su Yongtian didn't give them the chance. Chi. At the critical moment, blood spurted out. Nangong Ye's expression changed as his eyes almost popped out. The arm that was grabbing Divine Snow's throat was cut off instantly. The scariest thing was that Nangong Yi didn't realize that danger was approaching. The attack seemed to have appeared in an instant, making it impossible to defend. Sword Intent Manifestation. Nangong Ye's face was filled with shock as he retreated in fear. The pain from his broken arm spread throughout his body, causing Nangong Ye's face to twist in pain. What? Sword Intent Manifestation. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Boom boom boom. 3 extremely domineering energy swords of sword intent appeared out of thin air and forcefully sent the 3 protectors flying. What terrifying power! As expected of the manifestation of sword intent. One of the protectors frowned deeply. His previous arrogant and proud demeanor was instantly replaced by a strong sense of fear. This is... Great Emperor Ao Feng was stunned. They were also shocked by the sudden scene. How powerful was Nangong Yi to be able to cut off one of his arms in an instant? What a terrifying sword intent! Fu Tianjun, Xiangang, and the other 10-direction Great Emperors were shocked. In the entire Panga realm, there were no more than 5 people who had reached the level of sword will manifestation. Great Emperor Yi Jun. All the top experts guessed who it was. 10 directions Great Emperor realm. A very domineering sword intent. That brat Yi Jun actually stepped into the 10 directions Great Emperor realm before me. That brat Feng Wuchen must have taken special care of him. Emperor Myriad Era's heart trembled. How is this possible? Emperor Yi Jun has become a 10-direction emperor. Protector Poliu was extremely shocked and incredulous. Emperor Yi Jun. Guardian Qing shuddered with fear in his eyes. Great Emperor Yi Jun was already terrifying when he was in the ancient Great Emperor realm. Now that he had become a 10 directions Great Emperor, his strength was bound to be even more terrifying. Emperor Yi Jun has come out of seclusion. Qiu Tian and the others were overjoyed. 10 directions Great Emperor Realm. Lu Qingyang cheered excitedly. Emperor Yi Jun has made a breakthrough. Lai Feng and Bai Hu were extremely excited. Emperor Yi Jun's breakthrough to the 10 directions Great Emperor Realm had undoubtedly increased their battle prowess. Bloodthirsty eyes. Emperor Yi Jun's extremely cold voice rang out. Then, an extremely terrifying bloodthirsty demonic aura swept out along with a violent storm. Emperor Yi Jun had already activated his battle mode. Bloodthirsty eyes. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard these 3 words. A strong sense of fear welled up in their hearts. The bloodthirsty eyes seemed to be the embodiment of a terrifying power. Buzz buzz. Extremely destructive divine power erupted, making everyone feel as if a demon had awakened. The 36 heavens shook violently. Nangongyi, bullying an ancient great emperor is nothing, but how dare you touch my friend? Emperor Yi Jun's maniacal laughter rang out. Balanced Gali as soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Yi Jun's figure suddenly appeared behind Nangongyi. Watch out, Nangongyi! Xianxia suddenly shouted. What? Nangongyi's expression changed drastically. He turned around and struck out with his palm. However, Nangongyi immediately regretted it after he struck out with his palm. Sword chi projection. Nangongyi's eyeballs were about to fly out. Intense uneasiness and fear welled up in his heart. Boom, poof, the moment Nangongyi struck out with his palm, an extremely domineering sword intent energy sword instantly struck his back. The domineering power caused him to spit out blood and fly backward. How is this possible? I can't even block one of his sword intent energy swords. Nangongyi was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that a sword intent energy sword had such terrifying power. Whoosh. Whoosh, boom. Boom, poof. 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 In less than a minute, Nangongyi was severely injured by Emperor Yi Jun. Nangongyi didn't even have a chance to retaliate. How can this be? How can Emperor Yi Jun be so strong? Nangongyi became more and more terrified. He couldn't block the domineering sword intent energy swords at all. The power of each sword intent energy sword was extremely terrifying. Poof, in the next second, a sword intent energy sword suddenly pierced the heavily injured Nangongyi's neck from behind. Nangongyi's eyes widened in horror and despair. Nangongyi. Xianxia and the others were extremely shocked. Fu Tianjun said in disbelief, Guardian Nangongyi was killed. So powerful. Emperor Divine Snow and the others were also dumbfounded. Sword intent is so terrifying. Guardian Qing was scared out of his wits. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could it be so easy to kill a 10-direction great emperor? Was Nangongyi really that weak? Of course not. It was just that Emperor Yi Jun was too powerful. Emperor Yi Jun. Well done. Lu Qingyang and the others shouted excitedly. Is this all the guardians of the Paragon Divine Palace can do? I'm so disappointed. This is what you get for daring to touch my friend. Emperor Yi Jun laughed maniacally. Boom, the sword intent that pierced Nangongyi's neck exploded and turned him into dust. The 10-direction Great Emperor was reduced to ashes. Blood Demon Lord. You're courting death. The 3 guardians were enraged. Their terrifying auras locked onto Emperor Yi Jun, and they shot out without hesitation. The 3 of you are not enough. Xianxia, you can come as well, Emperor Yi Jun said crazily. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Emperor Yi Jun, don't be so arrogant. You've just become a 10-direction Great Emperor. Xianxia, you'll make your move soon. The 3 of them are no match for me. Emperor Yi Jun laughed maniacally and faced the 3 guardians with the 9-star Pangu sword. 9-star Pangu sword. Xianxia frowned, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Although Emperor Yi Jun had just become a 10-direction Great Emperor, his strength was indeed terrifying. Xianxia wasn't confident that he could defeat Emperor Yi Jun with his bloodthirsty eyes and his sword intent. Panga technique. Windless Phantom Slash. One of the protectors suddenly roared and used the Panga technique. Panga technique. 8 Desolation Soul-Destroying Claw. Another protector roared and formed a seal with both hands, gathering terrifying power. Panga technique. Ninefold burning sky palm. Another protector activated his fire attribute divine power and blasted a palm at Emperor Yi Jun. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, three extremely terrifying forces rushed toward Emperor Yi Jun. Their attacks were extremely fierce, and all the forces below the 10-direction Great Emperor level were overwhelmed. The three protectors attacked with all their might. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. Let me show you my master sword technique. Emperor Yi Jun laughed crazily. His terrifying sword intent was already gathering, and a vast aura surged into the sky. Ancient Panga technique. God-slaying sword. Emperor Yi Jun roared and swept out his sword. The domineering sword intent instantly turned into a 100,000-foot-long energy sword and shot out. The 100,000-foot-long energy sword was invincible. It was breathtaking and made people feel as if doomsday had arrived. Such terrifying power. Xianxia's eyes widened, and his heart pounded. The three protectors were also horrified. They didn't expect Emperor Yi Jun's move to be so terrifying. God-slaying sword. Fu Tianjun, Xiangang, and the other 10-direction Great Emperors were shocked. They couldn't help but turn to look. This was Sword Soul Emperor's terrifying sword technique. They finally saw it again after millions of years. God-slaying sword? Above the void, Demon Soul Supremacy also glanced and smiled. As expected of Sword Soul Emperor's personal disciple. He's grown to this level after millions of years? Although Emperor Yi Jun isn't as strong as Sword Soul Emperor, it's not easy for him to comprehend God-slaying sword to this level, Forefather Xianxia praised in his heart. Break! Emperor Yi Jun roared madly and slammed his domineering sword intent into the three enforcers' Panga mantra. Rumble. PFFF. PFFF. Buzz. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, several forces collided and exploded. The three protectors spat out blood at the same time and were sent flying. Destructive ripples of energy swept out in all directions with an unstoppable momentum. How is this possible? The three protectors were scared out of their wits. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed by the terrifying energy ripples. The three of them unleashed the Panga mantra at full power, but they were still unable to block Emperor Yi Jun's god-slaying arrogant sword. 10 directions Great Emperors, how could they believe it? Is that all you've got? Too weak. Haha. Emperor Yi Jun laughed maniacally as his bloodthirsty demonic nature erupted without restraint. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in horror. Their eyes were wide open, and their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Emperor Yi Jun had severely injured 10 directions Great Emperors with a single strike. How powerful was he? Swish. Swish. Boom. Boom. Boom, Emperor Yi Jun's sword fingers moved rapidly, and a large number of energy swords exploded amidst the terrifying energy ripples. No one knew if the three protectors were dead or alive. He injured 10 directions Great Emperors with a single strike of the god-slaying arrogant sword? Fu Tianjuan's old eyes were about to fly out of their sockets. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Protector Poliu and Protector Qing were also dumbfounded. The experts of the Paragon Main Temple were all dumbfounded. On the other hand, the ancient God Pavilion and Dragon Soul were extremely excited, and their auras surged. As expected of the Sword Soul Emperor's sword technique. Its power is truly terrifying. Elder Xiangang was shocked. Emperor Yi Jun, kill them. Emperor Peerless suddenly roared. Emperor Yi Jun smiled mockingly. Don't worry, ancient God Pavilion Master. Even if the three of them don't die, they won't live for long. Emperor Yi Jun's bloodthirsty gaze swept towards Xianxia. Madness appeared on his face again as he sneered. Xianxia, it's your turn. If you think you can beat me one-on-one, then come at me. Emperor Yi Jun's battle intent surged as he shot out with the 9-star Panga sword. His attacks were violent and bloodthirsty. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia snorted fiercely as a cold murderous aura swept out. As the great protector of the Paragon Main Temple, Xianxia was extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Emperor Yi Jun was, Xianxia was only afraid of the manifestation of sword intent. Xianxia roared and unleashed his full strength. He summoned his 8-star Panga sword and shot out, unwilling to be outdone. Let's fight. Manifestation of sword intent. Emperor Yijun became even crazier. His sword intent soared into the sky and circled around his body. The domineering sword intent was controlled at will. In the blink of an eye, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Due to Emperor Yijun's participation in the fierce battle of life and death, the outcome of the battle was reversed. The experts of the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul began to counterattack. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others relied on their terrifying movement techniques to kill countless enemies. Their bodies were dyed red with the blood of their enemies. The dragon soul god of war, the sovereign soul god of war, and the mystic soul god of war left a large number of casualties wherever they went. It had been millions of years since the last large-scale battle. Millions of years ago, the Paragon Main Temple won a great victory, severely injuring Panga Shi and killing 100 emperors. Now, millions of years later, no one knew if the Paragon Main Temple could destroy the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul. However, based on the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the Paragon Main Temple destroyed the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul. The ancient god pavilion and dragon soul gradually gained the upper hand, but this wouldn't change the final outcome of the battle. After all, Demon Soul Prime hadn't fallen yet. The strength of the dragon soul is indeed not weak. It is slowly gaining the upper hand in the battle. That brat Feng Wuchen has yet to appear. It seems that he is in seclusion. Sovereign Demon Soul sneered, not caring about the life and death of the experts of the Supreme Main Shrine. Ancestor Xianxia didn't say anything. He attacked with all his might. Even though he knew he wasn't Demon Soul Prime's match, he tried his best to delay Demon Soul Prime and buy enough time to destroy more enemies in the following battle. Ancestor Xianxia, the event ends here. Demon Soul Prime sneered. Show me your true strength. I won't show you any mercy. As he spoke, Demon Soul Prime's divine power started to soar. It was invincible. Humph. Bring it on. Ancestor Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely. His aura exploded. He put his palms together and shouted, Ancient Panga Technique. Limitless Dharma Image. Buzz buzz. Terrifying energy surged out wildly. Ancestor Xianxia's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. A 10,000-foot tall giant. A 10,000-foot tall giant, it was so huge that it was visually impactful. It wasn't a mountain, but a person, a 10,000-foot tall giant. All the experts on the battlefield felt their scalps tingle. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying ancient Panga technique. Patriarch Xianxia is indeed terrifying. Even 10,000 of me wouldn't be able to defeat such immeasurable power. Emperor Yijun was also shocked. It's my first time seeing the Patriarch use such a terrifying Panga technique. White Tiger and the others were stunned. Even the giant tribe wasn't this big back then, right? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were stunned. Patriarch Xianxia actually hid such a powerful ancient Panga technique. How shocking. Fu Tianjun and the others were also shocked. It was too terrifying. Just looking at it gave people a feeling of invincibility. It was as if his entire body was filled with invincible power. Patriarch Xianxia was indeed terrifying. Limitless Dharma Idol? Demon Soul Prime smiled faintly without any change in expression. Just how much confidence did he have in his own strength? Patriarch Xianxia shouted angrily, Demon Soul, if I don't have some trump cards, wouldn't I be a joke? Come on, let me see. Demon Soul Prime sneered. Patriarch Xianxia roared and slapped his huge palm toward Demon Soul Prime. With a wave of his palm, the 36 heavens all collapsed. The wind it stirred up turned all the mountains a million feet away into ashes. The entire 36 heavens shook violently, and countless cultivators swayed along with it. The most terrifying thing was that with his huge body, the speed of his palm was also terrifying. It was just a simple palm strike, but it had such destructive power. Almost everyone stopped fighting and held their breaths. They were all scared out of their wits. However, Demon Soul Prime's expression still didn't change. Boom, buzz. Buzz, facing Patriarch Xianxia's extremely terrifying palm, Demon Soul Prime gathered divine power in his palm and countered. With a boom, it was as if Mars had crashed into Earth. The destructive power of the collision swept out wildly with the power to devour everything. In the blink of an eye, immeasurable destructive power covered the entire 36 heavens. Gulp, seeing the terrifying energy ripples in the void, all the experts below were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. What kind of terrifying power was that? At that moment, Fu Tianjun and the others felt as if they had returned to millions of years ago, when Demon Soul Sovereign fought against Panga Shi. In a battle between Panga realm experts, every punch and kick was an existence that could destroy the world. He blocked it. Elder Shangang said in shock. His old eyes bulged out and his face was filled with disbelief. That's impossible. The other ancient elders widened their eyes in shock. Demon Soul Supremacy blocked such a terrifying attack with a single hand. Emperor Yijun was flabbergasted. He couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were speechless. When Patriarch Xianzhan's terrifying palm came crashing down, Demon Soul Supremacy blocked it with a single hand. He wasn't shaken at all. My divine power has been countered. That old freak Yao Hun was able to easily block it. Patriarch Xianzhan was rather shocked as well. Even though he knew that his strength was inferior to Sovereign Demon Soul, he never expected that his palm strike would be unable to shake Sovereign Demon Soul at all. He should have at least taken a few steps back, right? Unfortunately, he didn't. Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy didn't move at all. Humph. Patriarch Xianzhan gritted his teeth and punched out with even more terrifying divine power. With one punch, countless immortal mountains collapsed, and a storm of death ruthlessly destroyed the void. Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy sneered and punched back. Boom. Buzz. Another earth-shattering explosion sounded. The destructive force of the collision swept out again with a force that could destroy everything. Even the more terrifying punch couldn't push Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy back half a step. Dragon Soul, the Ancient God Pavilion, and the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall experts were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? Patriarch Xianzhan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. That punch was already 90% of his power. It still couldn't shake Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy. Patriarch Xianzhan, your ancient Panga method isn't that powerful. You've disappointed me. Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy sneered disdainfully. When their fists collided, Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy trembled. Boom. Extremely domineering divine power exploded. With a boom, Patriarch Xianzhan's expression changed. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his huge body slid a few hundred meters away. A simple punch was enough to send the 10,000-meter-tall giant flying several hundred meters away. What kind of terrifying power was that? What kind of huge difference was that? Seeing this, all the experts were shocked by Sovereign Demon Soul's terrifying power. This is bad. Patriarch Xianzhan's power can't do anything to Sovereign Demon Soul. Where's the Lord? Is the Lord in seclusion? Emperor Yijun was extremely worried. Patriarch Xianzhan has such terrifying power, but he can't fight Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy. Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded. His voice was trembling. Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy is too powerful. Emperor Ancient Shaman and the others were also stunned. Even Patriarch Xianzhan is no match for him. Who else can deal with Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy? Emperor Ao Feng was dumbfounded. His face was extremely pale. Patriarch Xianzhan couldn't take a casual punch from Sovereign Demon Soul Supremacy. Ancient God Pavilion and Dragon Soul started to panic. Once Patriarch Xianzhan was defeated, only death would await them. Patriarch Xianzhan, I'll give you one more chance. Show me what you've got. Sovereign Demon Soul sneered. His disdain couldn't be more obvious. Buzz. Patriarch Xianzhan's eyes flashed fiercely. He raised his huge hand and took out the 9-star Pengu artifact giant axe. He unleashed all his power, and his domineering aura surged. With the support of the Sanluo Dharma idol, Patriarch Xianzhan used all his power and the 9-star Pengu artifact. This was undoubtedly Patriarch Xianzhan's peak power. Panga Divine Axe. The supreme Pengu artifact of Panga realm. Panga Divine Axe of Sovereign Pengu. Seeing the giant axe in Patriarch Xianzhan's hand, everyone exclaimed. Their hearts were in turmoil. Panga Divine Axe. Sovereign Demon Soul sneered. The Panga divine weapon is indeed powerful. I didn't expect Pangashi's axe to be in your hands. Huh? Patriarch Xianxia roared angrily. He swung the giant axe down. The giant axe flashed with dazzling golden light. Its power was boundless. Even Pangashi couldn't defeat me back then. You, Patriarch Xianxia, can't do it. Sovereign Demon Soul sneered. Patriarch Xianxia, don't forget that my power is Yuan Ling Divine Force, which is above Panga Divine Force. It can counter all divine forces. So what? Patriarch Xianxia roared angrily. He swung the giant axe down. So what? Sovereign Demon Soul sneered. A mere Panga divine axe is like a piece of scrap metal in front of me. Like scrap metal, all the experts present were dumbfounded. That was Panga's axe. It was the supreme Pangu artifact of the Panga realm and a top-tier existence. It could greatly enhance the user's strength and make up for the huge gap. But Demon Soul Prime called it scrap metal. There should be a limit to his arrogance, right? Could it be that Demon Soul Prime had a top-tier Pangu artifact that was even more terrifying than Panga's axe? Not only the experts of the Ancient God Pavilion, but even the experts of the Supreme Main Divine Palace couldn't stand it anymore. Demon Soul Prime. How dare you insult Panga Supreme? I won't forgive you. Patriarch Xianxia was furious, and his murderous aura surged. His murderous aura took form, the blood-red murderous aura formed a storm. Demon Soul Prime sneered. Panga Supreme was the supreme expert who created the world. He was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, after he created the world, he turned into countless creatures and left behind the Panga's axe. Although it's the most powerful Pangu artifact in the Panga realm, you can't unleash its true power at all. Pangashi fought me with the Panga's axe back then. As a descendant of Pangu, he's an insult to Panga Supreme. In my opinion, the Panga's axe is just scrap metal in your hands. Shut up. Patriarch Xianxia roared. Demon Soul Prime formed a seal with one hand, and a dazzling seven-colored energy sword appeared in his palm. Whoosh! Chi! Demon Soul Prime waved his hand gently, and the seven-colored energy sword shot out like lightning with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Boom! Boom! Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, the seven-colored energy sword and the Panga's axe collided, and a deafening explosion resounded through the 36 levels of heaven. Immeasurable destructive power swallowed everything without restraint. In this head-on collision, the destructive power once again covered the 36 heavens. The experts of the major forces all retreated in fear. In the blink of an eye, the places where the experts of the major forces were covered by energy ripples. Patriarch Xianxia was sent flying thousands of meters away. His blood churned violently, and he spat out blood. That showed how terrifying this power was. What's up with Demon Soul Prime's strength? He's so much stronger than before. Hasn't he been healing? Patriarch Xianxia was shocked. Even with the Panga divine axe in hand, he was unable to suppress the Demon Soul Sovereign. On the other hand, Demon Soul Sovereign had only retreated a few dozen steps. Just the energy sword that was casually condensed could match Panga's divine axe. This was the difference between them. However, the fact that Patriarch Xianxia was able to force Demon Soul Sovereign back dozens of steps showed how terrifying the boost brought about by the Panga divine axe was. How is it? Do you believe me now? Demon Soul Supremacy sneered, completely unaffected by the destructive energy ripples. Ancient Panga Mantra. Heaven-splitting godly axe. Patriarch Xianxia roared furiously, gathering all his power into the Panga godly axe. Swish. Buzz. Ancestral Patriarch Xianxia slashed out with his axe. The energy axe, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, shot out with the power to destroy the sky. Dazzling light enveloped the dark space. Wherever the giant energy axe passed, the energy ripples that had originally spread out were all dispersed. The power of this axe far surpassed any of the previous attacks. This was Patriarch Xianxia's strongest attack. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone held their breaths as they stared unblinkingly at the void in horror. Patriarch Xianxia, have a taste of my ancient Panga mantra. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered. He formed a seal with one hand and condensed an even more terrifying Yuan spirit divine power. Ancient Panga Mantra. Ethereal slash of heaven and earth. Demon Soul Supremacy snorted coldly and struck out with one hand. Swish. Buzz. A purple energy slash, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, burst out with the power to split everything. It was an invincible existence. Rumble. Buzz. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, the two extremely terrifying energies collided and exploded. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. Patriarch Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The destructive power also destroyed the Sanluo Dharma idol and the giant disappeared. Impossible. The Sanluo Dharma idol has an extremely strong defensive power. How could Demon Soul Supremacy injure me? This is impossible. Patriarch Xianxia was shocked. The overwhelming pressure made Patriarch Xianxia feel powerless. This was his most powerful attack. Not only did he fail to injure Demon Soul Supremacy, but he was also injured by Demon Soul Supremacy's Panga Mantra. Was the difference in strength really that great? How was he supposed to continue fighting? Patriarch Xianxia was severely injured from this clash. After all, it was an all-out clash. The power he had to endure had exceeded his limit. Patriarch. Elder Shangang and the others shouted in horror. Emperor Allworld panicked. Patriarch's injuries are very serious. What should we do? Where's Feng Wuchen? Why isn't Feng Wuchen back yet? I'm afraid Patriarch can't withstand Demon Soul Supremacy's second Panga Mantra. Emperor Danfeng said in horror. His old face was pale. It's over. Patriarch is injured. Liefeng's expression changed drastically. Emperor Yijun said in disbelief. Even with the Sanluo Dharma idol and Panga Mantra's amplification, he still can't injure Demon Soul Supremacy. This is too terrifying. Demon Soul Supremacy's strength is probably close to Supremacy Pangu's. Emperor Aofeng said in horror. His fighting spirit was completely shattered. Even with such a terrifying ancient Panga Mantra, he was still injured. Just how terrifying is that old monster? Lu Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Their psychological defenses had completely collapsed. The eyes of the many powerhouses all revealed a look of resignation to fate. Even someone as strong as Patriarch Xianxia felt powerless in front of Demon Soul Supremacy. Demon Soul Supremacy was only sent flying a few hundred meters away. He wasn't injured at all. On the other hand, Fu Tianjun and the others were also shocked and terrified. However, they were also very excited and excited. The more terrifying Demon Soul Supremacy was, the more excited they were. The Paragon Divine Palace would definitely win this battle. Patriarch Xianxia, Panga Mantra's axe is very energy-consuming. Can you still use it a second time? Demon Soul Supremacy asked with a cold smile. He ignored the terrifying energy ripples and directly shot out. The severely injured Patriarch Xianxia's face was pale. Although he could still lift Panga Mantra's axe, its power would be greatly reduced if he wanted to use it again. Patriarch Xianxia, can you still fight? Demon Soul Supremacy asked with a cold smile. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Patriarch Xianxia. Boom! Just the impact alone made Patriarch Xianxia spit out blood again. The ancient God Pavilion and Dragon Soul were even more worried. Patriarch Xianxia was no longer able to face Demon Soul Supremacy at his peak. Patriarch Xianxia, I already warned you. What a pity. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered and gathered terrifying divine power in his palm again. Demon Soul Supremacy, please stop. At this moment, an old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Shuasha. Patriarch Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Shuasha. Elder Shangang and the others were shocked, and their faces stiffened. Shui. Shuasha. How is this possible? Emperor Peerless' eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. Shuasha is still alive. Master guessed it right. Emperor Danfeng was scared out of his wits. Wasn't Shuasha killed by Ancestor Xianxia? How is he still alive? Emperor Ancient Shaman and the others were shocked. What's going on? Emperor Yijun and Emperor Ao Feng were dumbfounded. They already couldn't deal with Devil Soul Sovereign, and now, an enemy that shouldn't have appeared. Who is Shuasha? I can't sense his aura. Xianxia frowned. Long Shihun shook his head and said, never heard of him. If I'm not wrong, he should be the one behind the Blood Marquis tribe, Yenhu said with a frown. He had gone to the 10,000 Flower Valley with Feng Wuchen to investigate some strange things, so it wasn't strange that Yenhu guessed it. Emperor Yijun, who is Xianxia? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Xianxia is the palace master of the Panga Shrine, a transcendent force that rose after the 100 Emperors' War. He swept across the Panga realm and wiped out many major forces, causing many experts to fall. Ancestor Xianzhan stepped in to stop him and killed him, but he came back to life millions of years later, Emperor Yijun said. So Xianxia is coming for Ancestor Xianzhan? Ancient Abyss frowned. That's right. Emperor Yijun nodded and said solemnly, this old monster has probably entered the Panga realm. Panga realm. Everyone's expression changed again. The Blood Qilin said coldly, the Panga Shrine still has 6 10-direction Great Emperors. Boom, everyone only felt their heads explode, being shaken until they were dizzy and confused. Ancestor Xianzhan was already seriously injured, and he was definitely not Xianxia's match, not to mention the 6 10-direction Great Emperors. So it's Xianxia. I didn't expect him to still be alive. What a surprise, Fu Tianjun said with a smile. The enemies of the ancient god pavilion, it seems that we don't need to do anything, the second elder gloated. Today, no matter if it's the ancient god pavilion, the dragon soul, or the ancient alchemy sacred hall, all of them will die. Protector Qing sneered and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was extremely pleased with himself. The existence of Xianxia was known to all the experts of the transcendent forces in Panga realm. They were equally shocked that Xianxia was still alive. What the hell is going on? Why was Xianxia still alive? After all these years, I've never known. Patriarch Xianzhan's thoughts returned to millions of years ago. During that battle, Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Xianzhan were still peak 10 directions Great Emperors. Patriarch Xianzhan remembered clearly that he had indeed killed Xianxia back then with the Panga Divine Axe. Xianxia's aura at that time had indeed completely disappeared. Xianxia definitely couldn't be alive. To think that even I am unable to sense Xianxia's aura or his existence. This Xianxia does have some strength. Supremacy Demon Soul was secretly surprised. However, he did not show it on his face. Above the void, a strange black thing appeared out of thin air, without any aura. The strange black substance seemed to have a life of its own as it kept wriggling. Everyone was curious as to what it was, and their gazes were attracted to it. After a while, it condensed into a black-robed elder. This person was Xianxia, the palace master of Panga Divine Palace. After condensing Xianxia, an extremely terrifying bloodthirsty aura swept out wildly. Xianxia's terrifying aura was not inferior to Patriarch Xianzhan's at his peak. It really is Xianxia. This aura can't be wrong. He's actually still alive. After seeing Xianxia's face clearly, Patriarch Xianzhan completely believed it. Panga realm. Elder Xiangang and the others also looked at Xianxia in horror. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock and horror. A Panga realm expert had actually appeared in Panga realm. After Xianxia appeared for a moment, the 6 elders of Panga Divine Palace appeared as well. Their surging and vast auras were incomparably terrifying. 7 top experts were enough to intimidate everyone present. Xianxia, what are you doing here? Demon Soul Supremacy asked indifferently. Demon Soul Supremacy, the grudge between Panga Divine Palace and Ancient God Pavilion has been going on for millions of years. Can you give Patriarch Xianzhan to Old Man? Xianxia glanced at Patriarch Xianzhan fiercely and asked Demon Soul Supremacy politely. What if I don't agree? Demon Soul Supremacy sneered. Before he finished speaking, he had already appeared on Xianxia's right side. His speed was incomprehensible and unimaginable. Xianxia was secretly shocked, but then he smiled and said, Patriarch Xianzhan won't be able to escape death today. Demon Soul Supremacy will kill him, and Old Man will kill him. If Demon Soul Supremacy doesn't agree, Old Man won't force you. Xianxia really did not dare to be Demon Soul Supremacy's enemy. His strength was only on par with Patriarch Xianzhan, and he was no match for Demon Soul Supremacy. I heard that Panga Divine Palace wanted to dominate Panga realm. Is that true? Demon Soul Supremacy asked indifferently. Although he seemed calm, there was a supreme majesty in his voice. The 6 elders' expressions changed instantly. Demon Soul Supremacy, you must be joking. Panga Divine Palace just wants to have a foothold. How would we dare to be enemies with Demon Soul Supremacy? Xianxia smiled politely. Is that true? Demon Soul Supremacy stared coldly at Xianxia. Demon Soul Supremacy's eyes were very scary. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Xianxia's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, Panga Divine Palace has never been enemies with Supreme Divine Palace. Of course it's true. Haha. Demon Soul Supremacy suddenly laughed and said, don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually. I know Panga Divine Palace doesn't have the guts. Patriarch Xianxia is already seriously injured. I'm not interested in killing him. If you want to kill him, do it. Thank you, Demon Soul Supremacy, Xianxia thanked him politely. Xianxia glanced at the seriously injured Patriarch Xianxia and slowly floated over. He smiled coldly and said, Patriarch Xianxia, we haven't seen each other for millions of years. Are you surprised to see me? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia had already appeared in front of Patriarch Xianxia. His speed was also very scary and strange. Patriarch. Everyone from Xiangang was shocked. They were afraid that Xianxia would suddenly kill him. However, Xianxia did not attack. Xianxia, how did you come back to life? You can't still be alive, Patriarch Xianxia asked with a frown. Xianxia bent his hand and condensed a strange and terrifying power. He smiled coldly and said, I was indeed dead back then. It was the secret technique passed down by the Blood Marquis ancestors that allowed me to come back to life. I've been cultivating for millions of years. It was only recently that I truly came back to life. Patriarch Xianxia, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You didn't expect to die in my hands, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia attacked without hesitation. It was extremely fierce. No. Stop. Stop. The members of the Ancient God Pavilion and the Dragon's Soul shouted in panic. Stop him. Elder Xiangang roared in panic. The 9 elders, Emperor Yi Jun, and the Blood Kirin all used their movement techniques and shot out. Xianxia was heavily injured and couldn't withstand Xianxia's power. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. Just then, a terrifying black energy suddenly shot out and stopped Xiangang and the others. Boom, poof, just as Elder Xiangang and the others were forcefully stopped, Xianxia's terrifying palm had already landed on Ancestor Xianxian's chest. With a boom, the terrifying power shook Ancestor Xianxian, causing him to spit out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. The heavily injured Xianxian couldn't dodge at all. Patriarch. Elder Xiangang and the others screamed in panic, their anger burning. Xianxian. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were scared out of their wits. Xianxia's attack wasn't light, Fu Tianjun sneered. Second Elder sneered. Xianxian has been in control of the Ancient God Pavilion for millions of years. It's time for a change. Xianxia's attack was ruthless and cruel. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another for Xianxian. Floating in the air, Xianxian was already on the verge of collapse. Ah, looks like Xianxian is doomed today. Di Wuyan sighed and shook his head. I didn't expect Xianxia to still be alive and even reach the Panga realm. Emperor Tianzong frowned. In millions of years, only 2 people had reached the Panga realm. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to reach the Panga realm. Di Chanyan was confused. Xianxian has already lost. Why hasn't Feng Wuchen appeared? Feng Wuchen will definitely appear. But if he doesn't, Xianxian will definitely die, Di Wuyan said with certainty. Xianxian's injuries couldn't withstand a second attack from Xianxia. Show mercy? Demon Soul Supremacy grinned. However, he did not interfere in this matter. Xianxia sneered. Xianxian, it seems like you can't resist anymore. Xianxian's aura was very weak. How could he resist? Patriarch. Emperor Wancher was furious. Everyone in the Ancient God Pavilion was in a state of panic and grief. They could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything. Patriarch Xianxia can't hold on for much longer. Lai Feng and the others were burning with anxiety. Anger and grief filled their hearts. Husband, where are you? Come back quickly. Ling Xiaoxiao's tears slid down her cheeks. Her heart ached with grief and indignation. Whoever dares to interfere, don't blame me for being merciless, the elder who had stepped out to stop them said coldly. An extremely terrifying aura enveloped the people from the ancient god pavilion and dragon soul. It's you, the Blood Kirin shouted angrily. You are Xianxia from the Blood Marquis space. Humph. It's me. However, this elder's name is not Xianxia, but Emperor Tianyong. Emperor Tianyong sneered, after the battle just now, all of you have suffered some injuries and consumed a lot of energy. It won't be difficult for this elder to kill all of you. Emperor Yijun fiercely stared at Emperor Tianyong, injecting his terrifying divine power into the Pangu sword. A violent aura erupted from the sword as he burst into a raging roar. I don't care who you are. How dare you stand in my way? Die. Emperor Yijun had only consumed some energy in the battle with Su Yongtian. He wasn't injured. Heaven-destroying roaring sword. Emperor Yijun let out a furious roar and swung his sword. Swish. Buzz buzz. 100,000-meter-long white sword light soared into the sky and rushed toward Emperor Tianyong with a world-destroying might. The attack was extremely domineering and oppressive. Patriarch. Emperor Yijun attacked. Shangang and the others immediately flashed out. This time, no one stopped them. Why are you in such a hurry to die? An elder from the Panga shrine shook his head slightly. Sword Spirit Emperor's personal disciple is indeed worthy of his reputation. The Sword Spirit Emperor's sword technique is shockingly powerful. Unfortunately, you have just become a 10 Directions Great Emperor. You are still no match for this elder. Emperor Tianyong smiled faintly, his expression unchanged. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Tianyong drew a circle with one hand and formed a black energy formation. Emperor Tianyong struck out with his palm, and the formation expanded instantly. Boom! Buzz buzz! The sword light instantly slammed into the energy formation. With a boom, the domineering sword light was blocked. The black formation didn't even tremble. He blocked it. Emperor Ao Feng and the others were extremely shocked. Emperor Yijun was so powerful, but he couldn't shake the black formation. The formation is absorbing the power of my sword light. Emperor Yijun was shocked. In the face of Emperor Yijun's terrifying sword light, not only did Emperor Tianyong block it easily, but he was also absorbing the sword light's power. A moment later, the domineering sword light's power was completely absorbed. Emperor Tianyong was so powerful. No wonder the Blood Qilin wasn't his match. Emperor Tianyong's strength isn't inferior to mine. Fu Tianjun smiled faintly. The third elder sneered. No matter how strong Yijun is, he's just a 10 Directions Great Emperor. Compared to Emperor Tianyong, he's still lacking. Emperor Tianyong was a veteran 10 Directions Great Emperor who had lived for several million years, so he wasn't someone that Emperor Yijun, who had just become a 10 Directions Great Emperor, could compare to. Emperor Yijun, why do you have to do this? With your strength, you can't save Patriarch Xianzhan. Emperor Tianyong smiled. First elder, you may leave, Xianxia said. Yes. Emperor Tianyong said respectfully, then retreated in a flash. Emperor Yijun, although you're not from the ancient god pavilion, you're from the dragon soul. Feng Wuchen almost ruined my plans. If you want to die, I won't show mercy. Xianxia sneered. Emperor Yijun said coldly, Master once told me that as long as I believe in justice, I must believe in myself. No matter how strong the enemy is, I can't back down. Justice? Xianxia laughed disdainfully. Haha. There's no such thing as justice in this world. Only power is the truth. Cut the crap. If you want to kill Patriarch, you'll have to get through us first. Shangang shouted angrily. He already had the mentality of dying in battle. The 11 10 Directions Great Emperors unleashed their full strength. Their monstrous aura and killing intent soared into the sky. With just you? This palace master doesn't care. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia sneered. He didn't take Xiangang and the others seriously at all. You're not his match. Retreat. The heavily injured Patriarch Xianzhan's weak voice sounded. It was very soft. Whoosh, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, in just an instant, Xianxia turned into a ray of black light and flashed. He suddenly appeared in front of Patriarch Xianzhan. Emperor Yijun and the others all spat out blood and were sent flying. They didn't even see Xiaxia's figure. The terrifying power wasn't something they could withstand. The domineering penetrating power instantly injured the 11 Ten Directions great emperors. Die slowly in pain. Xiaxia sneered. End of chapter. Emperor Yijun. Elder Xiangang. Emperor Ao Feng, Emperor Wanshi, and the others were burning with anxiety as they rushed out. This is bad. Senior brother's aura is very weak. It's about to disappear. Dohan was panicking, and his mind was blank. Big brother Feng, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Lu Qingyang's eyes were red, and he was extremely anxious. Patriarch Xianzhan and Emperor Yijun are all seriously injured. What should we do? Miao Qingqing's tears fell uncontrollably. Husband, come back quickly. We can't hold on any longer. Ling Xiaoxiao prayed in her heart. He had injured 11 great emperors in an instant. Needless to say, he was strong. Xiaxia didn't kill Emperor Yijun and the others instantly. However, it was enough to kill them. They just had to suffer a little more before they died. Now, no one in the ancient God Pavilion, Dragon Soul, or ancient alchemy Sacred Hall could stop Xiaxia. Patriarch Xianzhan, their auras will disappear soon. You must be very sad, right? Xiaxia asked with a cold smile. Patriarch Xianzhan was furious, but he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything. His heart was bleeding, and he felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Feng Wuchen still hadn't appeared, and Patriarch Xianzhan was about to lose all hope. Who else wants to save Patriarch Xianzhan? Go ahead. I'll give you a chance. Xiaxia's fierce gaze swept across the ancient God Pavilion and Dragon Soul. Did you hear that? I'm giving you a chance. If you want to die, go ahead. Emperor Tianyong sneered. Many people in the ancient God Pavilion, Dragon Soul, ancient alchemy Sacred Hall, and Divine Pill Pavilion were scared out of their wits. Fear had overshadowed their anger. In the face of such a terrifying existence, they didn't dare to make a sound. Jian Chou clenched his fists, and his face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Let's fight it out with them." That's right. Fight it out with them. Gue Su gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his organs were turning. We can't just watch them get killed. Even if we die, Dragon Soul won't back down. Qiu Tian shouted. Don't be rash. Long Shihun hurriedly stopped him and said, don't throw away your life. Your immortal body may not be able to withstand the power of the Panga realm. Even though Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had immortal bodies, no one could guarantee that they would not die in front of a Panga realm expert. After all, the power of the Panga realm was immeasurable. Tribe leader Qionyao said seriously, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I believe that Lord will come back. Everyone, wait patiently. Big brother Feng has gone to the 7th level of the dimensional space. We still don't know if he can save Senior Panga Shi. I'm afraid something has already happened to him. Lin Yu said sorrowfully. Everyone, be optimistic. Before we see Feng Wuchen, nothing is certain. After all, saving people is not that easy, Mad Leopard said seriously. I hope so. Long Shihun nodded slightly. Patriarch Xianzhan was defeated, his life hanging by a thread. The 11 Ten Directions great emperors were severely injured and could lose their lives at any moment. Their only hope was placed on Feng Wuchen. However, none of them knew if Feng Wuchen was dead or alive. They could only wait with hope. Patriarch Xianzhan, it seems like no one dares to save you. What a tragedy. Xiaxia sneered coldly. Terrifying divine power gathered in his palm again. If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of saying so much? Patriarch Xianzhan said softly. He had given up resisting. I'll fulfill your wish now. I wonder if you can be revived like me. Xianxia sneered. Without hesitation, he threw a palm strike at Patriarch Xianzhan's head. If this palm strike landed, Patriarch Xianzhan would definitely die. Xianxia. Stop it. Great Emperor Wanxi roared at the top of his lungs. Patriarch. Great Emperor Danfeng and the other ancient god pavilion experts were devastated. No one wanted to see Patriarch Xianzhan die. I can't take it anymore. Fight it out with them. I can't just stand by and watch Patriarch Xianzhan get killed. An elder of the ancient god pavilion roared. He could not take it anymore. The ancient god pavilion experts were completely enraged. They all roared in anger. You've gone too far. Even Great Emperor Gu Wu and the others could not take it anymore. They were people with feelings. They were not cold-blooded beasts. No one is allowed to attack. No one is allowed to attack. Great Emperor Danfeng roared in grief. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Deputy Pavilion Master. Patriarch Xianzhan is going to be killed. An elder shouted anxiously. Shut up. Great Emperor Danfeng roared in anger. Great Emperor Danfeng still had a glimmer of hope. He hoped that Feng Wuchen could make it back in time. The more desperate the situation was, the calmer one had to be. If Feng Wuchen did not appear, there must be hope. Seeing the ancient god pavilion experts' grief and anger, the supreme main shrine and the other major forces were overjoyed. Only that brat Feng Wuchen hasn't come out. However, I don't believe that he won't come out after everyone in Dragon Soul dies. Young Master Nanhua sneered proudly. Big brother Nanhua, I don't think he has the guts to come out. He's not just Demon Soul Sovereign now. There's also Xianxia. The Pangu Shrine isn't any weaker than the ancient god pavilion. Young Master Xingyan sneered. After today, the ancient god pavilion and Dragon Soul will all disappear. The young master of the myriad Dao divine sect sneered proudly. Zhao Yanzhong, ancient god Feng Hen, and the others were also very excited. Farewell, Patriarch Xianzhan, Xianxia sneered. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the next second, Xianxia smashed down with his palm. Patriarch Xianzhan closed his eyes. Then, with a boom, the terrifying power blasted a black hole hundreds of thousands of feet wide in the void. The 36 levels of heaven shook violently again. Patriarch. Everyone in the ancient god pavilion and Dragon Soul closed their eyes in grief. The experts of the Supreme Main Divine Palace and the other factions all cheered excitedly. In their opinion, Patriarch Xianzhan would definitely die under such a terrifying palm. Space Emperor. Demon Soul Sovereign's lips curled up. Fu Tianjun also sensed something and frowned. Emperor Tianyong also frowned. Xianxia's terrifying palm didn't rouse Patriarch Xianzhan. In that instant, Patriarch Xianzhan disappeared into thin air. Space Emperor, are you going to interfere with my business? Xianxia's face darkened as he asked coldly. A cold murderous aura spread out. Space Emperor. The expressions of everyone in the ancient god pavilion and Dragon Soul changed. The excited faces of those in the Supreme Main Divine Palace froze on the spot. Xianxia, in a fair fight, you might not be a match for Patriarch Xianzhan. As a Pangu realm expert, you have no shame making a move halfway. Space Emperor's cold and disdainful voice rang out. You have no right to interfere with my business. I'll ask you again. Are you really going to interfere? Xianxia asked coldly. His old face was slightly malevolent, and his murderous aura multiplied. End of chapter. After the energy ripples gradually dissipated, the Space Emperor and the heavily injured Patriarch Xianzhan appeared. How did the Space Emperor suffer such serious injuries? Emperor Danfeng was shocked. The person who can injure the Space Emperor must be Old Devil Soul. Lifeng guessed. He's the Space Emperor? I've heard of him before. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were shocked as they sized up the Space Emperor. Long Xinghun and clan leader Qionyao looked very serious. The Space Emperor was severely injured, but he came out to save Patriarch Xianzhan. This was undoubtedly a suicide mission. Space Emperor, are you going to fight with injuries? Sovereign Devil Soul sneered. The The Space Emperor glared at Sovereign Devil Soul. The Space Emperor's injuries were still very serious. The healing pills given to him by the Time Emperor didn't have much effect. Space Emperor, are you here to die? Xianxia said fiercely. His old eyes narrowed as a terrifying killing intent locked onto the Space Emperor. The Space Emperor glanced at Xianxia but didn't say anything. Space Emperor, what happened to your injuries? Patriarch Xianxia asked curiously. Old Devil Soul gave it to me. The Space Emperor said coldly. Patriarch Xianxia's pale face was shocked. He didn't expect Sovereign Devil Soul to come out of seclusion and find the Space Emperor first. The Time Emperor saved you. Why didn't he come with you? Sovereign Devil Soul sneered. He's here, he's here. Am I not here? The Time Emperor's laughter rang out as his lazy figure appeared. The Time Emperor. Everyone's expression changed again. The Time Emperor is here. Emperor Xianxia couldn't believe it. He hadn't seen the Time Emperor in millions of years. The Space Emperor and the Time Emperor were both great emperors of the 10 Directions, who were the founding elders of Pangu. The Time Emperor? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had never seen him before. The Dragon Emperor's face was filled with shock as he said, an extremely terrifying aura. It's even stronger than that old thing Fu Tianjun and the Skyong Emperor. The Emperor of Time and the Emperor of Space were among the earliest 10 great emperors when Pangu created the world. Their strength and status were on par with the 100 emperors. The Emperor of Space's strength was on par with the leader of the 100 emperors, Emperor Yuanshi, White Tiger explained. After hearing White Tiger's words, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked once again. However, no matter how strong he was nothing more than an ant in front of Prime Demon Soul. Otherwise, the Space Emperor would not have been severely injured. Even if the Time Emperor appeared, he was still no match for Demon Soul Sovereign. Moreover, there was still Xianxia. Time Emperor, I didn't expect you to appear as well. After not seeing you for millions of years, your cultivation base has become stronger and stronger. Xianxia was very surprised. The Time Emperor smiled faintly and said, how can I not show up for such a big event in the Pangu realm? No matter how strong I am not as lucky as you to break through to the Pangu realm. Time Emperor, you spoiled my plans before, and now you dare to show up. You are really not afraid of death. Demon Soul Sovereign sneered. Before he finished speaking, he had already appeared on the right side of the Time Emperor. Demon Soul Sovereign, it seems like you did not take my warning to heart. The Time Emperor smiled faintly, not afraid of Demon Soul Sovereign at all. Humph. In the Pangu realm, I am the god of the Pangu realm. Anyone who dares to make an enemy out of me will only end up dead. Demon Soul Supremacy said arrogantly with a condescending attitude. Is that so? The Time Emperor sneered and said, the god of the Pangu realm? You gave yourself that title, didn't you? Xianxia, I will leave Ancestor Xianxia and the Emperor of Space to you. I will kill the Time Emperor with my own hands. Demon Soul Sovereign said coldly, his old face becoming extremely fierce. Demon Soul Sovereign suddenly felt that the Time Emperor was very annoying. How dare he go against him in front of so many top experts in the Pangu realm? He was simply courting death. Xianxia smiled and said, it is my pleasure. It was Xianxia's wish to kill Ancestor Xianxia. Now that there was the Space Emperor, Xianxia was even more excited. Space Emperor, is Feng Wuchen still alive? Ancestor Xianxia hurriedly asked. I do not know. The Space Emperor shook his head slightly. He ignored his serious injuries and forcefully activated his space divine power. Space Emperor, what can you do when you are seriously injured? Xianxia sneered disdainfully. Then, he suddenly waved his hand, and dozens of strange black substances turned into black pythons and shot out. The Space Emperor dodged with Ancestor Xianxia. Dodging is all you can do? Xianxia sneered and said, my speed is not inferior to yours. The Space Emperor was seriously injured. Naturally, he was not stupid enough to face Xianxia head-on. He could only use his space divine power to dodge the attack. However, this was not the solution. At the same time, Yuan Ling divine power burst out, and a terrifying aura mercilessly suppressed the Time Emperor. As expected of the most primitive divine power in the Pangu realm, the Time Emperor's face was filled with pain. His body trembled, but he could not move. Great Elder, destroy the ancient god pavilion and the dragon soul. Demon Soul Prime ordered. Under the pressure of Demon Soul Prime's terrifying aura and divine power, the Time Emperor's face was pale. He could not hold on any longer. Time Emperor, you know that you will die, but you still dare to come. You know that you can't save Ancestor Xianxia. I admire your courage. Demon Soul Prime sneered. Pfft. The Time Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not hold on any longer. Demon Soul Prime, don't be happy too early. You will regret it one day. The Time Emperor sneered. Unfortunately, you won't be able to wait until that day. Demon Soul Prime sneered. His divine power was getting more and more terrifying. Demon Soul Prime did not need to do anything. His divine power alone was enough to make the Time Emperor spit out blood. Kill. Fu Tianjun ordered fiercely. Kill the enemy. Jian Chou roared. Kill. Everyone from the ancient god pavilion and the dragon soul burst out in anger and murderous aura. They were like crazy men of sacrifice as they charged forward. Great Elder, don't just stand there. Destroy everyone from the ancient god pavilion and the dragon soul. Shuaisha ordered fiercely. Yes, Great Elder, the 6 elders said respectfully. The battle broke out again. Emperor Yi Jun and the others were seriously injured. They could die at any time. No one from the ancient god pavilion and the dragon soul could stop the 10-direction emperor. Only death awaited them. Ao Feng, don't worry about me. Go help. Emperor Yi Jun said weakly. His consciousness was fading. Emperor Yi Jun knew that he could not hold on any longer. Not only Emperor Yi Jun, but the Blood Qilin and Elder Shengang could not hold on any longer. The battle had broken out. What awaited them was a brutal massacre. In front of the 10-direction emperor, the ancient god pavilion, the dragon soul, and the temple of alchemy were all ants. They could not fight back. The dragon soul god of war, the monarch soul god of war, and the mystic soul god of war died one after another. The Sky Qilin emperor and the ancient shaman emperor were also mercilessly killed. The casualties were heavy. Blood flowed like rivers. It was a tragic scene. End of chapter. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Ancient great emperors and great emperors fell one after another. The top experts of the ancient god pavilion, dragon soul, ancient alchemy shrine, and divine pill pavilion were killed one after another. The ancient god pavilion, ancient alchemy shrine, and divine pill pavilion were almost destroyed. Everyone below the titled ancient god realm was intimidated, their eyes filled with despair. The 10 directions great emperors weren't existences they could contend against. The 10 directions great emperors of the Paragon Divine Palace and Panga Divine Palace were invincible. This also meant that the Paragon Divine Palace would win this battle for sure. Everyone below the 10 directions great emperors were ants. Seeing everyone killed mercilessly, Ancestor Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The Space Emperor's expression was extremely savage, but there was nothing he could do. The Time Emperor was suppressed by Demon Soul Sovereign and couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang's hearts were bleeding, their eyes filled with grief and hatred. There weren't many survivors left. The ancient god pavilion had suffered a crushing defeat. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, these people from the Dragon Soul can't be killed. They can be revived. Zhao Yanzhong suddenly said respectfully. Lord Demon Soul Sovereign, their injuries can also be healed quickly. They can't be killed. Ancient God Wind Mark said respectfully. They have undying bodies. I clearly killed them just now, but they were revived. Young Master Nanhua shouted in horror. The myriad Dao Divine Sect Young Master also said in horror, that's right, I also killed a few. They were all revived. And they weren't injured at all. Undying bodies? Demon Soul Sovereign, Fu Tianjun, and many other experts were shocked. Undying bodies? That's rare, Emperor Tianyong said in surprise, but when he looked over, he was dumbfounded. So many people from the Dragon Soul have undying bodies? Bloodfiend looked over in shock, somewhat in disbelief. All of the Dragon Soul powerhouses who descended from the ancient world of immortals possessed immortal bodies. There were several hundred of them, all of them had undying bodies. Who the hell would dare to believe that, under the crazy massacre, many powerhouses were slaughtered, and the 3 war gods of Dragon Soul suffered heavy casualties. The ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor had even been killed. However, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Long Shihun were completely unharmed. Even if they were killed, they could still be revived. If this wasn't an immortal body, then what was it? The Supreme Main Shrine and the other major forces were shocked. If 1 or 2 of them possessed an immortal body, they might still believe it. But hundreds of people were immortal. How could they believe this? An immortal body doesn't necessarily mean that you're immortal in the face of absolute power. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered. The figure silently appeared in front of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Before Feng Wuchen comes out, perhaps your deaths can force him out. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered. He barged into the 36th heaven, fought his way up to the 33rd heaven, destroyed the forces under the Supreme Main Shrine, killed the experts under me, and took control of the order of heaven and earth that I created. These crimes are enough for Feng Wuchen to die 10,000 times. The ancient god pavilion can't protect him. Whoever I want to die will die, including Ancestor Xianxia. Demon Soul Supremacy's words were extremely arrogant. But he had the power to say these words. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were on guard. Although an immortal body was powerful, they didn't know if it was really immortal in front of a terrifying expert. Isn't Feng Wuchen very arrogant? He led the Dragon Soul to the 33rd heaven and openly made an enemy of the Supreme Main Shrine. Now that so many of you have died, he still doesn't dare to come out. Feng Wuchen is a coward. He won't dare to come out even if all of you are dead. Even Ancestor Xianxia was defeated. What is Feng Wuchen? Even if you have an immortal body, you will die in the end. All the major forces mocked and gloated over Feng Wuchen's misfortune. They belittled Feng Wuchen to be worthless. Only Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong, who were watching the battle, shook their heads. Others didn't know how terrifying Feng Wuchen was, but they knew very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do anything when young Master Di Tian was killed and the Dragon Soul was about to be destroyed. Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong would never forget the day when Feng Wuchen barged into the Goody Shrine. Demon Soul Sovereign's cold and vicious gaze swept over as he sneered, "Who wants me to try my immortal body?" Demon Soul Supremacy, I have already warned you. You'd better watch out, Emperor Time said coldly. Humph. Demon Soul Supremacy snorted and his terrifying divine power made Emperor Time spit out blood again. Demon Soul Supremacy completely ignored Emperor Time's warning. Demon Soul Supremacy was the strongest existence in Panga Field. Who was he afraid of? Only others were afraid of him. Demon Soul Supremacy waved his hand and Jianqiu and Yiqingyu were sucked over. They couldn't resist at all. Supremacy Commander. Dragon Soul and the others were shocked. You also have an immortal body, right? Demon Soul Supremacy sneered and his terrifying divine power locked onto the 2 of them. So what? Jianqiu said fiercely. Old thing. You won't have a good ending. Supremacy won't let you go. Yiqingyu said coldly. Not only was she not afraid of Demon Soul Supremacy, she even dared to glare at him. Is that so? Let me see if the immortal body is truly immortal. Demon Soul Supremacy sneered as he clenched his fist and unleashed his god force. No. Lu Qingyang roared crazily. Stop. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others roared. Demon Soul Supremacy. You are a Panga Realm expert. How dare you bully the weak? Ancestor Xianxia roared. Unfortunately, their roars couldn't stop Demon Soul Supremacy at all. Boom. Boom, under the horrified gazes of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, the 2 Supremacy commanders, Jianqiu and Yiqingyu, exploded on the spot and turned into a cloud of blood mist. They were reduced to ashes. Supremacy commanders. Dragon Soul Lord roared in grief. His rage was ignited, and his killing intent soared. The experts of the Paragon Main Shrine and the other major forces were looking at where Jianqiu and Yiqingyu had turned into blood mist. They wanted to see if they could revive. However, as time passed, Jianqiu and Yiqingyu didn't revive. The Supremacy commanders are dead. Dragon Soul and the others were dumbfounded. Xianxia and Yiqingyu really didn't revive. B** starred. Let's fight it out with them. Dragon Soul and the others were so angry that they lost their minds. This is too much. Ling Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said angrily. She wouldn't allow herself to tolerate such things. As expected, an immortal body doesn't mean it's immortal in the face of great power. Long Shishun frowned and became more worried. Big brother Feng, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Miao Qingqing was in despair, and her tears kept falling. Facing such a terrifying demon soul supremacy, they started to panic. Looks like an immortal body doesn't mean it's immortal. Demon soul supremacy sneered. In order to force Feng Wuchen out as soon as possible, I'll kill you with my own hands. It's your honor to die in my hands. End of chapter 3757. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.